On the training field of the Konoha Village Ninja Academy, the final match of the practical exercise began. The teacher announced, "Kakashi Kid vs. Uchiha Kawa, start now." Two 6 or 7-year-old children walked to the center. One had silver hair and a sunny demeanor but carried a dead fish look in his eyes. The other had black hair and brown eyes, with an air of arrogance, as if naturally exuding a kingly aura. At the teacher's command, Uchiha Kawa spoke first, taunting, "This time, I won't lose again. I will protect the honor of the Uchiha. I'll make you eat dirt." Kakashi Kid thought to himself, so ridiculously dramatic, I really want to kick him. Is there something wrong with all the Uchiha? In truth, the conflict between the two was simple. Uchiha Kawa was originally a genius in his clan, learning things quickly, but he was always overshadowed by Kakashi Kid at the academy. During their first practical class, Uchiha Kawa was defeated by Kakashi Kid and had since made him his target for challenges. Before every fight, Uchiha Kawa would say some inexplicable things, making Kakashi Kid want to crawl into a hole out of embarrassment. At that moment, Uchiha Kawa charged forward, throwing a punch at Kakashi Kid. Kakashi Kid sidestepped, grabbed his fist, yanked his hair with one hand, and kneed him. After 3 heavy blows, bang, 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 Kakashi Kid let go. Uchiha Kawa was dizzy and staggering. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi Kid delivered a flying kick, sending Uchiha Kawa flying and landing face first in the dirt. "Winner, Kakashi Kid," the teacher announced. Uchiha Kawa stormed off angrily, shouting, "Kakashi Kid, I will definitely defeat you." On the field, the students began to chatter. The girl said, "Kakashi is amazing, even the Uchiha can't beat him. And he's so handsome." The boys said, "Kawa lost too? Who can defeat this white-haired demon, Kakashi Kid? What's so handsome about Kakashi Kid? He has dead fish eyes." Yeah, these girls are so hard to understand. Amid the discussions, the practical exercise class ended. Everyone returned to the classroom, and after a brief word from the teacher, the students grouped up in 2s and 3s to head home. Whoosh! Kakashi Kid stood by the river, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the flowing water. He focused on controlling his chakra, standing steadily on the water's surface. Drawing from memories of his past life, he began practicing water walking. Feeling the chakra within him, Kakashi Kid allocated enough energy to support water walking and started practicing hand seals for ninjutsu. "Let me try forming seals." Standing on the water, his fingers moved swiftly to form seals, channeling chakra as he muttered, "Water style, wild water wave." A stream of water spouted from his mouth, rushing toward the riverbank and striking the trees, causing them to sway. He steadied his breathing, noticing a decrease in chakra. By calculation, he could use C-rank water release jutsu over a dozen times. Not bad, next I'll try another ability. Electric light flickered in his palm, lightning coursing over his body without causing discomfort. This lightning wasn't chakra but a power from another world, the devil fruit of the Logia type, the rumble fruit from One Piece. This was an ability that came with Kakashi Kid when he transmigrated, something he had possessed since birth. However, the rumble fruit required development and training from scratch. In the Naruto world, there was no material to counteract devil fruits, so although Kakashi Kid had the rumble fruit's power, he didn't suffer from the inability to swim. Backstroke, butterfly stroke, freestyle, dog paddle, he could swim however he wanted. The lightning in his palm condensed into a spinning electric sphere, which he pressed into the river. Zzz boom. The collision of lightning and water caused the river to explode, water droplets scattering everywhere, quickly soaking him completely. In the Naruto world, the activation of the rumble fruit was powered by chakra instead of physical stamina. After his consciousness awakened, he continuously developed the rumble fruit, and his chakra grew faster than his peers, even surpassing some Chunin. Scanning his surroundings to confirm no one was nearby, he let lightning envelop his body, quickly drying his wet clothes. It is now the 34th year of Konoha, 3 to 4 years before the Second Shinobi World War. My father, Hatake Tsukumo, has not yet become the White Fang of Konoha, a name that shakes the ninja world, nor has he been feared by the higher-ups. I must quickly accumulate strength and master a power that can overturn everything. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is still a true hero of the shinobi, capable of suppressing Danzo's ambitions. A few years later, the root organization will be established, and Danzo's ambitions will likely spiral out of control. To survive in this world, one needs both strength and influence. Besides the ability to flip the table, I must also achieve merit on the battlefield. The battlefield is perilous. Survival is the only way to earn a reputation in the ninja world. The Logia type rumble fruit allowed Kakashi Kid to become elemental. Elementalization, like the Kamui intangibility of the Sharingan, could ignore physical attacks from enemies. However, during prolonged battles, when chakra was insufficient, his body could no longer remain elemental. While the Rumble Rumble fruit had transformed his physique, chakra remained his weakness. First, I need to develop the fruit's abilities. This will also strengthen my body and increase my chakra reserves. Kakashi Kid had an advantage: he could reference the techniques of future protagonists. The lightning sphere he had just used was a modification inspired by the 4th Hokage Minato Namake's Rasengan. The jutsu was named Lightning Release, Thunder Spiral Bullet, and a rank technique. He treated elementalization as a passive ability and designed other powers as seal-less jutsu. After testing his abilities, Kakashi Kid restored his chakra and headed back to the Hataki residence. Passing through a grove of cherry blossoms, a gentle breeze scattered petals, dancing in the air. He walked forward slowly, alone. Suddenly, the sound of children arguing reached his ears. "Big brother, that red-haired little pepper will definitely pass through here. You have to help me teach her a lesson." "Yeah, you're a ninja, help us out." "Don't worry, as long as she comes, I'll definitely teach her a lesson." "Are you sure she'll pass this way?" "I'm sacrificing my training time, so don't let it be for nothing." Red-haired little pepper? Could it be Uzumaki Kushina? These brats actually dare to mess with her. I need to see what's going on. Kakashi Kid's figure flickered, and he hid in a tree. Not long after, 4 children arrived. The oldest one was wearing a Konoha forehead protector, clearly a graduated genin. TSK, they actually dare to provoke the blood-red little pepper. They must be tired of living. Uzumaki Kushina might look delicate, but she's from the Uzumaki clan, known for their fiery tempers. If you anger her, you'll find out what a true blood-red pepper is. Soon, Kakashi Kid saw a red-haired little girl walking over from a distance, her head lowered. Uzumaki Kushina was in a foul mood. She was the princess of Yuzushio village and had just arrived in Konoha village. Everything was unfamiliar, and she felt insecure. After entering the ninja academy, her classmates gave her all sorts of unpleasant nicknames. At first, Kushina endured it and didn't fight back. But her classmates became increasingly excessive. She finally exploded, her red hair flying as she instantly knocked all the mocking classmates to the ground. Not a single one of the beaten kids was spared, all of them were bruised and battered, crying out in pain. When the teacher arrived, both sides were punished equally, each receiving 50 strokes, and were told to bring their parents to school the next day. Far from home, Kushina could only turn to Uzumaki Mito or Tsunade. "What a bunch of jerks, daring to call me names. And that blonde sissy, if I see him laughing again, I'll beat him until he can't find his teeth," Kushina muttered as she walked through the cherry blossom forest. "Red-haired witch, stop right there. This is my big brother, he's a genin, and he's going to teach you a lesson in a moment," said a child wearing a forehead protector. "So you're the one who hit my little brother?" "Redhead, you're asking for it," another one shouted. "Your little brother mocked me first, so he deserves to be hit. A boy who can't even beat me and has to call for help, how pathetic." Kushina sneered. "Enough talk, redhead. Get ready to be beaten," the child with the forehead protector taunted. "Beat me if you can. Don't make me beat you too," Kushina retorted. "Stupid redhead, I'm a ninja. I'll show you what I'm capable of." The other boy was about to make a move. At this moment, Kakashi Kid sneered from the side, "Oh, a genin who's been graduated for years bullying a ninja academy student. How shameless. Who said that?" The child with the forehead protector turned around and saw Kakashi Kid in the tree. "Brat, don't meddle, or I'll beat you up too." Kakashi Kid jumped down from the tree. "You're bullying a ninja academy student. I can't stand it. Even if it's meddling, I'll intervene. You arrogant white-haired brat, you haven't even graduated yet, and you dare to act so cocky." The child wearing a forehead protector charged forward angrily and kicked out. Kakashi Kid stepped back, dodging the attack, as the kick hit empty air. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi Kid kicked the young ninja in the back of the knee, forcing him to kneel. Then, with a spinning kick, he struck the young ninja's face hard. The young ninja was knocked unconscious. The 3 kids nearby trembled in fear, while Kushina, who was about to fight back, suddenly brightened up, as if she saw hope. Kakashi Kid sneered at the 3 kids and said, "I'll give you a question. Answer it correctly, and I'll let you go." What question?" "What's 100 minus 1? The 3 kids tearfully answered, 99. "Correct." Kakashi Kid kicked each of them on the butt and said, "I'm Kakashi Kid from Class 1, Year 2. If you want revenge, come anytime. Now take your big brother and get lost." "You're that violent kid from Year 2? We wouldn't dare." The three quickly dragged their unconscious companion and fled. Thank you for helping me, Kushina said timidly. It's nothing. I'm also a student at the Ninja Academy, your senior. Those brats are annoying, but you would have been fine even without my help, Kakashi Kid said, looking at the cherry blossom tree not far away. Haha, you noticed me. Minato smiled, scratching his head as he stepped out from behind the tree. You yellow-haired sissy, hiding there to laugh at me? Kushina blushed, her tone aggressive. No, I just wanted to help you, Minato quickly explained. Help me? By hiding on the side? No, I thought someone as strong as you wouldn't need help. I also want to become Hokage and work hard alongside you, Minato said sincerely. Namake's Minato, truly a smooth talker, a natural charmer. I won't forgive you just because you said that. Kushina turned her blushing face away, though she felt a bit touched inside. Ha ha. Minato's confidence instantly deflated. Although I don't like your sissy attitude, you're not bad. Then, are we friends now? Well, I guess so. Kushina answered shyly. Just as the atmosphere grew subtle, Kakashi interrupted, Alright, the matter is resolved. You two should head home now. Thank you, senior, for your help. My name is Uzumaki Kushina, a first-year student at the Ninja Academy. I'm Namake's Minato, in the same class as Kushina. Kakashi, second year. It's getting late, you two should head home. I need to leave as well. Alright, senior Kakashi, see you tomorrow. So, you got nicknamed and mocked at school, then you beat all those people up, and now they're calling for a parent meeting? Tsunade, at the Senju residence, irritably ruffled her messy blonde hair. Who wouldn't be angry when woken up early in the morning? Kushina had just woken up to the news of a parent meeting and being blocked on her way. Such trivial matters ruining her good dreams had Tsunade fuming. Who told you to call for a parent? I used to fight all the time as a kid, and no one ever called for a parent. Lost the fight and got blocked on the way? Wait, I'll go teach them a lesson for you. With that, Tsunade stormed out in anger. Tsunade never thought Kushina was wrong for fighting. Instead, she believed those brats deserved a beating. Hearing about the school incident reminded her of that annoying and lecherous guy. After a quick face wash, still reeking of alcohol, Tsunade grabbed Kushina and headed straight to the Ninja Academy. Upon reaching the office, she kicked the door open. Kushina's teacher, Uehara Kazuki, was struggling to deal with the parents of the beaten students. Startled by the door being kicked open, he shrank back. Lady Tsunade, you're here. Uehara Kazuki stood up respectfully and offered his seat to Tsunade. Tsunade sat down, her cold gaze sweeping over the stunned parents. I'm here. Speak quickly and don't waste my time. Students' conflicts are for teachers to handle, and parents stepping in is your responsibility. But you parents. Your kids openly bullied my little sister, thinking she's easy to pick on because she's new. I'll settle this account properly. Teacher Uehara, you must handle this fairly, or I'll block the door every day. Although she hadn't yet become one of the Sannin, Tsunade was already famous for her fiery temper. She was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the cherished jewel of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the disciple of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and was titled the Princess of Konoha by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Such a status allowed her to wield great influence in Konoha village. Though older now and somewhat more restrained, she still dared to openly scold Danzo and the two elders. Under Tsunade's patient persuasion, the parents of the children finally realized their kids' mistakes and brought them to apologize to Kushina. Remember today's lesson. I trust my sister, Kushina. We don't start trouble, but we aren't afraid of it either. If anyone dares to bully you, fight back fiercely. After a day of classes and training, Kakashi Kid parted ways with Kushina and Minato and returned to the ancestral home. As soon as he entered, he saw his father, Hataki Tsukumo, who had just returned from a mission, gently conversing with his mother, Hataki Haran. Hearing footsteps, Tsukumo turned his head. Seeing his son return, he was about to bond with him when he heard Kid coldly say, Ponytail Nakato, why are you back? Tsukumo's face immediately darkened. You brat, looks like you've caused trouble again. Saying this, he reached for his sword, ready to teach his son a lesson. Nakato, bring it on if you dare. Kakashi Kid turned into a flash of lightning and dashed toward the backyard training ground, with Tsukumo close behind. The sound of clashes echoed from the training ground. You brat, seems like you haven't been slacking off. Just wait, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Ponytail Nakato, take this. This is the Taijutsu ultimate move I painstakingly developed Konoha Taijutsu secret technique, 1,000 years of death. You ungrateful son, using such a shameless move. You're disgracing the Hataki family. Get over here. Catch me first. Keed shouted, followed by the sound of his screams. In the living room, Hataki Heron calmly sipped tea, watching the father-son battle unfold as if it were routine. At dinner, the father and son finally quieted down. Tsukumo sat in a formal seiza position, occasionally shifting to ease his pain. Kakashi Keed, with swollen eyes, sat cross-legged, completely lacking any samurai demeanor. After dinner, Keed stared directly at his father and coldly asked, "Ponytail Nakato, look into my eyes and answer a few questions. There's an urgent mission in the village, and you set out with your team. Along the way, a teammate falls into danger. Do you save your teammate first or complete the mission first? If you save your companion and cause the mission to fail, and the villagers scold you, what will you do? If saving your companion leads to failure, and the companion even blames you for saving them instead of completing the mission first, what will you do?" "Maple, such a situation won't happen. You need to." "Maue Jandun," Hataki Maple interrupted his father, "stop avoiding the question and just say what you think." "Alright, I would save my companion first, then explain myself." "Wrong, Jandun. You should focus on improving your strength. If anyone dares to talk nonsense, just cut them down. If you had the strength of the first Hokage, no one would dare to blame you even if you failed. Strength is everything, you fool. Maple, don't be so extreme. Trust in your companions in the village." Maui Jandun, if you won't listen, then let strength do the talking." "Rebellious son, do you want to test how sharp your old father's white fang is? My 1,000 years of death has never failed. The same trick won't work twice, rebellious son, prepare to die." The living room echoed with wails of pain. The father-son battle ended with Hataki Maple's rear end swelling a size larger. Hataki Maple lay on the floor of his room with difficulty, muttering, "Maui Jandun, just wait, I'll cut off your ponytail sooner or later." Returning to his bedroom, Hataki Maple sighed, his face full of helplessness. In his previous life, he was called Chufong, an orphan. After falling asleep and waking up, he found himself transmigrated into the world of Naruto, becoming the eldest son of Hataki Tsukumo, the future 6th Hokage Hataki Kakashi's older brother, with his name changed to Hataki Maple. When he first transmigrated, Chufong was filled with excitement, imagining himself becoming a legend in the ninja world, defeating Madara, and toppling the Otsutsuki clan. But his body was that of a baby, only able to vaguely sense his surroundings. His adult soul couldn't control the weak infant body, and he was awake for only very short periods each day. This state lasted until he was over a year old, when Chufong finally unlocked his golden finger, the Garo Garo no Mi from the world of One Piece. He had sensed the presence of the Garo Garo no Mi within him since birth, but the limitations of his infant body had prevented its activation. For the past 5 years, Chufong primarily focused on physical training, supplemented by developing the Garo Garo no Mi and practicing ninjutsu. As ninjas are high offense, low defense glass cannons with powerful ultimate moves but vulnerable to assassination, as exemplified by Hashirama Senju, the Garo Garo no Mi granted him immunity to physical attacks, and a stronger body was naturally beneficial. After 5 years of training, Chufeng's physique grew increasingly robust, and the power of the Garo Garo no Mi became more attuned to the natural lightning element, resembling the innate thunder spirit body from cultivation novels in his previous life. "I must keep working hard. Only with strength can I have the confidence to turn the tables." On the other side, Tsunade brought Kushina back to the Senju clan's ancestral home. After the commotion, Tsunade's drowsiness had completely disappeared. When they returned home, her younger brother Nawaki was already back. "Big sis, Kushina, you're back. Go to grandma's for dinner. Eat, all you know is eating." Tsunade grumpily kicked Nawaki. "Wow. Sis, why are you kicking me again? What's the deal?" Nawaki jumped, rubbing the spot where he was kicked, complaining angrily. "What? Not convinced? Do I need a reason to kick you? Just looking at you annoys me." Tsunade immediately pinned him down. After kicking her brother, Tsunade finally felt her irritation dissipate. "Come on, Kushina, let's go eat." She smiled and led the way, heading towards Mito Uzumaki's house with Nawaki and Kushina. Kushina happily followed, while Nawaki sulked and vented his frustration at Tsunade's back. They arrived at a quaint courtyard. A kind elderly woman sat at the head of the dining table. Though her face bore the marks of time, it remained gentle. Her red hair was tied into a bun, a diamond-shaped mark adorned her forehead, and her eyes were full of affection. "Grandma," the three called out in unison. "Come, sit down and eat." The table was filled with a feast of dishes. Tsunade, Kushina, and Nawaki sat around it. The atmosphere was silent, even the usually lively Nawaki was quiet. The rules of a great clan were indeed strict. After the meal, Mito patted Kushina's head and asked, "How was school today?" Those classmates laughed at my hair color, so I beat them up. In the afternoon, when I went to find Tsunade sis, 3 brats and a ninja blocked me, but that ninja got taken down in seconds by senior Kakashi Kaze. Also, there's a blonde sissy in my class named Minato Namikaze. He wants to become Hokage too. I think he's a bit girly, but he's my first friend. Kushina said excitedly. You got blocked and didn't tell me? Who's Kakashi Kaze? Tsunade asked while sipping tea, casually kicking Nawaki again. Ao Kakashi Kaze? Nawaki rubbed his foot, thinking he's in the same grade as me but a different class. He's the son of White Fang Senpai, nicknamed Violent Kaze. All the troublemakers in every class have been beaten by him. Wow, White Fang Senpai's son is so violent, doesn't seem like him at all, Tsunade said with a laugh. Ugh, it's all because of that Uchiha Kawa guy causing trouble. How did this get tied to the Uchiha clan again? Uchiha Chuan is a young prodigy of the Uchiha clan and was in the same class as Hatake Kid. When we were in first grade, we took practical combat lessons together, practicing shuriken throwing. Sis, you know this. The Uchiha clan is particularly skilled at shuriken throwing and even created the Uchiha shuriken throwing technique. During that class, Hatake Kid and Uchiha Chuan ended up in a tie, both taking first place. However, Uchiha Chuan, being very proud, believed that only he should be first. So, he asked the teacher for a one-on-one duel with Hatake Kid. In the end, he was defeated by Hatake Kid in just a few moves. That afternoon after school, Uchiha Chuan went home with a black eye. Hatake Kid became famous after that battle. With his handsome looks, he attracted many girls. There were quite a few girls in our class who secretly had a crush on him. Tsunade listened and teased Kushina with a smile. Oh ho, Kushina, feeling the pressure? Handsome guys are always the center of attention for girls, unlike certain people. Tsunade sis, stop saying nonsense. Grandma, look at her. Kushina blushed and hid in Mito Uzumaki's arms. Mito gently patted her head, smiling warmly. Nawaki, sensing the malice from his 2 sisters, complained, Sis, can we get back to the main topic? Don't drag me into this. I'm your real brother, how can you mock me for being ugly? Don't rush, little Nawaki. Let's hear what you have to say first. Alright, continue. Just as Nawaki was about to speak, Tsunade suddenly raised her fist, and he quickly took a sip of water. Nawaki composed himself and said, after Hatake Kid defeated the Uchiha clan member and became popular with the girls, some troublemakers from other classes weren't happy and wanted to cause him trouble. Such naughty kids. Tsunade's mind conjured up the image of a certain white-haired pervert. Nawaki laughed and continued, at first, 5 people ambushed Hatake Kid after school, but he fought back, and the next day, all 5 of them showed up to school with black eyes. Really? Hatake Kid is that strong? Kushina asked in surprise. Yeah, but those guys were unconvinced and brought over 20 people the next day to corner Hatake Kid. As a result, many of them ended up calling in sick. Tsunade frowned. When did this happen? It should have been last year, right? Sis, how do you know? So it was him. What, sis, you know him? I don't know him, but Dr. Hanako really wants to get to know him. Dr. Hanako was in charge of the clinic. That day, just as she was about to get off work, a dozen students with bruised and swollen faces suddenly came in, forcing her to work overtime and delaying her date with her boyfriend. The next day, Dr. Hanako complained to me again. However, Kakashi Kid is a vengeful person. In the following days, the 5 guys who started the trouble were blocked at the school gate every day, too scared to leave. It wasn't until they switched classes that the matter finally came to an end. B. Locking the gate? That kid is impressive. Kushina, remember this, if you're ever bullied, do the same. Beat them so hard they won't dare to fight back or provoke you again. Shizune, don't teach Kushina bad things. Kushina, don't listen to Sister Tsunade. Okay. Kushina agreed verbally, but her eyes sparkled with a different light. Kakashi Kid's skills don't stop there. Once, I passed by their class and saw a girl offering him a bento. But with just one sentence, he made the girl cry and run away on the spot. What exactly did he say? Tsunade asked curiously. Rope Tree touched his face, switched to a cold and indifferent expression, and said flatly, Sorry, I don't like eating with ugly people. Uzumaki Mito paused while holding her teacup, her face showing a bewildered expression. Tsunade and Kushina were also stunned. Tsunade felt her blood pressure spike and instinctively covered the back of her head. Kushina, on the other hand, admired Kakashi Kid's sharp tongue. Kakashi Kid's personality could be described as, if people don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. If others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother with them at all. In modern terms, he saw them as a bunch of muggles. The next day, when he woke up, the pain was gone, and his swollen butt had returned to being the Leaf Village's perky butt. After breakfast, Kakashi Kid got ready and headed to the Ninja Academy. School, training, developing his abilities, going home to rest, and occasionally throwing a few jabs at his dad, Kakashi Sakumo. This was the dull routine of life at the Ninja Academy. During break time, Kakashi Kid followed his plan and arrived at the secret training ground. The training ground was located by a tributary of the Naka River, with an ample water supply. It was close to the Forest of Death, where there were plenty of wild animals, making it convenient to replenish meat supplies. This time, the training goal was clear: to develop the future Kakashi's signature lightning-style jutsu, Purple Lightning, without hand seals. This is not a spur-of-the-moment decision but the result of years of preparation, strengthening the body and collecting information on lightning release. Years of accumulation have filled him with confidence. Chidori is an S-rank jutsu, evolved from the A-rank Chidori. It is a lightning release jutsu developed by young Kakashi, combining chakra nature and shape transformation. When performed, high-intensity electric currents are concentrated in the hand, paired with extreme speed to pierce the target. The advantages are its high speed and strong piercing and cutting abilities. The disadvantages are its loud sound, lack of dynamic vision, and speed so fast that it becomes difficult to see the enemy's movements. It wasn't until Kakashi obtained Uchiha Obito's Sharingan that Chidori truly reached its complete form. Although Chidori has its shortcomings, it also showcases Kakashi's talent in jutsu. For Hatake Kid, these flaws are not an issue at all. The new jutsu pursues extreme piercing and cutting, but the speed is so fast that the user struggles to react, even failing to see the enemy's defensive moves. These issues don't affect me. The Rumble fruit has made my reflexes extraordinarily sharp, and my sensory abilities have greatly improved, fully meeting the demands of the jutsu. The most important thing now is mastering the shape and nature of lightning to maximize its piercing and cutting advantages. Understanding the key points, Hatake Kid began experimenting near the camp. He was naturally attuned to lightning, and the Rumble fruit granted him the power of thunder. Despite the fruit's assistance and years of physical training, Hatake Kid still stumbled through the process of developing the jutsu. By noon, he had referenced Chidori to create a jutsu more suited to himself, Purple Lightning, which had taken its initial form. Purple Lightning had stronger piercing and cutting capabilities and a wider range of destruction. Most importantly, Purple Lightning was a seal-less jutsu that could be activated at any time. Satisfied with the results, Hatake Kid decided to have a picnic in the afternoon to relax. Combining work and rest made training more effective. After a simple bento lunch, he rested at the camp for a while before heading into the forest to hunt. Before long, he returned with 2 wild rabbits and a small wild boar, feeling great and humming old songs. By the river, he used a kunai to prepare the game, and soon the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Hatake Kid often trained alone in the wild, and when he couldn't return home for meals, he would have a picnic. In his previous life, he was a foodie, and this trait hadn't changed in the ninja world. His grilling skills had been honed to perfection over the years, and his seasoning was a unique secret recipe. The inspiration for the seasoning even came from the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant. The aroma attracted a few uninvited guests. After the chaotic battle at the Ninja Academy and Tsunade's intimidation, Kushina successfully integrated into the school. The kids she had beaten up all avoided her. Although she made friends, her closest relationship was with the blonde-haired Minato. Today was a day off for the Ninja Academy, and Kushina had arranged to train with Minato. To get some guidance, Kushina set her sights on the hungover Tsunade. "Tsunade's sister, I'm going to train with my classmate. Come with me." "I'm not going. It's just a bunch of little brats. Let Nawaki take you. I still want to sleep." Tsunade flatly refused. "Brother Nawaki left early in the morning and isn't home at all." "Tsunade's sister, come with me." "So annoying. It's my day off, and I need to rest properly." "Go by yourself." Tsunade buried her head under the blanket. "Finally got some rest, and I still want to sleep in. Lost a big sum of money again last night, feeling terrible, no energy to take care of a little brat." Kushina had already anticipated Tsunade's refusal, calmly stood up, and sighed, "All right, Sister Tsunade, I'll go inform Grandma Mito." The drunken and indulgent Tsunade, under Mito's stern gaze, willingly accompanied Kushina. Minato arrived at the school gate and saw, from a distance, the red-haired Kushina and the blonde-haired, visibly impatient Tsunade. Minato quickly waved to greet them, and Kushina waved back. Tsunade shrugged helplessly, showing no interest in taking care of a little brat, but had no choice but to come because a stern Empress Dowager was watching over her. Soon, Tsunade, Kushina, and Minato arrived at their destination. After saying a few words to Minato, Tsunade found a patch of grass, lay down, and went to sleep, leaving the two to play on their own. After a while, a delicious aroma wafted through the air, attracting all three of them, who followed the scent. Kakashi Hatake was just about to eat when he heard footsteps. "Smells so good, Senior Kakashi, are you having a picnic?" Minato asked excitedly. "Minato, Kushina, and Lady Tsunade, what are you all doing here?" Kakashi asked in surprise. "We're here to train, and Sister Tsunade is guiding us," Kushina quickly replied. "Oh." Kakashi glanced at the corner of Tsunade's eyes, noticing some sleep crust, and showed a doubtful expression. "Brat, what's with that look? Did you roast these?" Tsunade glared at him. "No, nothing. I made all of these. Lady Tsunade, would you like to try some?" "Well, I guess I'll reluctantly accept," Tsunade said, motioning for Kushina and Minato to join in. "Then, Senior, we won't hold back." "Thank you for the treat, Senior." The little sunshine remained polite. So delicious. "Senpai, you're amazing," Kushina praised while eating. "I didn't expect your cooking skills to be this good," Minato nodded in agreement. Tsunade was the most uninhibited, holding the roasted meat with both hands, legs spread wide, eating heartily with an imposing aura. Watching the two big eaters, Minato, the small eater, and Kakashi Kid quickly joined the feast. Soon, a small wild boar and two wild rabbits were completely devoured by the four of them. Burp Tsunade let out a loud burp, patting her stomach in satisfaction. "Your cooking skills are pretty good. Thank you for the compliment, Lady Tsunade." After resting for a while, Kakashi Kid stood up and dusted himself off. "Lady Tsunade, Kushina, Minato, I plan to head back now. This place is close to the Forest of Death, where wild beasts often appear. If you're bored, you can head back too." Seeing Kakashi Kid about to leave, Minato hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a moment, Senpai, I have something to ask you." Kakashi Kid turned around and asked curiously, "What is it?" "I want to have a match with you, to challenge you," Minato said with a determined look. Kakashi Kid looked at him seriously. "Alright, follow me." With that, he dashed into the depths of the forest. Minato said to Tsunade and Kushina, "You two wait here, I'll be back soon." With that, he disappeared in a flash, chasing after him. Kushina felt a bit disappointed, wanting to join the fight as well. Seeing her dejected expression, Tsunade felt both sympathetic and amused. "Kushina, don't rush. Take your time. You have a good relationship with Minato, but you're not that close to Kakashi Kid yet. When Kakashi Kid and the little blondie fight, they might reveal some information. Once your bond with Kakashi Kid deepens, you'll naturally be able to join in. For now, focus on strengthening your body. When you're ready to challenge Kakashi Kid, give him a good beating. Tsunade sis, teach me how to train. You can learn the Uzumaki clan's ninjutsu from your grandmother. At most, I can teach you some taijutsu. Alright, don't overthink it. Pack up, I'll lie down for a bit. Call me when you're ready to leave, and I'll take you back." Tsunade closed her eyes, enjoying the mountain breeze, while Kushina gazed at the forest depths and the departing Minato. After a long silence, she finally made up her mind. "Tsunade-sensei, I've decided. Teach me taijutsu. I want to become stronger and be the first female Hokage." "Have you really made up your mind?" "Yes, I want to become someone recognized by Hatake Kid, and then challenge him." "If that's your decision, be prepared to endure hardship. Once training starts, I won't go easy on you." "Got it." Kushina nodded firmly. Whoosh! Minato caught up with Hatake Kid, and the battle had already begun, with both sides first competing in speed. Hatake Kid knew that Minato was naturally gifted with quick reflexes, making him an ideal candidate to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Watching Minato closing in, Hatake Kid pushed off with his feet, increasing his speed once more. Minato instinctively quickened his pace, but no matter how hard he tried, the distance between them remained unchanged. Feeling a sense of urgency, he gritted his teeth and chased with all his might. After a while, the two stopped. Hatake Kid appeared calm and composed, while Minato was panting heavily. Clearly, Hatake Kid had won the speed contest. "Minato, take a 10-minute break, then we'll continue sparring." "Thank you, Senpai," Minato replied. 10 minutes later, the two stood facing each other, forming hand seals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Minato took the initiative, throwing several shuriken at Hatake Kid while simultaneously drawing a kunai and charging forward. Hatake Kid slightly tilted his body, easily dodging the shuriken. Since it was a private spar, there was no need to use his trump card, elementalization. The shuriken embedded themselves in the trees, while Minato's kunai sliced through the air as it approached. Hatake Kid stepped back to avoid the kunai and reached out to grab Minato's arm. Minato reacted quickly, releasing the kunai and switching it to his other hand, slashing at Hatake Kid's arm in an attempt to break free. Hatake Kid let go in response, clenching his fist and aiming a punch at Minato's face. Minato felt the force of the punch and quickly flipped backward to dodge. He assumed a stance, holding a kunai, facing off against Hatake Kid. Minato, you're fast, but your strength is lacking, and your attacks aren't powerful enough. You need to focus on building strength during training. Senior, are you suggesting I take the path of a power-type fighter? The image of a muscle-bound Minato flashed through Hatake Kid's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. His face darkened as he pointed at Minato and roared angrily, "Nonsense! I want you to develop a one-hit kill technique that complements your mobility. That's the right path. Address your weaknesses, not change your style." Minato suddenly understood, stood at attention, and bowed deeply. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I will remember it well. Alright, let's continue sparring." The two clashed again, fists and feet colliding, kunai clashing, sparks flying continuously. Clang, clang, clang. Hatake Kid swiftly deflected shuriken flying from his blind spot and immediately kicked toward Minato. Minato nimbly turned to dodge, instantly flashing to Hatake Kid's side, thrusting his kunai straight at him. But Hatake Kid reacted even faster, pivoting on one foot and landing a kick on Minato with the other. Caught off guard, Minato was sent flying by the kick, crashing heavily into a large tree, sliding down slowly with his back against the bark. Clutching his chest and gasping for air, he struggled to speak. Thank you for the guidance, Senior." "Hiss. Don't mention it. Lie down and don't move. I'll help you recover a bit before taking you to the hospital." Hatake Kid approached, arcs of electricity flickering in his palm as he touched the injured area. Minato gradually felt the pain subside. "Senior, you know medical ninjutsu?" Minato asked in surprise. Hatake Kid rolled his eyes at him. "No. This is a small trick with lightning release. I'm using it to disperse your bruises and temporarily block your body's bioelectric signals to ease the pain. You still need to go to the hospital for a proper checkup." "Lightning release can be used like this?" Minato was puzzled. "Just a little trick," Hatake Kid said casually. Not long after, Minato regained his mobility and walked out of the forest with the help of Kakashi Kid. Back at the campsite, Tsunade and Kushina were still there. Kakashi Kid took the opportunity to ask Tsunade to treat Minato. With Konoha's strongest medical ninja, why waste time going to the hospital? Tsunade, in a good mood, readily performed the mystical palm technique. "Interesting. Minato, who treated your injuries?" "It was Senior Kid," Minato replied. "No problem. Kid has quite the creativity, using lightning release to cut off internal electrical signals to block pain and dispersing blood clots with lightning release. Very innovative," Tsunade praised while treating him. Kakashi Kid wasn't surprised. Tsunade was one of the future Sannin and the 5th Hokage, naturally gifted in ninjutsu. Kakashi Kid also didn't deliberately ask Minato to hide anything. Such small tricks couldn't be concealed from one of the Sannin. "Lady Tsunade, it's just a minor technique," Kakashi Kid said, a bit embarrassed. "Ha, a minor technique? Using lightning release with such precision and still calling it minor? The Hatake clan is truly fascinating. I should have a good chat with Senior Tsukumo," Tsunade teased. Kakashi Kid quickly waved his hands. "Please don't joke, Lady Tsunade. These little tricks of mine are nothing compared to you," Tsunade said, standing in front of Kakashi Kid with her hands on her hips, smiling. "Kid, your precise control of lightning release chakra shows great potential as a medical ninja. Would you like to try becoming one? If you're willing, I can personally teach you medical ninjutsu." Minato didn't react much upon hearing this, but Kushina beside him was utterly shocked. Tsunade was a renowned medical ninja, and her personal invitation to teach Kakashi Kid showed just how exceptional his talent was. Kakashi Kid himself hadn't expected to become a medical ninja. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and agreed. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I'll have my father visit you personally." Tsunade, hearing his agreement, happily patted his shoulder. "Ha, no need to be so formal. I'm just recommending you to learn medical ninjutsu. Since you've agreed, come to the hospital after school for the next few days to learn. If I'm out of the village on a mission, I'll have Kushina notify you." As Tsunade's hand came down again, Kakashi Kid quickly dodged. Tsunade awkwardly withdrew her hand and smiled. "You're doing well in your studies. After you graduate from the Ninja Academy, I'll recommend you to the medical department to officially become a medical ninja." At this point, Tsunade had not yet experienced the loss of her brother and lover and was still a ninja devoted to Konoha. Medical ninjas had always been scarce in the ninja world, and Konoha village placed particular importance on them. Tsunade was delighted to discover Kakashi Kid's talent. On the way back, Kushina even heard her humming a tune. On the way home, Kakashi Kid felt like everything was a dream. He hadn't expected to have the chance to learn medical ninjutsu and become a medical ninja. But this path had its pros and cons. Becoming a medical ninja meant working at Konoha Hospital, avoiding village missions, and earning a decent income. Years later, Tsunade dared to become the big gambler of the ninja world's casinos because of her exceptional medical skills. Treating a few nobles could earn her a hefty sum. But medical ninjas find it hard to achieve merit on the battlefield, as most of them stay in the rear to heal the wounded. Unless their medical skills reach the level of Tsunade, it's difficult to gain fame. Kakashi Kid wasn't worried at all. He was confident he could surpass Tsunade's level. Returning home, he found Kakashi Sakumo and told him he wanted to learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Kakashi Sakumo's face was full of relief as he said, "Kid, learn well from Tsunade. Even though it's not an official master-disciple relationship, you must still respect her." His mother, Kakashi Hualing, added from the side, "Tsunade Haim is a very skilled medical ninja. Kid, you must study diligently." Kakashi Kid nodded, "I understand. Lady Tsunade asked me to go to the hospital after school to study, so I might come home late these days. Don't wait for me for dinner." Kakashi Hualing reminded him, "Don't worry, but make sure to stay safe when coming home at night." I'll be careful." Lying in bed, Kakashi Kid suddenly realized that learning medical ninjutsu meant he would need to adjust his after-school training schedule. "It seems I need to master the Shadow Clone Jutsu as soon as possible." The next day, the lessons at the Ninja Academy were as dull as ever, except the practice time was now replaced with learning medical ninjutsu. After school, Kakashi Kid quickly headed to Konoha Hospital. The medical department was connected to the hospital, and Tsunade had instructed him to go directly to her office. The office was empty, so Kakashi Kid sat quietly, waiting for Tsunade. Before long, Tsunade walked in, yawning and rubbing her messy hair. "Finish reading these books first. Let me know if there's anything you don't understand, and I'll explain it personally. I've done a few surgeries and I'm exhausted, so I'll rest first. You read on your own." With that, Tsunade slumped onto the desk and fell asleep. Kakashi Kid looked at the books, which were all prepared for beginners, perfect for him. It seemed Tsunade had made thorough preparations. The future 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha were not only strong in combat but also had their own specialties. He opened a book and began reading attentively. The beginning introduced medical ninjas, followed by chakra control training methods, and then training standards and levels. The book stated that completing water walking and tree climbing was just the entry level. For ordinary ninjas, this was sufficient, but medical ninjas required more meticulous training. Reading the book, Kakashi Kid realized he had already reached the entry-level standard. At this moment, a faint snore came from the side. She frowned but didn't wake Tsunade, continuing to read her book. Unknowingly, 3 hours passed. The sky had turned dark, and the streetlights lit up. Kakashi Kid read for 3 hours, and Tsunade slept for 3 hours. Fortunately, there were no emergency patients at the hospital, otherwise, Tsunade wouldn't even have had time to rest. What left Kakashi Kid with a deep impression was Tsunade's completely unrestrained sleeping posture. Tsunade's face was pressed against the desk, turning red with a stark contrast of light and shadow, and there was even a puddle of drool left on the table. Kakashi Kid glanced at the dazed Tsunade, his eye twitching slightly. "Wow, Tsunade sis, as the only female among the future 3 legendary Sannin, where's your dignity and image? If your fans saw this sloppy appearance, they'd be devastated. Luckily, this is the ninja world, and there are no smartphones. Otherwise, I'd definitely take a picture and make it your blackmail material. It'd be so much fun." In the office, Tsunade and Kakashi Kid stared at each other, wide-eyed, in a brief standoff. Tsunade's thoughts gradually returned to clarity, and her consciousness became sharp again. At that moment, Tsunade's stomach growled, breaking the silence. She held her stomach, walked up to Kakashi Kid, and pulled him along. "Kid, come drink with me." "Tsunade-sama, I'm underage. I can't drink." Kids are such a hassle." "Then just sit next to me and watch me drink." "Tsunade-sama, you let go of me." "Fine, I'll go with you." Tsunade completely ignored Kakashi Kid's protests, grabbing his collar and dragging him toward the barbecue restaurant. Although Tsunade was carefree, she wasn't crazy enough to take a 7 or 8-year-old child into an izakaya. On the way, the hospital's doctors and nurses all smiled as they watched Kakashi Kid being dragged by his collar. Kakashi Kida's face flushed, his heart racing as he stared at Tsunade's fierce demeanor, wishing he could slap her. But considering their difference in strength, he could only suppress the urge. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it takes 10 years. One day, I'll pin you down and teach you a lesson to avenge tonight's humiliation. Entering the barbecue restaurant, the sizzling sound of grilling meat filled the air. Kid, you know how to grill, right? You're up in a bit. Kakashi Maple said in surprise, Lady Tsunade, I'm still a child. Is this really okay? Tsunade ignored him and took the menu. I'll have this, that, and a bottle of sake. Kid, what do you want? I'll get you a glass of juice. No need, this is enough. Kakashi Maple quickly waved his hand. The dishes were served quickly, like a flowing stream. After a hard day's work, nothing beats a glass of soju. Kid, want a glass too? Tsunade's cheeks were slightly flushed, her eyes hazy with intoxication. No, Lady Tsunade, I'm underage. I can't drink, Kakashi Maple said helplessly, focusing solely on grilling meat, transforming into a cold and indifferent grilling machine. He picked up a slice of meat and placed it on the grill. The sizzling sound was mesmerizing, as if whispering temptations. Kakashi Maple's grilling skills were exceptional. The meat transitioned from pink to golden brown, the flames releasing an enticing aroma. Although the fragrance filled the air, there wasn't much meat on the grill. Kakashi Maple grilled quickly, but he couldn't keep up with Tsunade's even faster eating pace. Tsunade ate rapidly, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster, chewing on the meat Kakashi Maple grilled. She almost devoured all the meat they ordered in one go, and the bottle of sake in her hand was nearly empty. Boss, bring me 5 more plates of each type of meat we just ordered, and another bottle of sake, Tsunade shouted loudly. Kakashi Maple looked helpless, feeling utterly bitter inside. Oh my god, someone save me, this child laborer. At that moment, the door of the barbecue restaurant was pushed open, and 2 ninjas walked in. One had pale skin, a gaunt face, shoulder-length black hair, golden eyes with a cold gaze, purple eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes, and an expression of slight helplessness and impatience. The other was tall, with waist-length white hair, red markings under his eyes, and a forehead protector with the word oil written on it. He casually rested a hand on the shoulder of the person in front, completely ignoring the other's indifference. The former was none other than one of Konoha's future 3 legendary ninjas, Orochimaru. The latter was Jiraiya. It was clear that Orochimaru had been dragged out of the lab by Jiraiya. The two happened to see Tsunade heartily ordering food, and Jiraiya excitedly shouted, Tsunade, what a coincidence, pulling Orochimaru along as they walked toward her. As they arrived, they saw the exploited child laborer, Hatake Kid. Tsunade, who is this kid? Have you started taking on disciples? Jiraiya asked in surprise, while Orochimaru curiously stared at Tsunade. Tsunade waved her hand while eating meat and said, he's the child of Senior Tsukumo, with a talent for medical ninjutsu. He's just learning medical ninjutsu from me, not a master-disciple relationship. Kid, these are my 2 companions, Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Hatake Kid quickly stood up and bowed to the 2 of them, greetings, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya. Orochimaru nodded slightly, while Jiraiya smiled and patted Hatake Kid on the shoulder. Oh? So you're Senior Tsukumo's child. Handsome kid, reminds me of my younger self, Jiraiya said smugly. Orochimaru immediately turned his head away, sneering disdainfully. What? Smug Orochimaru, am I wrong? Jiraiya challenged. Idiot. Orochimaru couldn't be bothered to respond. What did you say? I challenge you to a duel. Jiraiya, furious, lunged at Orochimaru. Thud, a lump appeared on Jiraiya's head, and he immediately quieted down just as he was about to make a move. Hatake Kid watched this scene from the side, his mouth twitching. Although he had seen the anime and knew Jiraiya had an eccentric personality, he hadn't expected him to be this over the top. At this moment, the meat and sake Tsunade ordered were brought to the table. Hatake Kid once again became an unfeeling grilling machine, though this time Tsunade ate less voraciously, clearly more satiated. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, who hadn't met in a long time, took the rare opportunity to catch up. The 3 clinked glasses, eating grilled meat while chatting about their recent lives. Tsunade pointed at Hatake Kid and said, this kid has a good talent for medical ninjutsu. I was tempted to teach him. You know how scarce medical ninjas are, having one more is an extra layer of security. Orochimaru asked in a hoarse voice, Tsunade, do you also think war is coming? Jiraiya, chewing on meat, asked, war? What war? Who's fighting whom? Orochimaru angrily cursed, idiot Jiraiya. Jiraiya retorted, smug Orochimaru, what did you say? Want to fight? Tsunade couldn't hold back and punched Jiraiya on the head. Hatake Kid was startled but also admired Jiraiya's hard head. That punch sounded loud, he should be fine, right? Jiraiya, clutching his head, noticed Hatake Kid smirking and asked fiercely, Hatake brat, what are you laughing at? Wasn't my question valid? Tell me, what is this war about? Hatake Kid was speechless, not expecting the conflict to involve him. He wasn't about to fall for Jiraiya's antics. Having read many Naruto forums in his previous life, he knew that the Second Shinobi World War would break out in a few years. During that war, Uzushiogakure would be destroyed, and the Uzumaki clan would scatter. Nito Uzumaki would pass away, and Kushina would become the new Jinchuriki. His father, Hatake Tsukumo, would earn the title of Konoha's White Fang and be allowed to wear the Hokage's short-sleeved uniform after the war. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru would be hailed as Konoha's legendary Sannin, gaining widespread fame. Nawaki and Dankata would also perish in the war, with Nawaki's death especially altering the fates of Tsunade and Orochimaru. Hatake Kid chewed a few bites of meat, took a sip of juice, and stared at Jiraiya with his dead fish eyes, saying, Lord Jiraiya, let me ask you, how many years has it been since the end of the First Shinobi World War? Jiraiya raised his glass and casually replied, isn't that simple? Almost 10 years. Tsunade and Orochimaru also looked at Hatake Kid curiously, anticipating what he would say next. Hatake Kid took another bite of meat and downed the juice in his cup in one go. Kakashi Kid ordered another glass of juice, then turned to Jiraiya and said, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara ended the Warring States period with their immense power and established the one nation, one village system. Ninja from other nations followed suit and created their own villages. The establishment of ninja villages brought temporary peace, but it also made the scale of wars even larger. Lord Jiraiya, during the first Hokage's lifetime, the nations maintained peace out of fear of his power. However, after his death, the First Great Ninja War broke out. During that war, the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage Hozuki Genjutsu both perished. Later, the second Hokage Tobirama and the second Raikage also sacrificed themselves, and the third Hokage took over in a time of crisis. Why are you saying all this? It has nothing to do with what we were just talking about. Jiraiya asked in confusion. Don't rush. Kakashi Kid took a sip of juice and continued, it's been nearly 10 years since the First Great Ninja War ended. Over these years, the major ninja villages have been recuperating and gradually regaining their strength. Now, the ninja world is full of undercurrents. Everyone is waiting for an opportunity, preparing to plunder from others. Smack! Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya with disdain. As expected of Senior Tsukumo's child, much better than some people. Jiraiya jumped up in anger, shouting, you damn snake. I already knew that. This is just a test for him, a test for the younger generation. Orochimaru completely ignored Jiraiya, which only made Jiraiya angrier. Just as he was about to challenge him to a duel, Tsunade's cold glare stopped him in his tracks. Tsunade clenched her fists and said coldly, Jiraiya, if you can't control yourself, I'll help you relax a bit. Orochimaru curiously looked at Kakashi Kid and asked, Kid-kun, I want to know, how do you know all this? You're still a student at the Ninja Academy, right? You shouldn't have access to this kind of information. Kakashi Kid looked directly at Orochimaru and smiled, of course, my father told me. How else would a Ninja Academy student like me know these things? Orochimaru was momentarily stunned, then smiled, is that so? Tsunade was still glaring at Jiraiya, who could only smile bitterly and beg for mercy, not noticing the subtle exchange between Orochimaru and Kakashi Kid, which became their little secret. Interesting, Kid-kun, have you also seen the darkness within the village? And so, the dinner gathering of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru came to an end. Kakashi Kid and Orochimaru each supported a drunk companion, helping them home. The drunken Tsunade flailed wildly, and Kakashi Kid's small frame could barely hold her. This tigress has such poor alcohol tolerance. Catching her is harder than catching a New Year's pig, he muttered to himself. Tsunade shook the empty sake bottle and shouted at the deserted street, come on, keep drinking. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, let's keep drinking. Tsunade-sama, stop drinking. They've all left. Left? Ah, kid, come on, drinking makes you a real man. She suddenly bent over and vomited. Kakashi Kid quickly patted her back, helping her vomit smoothly. After vomiting, Tsunade swayed and leaned against Kakashi Kid. He carefully supported her and slowly walked toward the Senju ancestral home. He felt utterly speechless, wishing he could give her a good scolding. Finally, they arrived at the ancestral home, where Nawaki and the old servant of the house came out to greet them. The old servant took over supporting Tsunade, while Nawaki led Kakashi Kid into the living room. Here, Kakashi Kid met Uzumaki Mito, the pillar of stability of present-day Konoha, for the first time. He respectfully bowed, "Greetings, Mito-sama. Just call me grandma, no need to be so formal." "Little Tsuna has troubled you today," Mito said kindly. "Yes, Grandma Mito. I'm learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Though I have no official status, Tsunade has been incredibly kind to me, so this is nothing," Kakashi Kid replied. Mito quietly observed him and asked, "What do you think of Konoha now?" Kakashi Kid hadn't expected such a question and was momentarily stunned. He quickly straightened up and answered seriously, "Konoha is thriving, with great potential for development and a bright future." Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Mito's eyes. As the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and a bearer of Uzumaki blood, she could easily discern the truth in Kakashi Kid's words using the Nine Tails chakra and her Kagura mind's eye. She sensed both disappointment and confidence within him, with confidence prevailing. Disappointment means this child has concerns about Konoha's future. Confidence means he is determined to solve the problems. "Monkeys, what have you done to make this child disappointed?" The Nine Tails within Mito spoke solemnly. "Mito, this kid is quite interesting." "Indeed, Nine Tails. I also find this child somewhat unusual. His eyes look human, but his chakra feels like a storm of thunder." "Ha, Uzumaki Mito, Konoha village has produced a freak. Is this a blessing or a curse?" The Nine Tails' voice was filled with mockery. Uzumaki Mito smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Of course, it's a blessing. Nine Tails. Although this child's chakra is sharp and violent, like thunder, it is not dark. On the contrary, his chakra is filled with extraordinary confidence. Nine Tails, this old lady believes in the hope of the village's new generation." The Nine Tails flicked its tail irritably. "Humph, old lady, don't mess it up." Kakashi Kid was well aware of how terrifying this seemingly young old lady before him was, but he had no intention of saying much. Among the disciples of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, aside from Akimichi Torafu and the late Uchiha Kagami, the other four harbored different intentions. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, still maintained his hero of the ninja demeanor, with exceptional skills. He took on the mantle of Hokage during chaotic times, leading Konoha toward prosperity. He appointed the second Hokage's guard squad as elders, suppressed the ninja clans, and gradually centralized power. He nurtured elites like Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, strengthening Konoha's foundation. However, his poor judgment of people and over-reliance on the Elder Council led to Danzo's power swelling, causing harm to Konoha. Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado monopolized the upper echelons, suppressing newcomers. In the original timeline, Tsukumo Hatake committed suicide, Tsunade left, Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya traveled the ninja world, and the strong ones departed one after another. After the fourth Hokage's death, Konoha's talents dwindled, and no one could take on the mantle of leadership. Now, Hiruzen Sarutobi has not yet grown old, and Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado are still relatively diligent. Only Danzo Shimura remains, his ambition unextinguished, gathering a group of fervent followers. Although the infamous route has not yet been officially established, its prototype is already taking shape. Mito Uzumaki looked at Kid Hatake and asked calmly, "It's Danzo, isn't it?" Her tone was firm and unwavering. Kid Hatake quietly observed the elderly woman, renowned since the Warring States period, but said nothing. Mito Uzumaki naturally knew Danzo Shimura. During the second Hokage's time, she had encountered him many times. In her eyes, Danzo was ambitious and unscrupulous, but his abilities did not match his ambitions. This often led him to take actions with unpredictable consequences. These matters had already gone beyond Danzo Shimura's control, and the consequences could only be borne by the entire Konoha village. He was too obsessed with external power, especially envious of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, particularly Madara. He had witnessed their great battle at the Valley of the End and was awed by their strength, which fueled his dream of possessing the powers of Wood Release and the Sharingan. However, he did not understand that the reason Wood Release and the Sharingan were powerful was because Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha made them so. Later, Danzo obtained Hashirama's Wood Release and the Uchiha's Sharingan but could not use them effectively. His Wood Release was inferior to Yamato's, and his Sharingan was not as good as Kakashi's. Perhaps Danzo himself was unaware that he was deeply afraid of death. His mind was filled with coercion, manipulation, control, and schemes. He would never allow his subordinates to surpass him in strength, so he used the cursed tongue eradication technique to control them, ensuring that the root organization had no true strong individuals. Danzo spent his life being overly cautious, lacking the magnanimity and demeanor a Hokage should possess, like a rat hiding in the sewers, unable to face the light. The sound of footsteps outside interrupted their gaze. Nawaki hurriedly walked in. Grandma, I've already arranged for someone to give my sister a sobering soup. She's now asleep. After explaining the situation to Mito, he turned and smiled as he walked over to Kid Hataki, patting him on the arm. Kid, I'm Nawaki from the class next to yours. Although we're not in the same class, I've heard about you for a long time. Thank you for bringing my drunk sister back. Kid Hataki quickly waved his hand. It's nothing. Lady Tsunade taught me medical ninjutsu, and I'm grateful to her. Taking care of her while she's drunk is just a small matter. These words were sincere. As for who had just been complaining about Tsunade or secretly thinking of her as a pig, that was ignored. If my sister personally persuaded you to learn medical ninjutsu, you must have great talent. Haha, who would dare claim to have high medical talent in front of Tsunade? Nawaki, stop joking. I'm not joking, Nawaki said with a smile. Yesterday, my sister even told my grandma that she had discovered a promising talent for medical ninjutsu. Indeed, Uzumaki Mito agreed from the side. Tsunade has high hopes for your talent. Kakashi Kid smiled humbly and repeatedly declined. Lady Tsunade is too kind. Glancing at the sky, Kakashi Kid took his leave and headed home. Nawaki politely saw him out. On the way, Kakashi Kid reflected inwardly. Uzumaki Mito has been renowned in the ninja world since the Warring States period. Danzo's petty tricks are nothing in front of her. It's just that she's aged and no longer interested in meddling in affairs. He also thought, Nawaki is indeed the grandson of Senju Hashirama. Humble and courteous, with proper manners. After all, as a descendant of the Senju clan, how could he appear ignorant or foolish? Nawaki watched Kakashi Kid walk further and further away until his figure disappeared from sight, then turned back to the living room. Seeing his grandmother Mito still waiting, Nawaki quickly walked over, supporting her as he said, Grandma, it's already late. Let me accompany you to rest. Mito looked at her grandson, who was supporting her, and recalled his calm and orderly demeanor earlier. She felt quite satisfied in her heart. She nodded lovingly and followed Nawaki toward the bedroom. On the way, Mito asked, Nawaki, what do you think of Kakashi Kid just now? Nawaki lowered his head and thought for a moment before looking up to answer, I haven't interacted with him much before, so I don't know him well. But based on today's impression, he's quite interesting. Interesting? How so? Mito looked at him curiously, eager to hear his thoughts. Modest on the outside, yet with a proud spirit inside. He doesn't make friends easily, but he values those he truly recognizes. Mito smiled, Nawaki, interact more with Kakashi Kid in the future and strive to become his friend. Understood, Grandma. Nawaki responded respectfully. Late at night, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was still burning the midnight oil, handling village affairs. He had taken office under emergency circumstances, without going through the full procedure. Not all the major clans in the village recognized him, especially the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, with Mito's support and Uchiha Kagami's suppression, Hiruzen Sarutobi barely managed to stabilize his position as Hokage. At that time, during the First Great Ninja War, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Danzo Shimura, Koharu Yuditane, Hamura Mitokado, Torafu Akimichi, and Uchiha Kagami, the 6 bodyguards of the second Hokage, fought bravely and achieved great military exploits. With these achievements, Hiruzen Sarutobi firmly secured the Hokage seat. However, Uchiha Kagami died in battle, Torafu Akimichi was severely injured, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, Koharu Yuditane, and Hamura Mitokado were also left scarred. Even more bizarre was Shimura Danzo, who had become a one-eyed dragon, his right eye wrapped in bandages, and the dark aura around him growing even stronger. Akimichi Torafu, after recovering from his injuries, retired to a secondary role, while the Konoha F4 ascended to the pinnacle of power. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was busy with affairs, a masked ninja suddenly appeared. He put down his brush and looked up at the visitor. Hiruzen Sarutobi recognized him as a ninja from the Senju ancestral residence, officially tasked with protecting Mito but in reality monitoring the Nine Tails. Anyone who interacted with Mito had to report to the Hokage. He took a puff from his pipe and asked, Ox, what is it? The ANBU ninja codenamed Ox knelt on one knee before the third Hokage and reported, Lord Third, today Hataki Kid brought a drunken Tsunade back to the Senju residence. They met with Lady Nito and talked for a long time. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes gleaming with wisdom, and said, well done. Continue your mission and don't concern yourself with anything else. Understood. Ox used the body flicker technique and disappeared. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke to the shadows, Crane, go to the archives and fetch Hataki Kid's file. A voice responded. Hataki Kid, son of Hataki Tsukumo, currently a student at the Ninja Academy. How is his will of fire? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked as he smoked and flipped through the file. He has medical talent and is being taught medical ninjutsu by Tsunade. Why not have Tsunade take him as a disciple? He pondered. Returning home, Hatake Kid saw his parents, Hatake Sakumo and Hatake Hualing, waiting for him. The couple only relaxed once he returned. Mother, Chunin Ponytail, I'm back. As soon as he finished speaking, Hatake Sakumo's expression changed drastically. In a flash, he appeared behind Kid and grabbed him by the collar. Before Kid could react, his father had him pinned and spanked him, leaving him struggling in vain from the pain. Hatake Hualing stood by, laughing at the scene. After finishing, Hatake Sakumo was in a great mood. White-haired Chunin, I'll cut off that ponytail of yours sooner or later. Kakashi Kid covered his butt, glaring resentfully at his father's back, muttering under his breath. Father and son entered the living room, one in high spirits, the other full of resentment. Kakashi Heron asked, Kid, how was your day? Not bad, just taking care of a drunkard. A drunkard? The mother was puzzled, while the father remained indifferent. Kakashi Sakumo was the senior of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. He knew their personalities well and was highly respected. Kakashi Kid recounted the events of the evening to his mother, which reassured her greatly. He picked up the teapot and poured a full cup for his father, fawningly saying, Father, I want to learn a ninjutsu. Kakashi Sakumo smiled, picked up the teacup, and pretended to be stern. Tell me, what ninjutsu do you want to learn? Shadow clone technique? Hearing his son's request, Kakashi Sakumo thought carefully and finally understood Kakashi Kid's intention. He looked at Kakashi Kid and asked, Are you sure? Kakashi Kid nodded firmly. Father, I must learn this ninjutsu. Sakumo put down the teacup, stood up, and said, Since you've decided, then follow me. Mother, it's late. You should rest first. Kakashi Kid quickly got up and followed his father to the backyard. The next day, Jiraiya woke up from his hangover. He opened his eyes to see the bright blue sky and countless toad statues around him. The constant croaking of frogs made his head throb. Jiraiya looked around and recognized that he was in the sacred land of Mount Mayaboku. At that moment, a sharp voice called out, Little Jiraiya, you're awake? Come and try the breakfast I made. Hearing a housewife's lovingly prepared breakfast, Jiraiya's face instantly turned pale. He turned his head and saw a small green toad with purple hair and purple lips, Shima Sage. The open space nearby was filled with colorful bugs, some of which were still wriggling. Seeing the bugs, Jiraiya's stomach churned, and he quickly ran off to vomit. After vomiting, he felt slightly better and weakly said, Big sis, I really can't eat this. Shima Sage's face darkened. Little Jiraiya, are you rejecting my lovingly prepared breakfast? Jiraiya shuddered in fear and quickly smiled, saying, How could I dare, how could I dare, I just... Before he could finish, a larger toad hopped over Gamabunta. Shima Granny, the great toad sage has awakened. He wants to see Jiraiya. Shima Sage snorted coldly, that senile old man, does he not understand how precious a housewife's efforts are? Gamabunta stood to the side, awkwardly smiling and nodding. Shima Sage turned to Jiraiya and said, after meeting the old man, remember to come back and try the breakfast I prepared with care. Jiraiya nodded repeatedly, of course, big sis, I'll definitely come. With that, Shima Sage hopped away. Under Gamabunta's guidance, Jiraiya arrived at the Great Toad Sage's palace. As he entered, he saw the Great Toad Sage seated in the center. The Great Toad Sage was entirely orange, with yellow eyes, a string of prayer beads around his neck, featuring a light purple cat's eye stone engraved with the word oil, and wearing a scholar's cap. Nearby, Fukasaku Sage shouted loudly, Great Toad Sage, wake up, little Jiraiya is here. The Great Toad Sage opened his eyes, stared at Jiraiya below, and asked, Who are you? What do you want? Fukasaku Sage looked annoyed and said, Great Toad Sage, this is little Jiraiya. Are you doing this on purpose? The Great Toad Sage responded without any embarrassment, Oh, you're little Jiraiya. What do you want? Sage Fukasaku shouted, Weren't you the one who called him here? Stop messing around. The Great Toad Sage smiled and comforted, Just a joke, don't get angry. Sage Fukasaku sighed helplessly. The Great Toad Sage solemnly said to the embarrassed Jiraiya, Little Jiraiya, the threads of fate have changed, and the future is unclear. Jiraiya knelt respectfully and asked, Great Toad Sage, what did you see? The Great Toad Sage said slowly, Thunder everywhere. Early in the morning, Kakashi Kid sent a shadow clone to school while his real body packed a lunch and headed to Konoha Hospital. He went straight to Tsunade's office. Before long, Tsunade walked in yawning, rubbing her messy hair. Huh, kid, why aren't you at school? Coming to find me so early? Lady Tsunade, I sent a shadow clone to school. Oh, using a shadow clone to skip class, huh? Aha! Tsunade awkwardly chuckled a few times and stopped pressing the matter. Since you've got it all arranged, you'll work with me during the day. Continue reading yesterday's book and ask me anytime if you don't understand. By the way, what level of chakra control have you reached? Level 3. Not bad. Tsunade pointed to a nearby wardrobe and said, "Kid, there are new coats inside. Find one that fits and change into it. We'll start working right away." Kakashi Kid obediently picked a white coat, put it on, and began his internship with Tsunade. As a newcomer, he prepared to start learning from the basics. Although he mainly assisted Tsunade, he still learned a lot and experienced the knowledge from the books firsthand. On this day, Kakashi Kid learned how to properly bandage a wound. Medical ninjas have limited chakra and stamina, so they can't use medical ninjutsu recklessly. Suturing and bandaging, identifying medicines, these are essential skills to master. There are many medical ninjas in the hospital and the medical department, but they are far behind Tsunade. They can handle most ordinary patients but haven't mastered advanced techniques. At noon, Tsunade instructed the nurses to look after the patients and wipe the sweat off her brow. The two went to the lounge, and Kakashi Kid opened his lunchbox, preparing to eat. The aroma immediately spread through the air. Only then did Kakashi Kid notice that Tsunade was staring at the lunchbox in his hands. "Would you like to have some?" he asked tentatively. Tsunade, without hesitation, grabbed the lunchbox and started eating voraciously, leaving him nothing. Kakashi Kid felt a bit frustrated. He had only been polite, not expecting to encounter such a domineering female bandit. Tsunade quickly finished eating, patted her stomach in satisfaction, and looked blissful. That was great. Brr. She wiped her mouth and shoved the empty lunchbox back into Kakashi Kid's hands. "I'm going to take a nap. If there's anything, wait until I wake up." With that, she lay down on the bed and fell asleep without any regard for her image. Kakashi Kid's face darkened. He really wanted to teach her a lesson, but thinking about Tsunade's current strength, he held back. When Tsunade woke up and saw Kakashi Kid's puzzled expression, she took the initiative to explain, "The mystical palm technique is an A-rank medical ninjutsu, and not many in the hospital can use it. It requires precise chakra control and sufficient chakra reserves. If you want to learn, you can check my cabinet. There are related scrolls and books. Make sure to put them back after reading." Speaking, Tsunade slyly tucked Hataki Kid under her arm. Hataki Kid was about to agree when his head suddenly went soft, almost fainting from being pinched. He struggled desperately, his face flushed red, and said, "Lady Tsunade, just say what you want, no need to get physical." Tsunade teased with a sly smile, "Oh, little pervert, are you shy? Don't say nonsense." Hataki Kid denied awkwardly, waving his hand. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You can read the book anytime, but what? From now on, when you bring a bento, you have to bring one for me too. The chicken and meatballs today were pretty good, bring more tomorrow." Hataki Kid's eye twitched, cursing inwardly, "Stealing my bento and now you want me to bring you more? Do you think this is a restaurant?" He took a deep breath, suppressing his impulse. Since Tsunade allowed it, he picked up the scroll on mystical palm technique and began studying. Tsunade quietly watched from the side, completely unconcerned about Hataki Kid learning secretly. These ninjutsu were not easy. If Hataki Kid could master them, Tsunade would definitely be overjoyed. After Hataki Kid mastered all the medical ninjutsu, she entrusted the matter to him with peace of mind and went off to the casino to showcase her skills. From then on, Hataki Kid began a repetitive life. His main body followed Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu, while his shadow clone attended school. Afterward, he started developing the Rumble fruit and creating his own seal-less ninjutsu. 3 days later, Hataki Kid calmly stared at the green light flickering on his palm. Is this really an A-rank ninjutsu? Although he had brought back the scroll 3 days ago, he hadn't spent much time practicing the mystical palm technique. During the day, he learned from Tsunade at the hospital, and after work, he read books. A medical ninja required extensive knowledge. He also had to find time to develop the Rumble fruit, leaving very limited time to practice the mystical palm technique. The next day, Tsunade looked at Hataki Kid's hands, her mouth slightly open, utterly astonished. She suddenly remembered how she learned it and eagerly asked, "Kid, explain in detail how you learned palm sage jutsu. Don't leave anything out." Kakashi Kid shrugged and said smugly, "Just like that. Internship at the hospital during the day, reading books and scrolls at night, and I learned it." Tsunade cursed in frustration, damn it. She was well aware of Kakashi Kid's schedule these past few days. Hospital internship during the day, training after work, then going home to read books and scrolls. Learning it so easily? That doesn't make sense. Looking at his smug expression and thinking about the struggling medics in the medical department, Tsunade felt her composure crumble. Is this what they call a genius? At first, I thought he had some talent, but I didn't expect him to be this amazing. Wait, this kid was taught by me, so he's technically my student. Ha, only an awesome teacher can produce an awesome student. I'm truly incredible. Very good, very good. As expected of someone taught by me, Tsunade said with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. She then said seriously, don't get cocky. There are still many medical jutsus waiting for you to learn. Once you've mastered them, I'll arrange for you to take the exam. Kakashi Kid quickly agreed, yes, Lady Tsunade. I will study diligently and not let you down. From today on, you don't need to assist me anymore. Study on your own. Tsunade thought for a moment and decided to let him study quietly in the lounge. Over the past few days, Tsunade noticed that Kakashi Kid had already mastered the basics of medical knowledge. Instead of having him assist her, it would be better to let him study independently and become a full-fledged medical ninja sooner. She was also curious, was Kakashi Kid truly talented, or just lucky? With Tsunade's support, Kakashi Kid was no longer doing odd jobs. He stayed in the lounge every day, studying on his own. With ample time, Tsunade was always available to answer his questions and occasionally provided personal guidance. Within 2 days, Kakashi Kid had mastered the chakra scalpel. After that, he absorbed Tsunade's medical knowledge and jutsus like a dry sponge soaking up water. Tsunade went from being surprised at first, to gradually getting used to it, and finally feeling numb as her knowledge was completely absorbed by Kakashi Kid. 3 months later, Tsunade took Kakashi Kid to participate in the medical ninja examination. As expected, Kakashi Kid passed with the highest score, becoming a doctor at Konoha Hospital and even breaking Tsunade's record. In a beautifully scenic little tavern, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru reunited. Tsunade, why do you look so drained? What happened? Where's that kid from the Tsukumo senpai family? Jiraiya teased as soon as he saw Tsunade. Orochimaru raised his glass, his eyes filled with curiosity. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya, making him shiver. She said to the two of them, nothing, just feeling completely drained. Let's not talk about that, Tsunade changed the subject, what have you all been busy with lately? Since the three of them were successfully promoted to Jonin, they had been busy with their own tasks. Tsunade stayed at the hospital, Orochimaru researched new ninjutsu, and Jiraiya led missions or secretly gathered material. Orochimaru took a sip of sake and said hoarsely, I just completed a complex mission, which took quite a bit of time. Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, smiling somewhat sheepishly, well, I've been pretty busy. Seeing his hesitation, Tsunade and Orochimaru immediately understood. Tsunade interrupted directly, alright, no need to say it. Let me guess, you've been peeping at girls bathing again and writing those dirty books? She slammed her sake cup down with a thud and slapped the table with a bang, issuing a fierce warning, if I catch you taking Nawaki to strange places or giving him those weird books again, I'll break your ribs. Jiraiya quickly waved his hands, it's a misunderstanding. Nawaki sneaked them back himself, it has nothing to do with me. His words were full of guilt. Orochimaru watched quietly as Tsunade raged and Jiraiya cowered, a faint smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. This was probably one of his rare moments of relaxation. At this stage, he cherished it greatly. Drinking and dining with Tsunade and Jiraiya, chatting about work and amusing stories from life, and quietly watching the two of them bicker and play around. After eating and drinking their fill, the three prepared to leave. Jiraiya was still sober, and Orochimaru glanced at him with disdain before getting up and leaving. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood by the window smoking his pipe, gazing at the night view. On the desk lay a stack of documents, which were about Hatake Kid. This academy student had entered the medical department on Tsunade's recommendation and, within just 3 to 4 months, mastered various medical ninjutsu, surpassing many medical nin at the hospital and passing the exam with ease. Tsunade even claimed that his medical talent was on par with her own. On the day of the exam, the documents were delivered to Hiruzen Sarutobi's desk, and he was delighted. Another excellent medical nin meant an additional layer of security. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the portrait of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and murmured, Teacher, can you see it? The new buds of Konoha are growing strong. They will eventually become the great trees that protect the future. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside, and the door to the Hokage's office was pushed open. It was the scheming one-eyed Danzo Shimura. He had not yet established root, and his right eye was wrapped in bandages, with no physical modifications made to his body. Hiruzen, I need someone, Danzo said bluntly. Who? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. the top scorer of the recent medical NEEN exam. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression turned serious. His name is Hataki Kid, the son of Hataki Tsukumo. What are you planning? Danzo replied solemnly, I lack medical NEEN under my command. Transferring him to me would allow him to better serve the village. Tsukumo and Kid wouldn't refuse, would they? Danzo was preparing to establish root but lacked powerful subordinates to counterbalance Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hataki Tsukumo's reputation was widespread, and the name Konoha's White Fang struck fear into ninjas from other nations. Danzo wanted to recruit Tsukumo but feared he couldn't control such a formidable force. Danzo had always been afraid of his subordinates surpassing him in strength, so he used curse seals to control them or threaten Nono Yukushi with funding for the Konoha orphanage. This time, the medical NEEN exam revealed the genius Hataki Kid. Danzo was eager to acquire him, both to cultivate a loyal subordinate and to use him as leverage to control Hataki Tsukumo. Hiruzen Sarutobi understood Danzo's intentions and firmly refused, impossible. He has already applied to become a doctor at Konoha Hospital and will start working there directly after graduation. Stop daydreaming. Danzo, furious, retorted, Hiruzen, I'm doing this for the good of the village. The third Hokage resolutely replied, medical ninjas are not for you to meddle with. Having one more excellent medical ninja is crucial for battlefield support. I absolutely will not allow you to interfere. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the door to the Hokage's office was slammed shut. Danzo stormed out in anger, while the nearby Umbu ninja were already accustomed to such scenes. At this moment, Danzo still exuded an imposing aura, far from the frailty he would show in later years. Hiruzen, you're too soft. Everything I do is for the village. I am the one most suited to be Hokage. Kakashi Kid successfully passed the assessment and began handling patients independently. Although he was a bit inexperienced at first, he was already very familiar with the hospital's procedures and treatments, gradually becoming adept at managing various medical conditions. One day, in the Konoha Hospital lounge, Kakashi Kid was leisurely sipping juice while flipping through Tsunade's collection of diaries and scrolls. Suddenly, the lounge door was flung open, slamming against the wall with a loud bang, startling him so much that he almost instinctively used his abilities. Tsunade stormed in angrily, snatched his juice, and drank it in one gulp. Kakashi Kid wanted to speak, but seeing her in a rage, he decided to keep his distance. While organizing the books in his hands, Kakashi Kid said, It's nothing, really nothing. Better not tell her, or I'll definitely get beaten to death. Bang, where do you think you're going? Tsunade crushed the cup in her hand, blaring at Kakashi Kid with a dark expression. Kakashi Kid's plan to slip away was blocked by Tsunade. Seeing her clearly in a bad mood, he quickly thought of an excuse to leave. I just treated 2 patients today, so I was planning to check on their recovery in the ward, Kakashi Kid said, blinking as he hastily came up with a reason. The situation was already heated, and staying in the lounge any longer would only be dangerous. Sit down. Tsunade fumed, pacing back and forth in the lounge. Do you know? Those old geezers only know how to give useless orders. They don't understand anything and just spout nonsense. That old man, always favoring his companions, is so infuriating. Listening to Tsunade's words, Kakashi Kid understood that the old man referred to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, while the old geezer was another member of the F4. What are the higher-ups up to now? Tsunade is this angry, so it must be about the medical department or reforms involving medical ninjas. Kakashi Kid asked softly, Lady Tsunade, is it about reforms in the medical department or medical ninjas? See for yourself. Tsunade, sulking, slumped onto the table and pushed the documents toward Kakashi Kid. Kakashi Kid took the documents and carefully read through them. His eyes suddenly widened in shock at the contents. Wow, I always thought the third Hokage and the others were conservatives. I didn't expect them to be this radical. This change is huge. Kakashi Kid was well aware of the difficulty in training medical ninjas. The medical ninja training systems in the ninja villages of various countries were still underdeveloped, resulting in slow progress and a pitifully small number of trained medical ninjas. Konoha F4 mainly initiated this reform under the proposal of Koharu Utatane. The reform content was to change the training model for medical ninjas from the traditional apprenticeship system to a mass production assembly line education. First, a group of talented ninjas would be gathered and uniformly trained by experienced medical ninjas. This reform had the greatest impact on Tsunade. Fortunately, she had just completed her training and was not qualified to participate, only able to help out. In fact, Konoha F4 had become somewhat overconfident. The previous reform of the Ninja Academy was very successful, giving them enough confidence. Therefore, this medical department reform inevitably carried a bit of a radical tone. Sai, Tsunade, this tigress, is going to have a tough time in the future. The higher-ups, who know nothing, are blindly giving orders. It's a typical case of amateurs directing professionals. Kakashi Kid looked at Tsunade with full sympathy. He put down the documents, picked up the borrowed book and scroll, and began studying. Seeing Kakashi Kid's reaction, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh in anger. She slammed the table in dissatisfaction and questioned Kakashi Kid. Brat, do you think you can escape? You've already been targeted by the old man, and you don't even know? Danzo and the old man have been arguing over you. Kakashi Kid was startled. He had been prepared to be noticed by Shimura Danzo, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. It seems I need to accelerate the development of the Rumble fruit. He packed up his books and said to the furious Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, time's up. I'm off work now. Before Tsunade could react, he was already preparing to slip out of the lounge. At the door, Tsunade grabbed his collar and said sternly, Kid, wait, don't think you can run. Helpless, Kakashi Kid could only obediently leave with Tsunade. Hurry up, hurry up. It hurts so much, you Uchiha bastards, how dare you poison the villagers? I'm going to the Hokage's office to file a complaint against you. As Kakashi Hatake and Tsunade arrived on the first floor, they saw members of the police force urgently carrying injured villagers into the hospital. Tsunade signaled Kakashi Hatake to check the injuries while she walked toward the police force captain Uchiha Fugaku, the young clan leader and future devoted father of the Uchiha clan. After examining the injuries, Kakashi Hatake reported to Tsunade multiple fractures, severe muscle damage. Tsunade frowned and said to Fugaku, You were too rough, these are villagers. Fugaku sincerely apologized, I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade, it was our mistake. The injured villager, seeing Fugaku admit fault, became even more aggressive and shouted, Uchiha bastards, I want to accuse you all. Suddenly, he let out a miserable scream. Tsunade and Fugaku turned their heads, only to see Kakashi Hatake pressing on the villager's fractured area. Kakashi Hatake said coldly, This is Konoha Hospital. Stay quiet. If you make noise, I'll make sure you're quiet forever. The same goes for the rest of you. The other patients were mostly thugs and troublemakers, often instigated by others to smear the Uchiha clan, worsening their reputation. They did nothing productive, only spreading rumors and causing trouble. Thinking about how his father, Tsukumo Hatake, would be killed by these people in the future, Hatake Kid's killing intent grew even stronger. Several patients were trembling under Hatake Kid's cold gaze and whispered to Tsunade for help. It was all the Uchiha clan who injured us. Please, Lady Tsunade, help us. Hearing the false accusations, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists, his face dark and gloomy, clearly unable to calm his inner turmoil. Although the Uchiha clan acted strangely, they rarely bullied the village's civilians. They had their own principles. While they weren't particularly kind to ordinary villagers, they wouldn't harm them without reason. Bastard, what did you just say? Although Fugaku held back his anger and remained silent, the clan members around him were furious. One clan member rebuked angrily, You got drunk and refused to pay your bill, not only injuring the tavern owner but also harming innocent villagers. When the police force came to handle the matter, you insulted the clan leader. Tsunade coldly observed these injured individuals, knowing well that while they had poor behavior when drunk, they wouldn't cause such trouble. Insulting the clan leader? Did they get so drunk they forgot who they are? Tsunade spoke impartially, neither favoring nor opposing anyone. Seeing Tsunade's expression turn cold, the injured quickly feigned pity. My hand is broken, it must have been the Uchihas. Before they could finish speaking, they were coldly interrupted by Hatake Kid. Lady Tsunade, since the patients are here, as a medical ninja, I will stay and help with their treatment. Hatake Kid smiled faintly, his gaze sharp. Just as the group was about to plead for mercy, Hatake Kid used Sunban to seal their acupoints, rendering them immobile and speechless. This technique was inspired by acupuncture, which Kid adapted into a method for sealing acupoints. By inserting Sunban into different points, it could paralyze, amplify pain, and silence, making it a tool of torment. If combined with lightning release, Sunban, the effect would be even more brutal. Brothers of the Uchiha clan, please carry them into the treatment room. I will take good care of them. The injured could only stare at Tsunade in terror, hoping she would intervene. Tsunade remained cold-faced and silent, showing no favoritism toward the injured villagers. She said to Hatake Kid, don't forget to charge the treatment fees to their account. Then she turned to Uchiha Fugaku and said, although you have your reasons, you were too heavy-handed. After the treatment, take them back to the police force and handle it according to the rules. Don't forget to report this to the Hokage's office. Tsunade's decisive handling was, in fact, a way to protect the villagers. While some tacitly approved, the Uchiha clan was, after all, a renowned ninja family in Konoha. Dealing with troublemakers in secret left no evidence. Both sides knew the other's ruthlessness, but without proof, nothing could be said. The police force often dealt with the lower-class villagers, which easily bred resentment. The Uchiha clan's close ties to the police force, combined with their arrogance, inevitably made them enemies of the entire village. One couldn't help but admire Tobarama Senju's cunning. Hatake Kid's treatment was swift, and before long, the treatment room door opened. Several patients, pale-faced, lay on stretchers, their bodies occasionally twitching, their eyes filled with terror. "Lord Uchiha, we admit our mistakes. Please, take us back to the police force." Seeing the villagers' sudden change in attitude, the Uchiha ninjas curiously stared at Hatake Kid, wondering what kind of treatment he had administered. Even Tsunade looked at him with suspicion. Clearing his throat, Hatake Kid said seriously, "I just passed the medical ninja exam, so my medical skills are still inexperienced." "That's reasonable, right?" He continued to ask, "If my medical skills are inexperienced, isn't it reasonable to try a few times to set a bone? If my medical skills are inexperienced, isn't it reasonable to misidentify the fracture site and disassemble other parts? If my medical skills are inexperienced, isn't it reasonable to forget to use anesthesia?" These four reasonable statements made black lines appear on Tsunade's forehead, shocked the Uchiha ninjas, and terrified the patients even more. Tsunade thought to herself, reasonable? Didn't the hospital doctors praise him this morning? Did I mishear? Uchiha Fugaku thought, isn't this just breaking and resetting their bones repeatedly? Even ninjas can't endure such torture, let alone villagers. The injured only wanted to be quickly escorted back to the police department, far away from this white-haired brat. Looking at the villagers pleading bitterly, the Uchiha clan sighed, evil people should be dealt with by evil people. After the matter was resolved, Tsunade and Kakashi Kid left the hospital together. Walking out of the hospital doors, Tsunade watched the departing police department members and complained, the village's resentment towards the Uchiha clan is growing. The old man and those elders don't care, letting the rumors spread unchecked. If this continues, there will be trouble sooner or later. Kakashi Kid responded coldly, what's the use of complaining? You're not the Hokage, so why worry so much? The medical department reform is already exhausting enough, and you still want to take on more? When you become Hokage, then you can start worrying about it. Tsunade, irritated by his retort, turned her head and yelled, you brat, how dare you lecture me? Hurry up and come to my house for dinner. Kakashi Kid looked confused, why go to your house for dinner? Tsunade replied confidently, because I'm hungry. If you're hungry, go home and eat. Why come to my house? Tsunade suddenly smiled, you just said your medical skills aren't good. As your teacher, I need to visit your home and give you some guidance. With his mother, Hatake Karen, out, Kakashi Kid had no choice but to cook. Watching Tsunade devour the food ravenously, he thought to himself, if she lived in his previous life, she'd definitely be a hit as a mukbang streamer. Tsunade swallowed a large chicken leg in one bite, spitting out the cleanly stripped bone without any decorum. How does such a big chicken leg not choke her? Your mouth is way too skilled, her future boyfriend is really lucky. Brat, why are you staring at me? Eat too. I didn't expect your cooking to be this good. You're too kind. Cooking is just a hobby. Kakashi Kid joined the food battle, afraid Tsunade would eat everything. Burp. Tsunade lay on the sofa, letting out a long burp, sounding completely satisfied. After lying down for a while, Tsunade suddenly sat up and looked at Kakashi Kid, who was cleaning up the dishes. Brat, help me analyze why the old man and those people are letting the villagers' resentment towards the Uchiha go unchecked. Kakashi Kid turned around and smiled, asking, do you want the truth or a lie? Tell me both. The truth is, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the higher-ups inherited your granduncle Senju Tobarama's will to guard against the Uchiha and worked hard to integrate them into Konoha. These rumors are just a means to an end. Tsunade's face darkened after hearing this, you little brat, are you looking for a beating? Hurry up and talk about something else. If I tell the truth and you still want to hit me, that's unreasonable. Should I just lie to you instead? Are you sure you want to hear that? Tsunade clenched her stiffened fist and threatened coldly, brat, speak quickly, or I'll beat you up. Tsunade-sama, let me ask you first, why do you think the second Hokage Tobarama established the police force? Was it to restrict, guard against, or out of fear? Fear? Ha, my granduncle wasn't afraid of the Uchiha, don't joke around. Tsunade looked at Hatake Kid's serious face, and her smile gradually faded. Your grandfather, the first Hokage Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara were known as the twin heroes of the Warring States era. Their strength cannot be simply described. The reconciliation between the Senju and the Uchiha laid the foundation for Konoha village. These two clans were the founding families of Konoha, attracting other ninja clans and civilians to join, which created the Konoha we know today. The second Hokage's vision had already surpassed the interests of a single clan, considering issues from the perspective of the village. He personally dismantled the Senju clan, with many Senju members giving up their surname to become civilians. However, it was still the Senju clan that could restrain the Uchiha. Let me ask you, Tsunade-sama, if someone like Madara were to appear among the Uchiha again, what would you do? Tsunade hesitated, her expression complicated. What nonsense are you spouting? Madara was the Azura of the ninja world, a once-in-a-millennium figure. Kid, are you crazy, or am I? Hatake Kid ignored her and continued, Tsunade-sama might say that not every Uchiha would have Madara's level of talent. True, the genius of Hashirama and Madara is extremely rare. But don't forget, awakening the Sharingan is easy, while increasing the strength of the Senju is difficult, isn't it? The second Hokage feared the Uchiha precisely because he knew the Sharingan could enhance their power, and he was afraid of another Madara-like ninja emerging. Now, the third Hokage and the higher-ups are even more wary of the Uchiha, to the point of having an inferiority complex, which makes them crave the power of the Sharingan even more. Under the banner of the second Hokage, they use even more aggressive methods to suppress the Uchiha, limit their development, gradually weaken their strength, assassinate Uchiha members on missions outside the village, and bind the police force and the Uchiha together so tightly that they can never gain a foothold in the village. If they can tame the Uchiha into obedient hunting dogs for the higher-ups, the Uchiha clan will be reduced to a few struggling survivors, becoming mere tools for producing Sharingan. If the Uchiha clan proves difficult to tame, then the only option is to eradicate them completely, squeezing out every last resource they have. In this way, someone can inherit the wealth accumulated by the Uchiha over the years, not only filling the deficit but also strengthening their own clan while others gain the long-desired power of the Sharingan. Of course, Lady Tsunade, everything I just said is a lie. Kakashi Kid's words left Tsunade so shocked that she was speechless. The rising darkness and malice within the village deeply impacted her heart. Seeing Tsunade's stunned expression, Kakashi Kid couldn't help but laugh out loud. He waved his hand in front of Tsunade and said, Lady Tsunade, wake up, it's time to go home and sleep. Tsunade snapped out of it and looked at him with a complicated expression. She knew that although Kakashi Kid was smiling, there was no joy in his eyes. This little brat, he can see through so much. She suddenly realized that the 6 or 7-year-old child in front of her had a vision far beyond ordinary people. Voiceover, nonsense, I may look like a child, but my mind is incredibly mature. After watching countless animations and battling it out with experts on forums, those experiences haven't gone to waste. Tsunade no longer regarded Kakashi Kid as an ignorant child but as an equal ninja. She asked expectantly, do you have a way to solve these problems and eliminate the darkness in the village? Lady Tsunade, I once heard a saying, without a proper name, words carry no weight. Lady Tsunade, in what capacity are you asking me? As Konoha's medical jonin, or the future 4th Hokage? Hearing the implication, Tsunade's eyes tightened, but she did not respond directly. She stood up, walked to Kakashi Kid's side, lightly patted his shoulder, and said, You've already passed the medical ninja assessment. Finish up your business at the academy quickly, there are many tasks waiting for us ahead. Watching Tsunade leave, Kakashi Kid's lips curled into a slight smile. The words just now were actually a test, to see if Tsunade had any thoughts of becoming Hokage, and also to give her a little reminder. Tsunade would definitely consult her ancestor at home, which would make Konoha's higher-ups restrain themselves a lot. Even if Tsunade had no intention of becoming Hokage, this would buy time for future developments. This gave Kakashi Kid enough opportunity to help guide the little blonde boy who was falling in love. A certain blonde-haired boy, Achu, who's talking about me. Early the next morning, Kakashi Kid's main body arrived at the school. He went straight to the teacher's office to apply for the graduation exam with his homeroom teacher, Mr. Haneda. Mr. Haneda was bewildered and took him to an empty classroom. Mr. Haneda initially thought Kakashi Kid was acting on impulse, but he didn't expect him to be so determined. The teacher tried to persuade him, Kakashi Kid, you're only in the 2nd grade. Why not wait a little longer? What's this? Kakashi Kid took out a certificate proving he had passed a medical assessment. Seeing Tsunade's endorsement, Mr. Haneda had no choice but to relent. Holding the certificate, the teacher looked at this talented student with a complicated expression. Kakashi Kid's handsome appearance attracted the attention of many girls, which gave the teacher a bit of a headache. However, he was also the top student in the class, earning the teacher's admiration. Mr. Haneda patted him on the shoulder and sighed. Kakashi Kid, to be honest, I don't want you to graduate so early. Once you graduate, you won't be a student anymore and will have to face the harsh realities of the ninja world. I know I can't stop you. The graduation exam is just a game for you, but I still have to remind you to be careful. The news of Kakashi Kid applying for early graduation quickly reached the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage, smoking his pipe, said seriously, since Kakashi Kid has the strength and determination, let him proceed. The village's new talents are growing. After the ninja school teacher agreed, they immediately returned to the school to prepare for the assessment. Ordinary ninja school graduates need to master one of the three basic techniques, clone technique, transformation technique, or substitution technique, to graduate successfully. Sometimes, during wartime, the exam requirements are relaxed. For example, during the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha allowed students in the 4th grade and above to take the exam to quickly replenish their forces. Although ninjas who passed the exam during wartime were sent directly to the front lines, their lack of experience limited their growth. Now, in a time of peace, the requirements for early graduation are stricter. The most challenging part is to engage in actual combat with a genin and gain the examiner's approval. This time, the opponent for the assessment was a ninja from the Sarutobi clan, whose thick beard was his defining feature. Kakashi Kid bowed politely. Uncle, I am Kakashi Kid. Thank you for coming to be the examiner. The ninja opposite twitched at the corner of his mouth and roared, Kid, I'm only 15 years old, how am I an old man? Kakashi Kid was stunned, looking at the other party suspiciously. 15 years old? Are you joking? The beard on your chin is thicker than your hair, and you're only 15. The ninja opposite became even more annoyed upon seeing Kakashi Kid's strange expression. Kid, let me show you the power of Sarutobi Ishin. Sarutobi Ishin gritted his teeth. The proctor held back a laugh, walked to the battle platform, and said, Kakashi Kid versus Sarutobi Ishin, both sides please form seals, the match begins. As soon as the words fell, Kakashi Kid quickly approached Sarutobi Ishin, circling behind him before he could react. He struck Sarutobi Ishin's nape with a palm. Sarutobi Ishin's vision went black, and as he fell, he thought, you little brat, you have no sense of honor, ambushing a fellow 15-year-old like me. With a thud, Sarutobi Ishin collapsed onto the platform, leaving the proctor and assistant examiners stunned. The examiners were very familiar with Sarutobi Ishin. Although he was a genin, he could already defeat chunin from other villages on his own. They had expected this match to last long, but to their surprise, Sarutobi Ishin was instantly defeated, making the examiners view Kakashi Kid in a new light. From afar, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed through a telescope and was slightly surprised. But as an experienced and powerful ninja, he was only mildly shocked. He put away the crystal ball and ordered, Tsuru, bring Kakashi Kid to see me after the assessment. Teacher, please announce the results. Oh. The proctor snapped out of it and quickly said, Kakashi Kid has passed the assessment. Congratulations on officially becoming a ninja. Go find your teacher later to collect your forehead protector. Thank you, teachers, At that moment, with a swish, an ANBU ninja wearing a mask, Tsuru, suddenly appeared at the edge of the battle platform. Tsuru spoke calmly, Kakashi Kid, the Hokage wishes to see you. Please come with me. Kakashi Kid nodded, please lead the way. Tsuru used the body flicker technique to leave, and Kakashi Kid was not to be outdone, instantly chasing after. The previous chapter mentioned that Tobirama Senju once feared the Uchiha clan. Some refuted this, claiming that Tobirama had killed Uchiha Izuna, and an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan posed no threat to him. In fact, Tobirama was not afraid of individual Uchiha, he could easily deal with them. What he feared was the outbreak of the Uchiha's extreme temperament and the rapid surge in power that followed. Tobirama could suppress the Uchiha clan, but could his successors handle such mental instability and the skyrocketing power of the Uchiha? Would they crave such immense power themselves? Based on subsequent events, Tobirama's successors seemed unable to manage the situation. Especially Danzo Shimura, who yearned for the power of both Hashirama Senju and the Uchiha, wanting to turn himself into a monstrous being indistinguishable from man or ghost. As for the Uchiha clan becoming Hokage, don't be ridiculous. Look at the Bloody Mist Village incident in the original story. What happened to Kirigakure? Hearing the sound behind him, a trace of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the Umbu ninja codenamed Tsuru. Although this wasn't his fastest speed, it shouldn't have been something a newly graduated academy student could keep up with. The next moment, Tsuru quickened his pace, but no matter how much he accelerated, the presence behind him remained close. The two soon arrived simultaneously at the Hokage building, with Tsuru leading Kakashi Kid into the Hokage's office. Standing at the door and looking at the panting Kakashi Kid, Tsuru felt a wave of frustration in his heart. Suppressing his complicated emotions, he gave Kakashi Kid a deep look, knocked on the door, and called out, "Lord Hokage, the assessment is over. I've brought Kakashi." A faint, weary voice came from inside, "Thank you. Please let Kakashi come in." Tsuru nodded at Kakashi Kid, then disappeared. Kakashi Kid straightened his clothes and gently pushed the door open to enter the Hokage's office. This was his first time meeting the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi was in his prime, with a thick black beard and an aura of authority, showcasing the demeanor of a ninja hero. Years of managing village affairs had left a trace of fatigue on his face. Kakashi Kid stepped forward to the desk and stood properly, saying, "Lord Hokage, Kakashi Kid reporting for duty." Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his brush, looked up, and smiled, "Oh, Kid, you're here. First, congratulations on passing the assessment and officially becoming a Konoha ninja. I hope you continue to work hard and protect the village." Kakashi Kid replied with righteous determination, "Yes, I will heed your teachings, Lord Hokage." The third Hokage waved his hand and smiled, "No need to be so formal. Kid, now that you've become a ninja, tell me, why do you want to be a ninja? What is your dream?" The test of the will of fire had arrived. Kakashi Kid's expression changed, radiating a resolute glow. "Lord Hokage, my ambition is not grand. I just want to live an ordinary life. I am a part of the village, and the village is home to my family and friends. I don't want them to get hurt. To protect them, I became a ninja. I will keep striving to grow stronger and protect the people I cherish." After hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi lit his pipe, took a deep puff, and said solemnly, "Kid, I can feel your resolve to protect your comrades. Please work hard and never give up halfway." "Of course, Lord Hokage. I will always hold on to this resolve and persist on the path of a ninja." The third Hokage nodded with a smile, took a forehead protector from the drawer, and handed it to Kakashi Kid. "You have passed the assessment. Consider this forehead protector my gift to you." Kakashi Kid accepted the forehead protector excitedly. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. I will cherish it and wear it as I move forward with courage." The third Hokage said with satisfaction, "Good. Now that you have your forehead protector, go home for now. In a few days, I will arrange for you to join a team and begin your true ninja life." Kakashi Kid quickly agreed and left the office with the forehead protector. After walking a short distance from the Hokage building, he carefully observed his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching him, before letting go of his excited expression. Recalling the previous battles at the academy, he always felt someone was secretly watching. It wasn't until he met the third Hokage that he realized the existence of the telescope technique. Back at home, Kakashi Kid let out a long sigh. Dealing with these old foxes is really troublesome. Old fox? Who's the old fox? Tsukumo Hatake stepped out of the room, his face full of joy as he looked at his son. He knew his son had graduated early from the ninja academy, passed the assessment smoothly, and now held a forehead protector, officially becoming a ninja. "Shoto, do you want to know? I just came back from the Hokage's office. Don't call them old foxes." Kakashi Hatake retorted bluntly, leaving Tsukumo Hatake momentarily stunned before he quickly smiled and changed the subject. "Alright, old man, I'm a ninja now. Maybe I'll become your subordinate in the future. Captain Hatake, please take care of me." Kakashi Hatake solemnly extended his hand. Seeing his son's seriousness, Tsukumo Hatake also shook his hand, feeling the growing strength of his son. Although his son often gave him headaches, he knew Kakashi Hatake was thoughtful and had never caused him real worry. His son's strength was growing rapidly, and perhaps before long, he wouldn't be able to control this child anymore. With a mix of pride and sentiment, he realized his son was gradually becoming a strong and independent man, while he himself hadn't yet adjusted to his son's growth. The two released their hands and walked shoulder to shoulder into the living room, where Kakashi's gentle mother was waiting for them. At the dinner table, laughter filled the air. Moonlight poured in through the window, and the night was peaceful and serene. A gust of wind blew through, and the saplings in the yard rustled softly beside the big tree. Bang! Somewhere in Konoha, the one-eyed Danzo Shimura suddenly flipped the table in front of him, scattering documents everywhere. The ninjas before him immediately knelt in silence, bowing their heads without a word. Danzo gritted his teeth and said, get out, you useless bunch." The ninjas quickly retreated, leaving him alone. After the door closed, Danzo roared, "Damn old man, you're too old and should step down, yet you dare to meddle. And that cowardly monkey, why does he listen to him so much? Sensei, did you see? I am the one truly capable of becoming Hokage, the one who can restore Konoha's glory. I am your true successor. After his outburst, he sat down gloomily, his hand touching the bandaged right eye as he sneered. Heh, Kagami Uchiha truly was formidable. The Uchiha member sensei valued, the Sharingan is indeed invincible. Those brute Uchihas, how are they worthy of wielding such power? The power of the Sharingan must be in my hands. I am the one who truly has Konoha's best interests at heart. Those evil Uchiha Sharingan will fall into my hands sooner or later. For their brainless selves, it would be an honor. However, for now, I must lie low and wait for the storm to pass before taking action. The most urgent task at hand is to strengthen my forces and recruit subordinates who are loyal only to me. The strength of the Shimura clan alone is not enough. Danzo's anger had its reasons. That day, after listening to Hatake Kide's words, Tsunade returned home full of confusion. She relayed the conversation to her family's ancestor, Uzumaki Mito. Mito looked at her disheartened granddaughter, gently embraced her, stroked her hair, and softly comforted her. Little Tsuna, have a good night's sleep. Everything will be better tomorrow. Under Mito's soothing words, Tsunade gradually fell asleep, her furrowed brows relaxing. Mito gently tucked her in. With a blank expression, she ordered the Umbu outside the courtyard, bring the monkey to see me immediately. Before long, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived at the Senju ancestral home. Mito spoke bluntly, I know the ninja world is unstable, and signs of war are reappearing. The most important thing now is to maintain unity within the village. These rumors must be stopped. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly nodded and promised to take action. Leaving the Senju ancestral home, the third Hokage returned to his office with a grim expression. He immediately summoned all the members of the second Hokage's guard unit and harshly criticized Shimura Danzo. The other members initially wanted to speak up for Danzo, but the third Hokage coldly said, Mito-sama is very angry. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone immediately turned to reprimand Danzo. The third Hokage was furious. Danzo had done something disgraceful and had been caught red-handed. Now, with the ninja world in turmoil and war potentially breaking out at any moment, it was a time to unite the major ninja clans, especially the powerful Uchiha clan. Danzo, with actions like this, how could anyone be willing to pledge their loyalty? Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen endured Mito's anger at the Senju ancestral home, while Danzo faced reprimands in the Hokage's office. Danzo, being someone who loved to compete and assert dominance, could hardly swallow his pride. But his attempts to argue back were cut short by the third Hokage's firm statement, I am the Hokage, and I will not regret my decisions. Left with no room to retort, Danzo could only bottle up his grievances. For the next 3 days, the Hokage's office was eerily quiet, with no news coming out. Hatake Kid remained unhurried, continuing his routine work at Konoha Hospital. While practicing medical ninjutsu, he also worked on developing his rumble fruit abilities. His days were peaceful and fulfilling, and his strength steadily improved. These past few days, the esteemed Tsunade Haim has not been seen. Perhaps she was intimidated by what I said that day, or maybe the changes in the medical department have kept her occupied. No one can say for sure. As the workday was about to end, Hatake Kid packed up his things, preparing to go train. At that moment, the long-absent Crane appeared once again, coldly saying, by order of the Hokage, Genin Hatake Kid is to report to the Hokage's office. Hatake Kid nodded in response, thank you for your trouble, senior. I'll put my things away and head over immediately. With that, he returned to the hospital to store his belongings. When he came out, the ANBU Ninja Crane had already disappeared, leaving Hatake Kid to head to the Hokage building on his own. Relying on memory, he quickly found the Hokage's office and once again met the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This time, the third Hokage was not handling official duties but was instead conversing with a young man with a horse-like face and red eyes. The young man carried a long sword on his back and had a stern expression, clearly a strict individual. Seeing Hatake Kid arrive, the third Hokage said warmly, Kid, have a seat on the sofa and wait for a moment. I'll make an announcement once everyone is here. Before long, 2 other youths entered one after the other. One had red eyes and long hair, carrying a standard ninja sword, clearly of the same clan as the young man from earlier. The other had a mature demeanor, and his thick beard indicated he was from the Sarutobi clan. Once the 2 had arrived, the third Hokage stopped his conversation, stood up, and announced, Hatake Kid, Yuhi Hirushin, Sarutobi Shota, this is Konoha Jonin Yuhi Haruhara, your new team leader. You are now officially a ninja squad, the third Hokage declared. After his announcement, the red-eyed Jonin Yuhi Haruhara took over, saying, hello, everyone. I am your supervising Jonin. Follow me, let's find a place to have a proper talk. Yuhi Haruhara gave a slight bow to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said, excuse us. Rest assured, I will do my best to guide them. Please allow me to take them now. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "Thank you, Haruharu. Take good care of them. You may proceed." With permission granted, Yuhi Haruharu led Hataki Kid, Yuhi Harushin, and Sarutobi Shota out of the Hokage building and headed straight to the Konoha training grounds. At the training grounds, the three stood in a line, facing Yuhi Haruharu. With arms crossed and a stern expression, Yuhi Haruharu addressed them. "Let me introduce myself again. I am Yuhi Haruharu, and from today onward, I will be the Jonin instructor for Team 4. Each of you will take turns introducing yourselves, what you like, what you dislike, and what your dreams are. Anything else is optional. I don't care how you interact privately, but for now, you must address me as Teacher Haruharu." Yuhi Haruharu's strictness was genuine, not an act. The one on the far left, Yuhi Yangchun, spoke up. "My name is Yuhi Yangchun. I like barbecue and dislike vegetables. My dream is to become Hokage." Hui Chun secretly rejoiced. "This is my adorable little brother. I really want to pat him." Sarutobi Shota continued. "My name is Sarutobi Shota. I like the sausages on East Street and dislike bitter melon. In my free time, I enjoy playing shogi and fishing. I haven't decided on a dream yet." No dream? It seems he's a bit lost about the future. Finally, Hui Chun looked at Hataki Kid. This child had an exceptional talent for medical ninjutsu. Hataki Kid was dressed in a wide-sleeved blue short shirt and light-colored cropped pants, with leg wraps tied on. His brows and eyes carried a heroic spirit. Hataki Kid adjusted his clothes and calmly said, "My name is Hataki Kid. I'm 7 years old and unmarried. I like training in cleaning rooms, and I dislike messy people. My dream is to grow taller, so I don't smoke or drink, and I maintain a regular lifestyle. I drink milk at night and exercise frequently." Sarutobi Shota thought to himself, "This kid sounds pretty impressive." Yuhi Yangchun muttered, "There's a weirdo in the team." Yuhi Huichun sneered, "The troublesome guy has finally arrived. Now that the introductions are over, I have a preliminary understanding of you all. Next is the bell-grabbing battle." Hataki Kid sighed inwardly. Can't the Leaf Village come up with a different assessment method? It's always about grabbing bells. They might as well rename it Bell Village. Yuhi Huichun said coldly, "Use all your strength and come at me with the intent to kill. The battle will last until 5 p.m., including time for you to replenish your energy. If you don't have the intent to kill, don't even think about grabbing the bells from me." After speaking, he set the alarm clock and stared at the three students. "Begin." The three immediately disappeared into the trees, concealing their presence. Yuhi Huichun nodded in satisfaction but mocked, as expected, "Just hiding. You can't grab the bells by only hiding." Suddenly, shuriken shot out from the bushes. Yuhi Huichun dodged them effortlessly, and the shuriken embedded themselves in a tree. He quickly charged into the bushes, and with a scream, Hataki Kid was kicked out, but his body instantly turned into smoke, leaving behind a piece of wood. "Not bad substitution jutsu, kid." Yuhi Huichun turned to block Hataki Kid's fierce kick. "The strength is decent, and your basics are solid." "Thank you, teacher, but now's not the time for compliments." Hataki Kid rushed forward, using the momentum to leap up and deliver a powerful kick aimed at Yuhi Huichun's face. The setting sun's glow. Haruharu stepped back lightly to dodge, grabbed Hataki Kid's ankle, and threw him toward the small river. In midair, Hataki Kid adjusted his posture and landed steadily on the water, quickly forming handseals, water-style, wild water wave. The water surged rapidly toward Haruharu, who was both surprised and excited. Without hesitation, he formed handseals, earth-style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose up, blocking the water flow. Haruharu thought to himself, "This is the authentic earth flow wall. Not just anyone can casually carve a dog head on it." Kid's hand seal speed is impressive. It seems he's trained well. Suddenly, the sound of whoosh 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 rang out, followed by bang 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 on the earth wall, leaving several small round holes. Taking advantage of the chaos, Hataki Kid sprinted and leaped, delivering a fierce Leo flying kick that shattered the crumbling earth wall. Dust flew, and debris scattered all around. Not letting the opportunity slip, Hataki Kid quickly pulled out shuriken and hurled them at Haruharu. Haruharu deftly dodged the flying debris and shuriken. Just as he was about to counterattack, he suddenly felt a wave of heat. Fire style, great flame. A massive fireball came crashing from the side. It turned out Sarutobi Shota had launched a surprise attack while Haruharu was still recovering from his earlier exertion. The fireball struck Haruharu, erupting in a wave of scorching heat. Sarutobi Shota leaped out from the forest, shouting excitedly, "Ha! Haruharu-sensei, I got you this time." But as the smoke cleared, Haruharu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Sarutobi Shota frantically searched around, up, down, left, right, front, no sign of him. That only leaves. Suddenly, he felt a tightness behind him, especially a faint pain in his lower back. Haruharu had silently appeared behind him, crouching slightly, forming the tiger seal with both hands. Hatake Kid's heart sank at the sight. That stance, that seal, wasn't it the infamous 1,000 years of death? He shouted, Shota, dodge quickly. But the rookie Sarutobi Shota stood no chance against the Jonin's attack. Before the warning was even finished, the strike had landed. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Sarutobi Shota was sent flying. With a crack, he landed face down, clutching his rear, lying there in utter despair. Having experienced the power of this move before, Hatake Kid was unfazed. However, both Sarutobi Shota and the hidden Haruharu were deeply shaken. Sarutobi Shota had just tasted the harshness of this technique, while Haruharu was even more heartbroken. His serious and upright elder brother had resorted to such a bizarre move, shattering all his past admiration for him in an instant. The training ground fell into a brief silence, leaving everyone bewildered. The first to speak was Haruharu, who blew on his fingers and sighed, Senior Tsukumo's ultimate technique is truly remarkable, what a thrill. Oh my, what kind of comment is that? She just got her butt kicked by you, and now you're saying you're in a good mood. Haruharu-sensei, your preferences are way too strange. Yuhi Haruharu chuckled mischievously, her gaze filled with ill intent as she looked at the still-standing Hatake Kid. Although Hatake Kid had once used the 1,000 years of death technique on his own father, such filial piety, combining his knowledge of the anime from his previous life and the miserable state of Sarutobi Shoyuta just now, he was well aware. I can use the 1,000 years of death, and you want to use it on me? Sorry, old thief, you're the one who's going to get hit. Just as Hatake Kid assumed a defensive stance, Yuhi Haruharu immediately made her move. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. A thick mist quickly spread, obscuring Hatake Kid's vision. Unfazed, Kid formed hand seals. Water style, water rope. A stream of water extended from the river, swiftly binding the still wailing Sarutobi Shoyuta and pulling him to Kid's side. With his back against Sarutobi Shoyuta, Hatake Kid shouted, Sarutobi, stop whining and use your fire style. Remember the humiliation just now and teach Haruharu-sensei a harsh lesson with 1,000 years of death. Sarutobi Shota's eyes ignited with fighting spirit as he clenched his fist and declared, Thank you, Kid. I'll make sure Haruharu-sensei gets a taste of her own medicine. As soon as he finished speaking, Hatake Kid slipped and turned to slap the back of Sarutobi Shota's head. Seeing his confused expression, Kid scolded angrily, What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by let's do it? Can you be more specific? Sarutobi Shoyuta rubbed the back of his head, aggrieved, and said, Of course, I meant to use fire style. Didn't you just tell me to use fire style? Oh, so it was fire style. Hatake Kid awkwardly turned his head, secretly laughing to himself. Adults sure have a lot of beautiful words with double meanings. Feel free to let your imagination run wild in the comments. Well then. Sarutobi, hurry up and use your move. Hatake Kid stammered. Without any suspicion, Sarutobi Shoyuta quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, great flame. A fireball erupted, and the scorching heat wave dispersed the thick mist. As the white mist cleared, Yuhi Haruharu had vanished. Just as Hatake Kid was feeling puzzled, a commotion came from deep within the forest. Over there? Water style, water rope. A water rope shot out from the river, heading straight for the source of the sound. The rope plunged into the bushes, followed by a startled cry. Kid quickly reeled the rope back. Sarutobi. Sarutobi Shoyuta jumped up to catch it, only to find it was Yuhi Haruharu. The two locked eyes, and the fighting spirit from earlier instantly dissipated. The atmosphere became awkward and subtle. Hatake Kid covered his face and sighed helplessly. What's with this deep, emotional gaze between you two? Can we focus on grabbing the bells already? Noticing the water rope still wrapped around Haruharu, Kid realized this awkward situation was entirely his doing. Kid quickly released the jutsu, cleared his throat, and interrupted their gaze. As they saw him expressionlessly undo the jutsu, they both glared at him in anger. Kid thought to himself, as long as I'm not embarrassed, the awkwardness won't affect me, completely ignoring their stares. Seeing his shamelessness, Yuhi Haruharu was so furious she shouted at Sarutobi Shoyuta, Let go of me. Sarutobi quickly released her, but as soon as Haruharu steadied herself, she fell hard on her backside. Seeing her in such a sorry state, Kid couldn't help but laugh out loud, though he quickly suppressed it and regained his composure. Yuhi Haruharu angrily asked, Are you laughing? What's so funny? Kid held back and said, I'm not laughing. I've had professional training. No matter how funny something is, I won't laugh. Yet, he couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. You are laughing. What are you laughing at? Haruharu shouted in frustration. Kid bit his lip and said, "My family's sow just gave birth to piglets." Haruharu's face turned as red as a ripe tomato as she pointed at him and yelled, "I'm going to strangle you." Kid quickly raised his hands in apology. "Sorry, Haruharu, I shouldn't have laughed at you. But right now, we still have to deal with Haruharu-sensei. Let's not fight among ourselves." Sarutobi Shoyuta also chimed in, "That's right. We need to work together against Haruharu-sensei. Fighting among ourselves will only lead to failure." Although Yang Chun was angry, he wasn't truly upset. At this moment, Yuhi Hirushin suddenly launched an attack, fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Kakashi Kid pulled the two of them back to the river's surface, forming hand seals, water style, water formation wall. A wall of water rose up, blocking the fireball. The fireball collided with the water wall, erupting in a wave of scalding steam and mist. Using the mist as cover, the three hid and quietly discussed their strategy. Kakashi Kid spoke first. "Teacher Hirushin is indeed formidable. If we don't restrict his movement, we can't win." Shota asked, "What should we do? Do you have any ideas?" Yuhi Yang Chun also looked at him expectantly. Kakashi Kid said, "You two block Teacher Hirushin's escape routes, and leave the rest to me." The two exchanged a glance, nodded firmly, and quickly dispersed to prepare. Kakashi Kid immediately launched his attack, leaping into the air and throwing countless purple sunban, which rained down on Yuhi Hirushin like a storm. Yuhi Hirushin hurriedly dodged, avoiding most of the sunban, but some were unavoidable, forcing him to block them with a kunai. After deflecting them, he noticed that the kunai was riddled with holes, as if pierced by something. Recalling the earthen wall that had been pierced earlier, Yuhi Hirushin suddenly realized something. He glanced at the scattered purple sunban on the ground and saw them slowly dissipating. Before they vanished, he noticed that these sunban were actually composed of lightning-style chakra. Lightning style? What an interesting kid. He casually discarded the damaged kunai, looking at Kakashi Kid with satisfaction. Kakashi Kid flicked his hand again, and swarms of purple sunban surged forward like a tidal wave. Jutsu without hand seals? Quite intriguing. This time, Yuhi Hirushin no longer blocked but retreated while carefully observing. Kakashi Kid didn't form any seals, merely flicking his hand to release a barrage of purple sunban, which greatly surprised Yuhi Hirushin. As a jonin of Konoha, he was well aware of the difficulty of jutsu without hand seals. While he admired Kakashi Kid's talent and planned to report it to the third Hokage later, he couldn't afford to underestimate these kids right now. He retreated a few steps, and Sarutobi Shota was already in position. The two formed hand seals simultaneously. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire borrowed the wind's power, quickly sealing off Yuhi Hirushin's escape route. Yuhi Hirushin nodded in satisfaction, giving up resistance and letting the fireball hit him. Boom! As the smoke cleared, it turned out to be a shadow clone. "Crafty Teacher Hirushin, he's hiding." Kakashi Kid shouted, "Shota, Yang Chun, follow me." The three quickly turned toward the other side of the river. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, don't deceive me. Shota, prepare fire style. Yang Chun, prepare wind style. Let's hit Teacher Hirushin with a big move lightning style, electric surge." Kakashi Kid reached into the water, activating the power of the rumble fruit. Lightning danced wildly in the river, bubbles rising everywhere. Although Shota and Yang Chun didn't understand Kakashi Kid's intentions, they obediently gathered their chakra. "Begin!" Kakashi Kid shouted. The two simultaneously performed ninjutsu. Fire style, Great Flame Technique. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. This time, the flames were different from usual, glowing with a ghostly blue light as they swept forward. The ghostly blue flames, accompanied by hot winds, devoured tree after tree, leaving behind charred remnants. Yuhi Haruharu broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to take it head-on, and quickly leapt out of his hiding spot. As soon as he appeared, Kakashi Kid threw a barrage of purple sunban. Lightning style, Purple Lightning Storm of Pear Blossom. This time, Yuhi Haruharu couldn't completely defend himself, and the sunban pierced into his body. Boom! With a loud sound, he transformed into a piece of wood. The ground beneath collapsed. Earth style, Headhunter Jutsu. Sarutobi Shota was caught off guard as an arm from below grabbed his ankle, dragging him into a pit, leaving only his head exposed above the ground. Kakashi Kid quickly grabbed Yangchuan's arm, pulling him aside to hide. Sure enough, just moments after they moved, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground. Yuhi Haruharu climbed out of the earth, sneering, "Quick reaction, but there are only two of you left. What else can you do?" Kakashi Kid hesitated, wondering whether to reveal his trump card. At this moment, Yang-chun hid behind him, forming hand seals and whispering, "Buy me some time." Although unclear about Yang-chun's plan, Kakashi Kid drew his kunai and charged fiercely at Yuhi Haruharu. Each strike of the kunai aimed directly at Yuhi Haruharu's vital points. The latter quickly reached out and grabbed Kakashi Kid's wrist. Kakashi Kid forcefully kicked at Yuhi Haruharu's knee, but Yuhi Haruharu raised his knee to block, neutralizing the attack. Missing his strike, Kakashi Kid swiftly released the kunai, caught it with his other hand, and slashed at the bell on Yuhi Haruharu's waist. Yuhi Haruharu agilely twisted his body, dodging the sneak attack. Taking advantage of the moment, Kakashi Kid twisted his arm, attempting to break free from the grip. Yuhi Haruharu secretly marveled at how ruthless this young boy was, showing no mercy even to himself, and was about to go easy on him to let him escape. Suddenly, Yuhi Haruharu's entire body stiffened, his mind momentarily dazed. Genjutsu, it must be Yang-chun. He quickly broke free from the illusion, but the brief moment of distraction gave Kakashi Kid the opportunity to snatch the bell from his waist. The bell rang with a crisp sound, and Kakashi Kid grinned triumphantly. Teacher Haruharu, we won." The setting sun's glow, Haruharu nodded in approval. "Not bad, the coordination was excellent, especially the final genjutsu. Sooner or later, Kakashi-kun would have missed the timing. These children have astonishing potential and will undoubtedly become renowned ninjas in the future." Especially Kakashi Kid, whether it was the blue flames created by the trio or the purple sunbon produced through seal-less ninjutsu, both showcased exceptional talent in ninjutsu. Perhaps he will be the first to surpass me. Pulling his thoughts back, Haruharu clapped his hands and said, "The test is over. Shoyuta stays here and goes hungry, while you two come with me. I'll treat you to a feast." Kakashi Kid shook his head. "Thank you, Haruharu-sensei, but Shoyuta and I are a team, so I'll stay here." With that, he sat down. Although he was concerned about Haruharu-sensei's secret evaluation, he valued Shoyuta even more. Yang-chun eagerly shouted, "I want to stay too." Shoyuta, buried in the dirt, teared up and said emotionally, "You guys, you bunch of..." Haruharu nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, this is what comradeship looks like. Since you value each other so much, then..." The three little ones stared at Haruharu with anticipation, hoping he would also invite Sarutobi Shoyuta. Haruharu slyly said, "All three of you stay here. The feast is cancelled. Gather in front of the Hokage building at 7 a.m. tomorrow to start taking missions. That's it, bye." Kakashi Kid watched Haruharu slightly mocking back and helplessly said to Yang-chun, "Your brother seems so serious and earnest, but who knew he could be so mischievous?" Yang-chun responded with an awkward laugh, "My brother's image is completely ruined. He even dared to use such an embarrassing move like 1,000 years of death. I have to go back and tell mom and sister-in-law. Don't rush, get me out of here. If Haruharu-sensei won't treat us, I'll treat you to barbecue." Kakashi Kid and Yang-chun exchanged a glance and immediately bent down to start digging. Whether intentionally or not, the dirt they dug occasionally flew into Sarutobi Shuta's mouth. "Tui, tui, tui. Kid, Yang-chun, stop throwing dirt into my mouth, it's filthy." Sorry, it's a subconscious action. When digging a hole, I always feel like burying something." As the three laughed and celebrated becoming ninjas, Haruharu had already quietly arrived at the Hokage's office to report Kakashi Kid's development of seal-less ninjutsu to the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very surprised. He hadn't expected someone as young as Kakashi Kid to develop seal-less ninjutsu. Although the purple sunbon were numerous, they posed little threat to experienced ninjas. What truly stood out was Kakashi Kid's talent in ninjutsu. After some thought, he said, "Haruharu, don't tell anyone about this for now. Keep a close eye on Kakashi Kid and report any abnormalities immediately. The ninja world is in turmoil, and war could break out at any moment. The young sprouts of Konoha must grow quickly. Haruharu, I'm counting on you." Haruharu quickly agreed. "Hokage-sama, protecting and guiding them is our duty." The life of a genin is dull and monotonous, with missions consisting of trivial tasks, picking up trash, babysitting, farming, cleaning river channels, and finding lost pets. Every time he searched for a pet, Kakashi Kid would think of that runaway cat besieged by the protagonist in the anime from his previous life. As beginners, genin could only take on D-rank missions. Assigning these tasks wasn't meant to make things difficult but was a deliberate arrangement by the village. These missions trained genin in tracking, intelligence gathering, trap detection, and teamwork. Cleaning river channels also honed their precise control of chakra. Although D-rank missions varied in quality, they were all, without exception, extremely boring. The trio believed that a ninja's life should be more exciting and conflict-filled. This kind of peacefulness was utterly meaningless. After completing over a dozen D-rank missions, perhaps noticing the team's boredom, how did they notice? Every task was completed using shadow clones. How do you think they noticed? Thus, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, personally assigned a C-rank mission. Kurenai Yuhi held a scroll and walked up to the trio. He raised the scroll and said, "Get them over here quickly this time, it's a C-rank mission." The previously lifeless shadow clones immediately widened their eyes upon hearing it was a C-rank mission. The trio exchanged glances and then dispelled the jutsu. As soon as the shadow clones were dispelled, Yangchun, Shota, and Kakashi Kid, who was resting in the hospital reading Tsunade's super strength notes, instantly received the information. Kakashi Kid was also eager to go on a mission. These past few days, Tsunade had been overwhelmed with the medical department's reforms, and he had been repeatedly roped in as a teaching assistant. In name, he was a teaching assistant, but when Tsunade was hungover, he even had to take over teaching. Tsunade handed over her super strength technique notes to Kakashi Kid as compensation. The trio quickly packed their gear and rushed to the meeting point. Kurenai Yui, feeling helpless, unfolded the C-rank mission scroll and said to the trio, 30 kilometers east of Konoha village, in Dongmon Mountain, there is a group of bandits. They've kidnapped the son of a wealthy man, who is offered a reward to eliminate the bandits and rescue the hostage. Mission requirements: eliminate all the bandits, leave no survivors, and ensure the hostage's safety. Details will be explained on the way. Sarutobi Shota jumped up excitedly. Okay, finally a mission that suits me. Yangchun Yuhi was also full of anticipation. Only Kakashi Kid frowned slightly, but after seemingly making up his mind, he relaxed. Kurenai Yuhi observed the trio's expressions and nodded, saying, "You have 1 hour to pack your gear. Meet at the East Gate in an hour, don't be late." Dismissed. Far away in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage watched everything clearly through the telescope technique. In less than half an hour, the trio had packed their gear and arrived at the East Gate one after another. Kurenai Yuhi led them on their way. On the road, Yuhikiharo said, "There are about 80 bandits. The employer demands complete extermination, not a single one left. Most importantly, the hostage must be safe." Understood? The three nodded. Kakashi Kid asked, "What does the hostage look like? Is there a portrait?" Yuhikihara took out a portrait depicting a boy around 10 years old. "Remember his appearance and ensure his safety. Once we rescue him, don't spare a single bandit. Exterminate them all, leave no survivors." Yuhikihara's words left the three in silence. Kakashi Kid sighed inwardly. In the ninja world, human life truly held little value. Becoming a ninja meant having the resolve to kill. This is not the nation under the red flag from my previous life. This is the ninja world, a place that devours people. Everything is about the mission. The four quickly traveled and arrived at their destination by the afternoon. By dusk, they were lurking in the trees on the outskirts of the bandit hideout in Dongmon Mountain, watching the group of dirty, carefree bandits drinking and feasting. Yuhikiharo said, "This mission is a test for you. If you pass, you can take on higher level missions. If not, you'll be stuck with D-rank ones. Unless your lives are in danger, I won't intervene. Remember, the mission is total annihilation. Understood?" "Yes," the three responded in unison. After Yuhikihara left, the three began discussing their plan of action. Kakashi Kid said, "There are about 80 of them, scattered in different places. Killing them one by one will alert the others. We need to gather them first. 2 of us will rescue the hostage, take him to safety, and then quickly return to encircle and eliminate the bandits." Understood? Sarutobi Shota and Yuhi Haruhara nodded. Understood. Task assignment: who will assassinate the bandit leader? It must be done silently. The two exchanged glances, hesitating. Kakashi Kid volunteered, "I'll do it." The plan was set. Kakashi Kid would silently kill the leader, use the transformation jutsu to impersonate him, and gather the bandits. Shota and Haruhara would take the opportunity to rescue the hostage, and then the three would encircle and annihilate the enemy. The plan is set. We'll act after dark. All right. In the shadows, Yuhi Haraspring silently nodded, appreciating Hatake Kid's strategy. As night fell, the three split up to take action. Facing the careless bandits, they infiltrated with ease. Under the cover of darkness, they captured a lone bandit. Haraspring used genjutsu to extract the location of the hostages and the leader. After obtaining the information, Hatake Kid drew a kunai, covered the bandit's mouth, and swiftly slit his throat. The bloody scene left the three pale-faced. Shota exclaimed in horror, "Kid, you this is." Suppressing his nausea, Hatake Kid said seriously, "This is something we must go through. The Hokage personally assigned this mission to let us experience bloodshed. Otherwise, why would we be given this particular C-rank mission out of so many? And Haraspring Sensei's actions, don't you understand? This is a mandatory lesson for ninjas. This isn't the ninja games of the academy. Sooner or later, we have to kill. If you're not prepared, then don't be a ninja, just go home and live a normal life. The third Hokage wanted to temper them, to make them experience blood and fire, and quickly grow into independent ninjas. Only through trials could they shine. Shota lowered his head and said, I understand, it's just too cruel. Too cruel? We are ninjas. Hatake Kid glanced around, stood up, his face pale, but he forced himself to drag the body into the bushes, saying in a low voice, don't forget the ninja code missions above all else. Shota and Haraspring adjusted their states. Though still trembling and pale, they firmly said, leave the bandit leader to you. Be careful. The two disappeared into the night. Hatake Kid let out a long sigh, gritted his teeth, and slapped himself to adjust his state. Since he chose to be a ninja, he couldn't regret it, nor could he lose to two kids. He concealed his presence and quietly approached the bandit leader's house. Based on the information, he quickly located the two-story wooden cabin. Heh, the bastard sure knows how to enjoy himself. He lightly leapt onto the rooftop and heard the sounds of drinking and laughter from inside the house. Lifting a tile, he saw a bald, burly man holding a woman in her 30s. The woman had a nice figure, and the burly man, drunk, was teasing her. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside. It was a lackey delivering food. Kakashi Kid swiftly moved behind him, knocked the lackey unconscious with a single palm strike, and took the food. He dragged the body into a dark corner, snapped the lackey's neck, and used the transformation jutsu to take on his appearance. While learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade, he also picked up a lot of knowledge about poisons. Medicine and poison often go hand in hand, and true masters are skilled in both. He entered the leader's room, placed the poisoned food on the table, and respectfully retreated. The bandit leader, drunk and sluggish, noticed nothing unusual. He focused solely on eating and drinking, groping the woman in his arms. Heh, you're still the prettiest. Later, you better serve me well. The bandit leader, his eyes hazy with drunkenness and a lecherous grin on his face, fondled the soft chest of the woman in his arms. Oh, stop it. The woman protested coyly, half resisting, half yielding. I've already been yours. For you, I even abandoned my family. The bandit leader laughed heartily, took a bite of the poisoned food, and said, Ha, little beauty, am I better, or was that sickly guy better? The woman shyly pounded his chest. Don't mention that sickly guy anymore. I'm yours now, of course you're better. Ah, my little beauty, so feisty. Come, let me feed you. He brought the poisoned food to her mouth. Outside, Kakashi Kid hid quietly, hearing the bandit leader shout, Hey, what's wrong with you? Followed by a loud thud, and then silence. After waiting for a while, Kakashi Kid pushed the door open and entered. He saw the two of them foaming at the mouth, convulsing on the ground. He checked their pulses and confirmed they were dead. He dragged the bodies onto the bed, covered them with a blanket, and used the transformation jutsu to take on the appearance of the bandit leader. After adjusting his voice and confirming it matched, he coughed and walked out the door. Outside, he cursed and shouted, Where is everyone? Where did you all go? Get over here, now! At his call, the nearby bandits lit their lamps and, disheveled, came running out. They asked in unison, Boss, what's going on? Are we going to fight someone? Kakashi Kid jumped in front of one of them, slapped him on the head a few times, and scolded angrily, All you think about is fighting, can't you use your brain for once? Seeing their boss lose his temper, the bandits didn't dare make a sound. Kakashi Kid pointed at them and cursed, Useless fools, how would you survive without me? Go call everyone over, there's a big job. The bandits' eyes lit up, and they eagerly asked, Boss, what big job? A job big enough to keep everyone well fed and satisfied. Call everyone in the camp. Once we finish this, we won't be bandits anymore, and we won't have to starve again. Hearing this, the bandits excitedly ran off. Thank you, boss, we'll go get everyone right away. After they left, a figure descended. It was Sarutobi Shota. Shota said, The people have been rescued and handed over to Yang Chun for care. Yang Chun is also guarding the perimeter to prevent any stragglers. What about the boss? Is he dead? Kakashi Kid nodded and said in a low voice, Poisoned to death. Shota was silent for a moment before saying, Understood. Let's wait for them to come. Alright, you hide first and block their escape route. We'll attack from both sides. Shota nodded, his figure flickered, and he disappeared without a trace. After a while, 60 or 70 bandits came in. One of them asked obsequiously, Boss, we heard you're leading us on a big job? What is it exactly? Kakashi Kid smiled and said, Don't worry, this job is so big you won't have to worry for the rest of your lives. He looked up at the crowd and asked, Is everyone here? There are 4 brothers who haven't arrived yet. They might be late. Should we wait for them? Wait for what? Tough luck for them, they're out. With everyone present, Kakashi Kid stopped pretending, raised his hand, and said, "Get ready to move." Then he jumped onto the roof. The bandits were completely confused. Move? Move what? Boss, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Lightning style, storm of pear blossoms. Shuriken shadow clone jutsu. Countless shurikens and purple sunban rained down, shooting towards the defenseless bandits. Ah! It hurts. Boss, what the hell is going on? He's not the boss, he's a ninja. Someone hired a ninja to kill us. The bandits immediately panicked. Someone pleaded, "Don't kill me, Lord Ninja, please spare me." Some fought back desperately, but fell the next second. They tried to escape, but their retreat was blocked by the endless shurikens and lightning-style sunban. Kakashi Kid's lightning style was precise and powerful, piercing through the bandits' hearts, throats, and heads. The ground was littered with wounded soldiers groaning in pain. After one round of attacks, no one could stand. Shota was about to jump down, but Kakashi Kid stopped him. "Use fire style, I'll use wind style." Shota hesitated for a moment, then understood his intention. The two quickly formed hand seals and performed their jutsu. Fire style, great flame technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Flames and fierce winds intertwined into a fiery tornado, burning down the mountain stronghold. The bandits hiding or preparing to ambush were consumed by the flames. Ah! It's burning me alive. Help! I don't want to die yet. It hurts so much, someone save me. The fire spread rapidly, turning the entire mountain stronghold into ruins. The mission was perfectly completed. The air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh, and charred corpses were scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene and smelling this odor made one's heart tighten. The two felt their stomachs churn and became nauseous. At this moment, Yuhi Harakan appeared, walked up behind them, patted their shoulders, and said, "This is the real life of a ninja. You have to get used to it. Being a ninja is a matter of life and death. If you die at someone else's hands, it means your skills were inferior. As long as it's a mission, it must be completed without negotiation." Kakashi Kid coughed a few times to ease his discomfort, stood up, and said, "I understand. From the moment I became a ninja, I was prepared." Sarutobi Shota also nodded, "Me too." Kakashi Kid asked, "What about Yang-chun and the hostages?" Yuhi Harakan replied, "They've been safely transferred. Yang-chun personally escorted the hostages to the employer and should be back soon." After a short rest, Yang-chun hurried back. Seeing the scene, his face turned pale, and he covered his mouth and ran off. Watching him, the nausea they had barely suppressed surged back, and both Kakashi Kid and Sarutobi Shota couldn't help but vomit. Yuhi Harakan looked at them, his eyes lighting up, and said, "You did well. I've decided to treat you to barbecue, the kind that's golden and crispy." The three of them vomited even more violently, responding to him in the most sincere way. On the way back, the three looked utterly drained, evoking pity. Yuhi Harakan evaluated the mission. Overall, the mission was completed very well and deserves praise. You divided the tasks clearly and completed them individually, which satisfied me. The three weakly responded, "Thank you, Harakan-sensei." Yuhi Harakan thought to himself, young people still need to adapt. The four returned to Konoha. Yuhi Harakan went to the Hokage's office to report, while the three went home separately. A few days later, they came to the Hokage building again to prepare for a mission. Sarutobi Shota gestured animatedly, "Kid, I've been having nightmares these past few days and haven't slept well." Yuhi Yang-chun, standing nearby, said, "Me too. My brother got beaten up several times by my mom and sister-in-law, and I don't even know why." Kakashi Kid looked at Yang-chun helplessly. As expected, the family favorite was different. Kakashi Kid said, "I recovered in a day." He had studied medical ninjutsu, seen dead bodies, and could accept death. His strong reaction this time was only because it was his first time killing. Thinking back to the past few days at home, Kakashi Kid felt it was terrible. After returning home, Shuo Mao Zhong not only didn't take care of him but also stopped his mother from helping. The next day, he woke up to find Tsunade dragging him by the ear to the medical department to work as a teaching assistant. These past few days, he had been so busy that his feet barely touched the ground, leaving no time to think about anything else. By the time he could relax a bit, the discomfort had long since faded. The four arrived at the mission hall and received another C-rank mission. Another C-rank? It's not another bandit extermination, is it? The three little ones looked at the scroll in Yuhi Harakan's hand and asked curiously. Yuhi Harakan smiled and said, "No, this time it's an escort mission." A wealthy merchant from the land of fire has hired us to escort him to the land of hot water and back. They will take care of our food, clothing, and accommodation. We just need to ensure their safety. Another team will be joining us." Hearing it wasn't a dangerous mission, the three little ones exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Yuhi Harakan said, "Go back and pack a change of clothes and essentials. Meet at the gate in half an hour to set off with the other team. Consider this a vacation." "Understood." The three responded in unison. The three hurried home to pack. In the Hataki family living room, Sakumo and Hualing watched as their son dashed into his room in a flurry. Shortly after, Hataki Kid came out with a backpack, looking like he was going on a spring outing. Hualing asked, "Kid, are you going on a mission?" Hataki Kid smiled and said, "Yes, an escort mission. We're heading to the land of hot water." Hualing said to Sakumo, "The hot springs in the land of hot water are quite famous, don't you think?" Hataki Kid teased Sakumo, "Mom, you can find someone to take you there. The hot springs are really relaxing, and they even have couple baths." Sakumo blushed and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Of course, I'll take your mom there. Now get going." Hataki Kid laughed as he ran out the door, heading to the meeting point. At the Konoha gate, Hataki Kid arrived early and found Yuhi Haruharu already waiting. Beside her was a palanquin, and standing next to it was a chubby middle-aged man who looked kind and friendly. On the other side stood a handsome man with black hair, wearing a jonin green vest and a blue bodysuit. He had a warm smile and was chatting with the client. "Haruharu-sensei." Hataki Kid walked over to greet her. The handsome black-haired man greeted him warmly, "Senior, is this your subordinate? He is here quite early." Yuhi Haruharu introduced, "This is the jonin leader of Team 5, Shirakumo Kazama. He's very reliable." "Kazama, this is my subordinate, Hataki Kid." Hataki Kid quickly said, "Hello, Kazama-sensei." "Hello, Kid-kun. My subordinates will arrive shortly. You can have a good chat with them," Shirakumo Kazama said to Hataki Kid. Sure, Hataki Kid responded quickly. At that moment, a black-haired boy landed nearby. He was wearing a dark short-sleeved shirt and knee-length shorts, with a ninja tool pouch tied at his waist. The Uchiha clan emblem was printed on his shirt. So, he was from the Uchiha clan. "Teacher Kazama." The young man greeted respectfully. Shirakumo Kazama smiled and said, "Rekka, you arrived so quickly. This is my senior, Jonin Yuhi Haruharu." "Hello, Teacher Haruharu." Uchiha Rekka also greeted respectfully. This is Senior Haruharu's subordinate, the genius Kakashi Kid, who graduated early from the Ninja Academy." Shirakumo Kazama introduced. Rekka suddenly stared at Kakashi Kid, his expression complex. Shirakumo Kazama asked in confusion, "Rekka, do you know Kakashi Kid?" Of course, Kakashi Kid and Rekka knew each other. Rekka was the elder brother of Kakashi's classmate, Uchiha Kawa. Since his younger brother Uchiha Kawa had repeatedly lost to Kakashi Kid, Rekka naturally wanted to stand up for his brother. However, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he was unwilling to bully the weak. Having encountered Kakashi Kid, Rekka decided to teach this white-haired boy who bullied his brother a lesson. Although it might seem like bullying the weak, both of them were ninjas, so it didn't really matter. Rekka maintained a blank expression and said coldly, "Kakashi, my younger brother Uchiha Kawa has been under your care at school. But he's disappointing and has shamed the Uchiha name. As his elder brother, I must restore our honor. Kakashi Kid, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept?" Kakashi Kid rolled his eyes. "Challenge? Do you even realize what time it is? We're about to start a new mission, and there are two Jonin, Yuhi Haruharu and Shirakumo Kazama, standing right here. Do you think they'll let you continue provoking me?" He completely ignored Rekka and stood quietly beside Yuhi Haruharu. The atmosphere instantly became awkward, and the nearby clients uncomfortably scratched their toes. Shirakumo Kazama and Yuhi Haruharu exchanged glances and smiled wryly. These two are really hard to handle. Just as the awkwardness peaked, four figures gradually arrived at the entrance. Two of them were Kakashi Kid's teammates, Sarutobi Shota and Yuhi Haruharu, while the other two were the remaining members of Shirakumo Kazama's squad. Shirakumo Kazama introduced, "This is Mainwa and Nozomi, both civilian ninjas. Nozomi is also the only girl in the squad." Finally, both teams were fully assembled, and Shirakumo Kazama quickly stopped Rekka from continuing his provocations. After Yuhi Haruharu discussed with the clients, the group officially set off for the land of hot water. On the way, the behavior of Shirakumo Kazama's squad members felt familiar to Kakashi Kid. A stoic Uchiha, a girl ninja who liked him, and a foolish boy obsessed with girls. Isn't this the standard setup for the protagonist team? Aren't the future Minato squad and Kakashi squad formed in similar lineups? Could destiny be right beside me? Sarutobi Shota, Yuhi Haruharu, Maiga, Nozuma, and Uchiha Reka were all classmates at the Ninja Academy, with only Hataki Kid being the exception. Shota, this is our first time leaving the village for a mission, right? It's also my first time leaving Konoha and seeing the outside world, Maiga said excitedly. Yeah. Normally, apart from missions, we don't get a chance to leave the village. This mission makes me so happy, the lively Nozuma chimed in. What about you guys? Is this your first time leaving the village? Nozuma asked. Sarutobi Shota's face darkened as he recalled unpleasant memories. Shaking his head, he said, No, forget it, I don't want to talk about it. Yuhi Haruharu also hesitated, her expression resistant. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Maiga quickly changed the subject. Teacher Kazama, is there anything we need to pay attention to for this mission? Hakuyan Kazama replied, Escort missions are generally not dangerous, but we can't let our guard down. Protecting the client's safety is the top priority. The difficulty depends on the obstructor's ordinary bandits or C rank, but encountering ninjas will increase the difficulty. At the mention of bandits, Sarutobi Shota and Yuhi Haruharu's expressions grew even darker, and Hataki Kid also noticed the unease. Yuhi Haruharu looked at her subordinates, sighed, and thought to herself, still just kids. Hakuyan Kazama noticed the mood and shifted the topic. Our destination is the Land of Hot Water, located northeast of the Land of Fire, famous for its hot springs. The Land of Hot Water has its own ninja village, and we must avoid conflict with them, though we shouldn't encounter them for now. Everyone nodded, keeping his words in mind. Before long, they arrived at a small town. A wealthy merchant from the Land of Fire was loading a large amount of goods here, preparing to continue the journey to the Land of Hot Water. Looking at the long convoy, Hataki Kid understood why 2 ninja squads had been hired. The 2 squads divided their tasks. Kazama's squad was responsible for the front, scouting and protecting the client, while Haruharu's squad handled the rear, preventing ambushes and guarding the goods. During the night, the 2 squads took turns keeping watch, one covering the first half of the night and the other the second half. These arrangements rotated daily to ensure security and confidentiality. Hataki Kid followed behind the goods, responsible for the final patrol. Although it was a simple escort mission, danger still lurked. Wild beasts in the forest, venomous snakes, sudden bandit attacks, and hidden ninjas could all become threats. Suddenly, Hataki Kid noticed a slight rustling in the grass and immediately became alert. A group of fierce bandits leaped out. They were burly, with fists that looked like they could kill, and arms thick enough to be used as whips. Clearly, they were formidable opponents. A bandit leader stepped forward, dragging a spiked iron club, and said gruffly, This is a robbery, hand over your belongings, or we'll kill you all. Before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly kicked over by Kakashi Kid, landing face down on the ground. His teeth were all broken, and blood splattered everywhere. Kakashi Kid moved swiftly, directly using the Leo flying kick to leave a footprint on the leader's face. The other bandits were stunned and quickly ran over, crying out, Big brother, what happened? Big brother. The leader was utterly defeated, lying on the ground in disgrace. Seeing this, the bandits picked up their leader and fled in a panic. This was just a minor episode, and the convoy was not significantly affected, continuing on its way. Just when they thought everything was fine, another group of people suddenly appeared. This group was different. They were well equipped, carrying samurai katanas. Although disheveled, they exuded a fierce aura, clearly seasoned ronin who had taken lives before. Ronin were composed of samurai left behind by fallen nobles and traitors from the Land of Iron. They had no masters or lords, were undisciplined, and did not engage in production, surviving solely through robbery. This time, they had set their sights on the convoy, planning to kill everyone and sell the goods on the black market. The conflict between samurai and ninja had a long history. During the Warring States period, ninjas were relegated to dark tasks like assassination and espionage, holding a low status. Nobles recruited large numbers of samurai to form armies, conquer territories, and enjoy high status, even having the privilege to kill civilians at will. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, with their immense power, established the first ninja village, ending the chaotic Warring States period. After the establishment of ninja villages, ninjas replaced the samurai armies of nations, leaving only a few nobles in the Land of Iron to retain the samurai identity. Faced with reality, many samurai chose to transition into ninjas. For example, Hataki Kid's family originally came from a samurai lineage. Some samurai became symbols of noble status, but many had no path forward and could only wander as ronin. These ronin longed for the glory days of the samurai, but the rise of ninjas had increasingly diminished their status, filling their hearts with hostility toward ninjas. In the eyes of samurai, ninjas were opportunistic cowards, while ninjas viewed samurai as reckless brutes. The leader of the Ronin had his long hair tied in a ponytail, with a cross-shaped scar on his right cheek that made him look fierce. His scruffy, dirty beard added to his unkempt appearance. Beneath his tattered armor, he carried a katana and a wakizashi at his waist. He said coldly, "I am Dual Blade Miyazo. Your goods have caught my eye. Leave the convoy, and you may go." Shirakumo Kazama stepped forward and said, "We are Konoha ninjas, escorting this shipment. Your demand is unacceptable." Miyazo sneered, "That has nothing to do with me. I only want the goods and have no desire to kill. But if you don't cooperate, my treasured blades won't remain idle." "Konoha ninjas? I've killed your kind before, just rats hiding in the sewers." With a wave of his hand, the Ronin under his command immediately surrounded the convoy, gripping their katanas with fierce gazes. The ordinary people in the convoy hid in fear, praying that the ninjas would prevail. Suddenly, a light chuckle echoed clearly in everyone's ears. "Ha, a pack of stray dogs, wandering mutts. Who said that?" Miyazo roared, drawing his blade and pointing it toward the source of the voice. The Ronin behind him followed suit, ready to charge and cut down the ninjas. At this moment, Hatake Kid adjusted his clothes and walked out slowly. "It was me, and stray dogs are exactly what you are. Unwanted, unrecognized by the samurai of the Land of Iron, despised by ninjas, and without noble patrons, you can only fend for yourselves. You look like an underdeveloped waste. Was your mother raising the placenta instead of you? I've never seen anything so incompetent. Even the animals in the forest have higher intelligence than you." Facing this group of Ronin, even though he knew this was a manga world, Hatake Kid couldn't help but want to cut them down. Channeling the spirit of a toxic gamer from his previous life, he mercilessly unleashed a verbal barrage on the 20-plus Ronin. Hatake Kid used their mothers as the focal point of his insults, verbally annihilating the Ronin to the point where they began to question their existence. Yuhi Haruharo, Shota, Haru, Kazama's squad, and even the ordinary convoy members hiding nearby were all stunned. Especially Uchiha Reka, whose usually stoic face even cracked. They all thought to themselves, "This kid looks frail, but his mouth is unbelievably vicious." The Ronin leader Miyazo's face turned red with rage, as Hatake Kid's insults were primarily directed at him. He roared, "Shut up, you little brat. I'll cut you into pieces." Before he finished speaking, he gave the order, "Attack," and led the charge toward Hatake Kid. Amidst the clash of blades, Kakashi Kid was forced back by Miyazo. After all, he was still young and couldn't match the strength of an adult. Miyazo sneered, "You talk big, but why are you silent now? I'll tear your mouth apart." Unwilling to back down, Kakashi Kid sprinted forward, thrusting his kunai straight at Miyazo's heart. However, the attack was blocked by Miyazo's tattered armor. Miyazo was alarmed he couldn't keep up with Kakashi Kid's speed. Frustrated, he swung his blade at Kakashi Kid's neck. As the blade came down, a white mist spread, and a piece of wood fell to the ground. Kakashi Kid had used the substitution jutsu. Miyazo was shocked. While searching for Kakashi Kid's figure, his legs were struck heavily, and his hands throbbed with pain. He fell to his knees, his blade dropping to the ground, unable to move. A small, pale hand picked up the katana, and a mocking voice sounded in his ear, "If a stray dog refuses to submit, beat it to death and eat its meat. You samurai have someone to perform seppuku for you today, I'll be your executioner." As the words fell, the katana swung down, severing Miyazo's neck. His body collapsed to the ground. Looking at the fallen enemy, Kakashi Kid felt a trace of pleasure in his heart. "Am I a pervert? No, I just feel nothing for these Ronin." The battle ended quickly. He scanned his surroundings and stood silently. Yuhi Kuriharo and Yuhi Yoharo cast genjutsu, plunging the Ronin before them into terrifying illusions, ultimately causing them to kill each other. "Genjutsu ninja are truly terrifying," someone exclaimed. Over there, Sarutobi Shota's opponent was riddled with shuriken, dead beyond any doubt. "Shota, you're too ruthless. That Ronin looks like a porcupine," someone teased nearby. The Kazama squad performed equally well. Captain Kazama struck decisively, taking down a Ronin in one move. Uchiha Reka's Uchiha-style swordsmanship was elegant and fluid, while Kenwa and Nozane worked seamlessly together, taking out many enemies. The last Ronin fell, and the raid was completely over. Our side remained unscathed, while the enemy was utterly annihilated. Over 20 Ronin had been killed, with half dead and even their leader decapitated. The remaining 10 or so were knocked unconscious. Under the captain's orders, the 6 youngsters buried the dead and tied up the unconscious. Kakashi Kid secretly played a trick, slashing the unconscious ones a few times, leaving them bleeding profusely. The scent of blood would attract predators from the forest. As the convoy set off again, green, glowing eyes flickered around the unconscious Ronin. Speaking of the death toll, Uchiha Reka killed 7 or 8, living up to the reputation of Uchiha-style swordsmanship with his ruthless strikes. He raised an eyebrow at Kakashi Kid with his expressionless face, as if to say, "Loser, I killed more than you." Kakashi Kid ignored him, rolling his eyes with a deadpan look, silently vowing, "When I get back, I'll definitely learn swordsmanship from Nakato. Next time I see you, I'll cut down that expressionless face of yours." The journey afterward was very peaceful, with no further incidents. After some time, the convoy safely reached its destination. This was a small border town in the land of hot water, a typical trade hub. Merchants from the lands of fire, water, and lightning traded here. The town's unique scenery attracted nobles and wealthy merchants from various countries, making it bustling and prosperous. This mission was to escort the employer here for business and then escort them back to the land of fire upon completion. During the employer's business activities, the Huichun squad and the Kazama squad took turns providing protection. Yuhi Huichun and Shirakumo Kazama served as personal bodyguards, while the other members provided covert support. During shifts, the off-duty squad was free to explore, enjoy the scenery and hot spring culture of the land of hot water, but they were prohibited from approaching ninja-restricted areas and had to return to the rendezvous point on time to switch shifts. Before entering the town, 2 ninjas from Yugakure appeared in front of the convoy. Although Yugakure had a good relationship with Konoha of the Land of Fire, everyone remained secretly vigilant. Shirakumo Kazama stepped forward and presented the mission briefing. The ninjas from Yugakure gave the usual reminders and then led the group into the town. In the following days, the 2 squads took turns guarding the employer, while the off-duty squad fully enjoyed the town's scenery, cuisine, and hot springs. So comfortable. Hatake Kid exclaimed in satisfaction as he lay in the hot spring. Today was Huichun squad's turn to rest, and the 3 of them soaked in the hot spring together. Saratobi Shota nodded and said, "Soaking in a hot spring after a night's work is truly a pleasure." Yangchun closed his eyes and nodded in agreement. Before long, Saratobi Shota leaned closer to Hatake Kid with a mischievous grin and said, "Kid, do you want to know what the girls in the women's bath next door look like? There are some cute ones over there." Hatake Kid gave him a cold glance and said, "Shota, we are Konoha ninjas. We must adhere to the 3 ninja prohibitions and not do such things. I won't stoop to your level." At that moment, Hatake Kid seemed to radiate a holy aura, like a giant. A kid is just a kid. The cute girls you see mean nothing to me. Those curvaceous older ladies are far more interesting. While Saratobi Shota was feeling ashamed and Yangchun admired Hatake Kid added, "Shota, I've already inquired. The girls next door may be cute, but their figures are average. There's no need to sneak a peek." Saratobi Shota and Yangchun were dumbfounded. They never expected Hatake Kid to be a hidden pervert. "Hey, give me back my shame and admiration from earlier." The 2 exchanged a glance and then lunged at Hatake Kid, scooping up hot spring water to splash at him. Hatake Kid threw off his headband and retaliated with a smile. "Oh, you dare make a move." The 3 of them quickly started playing around. After some playful splashing, they tidied up and prepared to go shopping. After coming out of the hot spring, the 3 agreed on a meeting time and then went their separate ways to leisurely experience the town's culture. Kakashi Kid transformed and infiltrated a gambling house, using the power of the Rumble fruit to win big at the roulette table. When leaving, his wallet was bulging and his face was full of pride. Just as he was enjoying the feeling of being rich, someone set their sights on him. "Bro, look at that guy. He just won a lot at the casino, his wallet is stuffed," a one-eyed man said, pointing at Kakashi Kid's back to a burly man. The burly man clenched his fist and heavily patted the one-eyed man on the shoulder. "Well done, Hijiro. This time, the credit goes to you." The one-eyed man quickly smiled apologetically. I wouldn't dare. It's all thanks to your excellent leadership, big bro. I wouldn't dream of taking the credit." The burly man nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Go notify the others to follow him quickly. Once we get to a deserted place, that money is mine." Kakashi Kid had already noticed someone tailing him and calmly walked into a narrow alley. The burly man led his men into the alley, but Kakashi Kid was nowhere to be seen. The burly man slapped the back of the one-eyed man's head and angrily asked, "Where is he?" The one-eyed man shrank back and said, "Big bro, I don't know. We came in together, and he suddenly disappeared. Are you blaming me for not keeping an eye on him?" The burly man glared at him. The one-eyed man quickly knelt down and waved his hands. "I wouldn't dare, big bro. That guy is just too cunning. He must be hiding nearby. Let's look for him." The burly man kicked him. "Stop dawdling and go find him." Just as the one-eyed man was about to move, Kakashi Kid calmly walked out from the alley entrance. Kakashi Kid asked, "What do you want with me?" The one-eyed man pointed at him and shouted, "Big bro, it's him." The burly man turned around and grinned maliciously. "Kid, I heard you won a lot at the casino. Hand over some for us to spend." Kakashi Kid coldly replied, "How much do you want to borrow? When will you pay it back?" Everyone burst into laughter, and the long-haired man mocked, "My big brother thinks highly of you, and you dare to talk about paying back the money?" Kakashi Kid coldly stared at them. "Borrow money? Clearly, you robbed me of my money." The thugs looked full of disdain, obviously using borrowing as an excuse. Kakashi Kid's eyes sharpened, thinking, "These bastards dare to rob me of my money. I'll deal with them first." He transformed into a flash of lightning and instantly charged at the thugs. Every punch broke bones and tore muscles, leaving the thugs writhing on the ground in pain, wailing. Kakashi Kid stepped on the burly man, slapping him repeatedly, and scolded, "Dare to rob my money? Today, I'll show you what why the flowers are so red really means. Don't play dead. Answer one question for me. Get it right, and I'll let you go." The burly man, hearing there was a chance to escape, hurriedly begged for mercy, "Ninja Master, please, ask your question. I'll definitely get it right." Kakashi Kid sat on him, looked up at the sky, and asked, "What is 100 minus 1? The burly man quickly answered, 99. Kakashi Kid stood up, smirking darkly, "Correct, but I don't like people who are good at math." With that, he kicked the burly man unconscious. Although these thugs weren't major villains, Kakashi Kid didn't go for the kill. After knocking them all out, he carefully searched them and only found 100 Ryo. Ugh, what a bunch of paupers. Taking the money, Kakashi Kid dispelled his transformation and quietly left. With the gambling winnings in hand, he began calculating his expenses. Those things unsuitable for minors were crossed off, as he was still growing. After buying some specialty foods from the land of hot water, he lost interest in shopping and returned to the inn. Putting his things down, he glanced at the time. It was still early, not yet time for the shift change. He began organizing his combat techniques, identifying weaknesses. After completing the task, Kakashi Kid planned to train specifically to address his shortcomings and improve his strength. First is chakra. After sensing it, he discovered that his chakra level had reached the average level of a jonin, but it was not as high as Hatake Kakashi during the Naruto era. "Sorry, foolish little brother, you've become my benchmark." If someone else were in his position, they might be satisfied with the status quo, but he understood the future of the ninja world. Not to mention the Otsutsuki clan has yet to appear, the currently hidden Otsutsuki Yashiki, the insidious Black Setsu, and the impending ninja world war. All of these require sufficient firepower, and the foundation of firepower is vast chakra reserves. Future Naruto, the first Hokage, the Uzumaki clan, who among them didn't have massive chakra reserves? Although having a lot of chakra doesn't necessarily mean strength, a strong person will never lack chakra. There are two public methods to increase chakra, Sage Mode and Tsunade Essene Seal. And then there is the Fruit Awakening that only I can use. Since I've reincarnated as a human, I want them all. Next is Ninjutsu. When Hatake Kid first refined chakra, he took a chakra paper from Hatake Sakumo's room to test his chakra nature. The results showed that he possessed all 5 chakra natures, with lightning release, water release, and wind release being the most active. Therefore, his ninjutsu would primarily revolve around these 3. As long as these 3 chakra natures are used wisely, their power will be immense. The next step in developing ninjutsu will focus on lightning release and water release, supplemented by wind release, to fully tap into their potential. For lightning release, I can refer to the 3rd Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village and the future Kakashi. For water release, I'll take that evil Tobirama as a model. For wind release, I'll consider future Naruto's Raisin Shuriken. As for fire release and earth release, I'll study them later when I have time. I also want to try the 5 release, Great Serial Bullet. If I can create Sage Art, 5 release, Great Serial Bullet, even Uchiha Madara would have to take me seriously. The 3rd point is sensory abilities. In multiple battles, Hatake Kid realized he lacked sensory skills, often only noticing enemies when they were already close. My past life playing LOL reminds me that on the battlefield, you must learn to place wards, or enemies could appear suddenly at any time. If only I had NLS mantra or observation haki. Famous sensory techniques in the ninja world include the Uzumaki clan's Kagura Mind SI, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, and the Sand Village's Third Eye. Notable sensory ninjas include the 2nd Tsuchikage Mu and the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. It seems I need to study Tobirama's sensory techniques again. The 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha clan's nemesis, truly impressive. The fourth is Genjutsu. Although Hatake Kid understood some basic Genjutsu, he couldn't cast it and could only dispel it. In Konoha, the Uchiha clan and the Kurama clan are renowned for Genjutsu, especially the Kurama clan, who can manipulate the five senses of others, making them the only ones the Uchiha would bow to. And then there's Kurenai Sensei. Members of the Yuhi clan are all famous for their Genjutsu. As my strength increases, Danzo will definitely try to recruit me, and Genjutsu is a good method. Although I can't perform it, I must make myself immune to Genjutsu, especially to guard against Koto Amatsukami. The fifth is sealing techniques. Sealing techniques are a special branch of ninjutsu that can seal tailed beasts and imprison enemies. In the ninja world, the Uzumaki clan, the priestess clan of the Land of Demons, as well as the tailed beasts Shikaku and Gyuki, are all skilled in sealing techniques. To learn sealing techniques, one must study systematically and cannot be careless. If I can enter the land of whirlpools and learn the authentic sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, my strength will definitely improve significantly. However, learning sealing techniques requires careful planning and cannot be rushed. Taijutsu is also crucial. As the saying goes, what mage doesn't want to engage in close combat? Ninjas have high attack power but weak defense, so improving taijutsu is the last line of defense for survival. The five Kage who pacified the Warring States period not only possessed exceptional wisdom and brilliant strategies but also had immense strength to control those unruly ninjas. They were not only proficient in destructive ninjutsu but also mastered taijutsu capable of tearing beasts apart and splitting mountains and rocks. Without a strong physique and a healthy body, even the most powerful ninjutsu is just a castle in the air. The current leader of Amagakure, Hanzo of the Salamander, Tsukumo Hatake, and the future legendary Sannin Tsunade are all renowned taijutsu experts. Lastly, there is medical knowledge. Since ancient times, medicine and poison have been inseparable. One must not only heal quickly but also understand lethal poisons. Medicine and poison are like two sides of the same coin. Being immune to all poisons and excelling in both medicine and poison is the true path. Reflecting on his shortcomings, Kakashi Hatake formulated a training plan for himself and recorded it in a blank scroll he carried with him. First, he would learn the Hatake clan's swordsmanship and Tsunade's monstrous strength technique to make up for his taijutsu weaknesses, combining them with the rumble fruit to enhance his physique. Next, he would study the training method of the Yin seal. Even if he couldn't fully master it, he would use its principles as a reference to develop his own battery to ensure sustained firepower output. Then, there was the Sage mode of the Shikatsu Forest. This mode, similar to the Yin seal, was aimed at improving endurance. The Sage modes of the three great sacred places each have their pros and cons. Mount Mayaboku focuses on absorbing natural energy, offering strong bursts of power but with short duration. Ryuchi Cave excels in using inorganic environments for survival, though its training is dangerous. Shikatsu Forest emphasizes recovery, enhancing cellular activity and significantly improving physical constitution, but its attack power is relatively weak. Finally, there was the sensory ninjutsu of the second Hokage. Letting out a long breath, Kakashi Hatake closed the scroll, carefully reviewed the training plan, revised it repeatedly, and finally settled on a realistic approach. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. It was time for the shift change. Tomorrow was the last day of the mission, and after it ended, they could set off back to Konoha village. The next day, the members of Team Haruharo diligently and responsibly completed all their tasks. Everyone returned to the rendezvous point, packed their belongings, and prepared to leave. At that moment, Kazama squads Kenwa and Retsuka rushed in, panting heavily. Teacher Huichun, something bad happened. Classmate Yijin has been taken. The members of the Huichun squad were shocked. Yuhi Huichun asked urgently, "What about Teacher Kazama? Why didn't you report this first?" Jianhua said hurriedly, "When Teacher Kazama caught up, he was held up by someone and couldn't get away, so he sent us back to ask for help." Kakashi and Yuhi Huichun exchanged glances. Yuhi Huichun immediately ordered, "Team 4, assemble. A comrade has been abducted. We cannot sit idly by. Everyone, move out and rescue them." Understood, everyone responded in unison. The situation has changed. Kakashi, you will temporarily take over as captain, understood? Yuhi Huichun added. Understood, everyone agreed, though Kakashi's eyes were deep and thoughtful. Immediately, under the guidance of Jianhua and Lihua, the Huichun squad rushed toward their destination. What exactly are these ninja kidnappers after? Are they trying to provoke a conflict between Konoha and Yugakure, or is there another conspiracy at play? Suddenly, a figure in a black robe leapt out ahead, wielding a scythe, and slashed fiercely at Lihua, who was leading the way. Teacher Huichun quickly blocked the attack with a kunai and engaged in an intense battle with the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure's taijutsu was highly skilled, with every move aiming to kill. Teacher Hui-chun was being suppressed. Kakashi, take over as captain and continue the mission. Be careful. Hui-chun instructed while fighting. Kakashi nodded, leading the team to bypass the battle and continue forward. The black-robed figure did not pursue, seemingly only intent on stopping someone. Before long, they came upon an ordinary manor. Li Hua pointed at the manor. Yijin is in there. Hurry and rescue her. Kakashi glanced at Li Hua, then turned toward the manor and nodded. Let's go, head inside immediately. Li Hua and Jianhua exchanged a meaningful smile. Kakashi walked at the front, his back to the others. Shota, Yang-chun, team up with Jianhua. I'll team up with Li Hua. X formation, understood? Shota and Yang-chun were stunned for a moment and quickly stood beside Jianhua. Jianhua and Li Hua hadn't reacted yet. Take action. Kakashi Maple had already shouted the command. Yang-chun Uehara casted Genjutsu, controlling Jianhua. Sarutobi Shota slashed down with a blade, knocking Jianhua unconscious. The two quickly tied him up. On the other side, Kakashi Maple's palm turned into a lightning serpent, electrocuting Li Hua unconscious. In less than a minute, both opponents were subdued. X was the secret code for the trio, representing suspect. It was originally a joke among them, but unexpectedly, it came in handy now. Jianhua and Li Hua reverted from their transformations, revealing themselves as ninjas from Yugakure. After waking up, the two angrily asked, "How did we get exposed? When did you know we weren't your comrades?" Shota and Yang-chun were also curious about when Kakashi Maple saw through them. The moment you appeared, I knew, Kakashi Maple sneered. I had no flaws, how could you see through me, the two questioned. Kakashi Maple looked at his teammates and reminded them, Li Hua wouldn't ask us for help. Don't be naive. Yang-chun Uehara suddenly realized, right, the real Li Hua would have followed us and let Jianhua call for help. Sarutobi Shota nodded in agreement. Kakashi Maple said, Teacher Hui-chun noticed it too, which is why he made me the team leader. Yang-chun, you're in charge of interrogation. Find out the layout of the manor, and then we'll storm in to rescue the hostages. Under the Genjutsu, the two ninjas confessed the truth. They were members of the cult of the evil god, dissatisfied with Yugakure, and had defected to the cult. The cult had kidnapped many children from the land of hot water, including Uchiha Liwa, Jianhua, and Yejin. The original plan was to sacrifice them to the evil god, but later, in pursuit of greater power, the two convinced the cult's higher-ups to use the trio from Huichuan's team as sacrificial offerings. Kakashi Maple chuckled, a plum blossom petal strategy, clever idea. They might be waiting for us in the manor. Sarutobi Shota asked, what should we do? Kakashi Maple smiled, since they want to deceive us, we'll play along. Yang-chun Uehara suggested, shadow clones? Kakashi Maple nodded in agreement. After dealing with the two ninjas, Kakashi Maple and Sarutobi Shota each created shadow clones, transforming into the appearance of Yugakure ninjas. They carried the seemingly unconscious trio and swaggered into the manor. After walking for a while, they arrived at a dimly lit room. By the faint candlelight, Kakashi Maple used a shadow clone to observe the room. On the altar lay the unconscious Uchiha Liwa, Jianhua, and Yejin, surrounded by a group of unconscious children. Around the altar, black-robed figures were chanting incantations in low voices. Beneath their feet was a massive blood-red circle with a triangle embedded within it. The leader of the cult of the evil god shouted fervently, Today we gather here by the will of the evil god. We shall offer the finest sacrifices. These children and ninjas are the evil god's favorites. He spread his arms and looked around at everyone. From now on, enjoy this sacrificial feast to the fullest. First, prove our loyalty and let the evil god witness it. With that, a black short spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and he violently stabbed it into the heart of someone nearby. The victim showed no fear but instead laughed maniacally, ha ha, all for the evil god. His laughter became the signal, and the followers began a frenzied slaughter. Punching, kicking, biting, slashing using every means possible, they desperately tried to kill each other. The leader also fell into a frenzy, displaying exceptional taijutsu and quickly taking down one follower after another. Watching this bloody scene, Kakashi Maple had only one thought in his mind, cherish life, stay away from cults. Fortunately, the group had endured many hardships and had strong resilience. In the end, the leader of the cult of the evil god survived thanks to his skills. On the scene, only he and the two shadow clones holding 3 unconscious children remained. The leader licked the fresh blood on the short spear and revealed a cruel smile, long live the evil god. Kakashi Maple could no longer bear it. In a flash, he dispelled the shadow clones and appeared beside the leader. Lightning flickered in his hand, and a purple lightning spear materialized. He thrust the spear into the leader's body. The leader hadn't even reacted before his life quickly drained away. He reached out, pleading with Kakashi Maple, but the terror of death left him powerless. Even the leader of the cult of the evil god feared death. Looking at the leader completely collapse, Kikiki Kid snorted coldly, "Damn, I thought he was formidable, but he turned out to be all show and no substance." Shota and Yangchun followed, nodding in agreement after hearing this. They had expected a fierce battle, but it turned out that most of the cultists had already been dealt with due to internal strife, and the remaining leader didn't last long. The three first rescued the members of Kazama's squad and then took the unconscious children away from the danger zone. Afterward, Kikiki Kid and Shota worked together to burn the site. Shota used earth release to completely bury the ruins. After the task was completed, Shirakumo Kazama and Yuhi Haruharu arrived at the scene. The two made arrangements and handed the unconscious children over to the ninjas of Yugakure. The three unconscious individuals were carried back to the inn where the group had gathered. Naruto is a long-running manga with a somewhat vague timeline and many unclear settings. Here, the author aims to sort out the timeline and provide readers with a clear concept of time. Of course, readers who are not interested can ignore this. This timeline is the author's personal creation, striving for logical consistency. This is because Kishimoto, the original creator, has contradictions in many places, such as the cause of the First Shinobi World War and the time of Hashirama Senju's death. The author has referred to the original work but made reasonable adjustments. The timeline of this book uses the founding of Konoha as the starting point. Year 1 of Konoha, the Senju clan and Uchiha clan reconcile, and Konoha village is officially established. Hashirama Senju becomes the first Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Koharu Yuditane, Hamura Mitokado, and Danzo Shimura are only 5 years old. Year 2 of Konoha, Muan and Oki, as master and apprentice, represent Iwagakure in a mission to Konoha to form an alliance. The two are defeated by Madara Uchiha, who subsequently leaves Konoha. Anoki is 13 years old. Years 3 to 7 of Konoha, major shinobi villages are successively established across the ninja world. Kumogakure fails to capture the Nine Tails, and Kinkaku and Ginkaku obtain the Nine Tails chakra. Year 8 of Konoha, Madara Uchiha captures the Nine Tails and attacks Konoha. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha battle in the Valley of the End. Ultimately, Madara is defeated, fakes his death, and obtains Hashirama's cells. Mito Uzumaki becomes the first Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Year 13 of Konoha, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade are born. Year 17 of Konoha, the first 5 Kage summit is held, and the first Hokage distributes the tailed beasts. According to Obito, the first 5 Kage summit and the distribution of the tailed beasts quelled the chaos, marking the end of the First Shinobi World War. However, the author has abandoned this notion, and readers are asked to understand. Year 19 of Konoha, the first generation of Kage from various nations pass away one after another, and the First Shinobi World War breaks out. This is the author's own setting, as the original work does not specify the exact time of the first generation's deaths. However, Hashirama's death is considered the trigger for the war. Years 20 to 22 of Konoha, the First Shinobi World War rages on. The second Hokage and the second Raikage die in the rebellion of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. The second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage perish together, and the second Kazekage dies in an accident. The third generation of Kage rise to power. Years 23 to 36 of Konoha, a period of peace ensues, during which nations build up their strength, and militant factions rise. Years 37 to 42 of Konoha, the Second Shinobi World War breaks out, primarily caused by militant factions in various nations vying for more territory. The strength of the Hidden Rain Village continued to grow, directly threatening the safety of the Hidden Leaf Village. After launching an attack on the Land of Grass, the Hidden Rain Village summoned ninjas to guard the borders. Subsequently, under the instigation of a third party, the Hidden Rain Village declared war on the Hidden Leaf Village, leading to the outbreak of the Second Shinobi World War. The author deduced this based on the original work, as the specific reasons remain unclear. During the war, Tsukumo Hatake rose to prominence and was called the White Fang of the Leaf. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru became known as the legendary Sannin. Dan Kato and Nawaki heroically sacrificed their lives. Between the 43rd and 46th years of the Hidden Leaf calendar, there was a brief period of peace. Tsukumo Hatake passed away due to rumors, leaving Tsunade disheartened. From the 46th to the 50th year, the Third Shinobi World War broke out, triggered by the assassination of the third Kazekage by Sasori of the Red Sand. During this war, the third Raikage perished, and the Yellow Flash faced off against a team of Cloud Village ninjas. Only 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist survived. Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara both sacrificed their lives, while Kakashi Hatake achieved great feats with his Sharingan. Yahiko died, plunging the Akatsuki into darkness. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, emerged. The above is the author's reasonable deduction of the timeline based on the original work. To avoid confusing readers, subsequent articles will downplay specific timelines. Back at the inn, the three members of Kazama's squad gradually woke up, frustrated that they had missed the battle. Uchiha Reka, in particular, was emotional upon hearing that it was Kid Hatake who had saved him. His eyes reddened, almost activating his Sharingan. Kid Hatake thought to himself, the Uchiha clan is truly both proud and stubborn. After the Jashin cult incident ended, everyone rested peacefully for a day. The next day, they set off for the Land of Fire. The employer sold the goods to buyers in the Land of Hot Water and purchased some local specialties to bring back to the Land of Fire, speeding up the journey. The afternoon sun was warm, and a gentle breeze brushed by, making one drowsy. Kid Hatake sat on the carriage, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. 2 teams of 8 people were stationed defensively, with no immediate concerns. At this moment, Haru walked up to Kid Hatake and said, Kid, ever since we left the town, a group of people has been tailing us. Observing them last night, I noticed that while they lack obvious markings, a few of them have characteristics of the Land of Water jagged teeth. Kid Hatake was slightly taken aback and asked in a low voice, ninjas from the Land of Water? Hidden Mist Village? Why are they following us? Haru's expression was serious. It's unclear at the moment. You must remain vigilant and be ready to respond to any potential battles. Kid Hatake trusted this capable subordinate, knowing that his jutsu without hand signs was highly intimidating, ensuring their safety. With Haru and Sarutobi Shoto working together, there was no need to worry too much about them. Kid Hatake smiled wryly and said, Teacher Haru, isn't this C-rank mission a bit too challenging? Bandit attacks, Jashin cult assaults, and now we're encountering hidden mist ninjas. Are you sure you're not worried that we rookies can't handle it? Haru replied helplessly, there's nothing we can do. We never expected to encounter so many troubles. Currently, under the leadership of the 3rd Mizukage, the Hidden Mist Village had begun to close its borders, though not explicitly stated. Under the 3rd Mizukage's support, the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist was reassembled. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were an important force used by the 3rd Mizukage to control the major ninja clans within the village. Although not as oppressive as the Bloody Mist era under the 4th Mizukage in the future, the suppression of the ninja clans had already begun. After all, as one of the 5 great nations' ninja villages, the Hidden Mist ninjas were formidable, renowned in the ninja world for their water release techniques and assassination skills. As the convoy approached the forest, a faint white mist began to rise around them. Soon, the mist thickened, reducing visibility. The pursuing Hidden Mist ninjas began to take action, unleashing their signature technique, water release, Hidden Mist Jutsu. Bayun Kazama shouted, watch the formation, protect the employer. Kazama's squad and Hikaru's squad's 6 members quickly surrounded the carriage, protecting the employer and the attendants. Bayun Kazama and Yuhi Hikaru drew their weapons, standing on high alert. After a while, Yuhi Hikaru said in a low voice, they're here. He swung his blade, slicing through the approaching ninja, who instantly turned into 2 puddles of water. Water clones? A cold voice came from the thick mist, 8 critical points, which one will you choose? Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian vein, kidneys, heart. The only girl among the 6, Nozomi, trembled in fear. Yuhi Hikaru shouted to Hatake Kid, Kid, be careful. The mist grew thicker and thicker, and Hatake Kid suddenly disappeared. 1. A figure silently appeared, a kunai aiming straight for Hatake Kid's heart. Strangely, the kunai did not pierce flesh. Hatake Kid grabbed the opponent's wrist and sneered, got you. A paralyzing electric current surged into the enemy's body, instantly rendering them powerless. Before dying, the enemy saw lightning flickering on Hatake Kid's chest and thought, what kind of monster is this? After defeating the enemy, Hatake Kid began forming hand seals, wind style, great breakthrough. A fierce wind quickly swept away the thick mist, clearing the view instantly. As the mist dispersed, Sarutobi Shoto shouted loudly, Kid, well done. Now it's my turn. Shuriken, Shadow Clone Jutsu. A large number of shurikens flew toward the depths of the forest. A muffled groan came from the forest, and a figure fell down. Kakashi Kid turned to Yuhi Haruharu and asked, Haruharu, can you sense the direction of the enemies? Yuhi Haruharu replied, I can, but I'm not very skilled yet. I can only roughly determine the direction. Kakashi Kid said, that's fine, a rough direction is enough. Help me out. Yuhi Haruhara closed his eyes to concentrate, then quickly opened them and shouted, "Enemies at 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock." Kakashi Kid quickly formed hand seals, created shadow clones, and shouted, "Get down." The shadow clone rushed to Shota's side, pulling him and Haruhara down to the ground. In an instant, lightning flashed around Kakashi Kid's body. He extended both hands and unleashed two massive lightning dragons toward the forest. The lightning dragons roared, violently destroying everything in the forest in their path. As the lightning dragons struck, the hidden ninjas were all exposed, and the ground was littered with broken corpses. Seeing the forest destroyed, everyone froze in shock. Sarutobi Shota exclaimed, "Kid, you were hiding this trump card? That's incredible." Kakashi Kid rolled his eyes at him. "This move isn't fully developed yet, of course I couldn't reveal it. Stop talking and come help me." Shota nodded and quickly ran over to support Kakashi Kid, thinking to himself, "So cool." Hakuyun Kazama commented, "Senior Haruhara, your subordinate is impressive. This jutsu's destructive power is at least B rank and will grow stronger as he matures." As expected of a village jonin, instantly recognizing the potential of the jutsu. Beside him, Uchiha Rekka was also shocked, muttering, how is he this strong?" Overwhelmed with emotion, Rekka's eyes flashed red, and the tomo in his eyes began to spin, activating the Sharingan. As the Sharingan activated, chakras surged wildly within Rekka, as if it were about to break free from his body. He trembled slightly, sweat forming on his forehead, clearly struggling to withstand the force. But the immense power drained his physical and mental strength. His vision went black, and he collapsed softly to the ground, unconscious. Yun Fengjian immediately caught him and carefully placed him back onto the carriage. At this moment, among the two squads, apart from Yun Fengjian, Yuhi Haruhara, and Hataki Kid, who knew the truth, everyone else was stunned, watching Uchiha Ritsuka suddenly faint, completely at a loss. Nozoma hurried over to check, but Yun Fengjian smiled and reassured him, "It's nothing, just exhaustion." Then he turned to Yuhi Haruhara and said, "Go confirm if there are any survivors. Seal both the corpses and the survivors and bring them back to the village." Yuhi Haruhara nodded, quickly inspecting everyone, sealing the two unconscious individuals, and directing the other squads to clean up the battlefield. Yun Fengjian packed the corpses into scrolls, thinking that these bodies could provide important clues for the intelligence department. After tidying up the scrolls, he said to Yuhi Haruhara, "I'll head back to the village first. I'll leave Iwama and the others to you." Yuhi Haruhara agreed, "Don't worry, I'll bring them back safely." After giving brief instructions, Yun Fengjian bit his finger and formed seals, summoning jutsu. As the white mist dispersed, a giant blue bird appeared. Yun Fengjian leapt onto the bird's back and nodded to everyone, "Amaru, let's go." The bird flapped its wings, carrying him off into the distance. After Yun Fengjian left, Yuhi Haruhara quickened her pace to lead the squads back to the village. The employer also agreed to speed up, as someone of his status naturally wanted to stay alive to enjoy life. The next afternoon, Yun Fengjian returned to the village. Without saying much, he urged everyone to pick up the pace. The shadow of war was gradually approaching. At dawn, before the sun had risen, Hataki Kid, still sound asleep, was completely unaware of the danger quietly closing in. Tsunade rushed in and dragged him out of his warm bed in a hurry. Still in his pajamas, Hataki Kid stood in the bathroom, utterly confused. Wasn't I supposed to be sleeping? How did I end up here? Turning around, the blonde tigress Tsunade stood at the door, urging, "Hurry up and wash up. After breakfast, come with me to the hospital." Kakashi Kid exclaimed in surprise, "Lady Tsunade, I just returned to the village yesterday, and today you're already dragging me to work as free labor. Isn't this child exploitation? This is a crime. Also, don't act so righteously while asking me to treat you to breakfast. If you're dragging me to work, shouldn't you be the one treating me to a meal?" Tsunade looked a bit embarrassed, rubbing her hands as she said, I got a little itchy these past few days and went to the casino for a few rounds, didn't win anything. But don't worry, once I win, I'll definitely treat you to a meal." Kakashi Kid rolled his eyes. "If I wait for you to win, I might never get to eat in this lifetime." He picked up his toiletries and started washing up. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to ask Tsunade, "Where are my mom and dad? How did they let you come up here?" Tsunade looked puzzled and said, "When I came in, I didn't see Sakumo or Hualing at all. The people downstairs just led me straight to your bedroom." Kakashi Kid sighed helplessly, turned back, and continued brushing his teeth, muttering in his heart, "It must be that white-haired troublemaker's doing. Truly my nemesis from a past life. Good thing I don't like sleeping naked, or with Tsunade barging in like this, I'd have died of embarrassment and had to start over." The Hataki household had a few servants responsible for chores. No matter how assertive Tsunade was, she wouldn't barge directly into someone's room. Though she was rough around the edges, she wasn't impolite and wouldn't enter without permission. After washing up, Tsunade followed Kakashi Kid into his bedroom. I didn't take a good look earlier, but this room is pretty clean. It doesn't have that typical boys' room smell. You have no idea how bad my brother Nawaki's room is, it's worse than a pigsty. Kakashi Kid quickly raised his hand to interrupt, impatiently saying, "Enough. I don't care about other people's rooms. I just want to ask if you can leave first. I need to change clothes. Or do you want to perversely watch me change?" Tsunade, furious at being kicked out of the room, heard the door slam shut and kicked the wall. Although she didn't use her full strength, the wall still shook. "You little bean sprout, like I'd ever be interested in you." After getting dressed, Kakashi Kid went to the hospital with Tsunade, starting a busy day. Not only did he have to treat patients, but he also had to assist Tsunade in training medical ninjas selected for the program. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage looked at the mission report, lost in thought. Another lightning-release jutsu without hand seals, with destructive power reaching B rank. Most importantly, the power of this technique is only limited by the user's physical condition. As Kakashi Kid's body matures, its power will only grow stronger. Hiruzen Saratobi put down the report, tapped the desk, and asked in a low voice, "Crane, where is Kakashi Kid now?" The masked Crane appeared and respectfully replied, "Lord Hokage, Kakashi Kid has already gone to the hospital with Tsunade and is currently assisting in training the selected medical ninjas." The third Hokage raised an eyebrow. Isn't the training of selected ninjas Tsunade's responsibility? Why is Kakashi Kid involved? Crane replied, "Kakashi Hatake is Tsunade's assistant instructor and has been called to help multiple times already." The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and said, "Crane, help me pass the order to the mission department to upgrade the escort missions of the Kazama squad and the Hikariharu squad from last time to a rank. Then, call Tsunade to see me." Crane respectfully agreed and disappeared in an instant. The third Hokage stroked Kakashi Hatake's file, lost in thought. Boom! The door to the Hokage's office was violently kicked open, slamming into the wall with a thunderous sound. "Door, speak for me, speak for me." The third Hokage was already used to it, only Tsunade would be so unruly. Tsunade stormed in angrily, "Old man, if you have something to say, say it quickly. I've got a pile of messes waiting for me at the hospital and the medical department. If it's something trivial, don't blame me for tearing down your office." Recently, Tsunade had been under a lot of pressure. The reform of medical ninjas had left the hospital and the medical department overwhelmed. She had just pulled Kakashi Hatake in to help, and not long after, the third Hokage had summoned her. The third Hokage saw her collapse onto the sofa and asked, "Tsunade, how is the progress in training medical ninjas?" He thought to himself, "Is teaching ninjas this exhausting? It wasn't this hard when I taught you three back then." Tsunade, fuming with anger, walked up to the desk, slammed it with a smack, and shouted, "Old man, don't you know how hard it is to train medical ninjas? I teach all day, and the kids learn nothing. It's driving me crazy. How can they be so dumb?" Tsunade had a fiery temper, having grown up spoiled at home, and lacked much patience. She could barely hold on when things went smoothly, but when they didn't, she would explode. Among the future Sannin, Jiraiya was the most patient in teaching disciples. Orochimaru taught well but was prone to causing trouble. Of course, this was the Orochimaru who had turned dark after Nawaki's death. The third Hokage, ignoring the spit sprayed on his face, calmly said, "Tsunade, the current situation in the ninja world is dire, with the clouds of war looming over the ninja villages of all nations. You need to put in more effort to train more medical ninjas to ensure security during wartime." Tsunade glared at the third Hokage and said, "Training medical ninjas isn't something that can be done in a day or two. Luckily, Kakashi Hatake is helping, otherwise, I would have collapsed by now." The third Hokage seized the opportunity and said, "Oh? Kakashi Hatake? Tsukumo's child, the one with medical talent? Why don't you take him as your disciple?" Hearing this, Tsunade stared at the third Hokage's calm face and immediately understood what he meant. "Old man, stop beating around the bush. Just say it directly. Why do you want me to take him as a disciple?" Tsunade said seriously. The third Hokage sighed and handed the report on the desk to her. Tsunade finished reading it, looked up, and asked, "AB rank destructive jutsu with room for growth? Isn't that simple? Can't you handle it easily?" The third Hokage said, "It's more than that. This is Hatake Kid's second seal-less jutsu." Seal-less jutsu? Tsunade was surprised, not because of the jutsu, but because of the child's age. The third Hokage said, "Yes, and there might be more that I don't know about. This child is different from his father. Perhaps this was intentionally revealed. That's why I hope you can teach him, to ensure he doesn't go down the wrong path. Tsunade scoffed and retorted, wrong path? What do you mean? If you're worried he'll harm the village or his comrades, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. But beyond that, I can't control him. I hope you understand that camaraderie cannot outweigh the village, nor can it harm its people. Why did your granduncle choose you as Hokage and not someone else? Tsunade tossed the report back onto the desk. I'll keep an eye on Hatake Kid, but don't play any tricks. Without looking at the third Hokage again, she turned and left with firm, unwavering steps. The office fell silent. The third Hokage sat alone, watching Tsunade leave, lost in thought for a long time. Back at Konoha Hospital, Tsunade walked briskly through the corridors, heading straight for the lounge. As she opened the door, she saw Hatake Kid sitting by the window, intently reading a notebook. Sunlight poured over him, highlighting his focused profile. Tsunade walked over casually and glanced at the notebook in his hands, which was filled with detailed notes and insights on strength technique. Hatake Kid looked up briefly at Tsunade as she entered, then lowered his head again, focusing on the notebook and occasionally gesturing with his hands. Tsunade crossed her arms, a faint smile on her lips, her eyes full of confidence, as if everything was under her control. She walked lightly to Hatake Kid's side, bent down close to him, and said with a teasing smile, "Strength technique, huh? That's my signature move. Want me to teach you?" Her tone was playful, clearly joking with him. Hatake Kid slowly closed the notebook, staring at her with an empty gaze, and said coldly, "Lady Tsunade, if you're bored, why not go teach a class and put your talents to use?" Tsunade froze, her eyes widening, a trace of awkwardness flashing across her face. Earlier that morning, she had hurriedly dragged Hatake Kid along, only to leave everything for him to handle afterward. She had planned to relax at the tavern once things were done, but the sudden summons from the third Hokage disrupted her plans. She coughed lightly and forced a smile. "I heard you ran into quite a bit of trouble on this mission." Her voice was low, tinged with curiosity. Hatake Kid glanced at her with a half smile, then turned back to his notebook. After a moment of silence, he quipped, "Lady Tsunade, your attempt to change the subject is way too clumsy." He flipped through the notes while slowly recounting the details of this mission. Tsunade sighed. C-rank missions are usually simple and uneventful. It's really surprising how complicated yours turned out to be. Thinking about her earlier conversation with the third Hokage, she pondered for a moment and said, "Based on your situation, the mission's difficulty needs to be reassessed. It might be upgraded from C rank to B rank, or even a rank." Hearing this, a flicker of emotion finally appeared on Hatake Kid's face. An upgrade in rank meant higher rewards, and the more money, the better. He nodded and smiled. "Well, that's good news." Tsunade's patience was completely gone. She was never known for her patience to begin with. She plopped down on the sofa without a care and stared at Hatake Kid, asking, "The old man just called me over and asked me to take you as my disciple. What do you think?" After hearing this, Hatake Kid thought carefully and understood that this was a move by the third Hokage in the factional struggles. He stared directly at Tsunade, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. He said, "I can acknowledge Tsunade as my master, but how can Lady Tsunade ensure that I willingly become a blade in the hands of the higher-ups? In other words, how can you guarantee I won't be turned inward?" Although Tsunade was mentally prepared, she was still startled by his expression. She calmly replied, "I already knew it would be like this, so I refused." Hatake Kid stood up and stretched, his smile complicated. "Lady Tsunade, there's no need to hide the intentions of the higher-ups. My father, Hatake Tsukumo, though not a traditional samurai, has his principles. Even if I acknowledge you as my master, I won't enter Konoha's upper echelons. I'm merely a pawn to restrain my father, a shackle to control him. If my father crosses the line, or if he threatens the interests of the higher-ups, and he becomes an uncontrollable blade, the higher-ups will break him at any time and instead cultivate me, a young, controllable, and promising child. When I grow up, I'll become the new White Fang of Konoha, continuing to clear obstacles for the higher-ups and serve as their tool." This wasn't baseless speculation but the reality Kakashi would face in the future. Since the protagonist, Hatake Kid, had come to this world, he certainly wouldn't let such things happen. Tsunade gave a bitter smile. "I knew it would be like this." But inwardly, she thought, "Old men, don't create any misunderstandings. This kid is not easy to deal with." She shook her head and gave up. "Forget it, I won't meddle in your affairs. I only have one request, you won't do anything harmful to the village, will you?" Hatake Kid adjusted his clothes and solemnly promised, "This place holds my beloved family and friends. I won't let this beautiful land be defiled." At noon, in a quiet and elegant tavern in the village, Tsunade raised her hand and shouted to the tavern's front desk, "Boss, another bottle of sake." An empty bottle was already on the table. Kakashi Kid quickly stopped Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, please don't drink anymore. You still have to teach this afternoon." Hearing that she still had to teach in the afternoon, Tsunade felt a headache coming on. She anxiously scratched her head and said irritably, "Don't mention those students. Each one is as dumb as a pig no matter how I teach, they just can't learn." Kakashi Kid took a sip of juice and asked Tsunade, "Lady Tsunade, to be honest, why would the third Hokage agree to such an unrealistic plan from the higher-ups?" Tsunade answered without hesitation, "Loves grandiose ideas, completely unreliable." Kakashi Kid frowned and advised, "Lady Tsunade, don't look at the issue with subjective emotions. It's not that simple." Tsunade retorted defiantly, "Humph, kid, you dare lecture me when you're still wet behind the ears?" Kakashi Kid felt helpless. When discussing serious matters, she fixated on trivialities. He really wanted to knock Tsunade out and throw her onto the street. He took a deep breath and said, "Lady Tsunade, this medical department reform, although decided by the higher-ups without considering the difficulty, aims to train a large number of medical ninjas to reduce casualties in future wars." Tsunade sat up straight and stared at Kakashi Kid. "What exactly are you trying to say?" "I can see it clearly too. The challenge lies in training medical ninjas. Not everyone is suitable." Kakashi Kid took a sip of juice and continued, "The key point is whether we are training all-around medical ninjas or specialized battlefield medical ninjas." Tsunade pondered and asked in confusion, "What's the difference between a medical ninja and a battlefield medical ninja?" Kakashi Kid put down his cup and said seriously, "There's a big difference. Medical ninjas need to learn medical ninjutsu, be able to treat illnesses and detoxify. The key is mastering medical ninjutsu, which is very difficult. Battlefield medical ninjas, on the other hand, may not necessarily know medical ninjutsu, but they must understand basic medical knowledge. On the battlefield, they often encounter blade wounds, poisoning, and fractures. They need to know how to bandage, detoxify, and perform simple bone setting." Tsunade immediately interrupted, "I see. What you mean is that although many ninjas can't learn medical ninjutsu in the short term, they can quickly grasp these basic medical skills, enabling them to handle emergencies during treatment. However, I still need to think it over." Seeing Tsunade deep in thought, Kakashi Kid didn't disturb her and quietly ate his food. Tsunade's eyes grew brighter, as if she had come up with a good idea. After a while, she slammed the table, stood up, grabbed Kakashi Kid by the collar, and stormed out of the tavern, heading straight for the hospital. As they left, Tsunade shouted to the tavern owner, "I'm Tsunade. Put the tab on my account for now. I'll settle it at the Hokage's office later." Being dragged by the collar, Kakashi Kid looked on with admiration, impressed by Tsunade's boldness. Back at the hospital, Tsunade went straight to her office. The doctors and nurses watched her with some confusion, unsure of what she was about to do. Kakashi Kid was thrown onto the sofa, ignored by everyone. Tsunade sat down, picked up a pen, and began working, detailing the ideas inspired by Kakashi Kid and organizing them into a report. Kakashi Kid quietly watched her, his mind starting to ponder. "With my reminder, Tsunade Hein won't propose a plan to only assign medical ninjas to behind enemy lines combat squads because of Nawaki's sacrifice. She will come up with a more reasonable plan. Although that plan may seem ideal, it overlooks the reality of wartime resources being prioritized for the front lines. Training a large number of medical ninjas is simply unrealistic." In the original timeline, Tsunade's plan eventually split into two routes: dedicated medical ninjas and combat ninjas proficient in medical ninjutsu. This was the most ideal outcome. My suggestion merely accelerated this differentiation process. With the Second Shinobi World War approaching, training combat ninjas proficient in medical ninjutsu is more urgent. These battlefield medical ninjas not only carry standard medical kits but also master one or two simple medical ninjutsu. This won't weaken the team's combat strength, instead, it will enhance their endurance. The medical kits include bandages, basic antidotes, etc., which, combined with simple ninjutsu, can sustain the team until they return to the camp, where dedicated medical ninjas can take over treatment. This division of labor can reduce casualties and also help identify ninjas with a talent for medical skills. After a moment, Tsunade put down her pen. She handed the report to Hataki Kid and said, "Take a look. These are all ideas you inspired me with. I plan to bring them up at the next Jonin meeting." Hataki Kid carefully reviewed it, confirmed there were no issues, and returned it to Tsunade. Tsunade proudly patted her chest and said to him, "Kid, you did well. You've made a great contribution. Tell me, what reward do you want? I'll do my best to fulfill it." Hatake Kid's eyes widened, and he eagerly asked, "Really? Anything I want?" Seeing Hatake Kid so excited, Tsunade immediately regretted her words and quickly waved her hand, saying, "Of course not. You have to make a request I can actually fulfill." Hatake Kid immediately interrupted, "No problem, you can definitely do it." Tsunade looked at him suspiciously. "Then tell me your request." Hatake Kid pointed at Tsunade and said, "Lady Tsunade, I want you to." Boom! Before he could finish, Tsunade landed a heavy punch on his head, instantly leaving a large bump. Hatake Kid clutched the swollen spot, squatting on the ground and shouting, "Damn it, you tigress. Why does it hurt so much when you hit me?" Hearing him call her a tigress, Tsunade's temple veins bulged as she grabbed Hatake Kid. "You little pervert, I caught you, didn't I? You actually want me? Big sis likes mature men. Come back when you've grown up if you want to chase me." Looking at Tsunade's confident expression, Hatake Kid momentarily forgot the pain. He broke free from her grip, stood up, and pointed at her, shouting, "Are you crazy, or am I? Look at our ages. You want to be the old cow eating young grass? I'd be afraid of being called a pervert." Seeing his angry expression, Tsunade realized she had made a mistake. "Huh, a little boy under 10 years old, I feel like a pervert." But Tsunade was unwilling to give up and said hesitantly, "Then what did you mean earlier when you said, you want me?" "Bah! I want your second granduncle." "No, wait, I do want your second granduncle. I want your second granduncle's training notes. Who would be interested in a tomboy like you?" Tsunade was already embarrassed, but hearing him call her a tomboy again, her anger was uncontrollable. "Brat, go to hell." Painful heaven kick. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, like a thunderclap on a clear day. A folding door on the top floor of Konoha Hospital was blasted off, spinning as it flew out, scattering wood chips and dust. A young figure flew out the door, turning into a meteor and quickly disappearing. A large hole was left in the wall, with shattered bricks forming an irregular circle. Everyone shuddered, thinking of Tsunade's violent tendencies, and quickly lowered their heads, pretending nothing had happened. Tsunade stormed back to the Senju ancestral home, where Uzumaki Mito looked at her in surprise as she entered the study of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Nawaki hid behind his grandmother Mito, trembling. Tsunade walked out of the study holding a scroll, and Mito quickly asked, "Little Tsuna, what are you doing with your second granduncle's ninjutsu notes?" Before Tsunade could respond, Nawaki, hiding behind Mito, mocked, "Sister, did you lose money gambling again? Are you planning to use our second granduncle's stuff to pay off your debts?" Uzumaki Mito, knowing her granddaughter's poor gambling skills, which were at best on par with her late husband Senju Hashirama's, looked at her suspiciously. The old lady stared at her granddaughter with doubt, faint golden chains appearing faintly behind her, as if dissatisfied with her explanation and ready to let her feel the power of a tailed beast. Tsunade glared at her brother, then obediently squatted in front of her grandmother, explaining sweetly, "Grandma, I would never do such a thing. The little brat from Senior Sakumo's family has helped me a lot, and he wants to take a look at our second granduncle's ninjutsu notes." The old lady withdrew her imposing aura, the golden chains gradually fading away, and everything returned to calm. Tsunade let out a sigh of relief. Finally managed to calm the old lady down. At this warm moment, Nawaki jumped out from behind and mocked Tsunade. "Ha, sis, why are you so concerned about that little kid? Jiraiya said this is an old cow eating young grass. Sis, you, don't come over here." Before he could finish, Tsunade grabbed her brother and taught him the meaning of bloodline suppression. Mito Uzumaki helplessly watched her grandson, thinking she should have stepped in earlier. "It's really hereditary. Hashirama's grandson is just as brainless." The old lady ignored her grandson's plea for help and turned to Tsunade, saying, "That child from the Hatake family, I've seen him once. Bring him over someday so I can take a good look." With that, she got up and returned to the courtyard. Watching the old lady leave, Tsunade didn't stop and continued to discipline her brother. After venting, Tsunade left the Senju ancestral home feeling refreshed, carrying the scroll to deliver the ninjutsu notes to the Hatake family. In the Senju ancestral home, the old lady sat in a rocking chair, napping and enjoying the breeze. Nawaki was in the courtyard rubbing his sore spots, wailing and muttering incessantly. In the Hokage's office, Konoha's F4 were discussing the situation in Amagakure of the Land of Rain. In recent years, the Land of Rain's strength had grown rapidly, showing a faint trend of threatening the status of the five great nations, though not enough to shake their foundations. Under the leadership of Hanzo the Salamander, Amagakure had become increasingly aggressive, continuously growing stronger, with expansion as their only option. Waging external wars, seizing populations, occupying land, and continuously growing their power. This is the only path for all militaristic regimes. Amagekure, located at the borders of the fire, wind, and earth countries, had Hanzo sights set on either the land of rivers between fire and wind or the land of grass between fire and earth. Konoha's F4 analyzed that Hanzo was most likely to attack the land of grass first, the infamous fence-sitter of the ninja world. The great nations must maintain balance, and as a buffer zone, no single power can be allowed to grow too strong. This is the unspoken agreement among the 5 great nations. The rise of Amagekure disrupted this balance, and the 5 great nations would never sit idly by. The third Hokage said to Danzo, "I'll assign you another team of Umbu to work with your men. Keep a close watch on the Land of Rain's movements. Report any signs of trouble immediately." Danzo coldly responded, "Don't worry, Hiruzen. I will keep a close eye on the intelligence from that side. But we lack manpower, and we need to expand and establish." Before he could finish, a rapid knock on the door interrupted him. The third Hokage frowned deeply, thinking, "I clearly instructed not to disturb me for the time being, how could this happen?" But he immediately realized that something major must have occurred. A masked ninja entered the office, and the third Hokage recognized him as Ox, who was on duty near the Senju ancestral residence. He asked urgently, "What happened? Is something wrong with Lady Nito?" Hearing this, the other 3's hearts raced, fearing the worst. "It's not Lady Nito, it's Lady Tsunade." The ninja knelt on one knee, his voice low. Tsunade delivered the second Hokage's ninjutsu notes to the Hataki residence and gave them to Hataki Kid. Koharu Utatane slammed the table in anger and shouted, "How dare Tsunade? Handing the teacher's notes to Hataki Kid?" Danzo glared at the third Hokage. "Hiruzen, your disciple dared to give away the teacher's belongings without reporting it. This is outrageous. Tsunade aside, how dare that Hataki brat touch something that doesn't belong to them?" He said coldly, "This must be stopped immediately." The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, asked, "Oh? Danzo, what do you plan to do?" Danzo replied urgently, "First, send people into the Senju ancestral residence to retrieve the teacher's scrolls. Second, imprison Hataki Kid on charges of stealing classified information. Finally, use Hataki Kid to threaten Hataki Tsukumo, forcing him to stay stationed at the border long term." After speaking, he looked at the third Hokage with great anticipation, hoping for immediate approval. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Shimura Danzo and said, "Who will carry out these tasks? Who will go to the Senju ancestral residence to retrieve the teacher's belongings?" Danzo answered without hesitation, "Of course, the Umbu will go. Besides, it's not like I'm not helping. I can personally lead a team to capture Hataki Kid." Nitokado Hamura couldn't help but roll his eyes, muttering to himself, "Danzo, your scheme is so obvious. You want the Umbu to offend Lady Nito while you go after Hataki Kid yourself. Do you really think we're all fools?" Koharu Utatane widened her eyes and directly retorted, "Danzo, how shameless can you be? Sending the Umbu to the Senju ancestral residence, are you afraid of dying? How do you plan to face Lady Nito? And you want to capture Hataki Kid? Aren't you afraid Hataki Tsukumo will cut you down?" Danzo raised his head proudly and said, "I am part of Konoha's leadership. Afraid of Lady Nito? If Hataki Tsukumo dares to harm me, then he would be a traitor to the village." Koharu was so furious she was speechless. "You arrest someone else's child for no reason and still expect their loyalty? Your shamelessness knows no bounds." The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe and said to Danzo, "Leave the matter of Amagekure to you. Don't meddle in anything else. Focus on intelligence work. You all may leave now. Lady Nito might summon me, and I need to understand her true intentions." Danzo's scheme fell apart, and he was furious. "Hiruzen, are you really this afraid of Lady Nito? Konoha is under our control now, and you're too soft." The third Hokage shouted, "Silence. In the name of the Hokage, I hereby strip you of your position as the Hokage's advisor and elder. You are reassigned as the intelligence officer for the Land of Rain. Leave the village immediately, and do not return without my orders." After speaking, Danzo regretted it deeply. Although he was dissatisfied with Mito, he usually only vented in private. He hadn't expected his quick tongue to expose him. The third Hokage, Koharu Utatane, and Hamura Mitokado never imagined that Danzo would be so bold as to speak disrespectfully to the widow of the first Hokage. Not to mention Mito's status and position, just her strength alone was enough that even 10 Danzos combined couldn't defeat her. To suppress Danzo's influence, the third Hokage immediately reassigned him to the border, sending him away from the village to avoid further trouble. Danzo stubbornly retorted, "Hiruzen, you will regret this." The third Hokage chuckled, thinking to himself, "You'd better run quickly instead of making empty threats." At that moment, a servant from the Senju clan appeared at the office door. The visitor bowed and said, "Lord Third, Elders, the lady requests your presence." The third Hokage returned the bow and replied, "We will head to the Senju ancestral home immediately to pay our respects to Lady Mito and receive her guidance." The servant bowed again. "I dare not rush you, but I hope you will go quickly so as not to keep the lady waiting." With that, he respectfully left the Hokage's office. After the servant departed, the third Hokage, Koharu Yuditane, and Hamura Mitokado all looked at Danzo with pity in their eyes. The third Hokage coldly retorted, "I don't know if I'll regret it, Danzo, but you better not regret it." With that, he left the office first, heading toward the Senju ancestral home. Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado followed closely behind, leaving Danzo standing there with a guilty expression. After a while, Danzo finally took heavy steps and caught up with the three ahead. The four of them arrived together at the Senju ancestral home. What was discussed inside remained unknown. All that could be seen was a barrier rising around the ancestral home, with a heavy soundproof shield enveloping the entire courtyard. When the barrier was lifted, the third Hokage, Koharu Yuditane, and Hamura Mitokado suppressed their laughter as they each returned to their homes. Danzo, however, limped away toward the border. According to rumors, inside the ancestral home that day, golden chains flew wildly, mercilessly lashing a one-eyed man. That afternoon, a certain young boy lay at home recovering from his injuries, completely unaware that Konoha's high-ranking officials had been earnestly taught by Mito. He was fully engrossed in studying Tobirama Senju's ninjutsu notes. As expected of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Although all his ninjutsu was designed to counter the Uchiha clan, his ideas are truly unique. When watching anime in my previous life, the experts on forums highly praised the second shadows of the various ninja villages. The village hidden in the leaves of the Land of Fire, second Hokage Tobirama Senju. The village hidden in the mist of the Land of Water, second Mizukage Genjutsu Hozuki. The village hidden in the stones of the Land of Earth, second Tsuchikage Mu. The village hidden in the sand of the Land of Wind, second Kazekage Shaman. The village hidden in the clouds of the Land of Lightning, second Reikage. The first shadows were heroes who quelled chaos, while the second shadows ushered in a golden age. They assisted the first shadows in pacifying the turbulent times and, after succeeding to the position of shadow, developed powerful ninjutsu tailored to their nation's ninja. The later generations of ninjas essentially followed the paths laid out by the second shadows. Let me see what Tobirama Senju's ninjutsu notes are all about. In those thick notes, the second Hokage's research ideas on various ninjutsu were meticulously recorded. Kakashi Kid was not greedy, he merely skimmed over the sections on forbidden techniques without delving deeply. Instead, he focused on studying the concepts of water release and sensory techniques. Water release, as a common ninjutsu attribute, is powerful and highly versatile. In his notes, the second Hokage elaborated on his understanding and developmental direction for water release. He emphasized precise control of water elements. The power of water release depends not only on the amount of water but, more importantly, on the precise control of water's form and flow. Through meticulous manipulation of water elements, one can create marvelous effects like water walls and water tornadoes. The second Hokage also mentioned that combining water release with other ninjutsu could greatly enhance its practicality and versatility. In his notes, he explored methods to increase the power of water release, such as utilizing surrounding water sources or enhancing effects through special hand seals and chakra flow. Kakashi Kid studied these contents earnestly, feeling exhilarated. These experiences and ideas brought new inspiration to his ninjutsu training. When he turned to the section on sensory ninjutsu, his eyes sparkled as if he had discovered a treasure, carefully pondering every detail. The second Hokage's sensory techniques stemmed from his profound understanding and exquisite control of chakra. Through long-term training, he mastered the ability to keenly sense his surroundings and the flow of chakra. This sensory technique not only allowed him to quickly determine the enemy's position but also to detect hidden traps and dangers. Tobirama Senju's sensory techniques even surpassed the insight of the Uchiha clan's 3-tomo Sharingan. Kakashi Kid took a deep breath, closed his eyes to concentrate, and slowly mobilized the chakra within his body. His body trembled slightly, as if resisting a powerful force. As the chakra flowed, his senses became extraordinarily sharp. He could perceive subtle air vibrations, hear faint sounds in the distance, and detect slight tremors underground. Recalling the second Hokage's sensory techniques, he understood their power but did not replicate them entirely. Instead, he innovated upon their foundation. Every ninja's body contains a vast network of bioelectric signals, like a densely woven web spread throughout. Kakashi Kid combined chakra with these currents, making them more active and sensitive. He also utilized his connection with the Rumble fruit, integrating lightning energy into his sensory techniques, greatly enhancing their range and precision. Soon, an invisible, spiderweb-like network rapidly spread out with Kakashi Kid at its center. This network resembled a massive spider web, enveloping the surroundings. The network's range continued to expand, from 5 meters to 1,000 meters, with its coverage area steadily increasing. Although it couldn't compare to the second Hokage Tobirama Senju's ability to sense across thousands of miles, Kakashi Kid's sensory network was still incredibly powerful. Despite the gap, it had already shown promising results, revealing its potential. In a nearby room, Kakashi Kid sensed a sharp chakra presence. It was his father, Tsukumo Hatake. Another gentler, weaker chakra belonged to his mother, Hanar Hatake. He slowly opened his eyes, an indescribable joy surging in his heart. After long efforts, he had finally succeeded in developing a sensory ninjutsu suited to himself. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself and decided to rest for a moment to recover his body and mind. After a short break, he felt rejuvenated and once again focused his chakra. As his chakra flowed, his sensory abilities heightened, and his awareness extended like tendrils throughout the room, the courtyard, and eventually the entire estate. He could clearly sense everyone in the house, his parents' intimate whispers, the bustling of the kitchen staff and the clatter of pots and pans, the sound of the old servants sweeping the courtyard and his breathing, the footsteps and low conversations of the guards at the gate. Just as he was about to withdraw his senses, he suddenly detected an unusual presence, a pale, plaid-like humanoid. Frowning slightly, as a fan of the Hokage series, he immediately recognized it as White Zetsu. A thought flashed through his mind: White Zetsu. Should I capture it? He hesitated for a moment. Readers might wonder how the conversation in the Hokage office was detected by Uzumaki Mito. As mentioned earlier, Uzumaki Mito's sensory abilities covered the entire Konoha village, and she could even use the Nine Tails power to sense good and evil. Although she usually didn't activate it, Tsunade presenting Tobirama Senju's ninjutsu notes to the protagonist for study had alarmed the higher-ups, prompting her to take precautions. Kakashi Kid stood still, his brows furrowed, pondering how to deal with the White Zetsu before him. He knew that while White Zetsu wasn't strong, it possessed sharp sensory abilities and exceptional escape skills. If he couldn't subdue it immediately, once White Zetsu sensed danger, it would undoubtedly flee. With its speed, capturing it would be extremely difficult. More importantly, Kakashi Kid did not want to easily expose his trump cards. Although he had a few techniques capable of dealing with White Zetsu, these were secret weapons that he would never use unless absolutely necessary. After careful consideration, he decided to temporarily abandon the idea of capturing White Zetsu alive. Although this might mean missing out on important intelligence, it was better than alerting the enemy and falling into a passive position. Uchiha Madara, infiltrating Konoha village. Now are you looking for a successor? He speculated silently. To verify his thoughts, Kakashi Kid stood up, stretched lazily, and left his house. He wandered aimlessly through the streets, occasionally stopping to admire the scenery and sample street food. Though he appeared to be walking casually, his route was gradually approaching the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds. At this time, the Uchiha ancestral grounds had not yet experienced the Nine Tails incident and remained the bustling center of Konoha village, with lively streets full of people. Kakashi Kid arrived near the ancestral grounds and suddenly, as if tired, sat down slowly on a roadside bench and closed his eyes to rest. On the surface, he appeared calm, but in reality, he quietly activated a sensory ninjutsu. His mental energy spread rapidly like an undercurrent, bringing everything around him into his sensory range. As expected, he detected faint, unusual movements identical to the presence of White Zetsu he had sensed earlier. Indeed, Lord Madara has already begun selecting a successor. What role do I play in this? What intentions does Lord Madara have for me? Or was White Zetsu's appearance near my house just a coincidence? Kakashi Kid speculated silently. Is this truly a coincidence, or is there a deeper conspiracy? It seems I need to test things thoroughly. He opened his eyes and made a silent decision. Without a word, he stood up and cautiously headed toward a secret camp, remaining alert to his surroundings. Upon arriving safely, he immediately activated sensory ninjutsu, spreading his chakra to carefully scan the area. Moments later, he showed a surprised expression. There was no trace of White Zetsu in the vicinity. However, Kakashi Kid did not let his guard down, knowing this could merely be a temporary phenomenon. He sat cross-legged by a small river, closing his eyes in contemplation. Is this truly just a coincidence? Or is there some hidden conspiracy behind it? In any case, I cannot afford to be careless. Now that I have become a sensory ninja, I must learn methods to counter sensory ninjutsu. The most effective ways to counter sensory techniques are barrier techniques and sealing techniques. In Konoha village, the most authoritative figure in this field is the widow of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mido. Although the original manga does not depict her much, mostly in flashbacks, I know she was an extraordinary individual. Not only was she knowledgeable and experienced, but she also made great contributions to the village. Any conspiracy would be hard to hide from her. Thinking of this, I opened my eyes and murmured to myself, mastering the means to counter sensory ninjutsu is truly a long and arduous journey. According to the original story from my previous life, white Zetsu creatures are divided into two types. One type is transformed from humans imprisoned in the infinite Tsukuyomi, and the other is cultivated using Hashirama's cells. Based on the timeline, the white Zetsu currently infiltrating the village is most likely of the first type. What confuses me is that white Zetsu seems to possess special abilities that ordinary perception cannot detect. Only Sage Chakra and the Nine Tails good and evil perception can effectively sense it. Could it be the rumble fruit? I suddenly thought of this possibility, but after some consideration, I realized there wasn't enough evidence to support it. Helpless, I decided to temporarily set this matter aside and focus on improving my own strength. Fear comes from insufficient firepower. This saying is absolutely true. In this dangerous world, only strength can protect oneself and those around you. Whether it's enemies in the open or threats in the shadows, as long as I am strong enough, I won't fear them. I secretly vowed to continuously enhance my abilities and become a true powerhouse. In the following days, I used the excuse of needing to recover from injuries to avoid Tsunade's torment and spent my free time focusing on developing the rumble fruit. As I developed the fruit, my compatibility with it grew stronger, and my power steadily increased. The feeling of getting stronger is so intoxicating. My foundation still lies in the rumble fruit. In this world without Haki, I must develop my fruit's abilities, or else. The rumble fruit is already incredible. If it awakens, Madara, how will you deal with that? Over the past few days, Hatake Kid had been diligently training in a special perception technique called Mind Net. The protagonist's naming sense is truly unique. This technique suited him particularly well, and over time, he became increasingly adept at using it. At the same time, his rumble fruit began to reveal its immense power. Not only could he control lightning, but it also quietly enhanced his physique. His muscle definition became more pronounced, and his strength increased significantly. However, this transformation came with a side effect: his appetite grew larger and larger. The wild animals near the camp had already been eaten clean by him and could no longer satisfy his ever-growing hunger. To find food, he had to venture deeper into the forest of death. After finishing his training, Hatake Kid was preparing to head home when he suddenly sensed a figure approaching from a distance. Why would someone come here? He immediately became alert. This area was a place he had discovered by chance, with terrain as complex as a maze, where ordinary people wouldn't dare to enter easily. He had deliberately built a hidden camp here, and apart from Tsunade, Kushina, and Minato, no one else had ever been here. Now that someone was approaching, he immediately thought of one possibility: enemy ninjas from another nation. With this thought, he sprang into action, quickly erasing any traces he might have left behind and suppressing his presence to the extreme, silently hiding behind a large tree like a ghost. Hiding behind the tree, Hatake Kid peered through the dense foliage, keeping a close watch on his surroundings and staying alert to every detail. His heartbeat quickened, tension filled his body, but he forced himself to stay calm, gripping his kunai tightly, ready to face any sudden situation. The man hurried past, and Kakashi Kid got a clear look at him: a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and a scruffy beard. Watching him walk further away, Kakashi Kid remained motionless, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, fixed on the man's back as if trying to see through everything. Sure enough, the man suddenly turned back like a ghost, moving as fast as lightning. If not for Kakashi Kid's vigilance, he wouldn't have noticed the change at all. Returning to the spot, the man looked around blankly, muttering, "No one? Could my perception be off?" His voice was particularly jarring in the silence, as if he were the only one present. After speaking, he seemed to give up, slowly turning to leave. But at the moment he turned, Kakashi Kid keenly caught the eerie, sinister smile on his face. That smile made Kakashi Kid's heart tighten, and a strong sense of danger surged within him. Without thinking, his body instinctively shifted sideways, darting out of his hiding spot like lightning. Almost simultaneously, dazzling lightning exploded at the spot where he had just been standing. Ha, so there really was a little mouse hiding here. The man's deep laughter echoed as his figure turned into mud, slowly merging into the ground and disappearing instantly. Earth clone? Kakashi Kid frowned deeply, the sense of danger growing stronger. He dared not be careless, gripping his kunai tightly and assuming a defensive stance. At the same time, he continuously channeled chakra into his sensory network, expanding its range to the maximum to ensure he could detect the enemy's movements in time. He knew this would be the toughest battle he had faced so far. From that man, Kakashi Kid felt an oppressive aura even stronger than his mentor, Jonin Yuhiharu. It was the aura of a demon that had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Suddenly, Kakashi Kid opened his palm wide and swiftly flung it like lightning. Purple lightning senbon shot forward like a swarm of startled bees. Shockingly, the moment the senbon were launched, Kakashi Kid's figure retreated rapidly like lightning. The purple lightning senbon seemed enchanted, instantly appearing in front of him, as if he had deliberately placed himself in their path. The man, however, remained unusually calm in the face of the ambush. With a casual grasp, the senbon shattered instantly, turning into countless points of purple light. The other incoming senbon were also deflected, leaving him unscathed. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile. He slowly opened his palm, gazing at the dissipating purple senbon with a hint of delight in his eyes. Instant cast lightning release without hand seals, along with sharp perception truly rare. Looks like I've found a treasure today. His gaze fell on Kakashi Kid, filled with admiration and curiosity. Blocking his retreat, the man smiled and said, "A talent like you doesn't belong in Konoha. You should be part of our village. Tell me your name." Kakashi Kid's lips curved slightly as he countered, "Uncle, if you want to know someone else's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" The man restrained his smile and said in a low voice, "Kid, disobedience means a beating." In the next moment, the man appeared before Hatake Kid like a ghost, his movements swift as lightning, raising his fist to strike his head with thunderous force. Hatake Kid remained calm, agile as a leopard, quickly ducking to avoid the punch. He counterattacked fiercely, delivering a whip-like kick aimed at the man's waist. The man reacted instantly, his hand like an iron clamp grabbing the whip kick, but Hatake Kid used the momentum to leap into the air, soaring like an eagle. Adjusting his posture mid-air, his other foot shot out like a cannonball, viciously kicking toward the man's face. Caught off guard, the man was struck hard on the side of his face, pain surging as if his face was about to shatter. Furious, the man erupted in rage. Overwhelmed by the pain, he used all his strength to hurl Hatake Kid like a toy toward a distant tree trunk. Hatake Kid flew like a cannonball, crashing into the tree trunk at high speed. But he did not give up, quickly adjusting his posture to skillfully mitigate the impact and reduce the damage. At the same time, he gathered the lightning energy within his body, channeling it into the kunai in his hand, which immediately began to flicker with electric light. Without hesitation, Hatake Kid hurled the lightning-infused kunai at the man, then swiftly turned and fled like a bolt of lightning. The man, still reeling from the pain of the kick, suddenly sensed a powerful energy approaching. Looking closely, he saw a lightning-fast kunai streaking toward his face. Startled, he had no time to dodge and could only barely twist his body. The kunai grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep wound as blood spurted out. The kunai pierced through his shoulder and embedded itself in the tree trunk behind him. The excruciating pain nearly drove him mad. His eyes turned blood red, filled with murderous intent. He glared viciously at the fleeing Hatake Kid and roared, "You're dead." With that, he sprang up like a wild beast, desperately giving chase. Hatake Kid weaves nimbly through the forest, dodging left and right, using the terrain to try to shake off his pursuer. But no matter how he ran, the distance between them only grew shorter. He did not look back but could feel the murderous intent closing in, as if it would engulf him in the next second. Just as he grew tense, a powerful force struck from behind. Realizing the danger, he tried to use his ultimate technique, elementalization, to protect himself, but it was too late. Lightning wrath, watermill dance, the man roared, and a dazzling flash of lightning followed. A lightning-infused hand blade slashed toward Hatake Kid's nape like a bolt of lightning. The move was incredibly fast and devastatingly powerful. Hatake Kid had no chance to dodge and could only twist his body, crossing his arms to block. With a loud bang, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a nearby tree. The trunk shook violently, and leaves rained down. Hatake Kid slid down the tree trunk, landing heavily on the ground. His chest was sunken, clearly severely injured, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and staining the earth red. At this moment, Hatake Kid was extremely weak, his arms hanging limply at his sides as if all strength had left him. His eyes were tightly shut, his face pale, completely powerless to resist, left at the mercy of his opponent. The man suddenly appeared before him like a ghost, a cold smile on his face. "Kid, you really have some skills." The man's voice was low and hoarse, as if it came from the depths of hell. "At your age, being able to injure me, you're truly a genius." Kakashi Kid felt a chill in his heart but forced himself to keep his eyes wide open, staring at the man while secretly using elementalization to heal his injuries. The man remained unaware and continued coldly, however, this ends here today. He raised his fist and swung it toward Kakashi Kid's head. Wait a minute! Kakashi Kid shouted urgently. Uncle, didn't you say you admired me and wanted me to join your village? Shouldn't you be happier to have a genius like me? The man's movements paused, and he sneered, I changed my mind. Instead of recruiting brats like you, I prefer torturing and killing so-called geniuses. Ha ha ha. His laughter was chilling to the bone. Kakashi Kid's face turned slightly red, his body trembling, but in the man's eyes, it was the fear of impending death. Noticing this, the man felt secretly delighted and decided to toy with this dying person. He lowered his voice and spoke in a mysterious tone, Kid, do you know who the strongest Konoha ninja I've killed is? Kakashi Kid widened his eyes in curiosity, anticipating the answer. Kid, it's none other than your Konoha's second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The man burst into wild laughter, his words like thunderclaps. Kakashi Kid was stunned, finding it hard to believe. His mind was in turmoil. Based on his memories from his past life and the information from their earlier fight, he was almost certain the man was a spy sent by the hidden Cloud Village. Behind this Kushina kidnapping incident, this man must be involved. He gasped, shocked that this spy was of such a high caliber. Even more astonishing was that he turned out to be a subordinate of the hidden Cloud Village's most notorious criminals, the Gold and Silver Brothers. The man's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he maliciously stared at Kakashi Kid, relishing his shock. Kid, prepare to die. The man let out a ferocious roar, his voice chilling to the bone. The man suddenly swung a massive punch, carrying the force of thunder, aiming straight for Kakashi Kid's head as if to crush him. Boom! The fist struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and wood splinters. When the smoke cleared, the man was shocked to find that Kakashi Kid, who should have been hit, had vanished. He widened his eyes, unable to believe that Kakashi Kid had evaded so easily. Rage surged instantly, and the man's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn brat, how dare you toy with me? He focused all his energy on using a sensory technique to locate Kakashi Kid, but his concentration was interrupted by a sudden voice from the surroundings. Uncle, your identity is truly shocking. As a subordinate of the hidden Cloud Village's most notorious criminals, the Gold and Silver Brothers, how did you survive the Third Raikage skill order? This sentence pierced the deepest darkness of his heart like a sharp sword. His whole body trembled, clearly struck at his sore spot, and the sensory technique he was using instantly lost control. Fury erupted as he roared into the void, Brat, what exactly are you trying to say? Yet, Kakashi Kid's voice continued to echo, shifting to another topic. I heard that Kinkaku and Ginkaku had 5 legendary tools, 4 of which disappeared with their deaths. The only one Cloud Village managed to seize was the mysterious amber purifying bottle. So, Uncle, how exactly did Cloud Village take the amber purifying bottle from them? Each word struck heavily on the man's heart, fueling his growing rage. He snarled ferociously, Shut up, you damn brat. Don't rush, Uncle. I know you're anxious, but hold on for a moment. I once heard a saying, when you eliminate all impossibilities, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. My guess is, you traded the amber purifying bottle for a chance to survive. More importantly, the Cloud Village higher-ups must have promised you something. But once the amber purifying bottle fell into their hands, you became a useless pawn. Kakashi Kid's words cut like a blade, exposing the truth the man was unwilling to face. The man had thought that betraying his superior and handing over the amber purifying bottle to the Cloud Village higher-ups would give him leverage to achieve his ambitions. But after giving it up, he received no expected rewards and was instead sent to Konoha Village as a spy. Before his departure, the Cloud Village higher-ups, aware of the mission's danger and fearing further betrayal, controlled him with a cursed poison seal. The man felt as though his body was bound by invisible chains, filled with despair and helplessness, uncertain of what the future held. Uncle, your target this time is that red-haired little girl in the village, isn't it? Kakashi Kid said with a cold smile. The man looked around in shock and doubt, thinking, how does this brat know? Could the plan have been leaked? He forced himself to remain calm and asked in a trembling voice, how do you know that? In truth, he had only received orders to monitor the red-haired girl and knew nothing about the specific actions. Seeing his surprise, Kakashi Kid couldn't help but laugh. You're so clueless. Didn't you notice her wine red hair? That's the mark of the Uzumaki clan. Your Cloud Village must have lost its mind. With so many members of the Uzumaki clan in the land of whirlpools, you chose to come to Konoha Village to target Arjun Shuriki. These words struck the man's heart like a hammer, exposing the foolishness of Cloud Village. So, Uncle, regardless of whether your mission succeeds or fails, you're destined to be completely abandoned. The Cloud Village higher-ups will never tolerate a traitor like you. You're a stain on Cloud Village, and the village will never let someone like you live." The boy's voice was clear yet heavy, striking directly at the man's core. The man lowered his head and laughed wildly. "Ha, kid, you're really interesting. But I'll tear you apart bit by bit, so you can understand what true fear is." As soon as he finished speaking, the man's entire body suddenly erupted with blinding lightning, his hair standing on end as if pierced by electricity. Enveloped in thunder, he entered the lightning release chakra mode. This state pushed his speed and defense to their limits, making his offense and defense flawless, while his strength surged explosively, enough to easily tear his enemies apart. "Kid, prepare to die." His figure flashed like lightning, instantly appearing beside Hatake Kid. The man raised his thick arm high, delivering a thunderous strike aimed at Hatake Kid's head with unstoppable force. But Hatake Kid was already prepared, his nerves taut and his focus sharp. As the fist was about to land, he swiftly raised his hand to grab the man's arm. He then twisted his waist and executed an over-the-shoulder throw, slamming the man heavily onto the ground. Boom! The ground shook with a tremendous impact. To everyone's surprise, the man was completely unharmed. Instead, his body seemed as solid as iron. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he swung his other leg like a steel whip, sweeping it toward Hatake Kid with a gust of wind. The power of this kick was astonishing, its force several times stronger than Hatake Kid's whip kick. A direct hit would undoubtedly be fatal. Hatake Kid dared not be careless, swiftly retreating to evade the deadly strike. He then extended his hand, releasing a dragon-shaped lightning bolt that shot rapidly toward the man. "Thunder Dragon Pursuit," he shouted, as the lightning transformed into a roaring thunder dragon charging forward. The man showed no fear, forcefully breaking through the thunder dragon's attack. Leaping into the air, he raised his hammer like fist high and struck down toward Hatake Kid once more. Thunder Combat Ninja, Pseudo Rado. His arm muscles tensed, unleashing an instant burst of power. Lightning coiled around his arm, shining with a blinding brilliance and amplifying its destructive force. Facing the man's fierce assault, Hatake Kid did not back down. His fist transformed into lightning in an instant, colliding fiercely with the opponent's. Boom! The two fists clashed like meteors, unleashing a powerful shockwave that spread in all directions. Both fighters clenched their fists tightly, locked in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. The younger Hatake Kid, slightly weaker in strength, was forced back a few steps after less than a minute of stalemate. Yet, a smile appeared on Hatake Kid's face, for he could feel the signs of mastering the lightning release chakra mode, bringing him one step closer to wielding this powerful ninjutsu. He steadied himself, took a deep breath, clenched his slightly numb fist, adjusted his chakra, and prepared to fight again. Suddenly, he crouched slightly, channeling all his power into his right foot, which was instantly enveloped in lightning, resembling the foot of thunder itself. He then leaped forward with force, like a falcon diving toward its prey, his right foot tracing an arc of lightning as he delivered a fierce kick. Lightning Leo Kick! Hatake Kid roared, his kick as ferocious as thunder. The man sneered, "Ha, kid, impressive. Thunder Combat Ninja, Pseudo Rado." As he finished speaking, he swiftly swung his fist, meeting Hatake Kid's right foot with a lightning-fast punch. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, lightning bursting between the two like a miniature sun-going supernova. The lightning spread rapidly, tearing through trees, carving trenches into the ground, and sending shockwaves that whipped up fierce winds, plunging the surroundings into chaos. The smoke cleared, and the man rolled out from the center of the explosion in a sorry state. His clothes were torn, his body covered in burns, and his hair was scorched black, yet he still managed to stand unsteadily. His face was full of shock as he stared in disbelief at the center of the explosion. Kakigi Kid had been shattered by his powerful attack, leaving not even a trace behind. The man bent over, gasping heavily, his body trembling slightly. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on his lips, and he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, kid, I'll remember you. You truly are a genius of Konoha Village, but unfortunately, luck wasn't on your side, and you ended up dying by my hand." His laughter was filled with pride and mockery. He straightened up, looking down at the center of the explosion as if admiring his masterpiece. Taking a deep breath, he shouted loudly toward the front, "Kid, remember my name, Nagamine Mayano." After speaking, he staggered back a few steps. The earlier battle had drained all his chakra. He knew this victory was purely by chance, thanks to his older age and stronger physique. With a bitter smile, he was about to leave. Suddenly, a chilling killing intent came from behind, and a blade of lightning pierced through his body, straight into his heart. "Purple lightning, sharp spear." The boy's voice rang out once more. The man turned his head with difficulty, and the sight before him left him stunned. The shattered Kakigi Kid was reassembling bit by bit, the thunder transforming into a human shape, gradually returning to his true form. The man fell to his knees, spitting blood, and with his last strength, he said, "Heh, what a monster! The hidden cloud village is in trouble." With that, he slowly closed his eyes. Kakigi Kid returned to human form, his face pale. This battle had nearly exhausted all his chakra. If not for relying on elementalization to save his life at the last moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Konoha Village, Ninja Academy. The school bell rang, and the students cheered with joy. The day's classes were over. They rushed out of the classroom like happy little birds, running toward their parents. Kushina quickly packed her bag, preparing to go home alone. She excelled at the Ninja Academy, with outstanding grades, bravery, and strength, earning the respect of her classmates. One reason for this was her growing closeness with the class genius, Minato Namikaze. Minato was intelligent and gentle, beloved by everyone. However, in Kushina's eyes, Minato seemed a bit weak, like a sissy. Despite this, his warmth and strength earned him the title of the sun, as he brightened everyone's life like sunlight. Kushina, carrying her backpack, walked briskly on her way home. There were two routes home, one wide and well lit, the other narrow and dark. Although the main road was safer, the alley was a quicker way for Kushina to get home. As usual, she unhesitatingly entered the deserted alley. The alley was silent, with only the sound of her footsteps. She hummed a little tune, feeling cheerful, unaware of the three pairs of eyes watching her from the shadows. Suddenly, three ninjas appeared like phantoms, moving swiftly and surrounding Kushina in an instant. Her eyes widened in shock, and before she could react, she was subdued. They were clearly prepared, quickly executing their plan to take Kushina away. She struggled desperately, but against the well-trained ninjas, she was powerless. Before long, the three of them disappeared into the night with Kushina, leaving the Hidden Leaf village behind. The alley fell silent again, with only a lone backpack left on the ground, quietly telling the story of the recent upheaval. Not long after, a blonde-haired boy appeared at the entrance of the alley, walking briskly as if familiar with the area. It was Minato, and this alley was his usual route home. Minato noticed the backpack, his eyes narrowing. He crouched down, picked it up, and examined it carefully. The backpack was ordinary, but it gave him a sense that its owner was in danger. His brows furrowed, and a foreboding feeling rose in his heart. He looked around and noticed traces on the ground, his mood growing heavier. Kushina has been kidnapped. He muttered to himself, unable to hide his anxiety. He immediately slung the backpack over his shoulder and dashed like the wind toward the Senju clan's ancestral home, hoping to report the news quickly and seek help. Minato ran at full speed and finally reached the entrance of the ancestral home. Just then, Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, and Nawaki Senju were walking out. Tsukumo's face turned grim the moment he saw Minato rushing over. He knew the kidnapping incident had occurred due to his own negligence. It turned out that after the fierce battle in the forest, Kakashi Kid cleared the battlefield to prevent intelligence leaks, even throwing the body of Kojomi Arokuno to wild beasts to erase all traces. However, this series of actions inadvertently delayed Kakashi Kid's rescue efforts. After he finished clearing the battle information in the forest, he hurried to the Senju ancestral home to explain the situation to the elderly Uzumaki Mito through Nawaki. There was no point in hiding anything from the elderly lady. Uzumaki Mito immediately realized the gravity of the situation and decisively ordered Nawaki to lead the clan's experts to bring Kushina back home. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. Kakashi Kid stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said to Nawaki with a grave expression, "Nawaki, there's no need to go. Kushina has already been kidnapped." Nawaki was struck like lightning, his face turning pale as he exclaimed in shock, "What? How is that possible?" At this moment, Minato ran in, holding a backpack in his arms. Minato said anxiously, "Senior, this is Kushina's backpack. I found it in an alley. The shoulder strap was torn off. I suspect something happened to her." Kakashi Kid took the backpack, carefully examined it, and looked at Nawaki with a serious expression, saying, "Nawaki, the plan has changed. We need to adjust." Nawaki nodded silently. Kakashi Kid took a deep breath and said, "Minato and I will track Kushina. Not only will we follow them, but we will also disrupt the movements of the Cloud Village brutes and leave tracking information. You all will use this information to come and support us." Nawaki nodded. Kakashi Kid continued, "You must immediately gather the clan's experts and rush over as quickly as possible. Time is tight, and you must hurry." Nawaki hesitated. "No, it's too dangerous for just the two of you. Let me go with you. The more people, the better." Kakashi Kid sternly interrupted, "Nawaki, stop talking. The mission is decided. Minato and I will handle the maneuvering. Your role in leading the support team is crucial. If you don't arrive in time, we might truly be in danger. Seeing Nawaki still hesitating, Kakashi Kid shouted anxiously, Nawaki, don't hesitate. Kushina is my comrade, your family, and Minato's classmate. If we delay any longer, she will fall into the hands of the villains. This angry roar was like a thunderclap, instantly awakening Nawaki's resolve. He stared at Kakashi Kid, seeing the urgency and worry in his eyes, deeply concerned for Kushina's safety. Nawaki's heart was touched by this warmth. Although he was often teased by this adopted younger sister, at this critical moment he unhesitatingly took on the responsibility of an elder brother. He took a deep breath, nodded heavily, and solemnly said to Kakashi Kid and Minato, I'm counting on you. Hold on, I will bring reinforcements as quickly as possible. Kakashi Kid and Minato exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with determination and resolve. They then nodded in unison. The two turned and left the Senju ancestral home without hesitation. Their figures, under the sunlight, appeared particularly resolute, as if carrying endless hope. The remaining Nawaki displayed the demeanor of a noble heir, calm and composed, with every decision carefully thought out. He quickly communicated with those around him, clarified the division of tasks, and ensured everything was in perfect order without the slightest panic. Amidst the busyness, a quiet little courtyard stood out. Inside, a kind and wise elderly lady sat peacefully in a rocking chair, her eyes slightly closed, enjoying the gentle breeze. A faint smile graced her face, reflecting her contentment with life and her insight into the world. The elderly lady's gaze revealed a mix of emotions. She admired Minato and Kakashi's respect for the village, was pleased with her grandson Nawaki's display of heir-like demeanor and capability, and felt proud of her identity as the wife of the first Hokage, taking pride in the fact that the Will of Fire had found new inheritors. After leaving the ancestral home, Kakashi did not go to find Kushina as Minato had expected. Instead, he hurriedly took Minato back to the Hataki residence. Minato was full of questions, but seeing Kakashi's serious expression, he refrained from asking and followed silently. Noticing Minato's confusion, Kakashi briefly explained, My mother is from the Inuzuka clan. Upon hearing this, Minato immediately understood a lot. Shortly after, the two arrived at the Hataki residence. Once inside, Kakashi led Minato straight to the living room and then through it to his parents' private courtyard. Kakashi called out, Mother, I'm back. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure flashed out from the room. It was Hataki Karen. She was dressed in a plain kimono, elegant and poised, exuding a refined aura. Upon seeing her son, joy flickered in her eyes, but her smile quickly faded when she noticed Minato. Mother, this is my friend, Namake's Minato, Kakashi quickly introduced. Hataki Karen gave a slight nod, acknowledging the introduction. She fixed her gaze on Kakashi and asked sternly, Kakashi, you came back in such a hurry, did something happen? Without delay, Kakashi told his mother about Kushina's abduction. Upon hearing this, Hataki Karen's expression darkened. Ninja from other villages dare to abduct someone near Konoha? How audacious, she said angrily. As she spoke, her hands swiftly formed seals, and a powerful chakra gathered in her palms. Summoning jutsu, she commanded. The living room was suddenly filled with thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, a black ninja dog appeared. The dog was as black as ink, its eyes fierce and menacing, its body covered in scars from battles. Uncle Black Tiger. Kakashi greeted respectfully. Oh, Kakashi. Black Tiger's voice was deep and authoritative, yet carried a hint of affection. It scanned Kakashi and Minato, its gaze finally landing on the backpack in Kakashi's hand. Why did you call me here? Black Tiger asked. Kakashi Maple quickly handed over Kushina's backpack and said, Uncle Black Tiger, my companion was taken by ninjas from another village. Please help find her. Leave it to me. Black Tiger responded confidently, lowering his head to sniff the backpack carefully. It focused intently, picking up every clue. Moments later, its eyes lit up with excitement, and it shouted, Maple, and that blonde one, follow me. With that, it darted off like a shadow, disappearing from sight in an instant. Kakashi Maple quickly turned to his mother and said, Mother, I'm leaving now. Although worried, Kakashi Heron firmly said, Go, and make sure to bring your companion back safely. Feeling his mother's trust, Kakashi Maple nodded and, without hesitation, chased after Black Tiger with Minato. Elsewhere, three ninjas dressed in Cloud Village Jonin uniforms moved swiftly through the dense forest. One of them laughed excitedly, that was so easy, I can't believe how smoothly it went. Another chimed in, yeah, we always operate in secret. By the time Konoha notices, we're long gone. Their words were filled with pride and confidence. The last one didn't speak, but the smile on his face showed he was equally pleased. He quietly followed the group, secretly relieved that the mission was going smoothly. Unlike the others, he remained vigilant. He knew that only by eliminating the traitor spy would the mission be truly complete. Otherwise, if the spy escaped, it would not only bring great trouble to Cloud Village but also put him in a desperate situation. The three moved quickly, carrying Kushina like a gust of wind. Their steps were light and steady, clearly familiar with the terrain. Despite their excitement, they did not let their guard down. Every step was cautious, as if danger lurked in the very air. Kushina, like an obedient child, followed silently. Her steps were hurried, yet she kept a consistent distance from the three, avoiding suspicion. Beneath her calm exterior, she was secretly carrying out an important task, leaving clues. Taking advantage of their inattention, she plucked a few strands of red hair from her head and gently dropped them on the ground. The red strands glimmered faintly under the moonlight, like a distress signal. She hoped someone would notice and track her down. But deep down, she knew she was just an outsider, with no close ties to the people of this country. Even if someone found the clues, it was unlikely anyone would risk their life to save her. The perspective shifts to Kakashi Kid and Minato, who are closely following the Black Tiger, running at high speed. Kakashi Kid's keen senses allow him to clearly perceive the scene hundreds of meters ahead. He senses 4 chakra signatures, 3 of which exude intense lightning power, like 3 sharp blades of thunder. The other one, though heavy, feels immature. Kakashi Kid's sharp gaze immediately turns to Minato. "We've found the target, just ahead." Before his words finish, danger suddenly arises. He suddenly senses a crisis, quickly grabs Minato, tightly holds the Black Tiger, and dodges sideways like a flash of lightning. At the very moment they dodge, a short blade wrapped in lightning power flies like a bolt of lightning, piercing into the tree trunk and ground where they had just stood. "This is trouble," Kakashi Kid says in a low voice. Immediately after, a burly man with dark skin bends his arm and lunges fiercely at Minato. The dark-skinned man is surrounded by flickering lightning, exuding a murderous aura, determined to kill the enemy before him. Familiar with his imposing presence, Kakashi Kid charges forward without hesitation, standing in front of Minato. With his back to Minato, Kakashi Kid says, "Minato, you go ahead. I'll handle this. Kushina is Tsunade Heime's sister. Although I don't have a master-disciple relationship with Tsunade, for her sake, I must give it my all. You must take her back." Minato hesitates, wanting to stay and help. The Black Tiger reminds him, "Kid, everyone has their own responsibilities. Trust Kid." Minato nods, turns around, and shouts to Kakashi Kid, "Senior, come back alive." With that, he continues the pursuit with the Black Tiger. The night is deep, clouds obscure the moon, and the forest path is dark. The ninjas proceed cautiously. With the help of the Black Tiger, Minato quickly finds traces left by Kushina and catches up with the team ahead. Suddenly, Minato moves like a ghost, slicing through a shadow. A Cloud ninja falls to the ground, lifeless. The others sense something amiss and turn to look, only to see their fallen comrade. Soon after, another one falls. The leading Jonin finally realizes someone is attacking from the shadows. Though alert, he is still caught off guard. He leaps onto a tree, nervously scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a figure attacks from behind. Minato strikes swiftly, landing a blow to the back of the Jonin's head. The Jonin falls heavily, instantly unconscious. With all enemies neutralized, Minato jumps down from the tree. At this moment, the clouds disperse, and the bright moonlight bathes the forest path. Standing against the moonlight, Minato faces Kushina. "Are you okay? We've come to rescue you," he says gently. The exhausted and despairing Kushina looks up, seeing the young man before her and the fallen enemies, and a joyful smile spreads across her face. She knows she has been saved. Her spirit relaxes, and she can no longer hold on, her body collapsing forward. The kidnapping and long journey have left her physically and mentally drained. Minato quickly supported her and said softly, "Don't worry, I'm here. I'll take you back to the village." With that, he carried Kushina in a princess hold, holding her dominantly. Wait a moment." Kushina wanted to say more, but Minato had already leaped onto the treetops, disappearing with her under the moonlight. Kushina turned her head to look at the young man in front of her, a complex mix of emotions surging in her heart. The wheels of fate began to turn, and the love between red and yellow quietly sprouted. Kushina's red hair became the destined red thread of her fate, guiding her to find her soulmate and tightly binding the two together. Just as the two gazed deeply into each other's eyes, hurried footsteps echoed through the forest. Kakashi Kid, Nawaki, and numerous Konoha ninjas quickly appeared. Kakashi Kid, covered in wounds, smiled and said, "As expected of you, Minato, even flirting under the moonlight." Everyone laughed except for Naoki, who frowned, jumped to their side, and roughly took Kushina from Minato, admonishing, "Little sister, girls need to be careful. Don't let some blonde guy from outside whisk you away so easily." Minato scratched his head awkwardly, while Kushina blushed deeply. To ease the atmosphere, Minato asked Kakashi Kid, Sr., "What about the enemy from earlier?" Kakashi Kid touched his wounds and smiled bitterly. "He escaped shortly after you left. Nawaki arrived with reinforcements, and the enemy retreated when they saw the situation turning against them." Nawaki, holding Kushina, instructed the other ninjas, "Immediately secure the remaining enemy ninjas below and hand them over to the third Hokage Zumbu for processing. The rest of us will return to the village at once." The thrilling battle came to an end, and the group, along with their captives, began their journey back. Kakashi Kid, however, did not revel in the victory but instead fell into deep thought, reflecting on the intense fight. He had fought with all his might, barely managing to survive by relying on his life-saving skill, elementalization, which left him almost completely drained. Although the subsequent battle was brief due to timely reinforcements, it had taken a heavy toll on him. The dark-skinned, burly ninja's taijutsu far surpassed that of the previous spies. His moves were both fierce and precise, leaving Kakashi Kid covered in wounds and drenched in blood. Fortunately, reinforcements arrived in time, allowing him to escape danger. Kakashi Kid thought to himself, "I really need to strengthen my taijutsu training. It's crucial in real combat. Maybe I can learn a thing or two from Tsukumo Hatake." When they returned to Konoha village, the third Hokage Zumbu were already waiting to take custody of the captives from the Hidden Cloud village. The Umbu leader approached Kakashi Kid and Minato immediately, saying, "Kakashi Kid, Namikaze Minato, the third Hokage has ordered that you both report to the Hokage's office tomorrow. He wants a detailed account of this incident." "Understood," the two responded in unison. Just as Kakashi Kid was about to leave, Nawaki walked over, smiling as he patted him on the shoulder and warmly invited, "Kid, my grandmother would like to invite you to our home as a guest. Let me know when you're free so I can prepare in advance." Kakashi Kid replied earnestly, "It would be an honor to accept Lady Nito's invitation. After reporting to the third Hokage tomorrow, I will formally visit Lady Nito." "That's great," Nawaki said happily. After handing over the captives from the Hidden Cloud village to the third Hokage Zumbu, everyone dispersed and returned to their respective homes. Inside the Hokage's office, the lighting was dim, and smoke swirled in the air. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind the large desk, his pipe emitting wisps of blue smoke. His brows were furrowed, his face full of worry, clearly burdened with heavy thoughts. The leader of the Umbu had just reported the news. Tomorrow, Kakashi Hatake would officially visit Mito Uzumaki. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's brows furrowed even deeper. Mito Uzumaki was the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and her existence was crucial to the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi Hatake's father, Tsukumo Hatake, was a samurai-turned-ninja, a man with his own principles and bottom line, who had a strained relationship with the Hokage faction. The third Hokage did not want people outside the Hokage faction to have too much contact with Mito Uzumaki. After all, the safety of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was tied to the security of the entire village. But Kakashi's identity made him particularly uneasy about this visit. Although Tsukumo Hatake was loyal to the village, his allegiance was to the entire Hidden Leaf, not to the Hokage personally. The third Hokage worried that Kakashi might be influenced by his father and harbor prejudice against the Hokage faction. However, he also understood that Mito Uzumaki's identity was unique, her strength formidable, and her actions always cautious and well-considered. Despite his doubts, the third Hokage dared not interfere with Mito's decision. He sighed softly and murmured, "It's time to establish Danzo's root organization." After speaking, he took a deep draw from his pipe and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. The smoke filled the room, blurring his vision and masking his unease. He gazed out at the night view beyond the window, pondering his next move. At the border between the land of fire and the land of rain, inside an ordinary tent. Bang! A loud noise shattered the silence. Danzo Shimura, who had been demoted to the border to investigate intelligence on the land of rain, was now caught in a new predicament. He was furious, slamming the table heavily as if trying to vent his anger and anxiety. Danzo tightly gripped the intelligence in his hand, which had been sent by a spy he had planted in the upper echelons of the third Hokage's Umbu. This spy was like his eyes and ears, allowing him to grasp all the movements in the village even from the distant border. The intelligence detailed the incident of Kushina being kidnapped and the plan for Kakashi Hatake to visit Mito Uzumaki. Danzo's brows were tightly knit, filled with worry. He stood up and paced anxiously inside the tent, like a restless caged beast. He glared in the direction of the Hidden Leaf and cursed loudly, "That old woman is utterly foolish. How dare she meet with outsiders? Doesn't she know that a Jinchuriki must never have contact with the outside world? She's playing with the village's safety. She deserves to die. If the 9 tails were handed over to me, I could control it. Everything I do is for the safety of the village. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his voice booming, and that weak monkey, he's completely unfit to be Hokage. He failed to manage the next Jinchuriki and even let that little girl go to school. It's utterly reckless. He should hand her over to me immediately. Only I can train her to become a truly qualified tailed beast weapon. Everything I do is to protect the village. His anger surged as he continued to roar at the village. And you, that damned monkey. How dare you stop me from establishing the Root organization? Without Root, how can I control the 9 tails? How can I suppress the Uchiha? How can I seize the Sharingan? Everything I do is for the future of the village. Those accursed Uchiha. How lucky you are to possess the powerful Sharingan. That power should belong to me. Only I can lead the village to glory. Everything I do is for the prosperity of the village. And that damned Tsukumo Hatake, you ungrateful fool. You refuse to pledge loyalty to me and won't even hand over your child. It's utterly unforgivable. A ninja like you should be unwaveringly loyal, because everything I do is for the benefit of the village. The cursing gradually subsided, and Danzo's emotions slightly stabilized, but the anger in his heart still burned like an unquenchable flame. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down, found a seat in the room, and sat down to rest for a while. After a moment, he felt his energy return, stood up, walked to the desk, picked up a pen, and quickly wrote a few lines on a piece of paper. After finishing, he carefully checked to ensure no important details were missing. Then, he summoned a subordinate. The subordinate entered Shimura Danzo's tent and obeyed the order to perform the jutsu super beast imitating drawing. The writing on the paper quickly transformed into a small black bird. The bird flapped its wings and flew toward Konoha, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Danzo watched the bird fly away, muttering to himself, that brat from the Hatake family better behave. If he dares to disobey, don't blame me for being ruthless. After a night of rest and careful treatment, Hatake Kid's body had greatly improved. The compatibility between the rumble fruit and his body increased, accelerating his recovery. The next day, Hatake Kid felt almost fully recovered and went with Minato to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage sat at his desk with a serious expression, waiting for them. Upon their arrival, he immediately began a detailed inquiry into the Kushina kidnapping incident, leaving no detail unchecked. After more than an hour, the third Hokage had a comprehensive understanding of the incident. He nodded in satisfaction and permitted the two to leave. As they were about to leave, the third Hokage called them back and said earnestly, Kid, Minato, you may not fully understand Kushina's importance to Konoha. But this incident has shown me the will of fire within you. You cherish your comrades and are willing to give everything for the village. Konoha's future needs young people like you. Hearing this, Hatake Kid and Minato felt flattered and humbly waved their hands. Minato respectfully replied, Lord Third, Kushina is not just a comrade, she is someone I deeply value and am sworn to protect. No matter when or where, I will protect her in the village of Konoha without hesitation. Hatake Kid stood to the side, his mouth slightly open, his eyes wide with disbelief. He stared at Namake's Minato, marveling inwardly, is this what they call a love confession? So straightforward and unreserved. The third Hokage was also surprised, thinking, young people these days are so mature. At their age, I was still secretly admiring the girl next door. Thinking of this, his face flushed, and he coughed awkwardly to cover it up. Clearing his throat, he said to Namake's Minato, Minato, I can feel your sincerity. I hope you maintain this honesty and passion. Hearing this, Namake's Minato nodded excitedly and left the office in high spirits. Hatake Kid, still in shock, gave a slight bow to the third Hokage before leaving the office as well. The third Hokage stood by the window, watching the two leave, particularly Hatake Kid, and fell into deep thought. Hatake Kid, carrying a gift, arrived as agreed at the Senju ancestral home. This was his first formal visit to the foundation of Konoha. The ninja clans of Konoha each had their own characteristics. The Hyuga clan was reserved and quiet, the Uchiha clan lively and bustling, while the Senju clan was desolate and sparse. Walking through the Senju grounds, Hatake Kid couldn't help but admire the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Tobarama was ruthless to his enemies and even harsher on himself and his clan. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was intelligent and decisive, skilled in both strategy and combat. He inherited the will of fire from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and used his talents to develop and strengthen Konoha. After the village was established, the first two Hokage were both from the Senju clan, leading to the perception that only the Senju clan could become Hokage. To break this prejudice, with Hashirama's consent, Tobirama promoted the civilianization of the Senju clan. To prevent clan members from gathering, he dispersed the civilianized members throughout the village and designated the Senju ancestral home as one of the most heavily guarded areas. Under these measures, the civilianization of the Senju clan was finally completed. Kakashi Kid sighed, as expected of the second Hokage, truly bold. Behind him, Tsunade sighed, granduncle had his reasons too. Grandma once said that if the clan wasn't civilianized, the inheritance of the Hokage would be unfair. The Hokage must gain the villagers' approval and cannot become a position privately passed down among a few ninja clans. In Tsunade's memory, her granduncle, Senju Tobirama, appeared to be a stern and rigid person, but he was very loving toward her. She was the only one who could freely enter and leave his study. As a child, she thought her granduncle was too resolute about civilianization. Why did all those uncles and elders have to leave? Why couldn't everyone live together? As she grew older, Tsunade gradually understood her granduncle's painstaking efforts. The Senju clan had already reached its peak. If no changes were made, the Hidden Leaf village would become dominated by the Senju clan, turning other ninja clans and civilians into vassals. Civilians might accept it, but how could other ninja clans willingly become vassals? While the first and second Hokage were still alive, the ninja clans dared not voice their anger. But once they passed away, the other clans would surely unite to attack the Senju clan and annihilate them completely. Especially their arch-rivals, the Uchiha clan, who would undoubtedly be the first to strike. The Senju clan faced a tough choice: either dismantle the family, expand the civilian foundation of the Hidden Leaf, and allow the peak of the Senju clan to exit gracefully, or continue to strengthen the clan and wait for the ninja clans to rebel. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, wisely chose the former, though it was not without risks. If the main branch's numbers dwindled or their strength weakened, the Senju clan's legacy would be coveted by other ninja clans, becoming nourishment for their growth. As they neared home, Tsunade suddenly snapped out of her thoughts and turned to Kakashi Kid, saying, "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Kid, you didn't take care of me for nothing. Thanks for what you did yesterday regarding Kushina." Kakashi Kid, however, looked at Tsunade in disbelief, silently cursing in his heart, "Take care of me? I just finished a mission and was exhausted, and you dragged me off to do more work. You stole my lunch, leaving me to eat the hospital's awful food. At the barbecue restaurant, you made me do all the work while you enjoyed yourself. When you got drunk, I had to carry you home. And you call that taking care of me?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His expression grew darker, and his eyes nearly rolled to the back of his head. Tsunade noticed and immediately understood he was complaining about her again. She slapped him hard on the head. With a loud bang, a large bump instantly appeared on Kakashi Kid's head. He winced in pain, almost crying out. Tsunade slowly withdrew her fist, her eyes fixed on the hopping, head-clutching Kakashi Kid, a threatening smile on her face. "Kid," Tsunade's voice was low and commanding, "I have a feeling you're up to no good in your head. What? Not satisfied with my care just now? Or do you want me to try another move? By the way, cook for us today. It's been a while since we've had your cooking." Terrified, Kakashi Kid quickly jumped back, silently cursing in his heart, "This tigress is way too violent. I'm not even a guest, so why do I have to cook?" However, Tsunade had no intention of letting him off. Seeing him trying to escape, she immediately stepped forward, raising her voice, "What? Judging by your look, you're not convinced. Want to spar?" Kakashi Kid rolled his eyes several times and quickened his pace to get away, muttering to himself, "No way I'm sparring with you. I'm not stupid." Watching Kakashi Kid flee in panic, Tsunade smiled smugly, then turned and entered the house. As soon as she stepped inside, her demeanor changed completely. She became sweet and obedient, calling out cheerfully, "Grandma, I'm home." Kakashi Kid heard this voice, stumbled, almost fell, and looked at her in surprise, his mind full of questions. Who is this? Where did that fierce and violent Tsunade go? How did the Tsunade I know change? In the courtyard, Uzumaki Mito had a kind smile on her face, her laughter warm like a spring breeze. Hearing the call, she responded cheerfully, "You're back." Tsunade quickly walked to her grandmother's side and pointed at Kakashi Kid to introduce him. "Grandma, this is Kakashi Kid, Senior Tsukumo's son." Kakashi Kid stood there somewhat reserved, his gaze falling on the gentle Tsunade, his heart filled with surprise and confusion. He had never seen such a gentle Tsunade, completely different from the irritable one he remembered. A series of questions flashed through his mind. Where am I? Who am I? Where did the violent Tsunade go? He doubted whether he had mistaken her for someone else or entered another world. Just as he was lost in thought, Uzumaki Mito spoke gently, "Child, welcome to our home." These words instantly brought Kakashi Kid back to his senses. He finally confirmed that the Tsunade in front of him was real, and moreover, a gentle version of Tsunade. Kakashi Kid secretly marveled in his heart, as expected of Uzumaki Mito, she could actually make Tsunade so well behaved. Truly admirable. He developed a strong interest in this legendary figure. Uzumaki Mito smiled as she looked at Kakashi Kid, her eyes filled with approval, and said, "Not bad, Sakumo's child indeed has the look and the sense of responsibility." Her voice was gentle, making people feel close to her. Kakashi Kid smiled humbly and said earnestly, "Lady Mito, you flatter me. My name is Kakashi Kid, and I'm very pleased to meet you." His tone was sincere, full of respect. Uzumaki Mito nodded with a smile. Kakashi Kid, I'll remember you." Her gaze was profound, as if she could see through his heart. As the foundation of Konoha village, Uzumaki Mito had contributed her wisdom and experience throughout her life, becoming a valuable treasure of the village, worthy of Kakashi Kid's respect. Tsunade squatted beside her, smiling as she said, "Grandma, I've brought the person you wanted. Later, you can even try his cooking. His food is really delicious." Uzumaki Mito's eyes were deep, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a hint of slyness. She pretended to be angry and said, "Little Tsuna, a guest has arrived. How can you let the guest cook? Since Miko is off today, you'll be the one to cook this meal and properly entertain the guest." Tsunade was stunned, her eyes widening in surprise as she pointed at herself and exclaimed, "Me? Grandma, you must be joking." After hesitating, she still agreed, "All right, I'll give it a try." Just as Tsunade was about to head to the kitchen, Kakashi Kid hurriedly stopped her. "Are you kidding? If you want Tsunade to perform surgery, that is fine. But letting her cook? The ninja world might face a mushroom cloud disaster." Don't ask Kakashi Kid how he knows this so well, it's a painful memory he doesn't want to recall. Back when she was practicing medical ninjutsu, she had to experiment on frozen fish first. The failed fish were even roasted and eaten. That day, Tsunade suddenly insisted on grilling fish herself, but the result was the fish turning into charcoal with sparks flying everywhere. Kakashi Kid quickly chimed in, "Lady Mito, I can cook. How about I do it?" Uzumaki Mito shook her head, No, a guest shouldn't cook for themselves. "It's perfectly fine, absolutely fine," Kakashi Kid said as he pulled Tsunade towards the kitchen. Kakashi Kid looked at the materials scattered all over the place and chuckled to himself. This old lady was really in the mood for fun, preparing everything so thoroughly, just waiting for the chef to show off his skills. While he was busy cooking enthusiastically, Tsunade quietly slipped out. "Grandma, tell me the truth, why do you want to meet him?" Tsunade asked. Uzumaki Mito, lying on a chair, smiled and said, "What if I told you I think this boy is pretty good and want him to be my grandson-in-law? What would you think?" Tsunade rolled her eyes, "Grandma, stop joking. He's too young, and I'm not interested. What exactly are you planning?" "Stop using excuses to fool me," Tsunade said in a low voice, glancing at Kakashi Kid, who was busy in the kitchen. "Your position is very sensitive. Even the slightest movement will attract the attention of those old geezers." "You know about the last incident too," Uzumaki Mito responded calmly. She wasn't surprised by Tsunade's analysis. Tsunade wasn't clueless, she just didn't bother with such matters. With her strength and status, she was already unshakable. "You underestimate your teacher," Uzumaki Mito said with a smile. "Koharu and Hamura may be impatient, but the monkey won't be. He will patiently wait for my call. Don't forget, he was personally chosen by your second granduncle as his successor." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was indeed such a person. Now, he was renowned in the ninja world as the ninja hero, far from the later embarrassing situation when facing the ninja bear of the Hidden Cloud Village. Although he might have flaws in the future, at this moment, he was in his prime, firmly holding the position of Hokage. "I wanted to meet this child for two reasons. First, to thank him. Not only did he propose the ninja squad reform plan, but more importantly, he saved Kushina. You know how important Kushina is." Tsunade didn't respond, only nodding silently. "Second, it's my personal wish. Your second granduncle disbanded the Senju clan, integrating it into the civilian population to avoid the clan being targeted and to prevent the Hokage position from becoming a hereditary title of the Senju. This was beneficial for Konoha, but it also brought about a crisis." Tsunade looked at her grandmother in confusion, not understanding what crisis she meant. Uzumaki Mito stroked her granddaughter's hair, gazing at the clouds in the sky, and said slowly, "Although the Senju clan was disbanded, its legacy remains. You and Nawaki cannot protect this legacy. When I was young, I read a line in an ancient text: a child carrying gold walks through a bustling market. If this old lady is no longer around, you too will be like children carrying gold, eventually devoured by others. After hearing Uzumaki Mito's words, Tsunade felt even more confused. Grandma, I can understand all this. With you here, you can keep those prying people in check. If you pass away, I can hand over the Senju ancestral estate's inheritance to the village for management. Uzumaki Mito smiled faintly, not directly refuting her, but patiently explained, Little Tsuna, your idea is good, but you underestimate the greed of human nature. The key is not you, but your younger brother Nawaki. As long as he is alive, the inheritance belongs to the Senju clan. Village management is completely useless. Tsunade suddenly realized, and a chill swept over her. Her face changed drastically as she turned in horror to look toward the Hokage building. Uzumaki Mito sighed. In recent years, clans like Sarutobi and Shimura had grown rapidly, while traditional clans like Uchiha and Hyuga were suppressed, and civilian ninjas had not risen. She supported the third Hokage in limiting the development of ninja clans and strengthening the authority of the Hokage, which was precisely the original intention of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, to civilianize the Senju clan. However, mid-level clans like Sarutobi and Shimura gradually surpassed the traditional great clans, becoming the new major ninja clans. The expansion of ninja clan power inevitably impacted the interests of civilian ninjas. Ultimately, either a great war would break out, or civilian ninjas would become subservient. Now, it seemed the latter was more likely. These issues were temporarily concealed by Konoha's prosperity and had not yet erupted. Uzumaki Mito vaguely felt that the future of the Uzumaki clan was closely tied to that little busybody in the kitchen. Tsunade snapped back to reality, pointing to Hataki Kid in the kitchen, and asked, Then why do you value him? Uzumaki Mito replied, It's not that I value him, but I'm just building some goodwill. I hope he can take care of your younger brother in the future. Tsunade asked in surprise, lowering her voice, Grandma, do you really think so highly of him? Uzumaki Mito held Tsunade's hand and said, It's not that I think highly of him, but his potential is great. I can still hold on and suppress those with ill intentions in the village, just using some small tricks in secret. She didn't mention her plans for after her passing, and Tsunade didn't ask. Both grandmother and granddaughter understood that the time from now until Uzumaki Mito's departure was the time for Hataki Kid to grow. As long as he grew strong, the village and the Senju clan would be secure. If Hataki Kid still relied on Hataki Tsukumo's protection, it would mean his potential was limited, and he had simply been overestimated. At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina and Nawaki returned home together after school. After the previous kidnapping incident, Nawaki began to take on the responsibility of being an older brother. Every day, he accompanied Kushina to and from school, both to protect her and to guard against that blonde warm-hearted boy. How much of it was protection and how much was vigilance, only Nawaki himself knew. In the shadows, the third Hokage Zumbu and the Senju clan's experts were also providing protection. Seeing them return home, the grandmother and granddaughter tacitly stopped their conversation. Kakashi Kid walked out of the kitchen at this moment. Lady Mito, the meal is ready. Please try my cooking. Uzumaki Mito got up from the recliner. Alright, I've heard from little Tsunade that you're a good cook. This old lady will give it a try today. Tsunade wanted to help the old lady, but she waved her hand to refuse. No need, this old lady isn't that old yet. Rope Tree and Kushina were also very happy to be home. Ever since the Senju clan became more civilianized, apart from the higher-ups, visitors were rare, and the house had not been this lively in a long time. Everyone gathered around the dining table, enjoying Kakashi Kid's cooking. The table was filled with laughter and joy, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. Only Kakashi Kid was puzzled in his heart. What exactly does the old lady want from me? It can't just be about having a meal, right? Surely it's not that simple? While the Senju ancestral home was bustling, the Hokage's office was far from calm. Here, there was more surprise, even a bit of fear. Danzo? Koharu Utatane, the only woman among the Konoha F4, screamed, Weren't you at the border? Why are you back? Hamura Mitokado also stared at Shimura Danzo in shock. It turned out that Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado were busy with official duties when they were suddenly summoned by the third Hokage. As soon as they pushed open the office door, they were met with this shocking scene. The third Hokage had sent Shimura Danzo to the border on the old lady's orders, both to let him atone for his mistakes through merit and to keep him away from the old lady. Once he had achieved merit, he would be recalled. Danzo's sudden return was baffling. The third Hokage was also startled when he saw Danzo, caught off guard, and called his two old friends to discuss countermeasures. He stopped handling official duties, the calm expression on his face vanished, and he gripped his pipe tightly, taking deep drags. Danzo ignored Koharu Yutate's questioning and directly confronted the third Hokage. Monkey, how could you let outsiders casually interact with the old lady and that little girl? You are the Hokage of the village. How could you let something like this happen? What Uzumaki Mito? She's just relying on her seniority, high status, and strong abilities. But so what? In Konoha, the Hokage should be the highest authority. If I were Hokage, I would never let something like this happen. Because he had been reprimanded by Uzumaki Mito several times, Shimura Danzo harbored resentment towards her. Bang! Koharu Yutate slammed the table and roared angrily, Danzo, how dare you disrespect Lady Mito? What are you trying to do? The third Hokage closed his eyes in anger, saying nothing, while Hamura Mitokado shook his head and turned his face away. Both of them complained in their hearts, what a useless teammate. This Shimura Danzo was such a fool, not even showing the most basic respect. Awakened by the shout, Danzo quickly tried to justify himself. I wasn't wrong, was I? The Hokage should hold the highest authority. Stopping her from contacting outsiders is for confidentiality. Everything I do is for the village. These words were like a thunderclap, causing the third Hokage to stand up involuntarily. His imposing aura was overwhelming, making Danzo, Koharu, Hamura, and the Yambu ninjas feel a chill in their hearts. Enough, Danzo. You know I am the Hokage. Why did you return from the border without my orders? Why don't you follow the rules? Precisely because I am the Hokage, I trust Lady Mito. She loves the village deeply and would never harm it. The third Hokage's reprimand left Danzo stunned, his face darkened. The Hokage knew he was unconvinced, but what could he do? Uzumaki Mito's strength was terrifying. She could single-handedly defeat all four of them while still allowing Tsunade to heal them during the fight. It was truly bewildering. Not only was she the wife of the first Hokage, but she was also related to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Even the daimyo would bow to her first upon meeting. Tsunade being titled the Princess of Konoha was the result of the alliance between the two families. Shimura Danzo, aren't you afraid that if Mito becomes dissatisfied, the daimyo might cut off your funding? What a useless teammate. Without financial support from the daimyo's government, Konoha village would have to tighten its belt to survive. If the daimyo assigned missions to other villages, could Konoha even hold on? The third Hokage continued to reprimand, Hiruzen, what exactly are you trying to say? Return to the border immediately and keep a close watch on Hanzo of the Salamander in the Land of Rain. Without my orders, you are absolutely not allowed to return to the village. This time, I will send a team of Ambu to accompany you. Monkey, you're sending people to monitor me? Shimura Danzo roared in anger. This is killing the donkey after it has done its work. Don't forget, without me, how would you have become Hokage? Koharu Yutate and Hamura Mitokado, standing nearby, were speechless. Clearly, you contributed, but were we just sitting around doing nothing? When Shimura Danzo looked to them for support, both of them silently turned their faces away. They both wanted Danzo to leave quickly, lest today's words reach Uzumaki Mito's ears. By then, the chains that bound Danzo would not be limited to him alone. Seeing the two ignore him, Shimura Danzo stomped his feet like a clown. Fine. Very well. You two won't speak up for me either. Today, it's me being abandoned after my work is done. Tomorrow, it will be the two of you. Bang! He glared at the two of them angrily and slammed the door as he left. Laughter could be heard outside. For my peanuts, for my peanuts. Under the escort of the Ambu ninjas, Shimura Danzo reluctantly left Konoha village. This team of Ambu had only one mission, to protect on the surface but to monitor in reality. After Danzo left, Hamura Mitokado glanced at Koharu Yutate, stood up, and said to the third Hokage, Hiruzen, Lady Mito's status is special. Her every move has a significant impact. We must figure out her true intentions. Agreed. Koharu Yutate nodded in agreement. The third Hokage nodded, understood, Yen. I will personally visit Lady Mito. After everyone left the office, the third Hokage smoked his pipe, his expression suddenly turning serious. If Shimura Danzo secretly returned from the border, there must be someone in the village assisting him. If Danzo left the border station easily, how did he enter the village without assistance? Danzo, oh Danzo, your reach is truly long. The third Hokage instructed Hiruzen, immediately investigate those responsible for entry and exit in the village and find Danzo's spies. Yes, sir. Danzo used the secret passage designated for the Ambu. Following this lead, they quickly uncovered some of Danzo's spies within the Ambu. Although it was only a portion, it was enough to make Danzo feel heartbroken. It is said that on that day, Danzo was so furious that he smashed his tent to pieces. Just as the new tent was set up, it started to rain. Stubborn as he was, he refused to take shelter despite his subordinates' advice. His subordinates, annoyed, stopped persuading him. A one-eyed dragon took the opportunity. Kakashi Hatake was drenched, looking like a soaked chicken. When the Ambu squad escorted Shimura Danzo out of the village, Kakashi Hatake also happily left the Senju ancestral home. This visit had been incredibly rewarding for him. Haha, I finally got the Yin seal. Even in another world, I was worried about not having enough firepower. Look at Aizen Sasuke from Bleach next door, crushing the Royal Guard's torrent with just his spiritual pressure so enviable. And then there's the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, with his Edo Tensei form pure Versailles. Even the combined chakra of Kurama and Naruto Uzumaki doesn't come close to his. I won't be envious anymore. I want my chakra to be off the charts, so I can just bombard enemies with lightning release. Just thinking about it feels great. That's right, what Uzumaki Mito gave Kakashi Hatake was exactly what he had been dreaming of, the Yin seal. She even promised to teach him personally. Uzumaki Mito said, Kakashi, if you have any questions, come anytime. The house feels lonely, but it becomes lively when you're here. Kakashi readily agreed, promising to visit often for guidance. With such a knowledgeable elder, it would be foolish not to seek her advice. Of course, he couldn't visit too frequently, as this was the Senju ancestral home, and too much activity would attract the attention of the higher-ups. Uzumaki Mito kindly expressed her goodwill at the dining table and personally taught Kakashi the Yin seal after the meal. Kakashi understood her intentions. First, she wanted the company of a younger generation, as she was getting old. Second, she hoped that after her passing, Kakashi could look after the reckless younger ones, especially Nawaki. The first was easy to handle. Kakashi planned to refuse Tsunade's freeloading, saving money while keeping the old lady entertained. Tsunade eats too much, probably due to her medical ninja constitution, and all the food turns into fat. No wonder she's called Big Fat Sheep. Not only is her luck in gambling bad, but she also spends a lot. This debt of gratitude is really hard to repay. Kakashi Kid felt the old lady's kindness but also knew that such a favor would be difficult to return. He stroked the scroll in his arms, a mix of joy and sighs. The hardest debt to repay is a debt of gratitude. Suddenly, Kakashi Kid's heart tightened as he sensed danger approaching. Without a word, he gripped his kunai tightly, fully activating his sensory ninjutsu. The dim street was lined with faint, weak streetlights that seemed ready to go out at any moment. The street was deserted, with only a few stray cats occasionally passing by, pausing briefly before quickly disappearing into the distance. This place was far from the bustling city, surrounded by dilapidated buildings, as if forgotten by time. Suddenly, a cold gleam shot like lightning from behind Kakashi Kid, aiming straight for his back. The sudden attack left no time to react. Kakashi Kid reacted swiftly, his body moving like a phantom to sidestep and skillfully avoid the fatal strike. The kunai in his hand was instantly enveloped in blue lightning, as if it had come alive. With a sharp swing of his hand, the electrified kunai shot toward the attacker like an arrow released from a bow. The attacker, caught off guard by Kakashi Kid's rapid counterattack, hurriedly raised his blade to block. With a loud clang, the kunai collided with the ninja blade, sparks flying everywhere. Although the ninja blade managed to block the kunai, the force of the lightning left a massive crack in the blade. The attacker looked down at the damaged weapon, his expression grave. Without hesitation, he discarded the broken ninja blade as if it were trash. The attacker wore an ANBU mask and uniform, his killing intent flashing briefly before disappearing. He said, as expected of the son of Tsukumo Hatake. The third Hokage admires you greatly and wants to meet you. Come with me. Seeing Kakashi Kid remain still, he added, that was just a test earlier, kid. You don't mind, do you? Kakashi Kid sighed helplessly and said bluntly, Uncle, do you take me for a fool? The attacker's eyes turned cold as he asked sharply, what did you say? Kakashi Kid smirked disdainfully and, meeting the angry glare, cursed, damn it, are all Danzo's lackeys this dumb? Pretending the third Hokage wants to see me? Put. You're lucky I don't call you my servant. Get lost, you damn lackey. His anger stemmed from just having met Uzumaki Mito, knowing that the third Hokage wouldn't easily send ANBU after him. As for the attacker in front of him, who else could it be but one of Danzo's men? The attacker was enraged and roared, you're courting death. Kakashi Kid showed no fear and retorted loudly, courting death? Come on, kill me. You lapdog. The attacker snorted coldly, full of disdain. You ignorant brat, you don't understand the greatness of Lord Danzo at all. Only he can make the village strong. How dare you insult Danzo, you're truly seeking death. In that case, you shall die. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiped his wrist, a flash of cold light appeared, and a long ninja blade swiftly materialized in his hand. The ninja blade danced through the air, slashing straight at Kakashi Kid's head, as fast as lightning. But Kakashi Kid remained calm, waving his hand, and a kunai shot out like a meteor, accurately blocking the blade. Clang! The kunai collided with the ninja blade, sparks flying everywhere. In his other hand, lightning flickered, condensing into a purple lightning spear. Purple lightning, sharp spear. Kakashi Kid shouted, and the lightning spear instantly thrust toward the attacker's heart. Caught off guard, the attacker was struck in the shoulder, crying out in pain as blood seeped out, staining his clothes red. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Kid, you've got some skills. But don't think you can beat me. Wind style, vacuum blade." The ninja blade was infused with wind style chakra, becoming razor sharp, slicing through the wall with ease. This is a technique bestowed by Lord Danzo. Dying under this move, you should feel honored, he said as he continued his fierce assault. Kakashi Kid rolled his eyes, thinking, it's just a jutsu, do you really think it can take down Lord Madara? The dim street was silent, with only the clash of kunai and ninja blade, and the crackling sounds of lightning style and wind style chakra intertwining. The attacker said viciously, "Brat, just accept your death. I'll chop you into pieces and send them to Tsukumo Hatake. Your dad will surely be overjoyed to see you like this." Faced with the malicious curses, Kakashi Kid burned with anger but did not back down. Gripping his kunai, he coldly countered, "Old dog, what's the point of just talking? If you've got the guts, make your move." The attacker was formidable, with strength, speed, and skill that were not to be underestimated. However, compared to Kakashi Kid, the gap was not significant. Kakashi Kid keenly realized that this was a perfect opportunity to improve his taijutsu. He treated the attacker as a whetstone, engaging in constant combat to hone his skills. Over time, the attacker was surprised to find that the once immature boy's taijutsu was growing stronger and stronger. At first, Kakashi Kid's movements were stiff, and his control over his strength was imprecise. But he kept improving, becoming agile in countering attacks, and even occasionally launching counterattacks. Nowadays, his taijutsu has reached a new level. His movements are swift and precise, his attacks powerful, and he can quickly spot weaknesses to deliver a fatal blow. The assailant felt the pressure, completely suppressed by Hatake Kid. The kid he once underestimated had now become a formidable opponent. Just as Hatake Kid realized he had the upper hand, the assailant desperately resisted, struggling with every move. Suddenly, Hatake Kid dashed like a purple lightning bolt, disappearing in an instant. Time seemed to freeze. The assailant stared in shock at the spot where Kid had been, only to feel a sudden chill on his neck. Looking down, he saw a thin line of blood spreading like a snake. A surge of intense pain hit his heart, and his body trembled. His legs gave out, collapsing to his knees, his hands falling limp as all strength drained from his body. His consciousness blurred, the world darkened, and he collapsed onto the cold ground, life slipping away. Confirming that the opponent was lifeless, Hatake Kid cautiously approached and began searching the body. Fortunately, the area was far from the bustling city, with almost no passers-by, giving him ample time. "TCH, what a pauper," he muttered under his breath while rummaging through the belongings. Hatake Kid originally hoped to find kunai, shuriken, or explosive tags on the assailant, but came up empty-handed. Just as he was feeling disappointed, his hand touched the assailant's wrist and discovered a familiar summoning seal engraved on the wrist guard. It was the same mark that would later appear on Uchiha Sasuke's wrist guard, filling him with excitement. Without hesitation, he removed the wrist guard, silently celebrating his good fortune. After finishing the search, he began cleaning up the scene, crouching down to destroy the corpse's brain to prevent others from obtaining information. Ensuring no traces were left behind, he quickly departed, vanishing into the night. Not long after, members of the Uchiha police force arrived, followed closely by the ANBU. The black-clad, masked ANBU members heightened the tension. The corpse was dressed in ANBU attire, and the ANBU leader coldly stated, "Captain Fugaku, this matter will be handled by us ANBU." Uchiha Fugaku's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly, clearly displeased with the ANBU stripping the police force of its authority. The police force was responsible for maintaining law and order in Konoha, with the power to establish regulations and arrest those with criminal tendencies. However, cases involving ANBU members were forcibly obstructed by the ANBU, leaving the police force unable to intervene in the investigation. Over time, the police force's authority would inevitably be eroded, and eventually, it might be reduced to nothing more than a regular municipal team, losing its significant role and status. Although filled with resentment and helplessness, Uchiha Fugaku could not find any viable solution. He silently scanned the surroundings and slowly raised his hand, signaling his men to leave with him. The proud Uchiha clan, being so ruthlessly dismissed, was undoubtedly a profound sorrow. On the way back, Fugaku's trusted subordinate, Uchiha Yon, couldn't contain his anger. His face full of fury, he questioned, "Captain Fugaku, are we just going to leave like this? We are the police force, shouldn't we be responsible for handling this matter?" Fugaku stopped in his tracks, turned to look at Yon, his eyes filled with helplessness and bitterness. He sighed and said, "Let's go, Yon. This case involves ANBU ninjas. They have their own rules. There might be a reason they won't let us participate." Yon was clearly dissatisfied, his eyes wide as he retorted, "But, Captain..." Fugaku patted his shoulder and comforted, "No more buts. I understand how you feel, but we need to stay calm right now. There might be hidden reasons we don't know about. Let's go back and think of a solution slowly." After speaking, he led the group to continue on their way. Yan Yen said angrily, "I really don't understand why the village is so hostile towards us Uchiha. We've given so much for the village, yet this is how we're treated. It's so unfair." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, and his voice grew louder. "If this doesn't work, we might as well just..." Before he could finish, Fugaku interrupted with an angry shout, "Yan Yen!" The roar exploded like a thunderclap, shocking everyone. Fugaku's Sharingan glowed with a crimson light as he glared at Yan Yen, his eyes almost bursting with fury. However, seeing the same anger on the faces of his companions, who were clearly dissatisfied with the Umbu's expulsion, Fugaku calmed himself and deactivated his Sharingan. He stood in front of the group, his face full of helplessness and anxiety, feeling the disappointment and resentment of everyone. "Everyone, don't worry," Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, trying to steady his voice. "The clan and the village have been actively communicating. We will definitely find a solution acceptable to both sides, allowing the Uchiha clan to truly integrate into the village." However, his words did not reassure the people. Disappointment was still written all over their faces, and some even began whispering among themselves. "Humph." Suddenly, a contemptuous voice rang out from the crowd. "The mighty Uchiha clan has fallen to this point. Always yielding and compromising with the village. At this rate, the clan will eventually perish in our hands." These words pierced Uchiha Fugaku's heart like a sharp blade. His face turned pale instantly, as if he had been struck heavily. He had always felt a heavy burden in his heart, knowing that while the words were harsh, there was some truth to them. The conflict between the clan and the village had been building for a long time. He had been trying to find a solution, but there had been no substantial progress. Hearing these words, he began to doubt his choices. Was it really right to keep yielding, only to ultimately destroy the clan? His mood grew heavier, and those words weighed on him like a prophecy, suffocating him. Late at night, the Hokage's office was silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just fallen asleep when he was awakened by urgent knocking on the door. He rubbed his temples, which were faintly aching, and asked in a tired voice, "What is it?" Outside the door, an ANBU ninja knelt on one knee and respectfully reported, "Hokage-sama, there was intense fighting tonight on the 3rd Street west of the marketplace. When we arrived, we found the body of an ANBU ninja." "What?" The 3rd Hokage was shocked, his eyes widening. This news was like a splash of cold water, instantly waking him up, and his headache disappeared. He had just sent that hindrance, Shimura Danzo, away, and now something unexpected had happened. An ANBU ninja had been killed within the village. This news was like a bolt from the blue, shaking the entire Konoha village. The ANBU was the elite force directly under the Hokage, and now one of its members had been killed. This was a humiliation to Konoha, as if someone had trampled on the village's dignity. The 3rd Hokage's face turned grave, fully aware of the severity of the situation. It not only damaged the ANBU's reputation but also threatened the safety of the entire village. "Has the identity of the deceased been confirmed? What was the situation at the scene?" he asked anxiously and angrily. He immediately ordered all idle ANBU ninjas to take action and launch a full-scale investigation. The 3rd Hokage's tone was firm, "This must be thoroughly investigated. Such incidents must never happen again in Konoha village." At the same time, he urgently summoned the 2 elders to discuss countermeasures together. Major incidents required everyone to work together. The ANBU ninjas, like a swarm of startled bees, quickly rushed to the scene. Even those assigned to monitor the Uchiha clan were called back, fully mobilizing the ANBU's forces. Konoha's F4 members, Koharu Yutatane and Hamura Midokado, were awakened by the ANBU and, despite their exhaustion, rushed to the Hokage's office upon receiving the notice. Hamura Midokado was the first to ask, "Hiruzen, what happened? Why is the entire ANBU mobilized?" Koharu Yutatane also stared anxiously at the 3rd Hokage. The third Hokage's face was somber as he handed the preliminary investigation report to the elders. After reading it, Hamura Mitokado asked, "Do we have a map of the village's area distribution?" Although puzzled, the third Hokage still took out a map. Hamura Mitokado spread it out, examined it carefully, then slammed the table and said sternly, "Investigate, this must be thoroughly investigated." He pointed to the incident location and then to the Senju ancestral residence. "It's too close." The third Hokage and Koharu Udatane felt a chill in their hearts. This was no longer a simple village issue but one that concerned the foundation of the nation. The third Hokage, rarely losing his composure, cursed, "Damn it, this is targeting Lady Mito. Tsuru, deploy another ANBU squad to guard the area around the Senju ancestral residence. Nothing must happen there." At this moment, an Umbu ninja entered to report, "Lord Hokage." Koharu Udatane asked urgently, "Any leads?" The ninja hesitated without speaking. The third Hokage sensed something was wrong and urged, "Report the findings directly." The ninja saluted and replied, "The victim's brain was destroyed, making it impossible to extract information. Based on the traces at the scene, the perpetrator appears to be a lightning release expert." The three were stunned. Lightning release? Koharu Udatane was about to speak but was stopped by a glance from the third Hokage. The third Hokage asked, "Any other information?" The Umbu ninja replied, "Lord Third, we suspect the issue lies internally. The person responsible is very likely one of our own Umbu members." The third Hokage stared at him and pressed, "What evidence do you have?" The Umbu ninja explained, "Lord Third, there was an Umbu squad nearby executing a mission at the time of the incident. We checked their schedule, and the incident occurred right after their patrol ended and they left." So? He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. The incident happened just as the Umbu squad left, indicating a mole among them. Having access to such information must be the work of a hidden foreign spy. The third Hokage was silent for a moment, then gestured with his hand, "Thank you for your hard work. You may rest now." "Understood." The ninja saluted and left. The third Hokage took a few puffs from his pipe, then looked at his two companions and asked, "What do you think?" Koharu Udatane said seriously, "Could it be someone from the Hidden Cloud village? They've coveted the Nine Tails for a long time. Last time, they kidnapped Kushina. Could this time be an attempt to attack Lady Mito?" Hamura Mitokado responded, "Hiruzen, if it really is an internal issue, we need to prepare in advance." He sighed, troubled by the continuous string of incidents caused by incompetent allies. The third Hokage nodded, then stood up after a moment of silence and said, "Let's start by conducting an internal investigation within the Umbu." As a result, the matter deviated significantly from its original direction. The foreign spies within the Umbu became innocent victims. Meanwhile, the true mastermind, completely unaware of the storm caused by killing an Umbu ninja, was happily heading home with the Een seal scroll and the wristband taken from the corpse. Kakashi Hatake hummed a familiar Peking opera tune from his past life, cheerfully returning home. Upon entering, he saw his parents, Tsukumo Hatake and Hualing Hatake, chatting intimately. The couple saw him return and smiled, waving him over. Seeing this warm scene, Kakashi Kid roared in his heart, "Your son is being assassinated outside, yet you two are still as loving as ever. Am I just an accident? After all these years, you're still so sweet." He walked into the living room and knelt respectfully in front of his father. Seeing his son's serious expression, Tsukumo Hatake immediately put away his smile and adopted a serious demeanor. Since childhood, his son had always disliked the kneeling posture at home. The courtyard was arranged in a huaxia style, with all kinds of furniture. Although kneeling was uncomfortable, as a ninja, endurance was an essential quality. Now his son was actually kneeling respectfully and even preparing to pour him tea? Oh my, the sun must have risen from the west. Every time his son acted so solemnly, it always meant bad news for him. His son had been strong-willed since childhood, unaffected by external influences, which made him feel like he hardly had the role of a father. This must be something big. Drinking the tea his son poured, Tsukumo Hatake felt a bitter taste in his heart. His mother, Kaki Hanar, also looked at her serious son in surprise, her eyes full of amusement. While pouring tea for his father, Kakashi Kid said earnestly, "Father." This made Tsukumo Hatake nervous. He immediately pushed his son away, saying, "You brat, just say what you want directly, don't beat around the bush." His son relaxed, switching from kneeling to sitting cross-legged, returning to his usual expression, and said, "Dad, I want to learn our family's Hatake swordsmanship." "Really?" Tsukumo Hatake stood up excitedly. "Ah, Kid, you finally come around. I've been wanting to teach you for so long. This is great, the Hatake family finally has someone to carry on the legacy." However, seeing his son's deadpan expression, his mood soured again. He sat back at the table, putting on a stern face, ready to test his son. Kakashi Kid had long understood his father's routine. His son's eyes remained lifeless as he turned to his mother and said, "Mother, will money grow in the flower bed in the backyard? That is, ahem." Tsukumo Hatake choked, quickly covering his son's mouth. Under his wife's angry glare, he dragged his son to the backyard. In the backyard, the father glared fiercely at his son and hurriedly checked the stash in the flower bed. Just as he took it out, it was gently taken away by his wife's slender jade-like hands, as if it floated away like a cloud. Watching his father's desolate figure, Kakashi Kid felt that learning the family swordsmanship could wait. Just as he was about to sneak away, Tsukumo Hatake fixed his gaze on him, his eyes sharp as blades. Kakashi Kid quickly quickened his pace, trying to escape to the front yard. But before he could move, his neck was grabbed by Tsukumo Hatake. Kakashi Kid hurriedly shouted, "Dad, Dad, Dad." His cries failed to awaken the rare fatherly love in his father. Tsukumo Hatake smiled and said, "Good son, you don't hold back when it comes to tricking your dad. Didn't you want to learn the family sword technique? Today, I'll show you how powerful it is." Yamaro. Kakashi Hatake frantically waved his hands, trying to break free. Not long after, miserable cries echoed from the backyard, heart-wrenching to hear and tear-inducing to witness. After giving his son a good beating, Tsukumo Hatake finally released his anger. He felt refreshed, as if the world around him had become brighter. So this is how satisfying a father's authority feels. Looking at his son, bruised and battered, he clapped his hands and said to the panting Kakashi, "Kakashi, it's getting late. We'll officially start training tomorrow." The next day, Kakashi stood before his father with a swollen face. In the training ground, several straw dummies were set up, with thick iron plates hanging over their vital points. Tsukumo Hatake held the white fan short blade in his hand and said, "My sword technique originates from the samurai, but it emphasizes a powerful, one-strike kill. Unlike the Uchiha style, it doesn't rely on flashy moves. I'm called Konoha's White Fang because this white fan short blade in my hand has slain countless enemies, breaking through their defenses like the fangs of a fierce beast." He said proudly, "You need to recognize the vital points of the human body and practice precision and stability in your attacks. Follow me, and I'll demonstrate." Standing still, he gripped his blade, and a chilling killing intent erupted from him. Although it wasn't directed at Kakashi, cold sweat ran down his back and a chill shot up to his head, instinctively triggering his elementalization. Fortunately, since he wasn't attacked, his appearance remained unchanged. Tsukumo Hatake's figure blurred, and in an instant, he appeared in front of the straw dummy. Throat, spine, lungs, heart, kidneys, liver, carotid artery, collarbone. His movements were swift, and smooth holes appeared on the iron plates of several straw dummies. Even more astonishing, the iron plates on the later dummies were sliced cleanly in half, with the cut surfaces so smooth they resembled works of art. Although Konoha village had chairs and tables, the Hatake family adhered to tradition and still sat on their knees. Kakashi had protested many times, but his father, Tsukumo Hatake, always overruled him. As a result, he chose non-violent non-cooperation and rarely knelt at home. Kakashi stared at Tsukumo Hatake in front of him, too shocked to speak. In both his past and present lives, he had always known his father was formidable, but he never imagined he was this powerful. This killing intent. How many people must he have killed to possess such a terrifying aura? No wonder some say he could suppress the Sannin of Konoha, Kakashi thought to himself in admiration. But he also felt a tinge of regret. He's just too stubborn. A few rumors pushed him to a dead end. The higher-ups in Konoha did nothing, and my father's temper was also a key reason for the tragedy. Even when he walked into a dead end, he refused to turn back. Maple thought, but I don't have his personality, no moral constraints, who could possibly kidnap me? At this moment, Tsukumo Hatake withdrew his killing intent, his aura instantly dissipating, reverting to the seemingly kind and playful father who usually joked around with his son. Seeing his son's dazed expression, his heart was filled with pride. What father doesn't want to be his son's hero? What man doesn't want to be a role model for his son? Seeing the trace of undisguised pride on his father's face, Maple thought, fine, let him enjoy this moment. Tsukumo Hatake excitedly began setting up the training ground. When he reappeared, he was holding a wooden sword, which he handed to Maple. Maple looked at the wooden sword with disdain on his face. His father, used to this reaction, knew that his son had been peculiar and picky since childhood. He complained about the blandness of the food, which led to him teaching the family how to cook huaxia cuisine, with its full range of flavors: sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty, each dish leaving a lingering taste. He found the family's formal attire outdated and lacking in style. As a result, he developed a liking for a type of formal wear called hanfu. Hanfu, with its exquisite design, vibrant colors, and elegant tailoring, not only showcased the charm of traditional culture but also exuded dignity and extraordinary grace. He disliked the family's courtyard for being too ordinary and lacking character. If he hadn't stopped them, the entire family would have transformed the courtyard into his preferred huaxia-style garden, complete with pavilions, rock formations, flowing water, and winding paths brimming with poetic charm. To be honest, that huaxia cuisine was indeed delicious, and wearing hanfu felt more dignified and comfortable, especially for festivals and celebrations. Particularly his wife's purple cheongsam, which was full of charm. The cheongsam's perfect tailoring accentuated her curves, and her graceful walk exuded elegance and allure. Realizing he had been distracted, Tsukumo Hatake immediately turned serious and said to his son, Maple, remember, our swordsmanship emphasizes speed and precision, one strike, one kill. You are a medical ninja, so you must have a thorough understanding of the human body's vital points. What we will practice next is identifying the enemy's weak points in the shortest time and delivering a fatal blow. This is not something that can be mastered overnight. It requires constant practice to improve your reaction time and accuracy. Maple nodded slightly, without objection, indicating his understanding. He closed his eyes, recalling his father's earlier movements, trying to engrave every detail in his mind. Opening his eyes, he focused on mimicking Tsukumo Hatake's movements. His body moved with machine-like precision, striving for perfection in every action. His breathing was steady and rhythmic, making the entire practice smooth and natural. Time passed, and Maple's movements became increasingly proficient and precise. Tsukumo Hatake, standing nearby, initially wore a proud smile, which gradually turned serious. This kid is improving so fast, he thought, surprised at how quickly his son had grasped the techniques. Watching Maple, he realized that his son was not merely imitating but was beginning to integrate his own understanding, forming a unique style. As time went on, Maple's movements became even smoother, and his swordsmanship began to incorporate his own characteristics. Though still immature, Tsukumo Hatake saw his son's potential. It was not yet noon when Hatake Kid created a brand new sword technique more suited to himself from the swordsmanship taught by his father. This discovery shocked Hatake Tsukumo and filled him with immense pride for his son's talent and creativity. However, an indescribable sense of unwillingness quietly arose in Hatake Tsukumo's heart. As a master of swordsmanship, he had always taken pride in his skills. Now, his son had surpassed his teachings in such a short time, which undoubtedly struck a blow to his self-esteem. Even so, as a father, he was still happy for his son's growth. Yet, he began to doubt whether he had grown old and could no longer provide more help to his son. This complex emotion weighed heavily on his heart. Hatake Kid, however, paid no attention to his father's low spirits. He devoted himself entirely to practicing swordsmanship, and whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would unhesitatingly ask his father for guidance. Knowing his father was experienced, he seized every learning opportunity, eagerly asking about techniques, postures, breathing, and other details like a hungry wolf. Although Hatake Tsukumo was feeling down, he patiently answered his son's questions and even took the initiative to share his insights. Hatake Kid cherished every word, practicing repeatedly to turn his father's experience into his own strength. In this way, Hatake Kid's swordsmanship improved day by day, gradually absorbing all of his father's experience. Finally, he gave his father a bit of a break. But before Hatake Tsukumo could catch his breath, he received an urgent summons from the Hokage's office. Tsukumo-sama. A ninja greeted him respectfully. The Hokage-sama orders you to report to the Hokage's office immediately. Hatake Tsukumo frowned deeply, sensing something ominous. He thought to himself, being urgently summoned at this time must mean something major has happened. As the captain of the 3rd Hokage Zanbu, he usually didn't need to personally handle tasks. He quickly gathered his equipment and rushed toward the Hokage building without hesitation. Beside him, Hatake Kid remained indifferent, fully focused on honing his swordsmanship. Time ticked by until night fell and dinner approached, and only then did Hatake Kid stop his practice. At that moment, he saw his father standing wearily at the door, and his heart tightened as he quickly went to greet him. Hatake Kid's mother, Hatake Karen, hurried over. Seeing her husband's exhausted appearance, her face immediately filled with concern, and she quickly reached out to take his equipment. Hatake Tsukumo waved her off, his voice low, "No need. I'm just here to grab a bite and rest briefly. The mission isn't over yet." His exhaustion was unmistakable. Hatake Karen froze mid-motion, staring intently at her husband, and anxiously asked, "What on earth happened? Why is it so troublesome?" Hataki Tsukumo sat down at the table, sighed heavily for a long time, and then slowly began to speak. A comrade in the village's Umbu was killed. We suspect it was the work of a spy from the hidden cloud village. This spy has likely already infiltrated the Umbu. Hataki Karen's face turned pale as she looked at him in disbelief. Hataki Tsukumo continued, the third Hokage has ordered a thorough internal investigation. I must oversee the Umbu to ensure no similar incidents occur again. Hataki Karen furrowed her brows and said in a low voice, it's that serious? Those brutes from the hidden cloud village are so audacious, infiltrating even the Umbu. Her voice carried both anger and worry. The two fell into deep thought, not noticing their son trembling behind them with his head lowered. Upon hearing his father's words, the thought of the wristband engraved with a summoning seal in his room flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but want to laugh but dared not lift his head. Hataki Kid hadn't expected that the subordinate of Danzo he had casually killed would cause such a massive commotion. He had thought it was a minor matter, but the situation had far exceeded his expectations. In the following days, the village was frequently filled with the sounds of battles, leaving the villagers terrified and uneasy. Hataki Tsukumo was busy every day investigating and eliminating spies, moving through the village and leaving no suspicious corner unchecked. When he returned late at night, his clothes were often stained with unidentified blood. After a thorough investigation, the village uncovered many spies from other nations, deeply hidden. There were spies from the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Sand, and Hidden Stone villages. Surprisingly, there were the fewest spies from the Hidden Mist village. Even more shocking was the discovery of spies from the Hidden Rain village of the Land of Rain among them. This discovery left the Konoha higher-ups both surprised and feeling it was reasonable. In recent years, Amagakure had been desperately trying to become the sixth great nation, continuously expanding its military and preparing for war, clearly gearing up for a major conflict. Looking around at the small nations surrounding the Land of Rain, their strength was too weak to satisfy its ever-growing ambitions. In contrast, while the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth had vast territories, their poor natural conditions made attacking them costly and unprofitable, rendering such actions impractical. However, the Land of Fire stood out. It occupied the center of the continent, had a superior geographical location, and was rich in resources. If Amagakure could seize a piece of this fertile land from the Land of Fire, it would greatly accelerate its development and help Hanzo the Salamander achieve his ambitions. The captured spy, under the severe interrogation of the Yamanaka clan, revealed all secrets. Due to the misunderstanding caused by Hataki Kid and Danzo, Konoha village fell into a prolonged self-investigation storm, involving various aspects of the village. Just when everyone thought the self-investigation would go on indefinitely, the operation suddenly ended, putting an end to the turmoil. This self-investigation, triggered by the misunderstanding, unexpectedly uncovered many hidden issues. The most critical was that Kumogakure had somehow gained control of part of Konoha's barrier nodes. The previous incident of Kushina being kidnapped was no coincidence but the result of internal and external collusion by Kumogakure. They had used the barrier nodes to bypass defenses and successfully infiltrate the village. Fortunately, this intelligence was outdated. After the kidnapping incident, the barrier team, under the Hokage's orders, quickly took action and quietly updated the barrier nodes. Although the losses couldn't be entirely mitigated, the barrier became more secure and was no longer easily breached. While the higher-ups were shocked, they were relieved that the ninjas had responded in time, avoiding greater losses, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the good times didn't last long, as another bombshell of news followed. The envoys from the Land of Iron arrived in Konoha village, and this news spread like thunder throughout the village, leaving the higher-ups momentarily at a loss. This bombshell news was like a boulder thrown into water, stirring up waves and plunging the just-calmed Konoha village back into tension and unease. The higher-ups' hearts tightened with the news. Even the usually gentle third Hokage uncharacteristically lost his temper. Bang! 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 Several loud thuds echoed as the third Hokage slammed the table forcefully, causing the entire office to tremble slightly. Damn Danzo! What on earth is he doing? He roared. I told him to guard the border, monitor the movements of the Land of Rain, and report back in time. And what did he do? Still fuming, he continued to berate. Hanzo the Salamander led Amagakure ninjas to invade the Land of Iron, and he didn't even report such critical information. Instead, he sneaked back to the village. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado exchanged glances, their faces full of helplessness and anger, silently cursing. Danzo is truly more trouble than he's worth. Koharu lowered her voice and gravely said to Hiruzen, now is not the time to be angry. Amagakure ninjas have already invaded the Land of Iron, and the situation is serious. We need to act quickly. Hamura added, that's right. Danzo's actions are important, but for now, we must address this crisis first. We should immediately convene a Jonin meeting to discuss countermeasures. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the office grew heavy, as if even their heartbeats quickened. The third Hokage furrowed his brows tightly, pondered for a moment, and finally decided, all right, as you suggested, notify the elders immediately and convene a Jonin meeting. The Anbu ninjas swiftly moved out, their figures darting through the village like ghosts. Apart from the Jonin on missions, the Jonin in the village quickly headed to the Hokage's office. At this moment, the third Hokage chose to visit the Senju ancestral residence alone to meet Uzumaki Mito. Upon meeting, the third Hokage bowed respectfully, Lady Mito. Mito smiled and nodded, gesturing for him to sit. The third Hokage gave a detailed report on the Land of Iron's plea for help. Mito listened quietly, occasionally frowning, as if deep in thought. After he finished speaking, she sighed softly, no matter the time or place, conflict never ceases. Monkey, you need to be careful. The old lady has a feeling that Hanzo of the Salamander might ignite the flames of war across the entire ninja world. The third Hokage nodded in deep agreement, understanding that Uzumaki Mito's words were not baseless. He was well aware of Hanzo of the Salamander's strength and influence. If he were to provoke a war, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the third Hokage did not back down. Instead, he straightened his posture and said to Uzumaki Mito, Lady Mito, though it's not something we wish to hear, war is coming. Konoha does not want war, but we are not afraid of it. Uzumaki Mito looked at the mature and composed third Hokage, her eyes showing admiration. He was no longer the young and inexperienced man he once was but had become decisive, resolute, and possessed the calm courage to face crises. She believed that under his leadership, Konoha would surely overcome the challenges ahead. After a moment of contemplation, Uzumaki Mito stood up, walked to her study, and gently closed the door, shutting out the noise of the outside world. Not long after, she emerged with a letter, smiling as she handed it to the third Hokage. Monkey, take this letter and represent me at the daimyo's residence. It will help you. The third Hokage was overjoyed, not expecting such an unexpected gain from this visit. He carefully accepted the letter, thinking that with it, he would have a solid reason to request funds from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Surely, the daimyo wouldn't refuse, right? Leaving the Senju ancestral home, the third Hokage, filled with anticipation, quickly made his way back to the Hokage Tower's meeting room. The room fell silent as he entered, and once he took his seat, the Jonin meeting officially began. The atmosphere in the meeting was tense as everyone fiercely debated the current situation. After thorough discussion and deliberation, it was decided to deploy troops to the border. The objectives were twofold. First, to display strength and deter Amagekure, forcing Hanzo of the Salamander to withdraw his troops. Second, to guard against a surprise attack from Amagekure and ensure the safety of the Land of Fire. After the meeting concluded, the Hokage's office swiftly issued a mobilization order, summoning troops to station at the border. Though no direct combat had occurred, this was undoubtedly a silent declaration of war and a show of deterrence. The order spread, sending shockwaves throughout the village. The mobilization of ninja to the border was an obvious precursor to war. The entire village was instantly shrouded in an atmosphere of tension. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hataki, was at home diligently practicing his swordsmanship and refining the In seal. Upon receiving the news, he immediately understood that the Second Great Ninja War was about to erupt. Amagekure had grown significantly stronger, and its leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, was now revered as a demigod. Ambitious, he was determined to become the sixth shadow of the ninja world. However, his greatest obstacle was the powerful Konoha village. To achieve his dream, he would first have to defeat Konoha. Thus, Hanzo was bound to take the initiative, weakening Konoha's strength to pave the way for himself. Naturally, Konoha remained vigilant, while other ninja villages also kept a close eye on the brewing storm, each holding their breath and preparing to seize the opportunity for expansion. The leadership of each village secretly plotted, waiting for the chance to make their move. Meanwhile, some opportunists lurked in the shadows, ready to exploit the conflicts and fan the flames to achieve their own selfish goals amidst the chaos. The shadow of war loomed like dark clouds overhead, leaving everyone in the village uneasy and full of speculation. Konoha's ninja forces had already set out for the border of the Land of Rain, making it clear that they intended to threaten Amagekure's rear. Konoha's leadership also issued a notice, demanding that Hanzo of the Salamander withdraw his troops from the Land of Iron and return to the Land of Rain. But Hanzo of the Salamander and Amagekure reacted fiercely. Not only did they refuse to retreat, but they also dispatched more ninjas to guard the border, standing in direct opposition to Konoha. Bang! Inside the Amagekure ninja camp in the Land of Iron, a sturdy desk was kicked over, sending wood chips and papers flying. Hanzo of the Salamander glared angrily, clutching Konoha's notice in his hand, and roared, "Damn Konoha village, how dare they humiliate me like this!" Konoha village, as one of the 5 great nations in the ninja world, held a prestigious status and far-reaching influence. However, small nations like Amagakure were not Konoha's main focus. Konoha's attention was primarily directed toward the other 5 great nations. Although Amagakure had gained some attention in recent years, it was still limited. The notice sent by Konoha was filled with disdain and contempt, which was undoubtedly a great insult to Hanzo of the Salamander. Aspiring to become the 6th Kage, he could not tolerate such humiliation. What angered him even more was that Konoha ninjas had stationed themselves at the border of the Land of Rain, threatening his retreat and the safety of the Land of Rain. Faced with the situation, Hanzo of the Salamander thought to himself, "It seems the troops in the Land of Iron must be withdrawn." Without hesitation, he ordered his subordinates to plunder resources from the occupied territories in the Land of Iron. To him, the samurai of the Land of Iron were nothing more than ants, not worth mentioning. On the battlefield, the only one who caught his attention was a newcomer named Mifune. The general of the Land of Iron was decapitated in a fierce battle with Hanzo, causing the soldiers to flee in terror. Amid the chaos, Mifune stepped forward, holding a sharp blade, his gaze resolute, unafraid to face Hanzo in combat. Despite giving it his all, Mifune ultimately could not defeat Hanzo and was struck down. Just as Hanzo was about to deliver the final blow, Mifune's fearless spirit moved him, and he decided to spare Mifune's life. Thus, Mifune became the sole surviving samurai of the Land of Iron in this brutal battle. Meanwhile, Amagakure ninjas roamed the Land of Iron as if it were unguarded, wantonly looting resources, forgetting that this was once enemy territory. Time flew by, and within 5 days, the Amagakure ninjas indulged in feasts, eating to their heart's content. Under Hanzo's leadership, the Amagakure forces returned home fully loaded, carrying the wealth they had plundered. In stark contrast to Amagakure's prosperity, the Land of Iron lay in ruins. The once thriving town is now desolate, the streets deserted, corpses strewn about, and a foul stench permeates the air. The former paradise has turned into a land of deathly silence, shrouded in the shadow of death. Amid the ruins, the people of the Land of Iron weep bitterly, having lost their loved ones and homes, their lives plunged into despair. Yet, the lofty samurai turn a blind eye, burying their heads in the sand like ostriches. Terrified by Hanzo of the Salamander, they escape reality, pretending the people's suffering does not exist. The only hope for these samurai is for Hanzo of the Salamander to leave quickly, so they can resume their privileged lives and continue exploiting the common folk. You lowly peasants just went through a war and want to recover? What does that have to do with us? Taxes must still be paid, or how else can we enjoy our luxuries, the samurai lords coldly commanded. If you want to be used for blade testing, stand still. This is your honor. Meanwhile, Hanzo of the Salamander, along with the ninjas of Amagakure, swiftly returned to the Land of Rain. They brought back a large haul of weapons, provisions, and funds looted from the Land of Iron, bolstering their confidence in resisting Konohagakure. Upon returning to the village, Hanzo wasted no time in ordering the eradication of all foreign ninjas entering the Land of Rain, including those from Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure. He vowed to fortify the borders of the Land of Rain into an iron wall, forbidding any foreign invasion. This order was seen as a provocation, enraging Sunagakure and Iwagakure, 2 of the 5 great nations. Feeling their dignity trampled upon, they dispatched ninjas to guard the borders of the Land of Rain, issuing warnings to Hanzo of the Salamander. The tension at the borders escalated rapidly, with both sides on high alert, ready to clash at the slightest provocation. The situation in the ninja world grew increasingly complex, with Amagakure becoming the epicenter of the storm, bearing pressure and challenges from all sides. Amagakure has now become a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. That spark soon appeared. A small village in the Land of Rain was suddenly attacked by a group of ninjas wearing Konoha headbands. Like ravenous wolves, they killed everyone they saw and set fires everywhere, reducing the village to ruins in an instant. The Konoha ninjas did not stop and continued advancing toward the next village. In just a few days, flames of war erupted across multiple locations in the Land of Rain. Pleas for help poured into Hanzo of the Salamander's hands. Konoha has gone too far. Hanzo of the Salamander clenched the intelligence reports from the Umbu, seething with rage. Since the military strength of the Land of Rain had increased, Konoha ninjas had launched frequent attacks, with both sides engaging in mutual eradication. Konoha even stationed troops at the borders of the Land of Rain during the Land of Iron's invasion, threatening the Land of Rain's rear. And then there was that humiliating withdrawal notice. Now, with Konoha ninjas crossing the border to burn and kill, while simultaneously confronting Amagekure at the border, Konoha's actions completely enraged Hanzo of the Salamander. Amagekure officially declared war on Konohagakure. This news shocked nations across the ninja world. Since the end of the Warring States period, it was the first time a small nation had actively declared war on a great nation, and no less against the strongest, Konohagakure. Konohagakure, unwilling to back down, quickly responded to the declaration of war. They recalled Choza Akimichi, who was recuperating, and appointed him as the frontline commander. However, Choza Akimichi was more of a symbolic figure, with the real command falling to young ninjas like Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. After the outbreak of war, the only one who appeared utterly confused was Shimura Danzo, stationed at the border to scout the Land of Rain. After receiving the intelligence, Danzo learned that Hanzo of the Salamander had already withdrawn from the Land of Iron. In an attempt to salvage his reputation, Danzo sought to take on the role of frontline commander, but he was rejected by the third Hokage and the higher-ups. Instead, the position was given to Akimichi Torafu. Left with no choice, Danzo had to remain at the border, looking for opportunities to make a contribution. The first volume has finally come to an end, and the author has a few words to share with the readers. Writing this book was, first and foremost, to earn some living expenses and alleviate financial pressure. Secondly, I've loved Naruto since I was a child and often fantasized about being one of the characters, practicing hand seals with friends, and imagining how I would act if I were a certain character. Over the years, I've read many fanfictions of Naruto written by great authors, which inspired me to start writing this book. I simply wanted to share my ideas with everyone. First, I wanted to make up for the regrets I had while watching Naruto. Second, regarding the protagonist's combat strength. Some readers say the protagonist is too weak and that the Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit has been heavily nerfed. There is nothing I can do. I try to balance the power levels and give the protagonist a growth process. If you prefer an overpowered protagonist, I'll write an invincible-style Naruto fanfiction later. The protagonist's strength will gradually increase, eventually crushing enemies along the way. Third, the protagonist's romantic storyline. As a novice author, it's already challenging for me to write a story. Writing a romantic subplot might result in one of three outcomes: I can't write it, I force myself to write it, which could either turn into vulgar content and get me banned or end up poorly written and disliked. Some readers hope the protagonist can end up with Tsunade. Tsunade is great, but think about it, would a 20-something-year-old be interested in a child barely over 10? Unless you're a pervert. Others hope the protagonist can be with Kushina. Well, I personally prefer Red and Yellow Sea and hope that Naruto in the future can have a normal childhood, a warm family, grow up without ridicule or hostility, and live happily. Fourth, the timeline issue. This is something to blame on Kishimoto-sensei. The original timeline was already messy. The current timeline has been pieced together by dedicated fans on forums, but contradictions still exist. Don't worry too much about it, I'll do my best to sort it out. Just enjoy the story. Fifth, the issue of referencing works by predecessors. My writing skills are weak, I don't know how to handle plot twists, can't describe battles well, and struggle to advance the storyline. However, I'll gradually improve, learn from the strengths of my predecessors, and write better stories for everyone. These are the issues most discussed by readers. I'm addressing them here to assure you that I'm not writing carelessly, I'm taking this very seriously. Regret, in essence, is the regret in one's heart. Whether it's fanfiction or transmigration novels, they all reflect inner regrets. Wanting to transmigrate into a book or return to the past is also driven by the regrets in your heart, isn't it? Alright, the first volume ends, the second volume is coming soon. At the border of the Land of Rain, the atmosphere in the Konoha camp was tense. Inside the ninja command center, a heated argument was taking place. Humph. Torafu, listen to me, stop hesitating. Lead the army directly across the border and charge into the Land of Rain. How could Amagekure withstand our offensive? Danzo's eyes were anxious, staring intently at Akimichi Torafu, desperately hoping the commander would adopt his plan. He remained on the front lines not for the village, but to use military achievements to restore his tarnished reputation. This time, when Hanzo of the Salamander attacked the Land of Iron, he was completely unaware. The intelligence failure put him under immense pressure. If this military achievement slipped away, not only would his plan to form route fail, but even his current position would be hard to maintain. However, Akimichi Torafu appeared calm and indifferent, his gaze bypassing Danzo and landing on the young ninjas like Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. He thought to himself, Danzo, you're asking the obvious. Don't you already know my position? Despite his cold exterior, Akimichi Torafu was actually a kind and amiable old man, beloved by the younger generation of the Ino Shikacho trio. He had once been a member of the second Hokage's guard team, well respected in the village, but he was not power-hungry. After helping the third Hokage secure his position, he chose to retire, dedicating himself to the study of gourmet food and enjoying a peaceful life. But this war shattered that peace. The third Hokage recalled him to stabilize the central command and boost morale. Akimichi Torafu understood that the third Hokage intended to use this opportunity to train the younger generation, helping them grow quickly. He himself was merely a figurehead, responsible for inspiring morale and bridging the gap between young ninjas and the higher-ups. The actual command was handled by the young ninjas. This arrangement not only trained them but also strengthened ties between clans, paving the way for the future. For Akimichi Torafu, this was just right. He appeared daily to boost morale, visit the wounded, and show care and concern. During meetings, he only needed to sit at the head of the table, quietly waiting for Tsunade and the others to finalize their plans, then stamp the commander's seal to ensure smooth execution of decisions. Akimichi Torafu calmly took a sip of tea and said unhurriedly to Danzo, "Elder Danzo, don't be so anxious. I know you're in a hurry, but let's not rush. The resistance in the Land of Rain is strong, and the situation is complex. A rash attack could very well fall into Amagekyure's trap, so..." Before he could finish, Danzo impatiently interrupted, "Torafu, you're overestimating Amagekyure. I believe as long as our army presses forward, those guys will definitely flee in panic. Stop hesitating and give the order already." Before Akimichi Torafu could respond, Tsunade, already furious, snapped back sharply, "All you know is to charge. A few days ago, we followed your advice, and what happened? We fell into Amagekyure's ambush and suffered a devastating defeat." Her voice grew louder and louder. "Do you even know how great the losses were this time? How many people sacrificed their lives because of your foolish orders?" Danzo's face darkened as he glared fiercely at Tsunade and snorted coldly, "This is war. Sacrifices are inevitable. Those people weren't strong enough. Dying for the village is their honor." The other ninjas frowned in disapproval. Even Jiraiya, who usually played dumb, felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Tsunade stood up abruptly, kicked over the table, and pointed angrily at Danzo. "Nonsense. If it weren't for your incompetence and failure to gather intelligence in time, how could so many innocent ninjas have died in vain?" Her fury was overwhelming. Amagekyure now has the support of the Land of Iron, their strength has greatly increased, and they can hold a prolonged standoff. If we know nothing about them and charge in blindly, it's not a battle, it's suicide. Whoever gives such a foolish order deserves to die 1,000 times over. Danzo pointed at Tsunade and rebuked angrily, "Tsunade, how dare you insult me? I am a Konoha elder, a peer of your teacher, the third Hokage. Are you trying to betray the village?" The people in the command center listened, all showing speechless expressions, staring at Danzo as if he were an idiot. Tsunade had no interest in arguing further, thinking to herself, "What's the point of arguing with a fool?" Sitting in the main seat, Choza Akimichi was so furious he almost spat out blood. He widened his eyes at Danzo, cursing in his heart, "Danzo, are you out of your mind or just pretending to be stupid? How could you say something so ridiculous?" At this moment, Danzo himself realized how absurd his words had been. Tsunade betraying the village? Utterly inconceivable. He felt both regretful and embarrassed. Choza Akimichi sighed, put down his teacup, and said gently but with dissatisfaction, "Danzo, you're not needed here for now. Please leave and stop causing trouble." Danzo felt deeply ashamed but still stubbornly retorted, "Choza, you're too soft. I'm giving you advice out of goodwill, but you won't listen. You'll regret it sooner or later." With that, Danzo turned to leave. Choza was stunned, thinking, "I'm trying to help you save face, and you don't even appreciate it?" Suppressing his anger, Choza called out, "Wait a moment, Danzo." Danzo stopped, feigning calmness, but inwardly he was overjoyed, thinking Choza had accepted his suggestion. But Choza continued, "Danzo, I've noticed a major issue with our camp's intelligence operations. As the commander-in-chief, I now appoint you as the head of the intelligence-gathering unit. Let a team into the Land of Rain to investigate Amagekyure's intelligence." Danzo was dumbfounded. "What? You're actually sending me into the Land of Rain to gather intelligence? This is a death sentence. Choza Akimichi, you bastard, don't you know how dangerous the Land of Rain is right now? Hanzo the Salamander is a renowned powerhouse. His strength is not something ordinary people can withstand. Sending me to the Land of Rain is clearly sending me to my death. No, I absolutely can't go. I haven't become Hokage yet, my dream hasn't been realized. If I die like this, what will happen to the village? The village will never have a chance to grow stronger. Everything I've done is for the village, to make it stronger. But reality is so ironic. Those ordinary ninjas risk their lives without hesitation for the village, even sacrificing themselves. Yet I am the complete opposite. I claim to do everything for the village, but when faced with real danger, I value my life above all else. Unless absolutely necessary, I will never give up my life easily. This is the so-called shadow of blame, hypocritical and double standard. Although he was unwilling, the commander Akimichi Torafu had already given the order, and military orders were absolute. Even Danzo Shimura dared not disobey. In the end, he can only reluctantly accept the command and lead his subordinates on a journey to the Land of Rain to carry out an intelligence mission. Watching Danzo's figure gradually fade into the distance, the impatient Tsunade couldn't help but worry. She quickly asked Akimichi Torafu, "Old man, are you really confident in letting Danzo handle the intelligence gathering?" Her voice was filled with distrust and anxiety. Akimichi Torafu glared at her. "How could I be? I'm old, but not senile. I sent Danzo to create an additional intelligence channel. The more sources of information we have, the more secure we are." He turned to Jiraiya and said, "The one truly responsible for intelligence is Jiraiya. If Danzo's side manages to gather some useful information, we can cross-verify it with Jiraiya's findings to ensure accuracy. If Danzo's side comes up empty, there's no loss. Quickly send him off, so he doesn't interfere with your work. He has no constructive opinions, just likes to put on airs. It's irritating just to look at him." Akimichi Torafu waved to the younger ones and said, "Don't worry, I'll handle him. We're of the same generation, and he's not qualified to put on airs in front of me. You all continue your discussions. I'll head to the field hospital to check on the wounded." Deep in the Land of Rain, the rain fell incessantly. From the border to the heart of the Land of Rain, the downpour grew heavier. Although Konoha and Amigakure had declared war, large-scale conflicts had yet to erupt. Aside from a significant skirmish a few days ago, where Konoha suffered some losses due to insufficient intelligence, both sides mainly sent out raiding squads to test each other. The battle for intelligence was particularly fierce. Various intelligence teams clashed violently in the muddy, damp terrain of the Land of Rain. They gathered intelligence, intercepted information, counter-intercepted, and dealt with rogue ninja from other villages taking advantage of the chaos. Casualties among intelligence teams skyrocketed. In the Land of Rain, the rain continued to pour. Inside a certain cave, which served as a temporary base for Konoha's intelligence unit, Danzo's single eye was shrouded in gloom, his expression somber. Over the past few days of intense intelligence battles, Danzo's subordinates had suffered heavy casualties. These were elite operatives he had meticulously trained, loyal to the core, and originally intended to be the backbone of the future Root organization. Now, they were being sacrificed in vain on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, dealing a heavy blow to Danzo. "Damn old poison!" Danzo cursed under his breath, his tone full of apprehension. Hanzo of the Salamander, the demigod of the ninja world, was a name that resonated far and wide. Leading the Rain Ninja, he was as unyielding as an iron wall, working in perfect coordination, moving swiftly and unpredictably, leaving intelligence operatives from various nations defenseless and suffering heavy losses. Especially Hanzo himself, whose strength was unfathomable. Elite intelligence squads stood no chance of escaping in his presence. In the past few days, 80% of Danzo's subordinates had fallen to Hanzo of the Salamander. What troubled him even more was the deadly poison mist. Once the poison mist spread, it would rapidly engulf the area like a plague, leaving no survivors in its wake. The heavy losses made Danzo realize that recklessly leading a large force into the Land of Rain could spell disaster. Hanzo needed only to unleash a cloud of poison mist to annihilate an entire ninja army, and by then, Danzo would regret it too late. Danzo slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over his subordinates, who were quietly awaiting orders. He took a deep breath and spoke in a low, resolute voice, "Pack up and prepare to retreat." His subordinates immediately sprang into action, quickly organizing the camp's supplies, taking what they could, and destroying what they couldn't to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Rain Ninja. Once everything was ready, Danzo personally inspected the preparations and led his subordinates to swiftly leave the temporary camp. Not long after, thick smoke rose from the cave as the rear guard set fire to the camp, burning it to the ground. At Konoha's camp on the border, the atmosphere was tense yet lively. After days of effort, Tsunade had finally developed an antidote to Hanzo of the Salamander's poison. This was a major breakthrough for Konoha's ninja, as it significantly reduced casualties in battle. "That's fantastic!" Akimichi Torafu clapped his hands in excitement, his voice echoing through the tent. "With the antidote, we can confidently advance into the heart of the Land of Rain." He scanned the young ninjas brimming with fighting spirit, his heart surging with pride. Taking a deep breath, he decisively ordered, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, lead your teams to clear out any spies within a 20-mile radius. Do not let any enemies escape and ensure the operation remains secret. Turning to Tsunade, he solemnly said, you are in charge of logistics and medical support. The safety of our supplies is crucial and must not go wrong. He then instructed Nara Shikahisa and Nara Shikajin, you must work closely together and provide strong support. Finally, he surveyed the entire group and said sternly, everyone, fulfill your duties without error. Prepare thoroughly and march toward the land of rain. At the sound of the command, the ninjas moved swiftly. Orochimaru and Jiraiya led elite squads, darting through the forest like arrows, their figures flickering and hard to track. From above, the entire scene resembled a captivating painting. Cries of ninjas echoed through the forest, signals of death and the prelude to slaughter. This was only the beginning. After clearing out the spies, the Konoha forces decisively set out on their journey. The land of rain, where the sky was always overcast and sunlight rarely penetrated, became the site of Konoha's newly established camp. As the army advanced deeper into the territory, the battle with Amagakure became a stalemate. Initially, the Amagakure ninjas were caught off guard by Konoha's swift offensive. However, under the leadership of Hanzo the Salamander, the Amagakure ninjas stabilized their lines, demonstrating tenacious resolve and superior tactics, hindering Konoha's progress. Just as Hanzo prepared to counterattack, he was surprised to find that the Konoha forces had regained their footing. Konoha's steady and methodical tactics struck like a sharp sword to his heart, bringing him unprecedented pressure. This approach nullified his advantages and put him on the defensive. As the leader of the Land of Rain, Hanzo the Salamander was powerful and experienced. He had assumed Konoha would engage in direct confrontation, where he was confident he could deliver a heavy blow, even breaking their lines. But this time, Konoha adopted a different strategy, avoiding direct clashes and instead leveraging their superior national strength to suppress the Land of Rain on all fronts. This seemingly unremarkable strategy struck at the Land of Rain's weak point. Although the Land of Rain had temporarily bolstered its strength by plundering resources from the Land of Iron, its resources were ultimately limited. Faced with Konoha's continuous reinforcements and attrition tactics, the Land of Rain would soon be exhausted and face defeat. Hanzo understood that passive defense would only lead to death, so he decisively launched an offensive. Personally leading his army, he surged toward Konoha like a torrent, while dispatching elite squads to conduct guerrilla warfare in the mountains and forests, specifically targeting Konoha's supply lines. These squads, like ghosts, appeared and disappeared unpredictably, frequently sabotaging supply lines, burning provisions, and seizing resources, causing significant trouble for Konoha's forces. Hanzo's objective was clear: to force Konoha into a direct confrontation. However, none of this escaped Orochimaru's notice. Like a nocturnal predator, he calmly observed Hanzo's movements. Under Orochimaru's arrangements, Konoha's camp became impregnable, with defenses as solid as iron walls. Orochimaru also ensured comprehensive protection of the supply lines, setting up multiple layers of defense to thwart Amagakure's ninjas. Even so, Orochimaru remained vigilant. With the assistance of Akimichi Torafu, he prepared multiple contingency plans. Yet, some supply lines were still discovered by Amagakure ninjas. Exploiting the terrain and the cover of night, they broke through the defenses, causing losses to Konoha's logistics units. At this moment, within Konoha's camp, Jiraiya lay on the ground. He was in a sorry state, a stark contrast to the high spirits he had displayed when first entering the battlefield. Hanzo the Salamander truly lives up to his name, Jiraiya remarked. To have developed Amagakure to this extent. If we let this continue, they might really become the sixth great village. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. Hanzo is getting desperate. The Land of Rain has a weak foundation. Prolonging this is no issue for us, but for Amagakure, it's a disaster. That's why they keep attacking our rear. Jiraiya lay sprawled on the ground, limbs spread out, with a shameless grin on his face, muttering, "What a hassle. I can't be bothered. Whatever it is, you guys handle it yourselves." Tsunade rolled her eyes, glaring at Jiraiya, silently cursing him for becoming more and more unreliable. She turned her head to look at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's smile was sinister, sending chills down one's spine. Noticing Tsunade looking at him, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a creepy grin. "You're not just going to take the hits without fighting back, are you?" Tsunade asked. "What's your plan? Spit it out." Orochimaru chuckled darkly, an eye for an eye. "If they like sneaky attacks, we'll send troops to harass their supply lines. Let their rear fall into chaos, leaving them too preoccupied to threaten us." Tsunade nodded. "Good idea. Let's leave this task to Elder Danzo. Orochimaru's gaze grew complicated as he stared at Tsunade, as if trying to read her thoughts. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly jumped up, eyes wide. Tsunade, you're treating Danzo like a workhorse. He just got back and hasn't even had a chance to catch his breath. Can't you let him rest? Tsunade's veins bulged in anger. Rest? Are you kidding me? He's always going on about for the village. Now there's a mission that's perfect for him. Let him get to work. Just seeing him annoys me. This mission was practically tailor-made for Danzo, perfectly suited to his expertise. Assassination, ambushes, and scheming, these were Shimura Danzo's specialties. He moved swiftly, armed with Tsunade's newly developed antidote, which was the key to this operation. Leading his subordinates like a pack of hungry wolves, he once again stormed into the land of rain. But this time, the situation was different. Hanzo the salamander was firmly pinned down on the front lines, unable to break free, forced to watch helplessly as Danzo wreaked havoc deep within the land of rain, stirring up a storm. The supply routes of Amagakure suffered severe damage, with alarms blaring incessantly across the nation. Villagers from various settlements fled in panic, plunging the land of rain into chaos. Damn it! Hanzo roared in fury, his voice thunderous. His heart burned with rage, and he wished he could immediately cut down Shimura Danzo. But reality was cruel. He couldn't leave the camp. Orochimaru's defenses were tight, and multiple offensives had been easily repelled, with counterattacks causing heavy losses. What frustrated him even more was that his prized poison had been successfully neutralized by Tsunade. Poisoned Konoha shinobi were quickly cured by their comrades and even returned to the battlefield, dealing a heavy blow to his confidence. Sigh, we still lack the foundation, he sighed helplessly. Compared to the great nations, Amagakure's shinobi were limited in strength, with only a handful capable of holding their own. These shinobi either lacked the power to make a significant impact or lacked the leadership skills to handle complex battle scenarios. The village hidden in the sand of the Land of Wind, inside the Kazekage's building. Kazekage-sama, this is the latest intelligence collected by the Umbu from the battlefield in the Land of Rain. The intelligence chief of the sand village, Ebizo, respectfully handed over a scroll. The third Kazekage took it expressionlessly, quickly unrolled it, and scanned the text and diagrams with hawk-like eyes, instantly capturing the key information. After a moment, he looked up, his gaze sharp and profound, impossible to meet directly, and said to Ebizo, the last operation of impersonating Konoha ninjas to attack the Land of Rain and successfully inciting a war between Konoha and the Hidden Rain Village was well done. His voice was calm yet carried an imposing authority. Hearing the third Kazekage's praise, Ebizo felt slightly relieved, but he did not relax and respectfully replied, it was all for the village. The third Kazekage nodded, acknowledging Ebizo. Then, his brows furrowed, as if pondering something important. After a while, he spoke slowly, Konoha's forces are tied up on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, and the Land of Earth is also beginning to stir. It seems it's time for us to take action. Hearing the Kazekage's decision to personally join the battle, Ebizo felt a mix of emotions. But faced with the Kazekage's resolute gaze, he couldn't help but hesitate. He knew that once the Kazekage made a decision, it was hard to change. However, as a subordinate, he felt it was his duty to remind the Kazekage of some potential overlooked issues. Just as Ebizo hesitated, the Kazekage noticed and turned, his gaze piercing, Ebizo, speak your mind. Being called out, Ebizo understood he could no longer avoid it. He took a deep breath, slightly bowed, and respectfully said, Kazekage-sama, I support your decision to join the battle, but I believe now is not the best time. He observed the Kazekage's reaction and, seeing he wasn't interrupted, continued, the battle between Konoha and the Hidden Rain is still in a stalemate. We haven't fully grasped the strength of both sides, and acting rashly carries too much risk. Ebizo's tone grew heavier. I suggest, Kazekage-sama, that we let Konoha and the Hidden Rain continue their fight. Once we have a clearer understanding, we can decide whether to intervene. That might be a more prudent approach. He was well versed in the intelligence of the Sand Village and knew that Konoha's strength was not to be underestimated. On the surface, part of Konoha's forces was tied up on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, but in reality, Konoha did not appear weakened. They had not mobilized a large number of ninjas, still retaining significant strength to prepare for the next war. If the Sand Village rashly attacked Konoha, not only would they fail to achieve victory, but they would also drag the village into the vortex of war, suffering heavy losses. This would be extremely detrimental to the development of the Sand Village. War consumes resources and manpower, disrupts the economy and order, and may even trigger internal unrest. Therefore, before initiating a war, Ebizo must act cautiously, weigh the pros and cons, and avoid disaster. How could I not know this? The third Kazekage suddenly stood up, his eyes blazing with anger. With a heavy expression, he handed the intelligence scroll to Chiyo, who was beside him, then clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked toward the window. Through the window, his gaze fell on the swirling sandstorms above the village. The endless yellow sand mirrored his heavy heart, creating an oppressive atmosphere. He let out a long sigh, his voice filled with exhaustion and worry, and said, "Ebizo, I also want to do my best to develop the village, but do you think I have any other choice? The land of wind, where Sunagakure is located, is vast and sparsely populated, but most of it is desert, barren and inhospitable, making survival and development extremely difficult. The technological advancements in the ninja world are unbalanced, and Sunagakure has almost no economic backbone. Compared to the neighboring Kanahagakure, Sunagakure receives far fewer mission commissions, leaving its finances perpetually strained. The village relies on annual funding from the daimyo to sustain operations, but the daimyo of the Land of Wind has long grown weary of Sunagakure's constant demands for money. The third Kazekage, deeply anxious, resolved to launch a large-scale war against the Land of Fire to fundamentally change Sunagakure's dire situation. The Land of Fire is rich in resources and fertile land, while Sunagakure is impoverished and sparsely populated. If they could seize the Land of Fire's resources and territory, the village would undergo a dramatic transformation. At this time, most of Kanahagakure's military forces were deployed to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, providing Sunagakure with an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. Sunagakure planned to launch a surprise assault on Kanahagakure, taking advantage of its weakened defenses to quickly penetrate deep into the Land of Fire and seize valuable resources such as food, population, and minerals. These resources were a lifeline for the impoverished Sunagakure, enough to sustain its development for the next decade. Ebizo remained silent after hearing this. As an elder of the village, he was well aware of the village's crisis and its delicate relationship with the daimyo, knowing that this matter could not be easily opposed. Chiyo took the scroll, carefully read it, and also supported the third Kazekage's decision, casting a glance at her younger brother Ebizo. Seeing this, Ebizo could only smile bitterly and nod, no longer opposing the third Kazekage's decision. Thus, Sunagakure quietly began its surprise attack on the Land of Fire. A few days later, the three members of the Haru squad finally reunited. After a long separation, Sarutobi Shota and Yuhi Haruhara were astonished by the changes in Hataki Kid. His height grew rapidly, and his face, due to its leanness, appeared angular and full of masculinity. The purplish-red rhombus-shaped mark on his forehead added a sense of mystery. He carried a uniquely designed short blade on his back, making him look sharp and efficient, as if ready to unleash immense power at any moment. The design of this short blade was distinctive and left a deep impression. Although Hataki Kid trained in his family's swordsmanship under his father, he felt no connection to the ancestral short blade, so he had a blacksmith forge this custom short blade for him. If a time traveler were present, they would surely recognize it as a Shouchuan blade. After the outbreak of war, a large number of ninjas were urgently dispatched to the front lines in the Land of Rain, increasing the burden on the remaining ninjas in the village. After completing their mission, the Hikaru Spring team, exhausted, went to a barbecue restaurant to reward themselves. The three of them plopped down into their seats, and as soon as the barbecue was served, they began devouring it ravenously. Young men have big appetites, and soon there were 7 or 8 plates of barbecue piled up in front of each of them. Hataki Kid's appetite was the most astonishing. Even after 10 plates of barbecue, he continued eating. After eating their fill, the three leaned back in their chairs to rest, like 3 satisfied little piglets. Hataki Kid smiled and sighed. This meal was so satisfying. My stomach feels warm, and I just want to take a nap. He stretched lazily, as if the delicious food had melted every bone in his body. Sarutobi Shota and Yuhi Haruharu also squinted in enjoyment, nodding repeatedly in praise. They were like 3 little cats basking in the sun, lazy and content. Just as the 3 were immersed in the afterglow of their meal, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. A figure slowly walked in. It was their instructor, Yuhi Hikaru. "Ha! I knew you 3 would be here," Yuhi Hikaru said with a slight smile, looking at the 3 of them. Hearing the voice, the 3 jumped up as if electrocuted and shouted in unison, "Hikaru-sensei, what are you doing here?" Yuhi Haruhara walked into the private room, sat down beside his younger brother, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Of course, I have something to discuss with you. The Hokage's office has issued an order. A Chunin exam will be held soon." As soon as he finished speaking, soft exclamations of surprise echoed in the room. For them, the Chunin exam was an important opportunity to showcase their strength. Seeing their excitement, Yuhi Haruhara felt a slight sense of relief. He continued, "I'm here to ask if you want to participate. The Chunin exam requires a team of 3 to participate together. This statement ignited Sarutobi Shota's enthusiasm. He stood up excitedly and shouted, "Great! Haruhara-sensei, I want to participate." Yuhi Yoharo and Hataki Kid exchanged glances, and excitement flashed in their eyes as well. Yuhi Yoharo smiled and nodded, indicating his willingness to participate. Although Hataki Kid hesitated, he ultimately said firmly, "I'll participate too." Yuhi Haruhara's lips curved slightly upward as he took out 3 sheets of paper and gently unfolded them. With a gentle gaze, he said softly, "Actually, I already guessed that you would want to participate in this exam." After saying this, he handed the 3 Chunin exam application forms to them and explained, "Before I came, I had already recommended your names." The 3 of them received the application forms with surprise and joy, their faces full of excitement. Yuhi Haruhara paused briefly before continuing. "However, due to the wartime period, the standards for this exam have been slightly lowered compared to usual." After letting them process this information, he added, "The exam will mainly consist of 2 parts, theory and practical combat." His tone became serious as he solemnly warned, "Even though the difficulty has been reduced, don't take it lightly. You must focus and handle every stage carefully." Yes, Haruhara-sensei is right. Hataki Kid suddenly remembered something and stood up abruptly. Holding the application form in his hand, he paced back and forth in the private room. As he walked, he kept signaling to his 2 companions with his eyes, the meaning clear, hurry and follow along. Hataki Kid walked up to Yuhi Haruhara and said earnestly, "Haruhara-sensei, we're not afraid of the practical combat, we've trained a lot for that. But as for the theoretical knowledge..." He deliberately dragged out his words, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face. "Shota, Yoharo, let us go back home and study hard so we can prepare for the exam." After saying this, his gaze was firm, leaving no room for argument. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed out of the private room like the wind, leaving Yuhi Haruhara and the still-dazed Sarutobi Shota and Yuhi Yoharo behind. Yang-chan and Shota exchanged a glance. Although they didn't quite understand Kakashi Kid's intentions, they trusted him. They immediately stood up, bowed deeply to Yuhi Haruhara, and hurriedly followed Kakashi Kid out of the barbecue restaurant. Yuhi Haruhara watched their backs, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He picked up his teacup, took a light sip, and thought to himself, "These little ones are really diligent. As expected of my adorable subordinates." Just as he was about to leave, a staff member stopped him. "Ninja-sama, please wait a moment." Yuhi Haruhara asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" The staff member respectfully handed over a bill. "This is the expense for the private room. How would you like to settle it?" Yuhi Haruhara took the bill, saw a string of numbers, and was instantly dumbfounded. He patted his head in astonishment. "Are those 3 little ones pigs? How could they eat so much?" Only then did he realize that the so-called studying was just an excuse, and they had simply made him foot the bill. As their mentor, he had never properly treated his students to a meal, so this time could count as a feast for them. He hadn't expected them to eat so much. The bill was equivalent to the reward for 5 rank missions. This must have been that little rascal Kakashi Kid's idea. His younger brother is so adorable, he couldn't possibly be this devious. Sarutobi Shota doesn't have the brains for it. As expected of Shuamao Senpai's son, his scheming is even more impressive than his father's. Kakashi Kid thought to himself, the future Kakashi Hataki would trick Yamato into willingly paying the bill in the same way. This is a family tradition. That night, the streets of Konoha had one more heartbroken soul. Yuhi Haruhara didn't get to eat barbecue but ended up emptying his wallet. 3 days later, Kakashi Kid arrived at the Ninja Academy's training ground early in the morning. The training ground was bustling with noise, groups of people gathered everywhere. As soon as Kakashi Kid entered, all eyes turned to him. "Another kid participating in the Chunin exams?" Someone whispered. "What is the village thinking? So many kids are taking the Chunin exams this time. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing." A nearby ninja patted the shoulder of the one sighing. "With the outbreak of war and the shortage of manpower, expanding the ranks is inevitable. I understand, but letting these kids participate still feels a bit. Don't worry. These little ones are all talented. They might even be stronger than us." "Really? You don't believe it?" "That white-haired kid just now, Kakashi Kid, Lord Tsukumo's son, top of the Ninja Academy, and he even graduated early. Impressive, right?" Kakashi Kid ignored the gazes of the crowd, walked to a corner of the training ground, leaned against the wall, and quietly waited for his teammates. Before long, Shota and Haru arrived to join him. The 3 exchanged brief greetings and waited silently for the exam to begin. At exactly 8 o'clock, the proctor posted the exam papers on the bulletin board, and the candidates checked the announcements to find their exam rooms. Kakashi Kid and Sarutobi Shota were assigned to the same room, while Yuhi Haru went to another. The three agreed to meet up after the exam and then went their separate ways. This Chunin exam was significantly easier than in the original story. Kakashi Kid and Haru, being top students at the Ninja Academy, handled the theoretical questions with ease. Although Sarutobi Shota wasn't as strong in theory, he still managed to answer the questions skillfully. There was no doubt the three would pass the theoretical exam. The exam room was quiet. After distributing the test papers, the proctor gave a brief reminder not to cheat and then stood on either side, barely noticeable. Kakashi Kid skimmed through the test paper and confirmed the difficulty had indeed been reduced. He picked up his pen and quickly filled in the answers, completing the paper in less than half an hour. Seeing others still writing furiously, he grew bored and rested his head on the desk, closing his eyes to relax. The proctor noticed him closing his eyes and couldn't help but twitch his lips. He walked over to remind him but found the test paper completely filled with answers. Could he have just scribbled randomly? The proctor glanced at a few questions and found all the answers correct, feeling awkward immediately. Shaking his head with a sigh, he slowly returned to his position. What was going on? The guy had finished his paper, wasn't he allowed to rest for a while? No one said you couldn't sleep in the exam room, especially since he'd already submitted his paper. In fact, Kakashi Kid wasn't sleeping on the desk, he was meditating. He discovered that the Rumble fruit not only strengthened his body but also enhanced his mental power. At his eldest son's request, Tsukumo Hatake had subjected Kakashi Kid to comprehensive training, covering strength, ninjutsu, taijutsu, swordsmanship, and genjutsu. During training, Kakashi Kid found his resistance to genjutsu growing stronger. Genjutsu typically uses chakra to interfere with the opponent's senses, disrupting their judgment. Basic genjutsu creates small illusions to confuse enemies, while advanced genjutsu invades the mind to create an illusory world, such as Tsukuyomi and Infinite Tsukuyomi. As he developed the Rumble fruit, his mental world began to manifest the presence of thunder, instantly obliterating any invading mental forces. When his meditation ended, Kakashi Kid looked up at the clock and realized only half an hour had passed. Impatient, he raised his hand to signal that he wanted to submit his paper early. Kakashi Kid's early submission stunned many veteran candidates. They stared in disbelief, silently cursing him in their hearts. Even Sarutobi Shota, who was in the same room, was dumbfounded. Wow, bro, that move of yours is too slick. I'm feeling second-hand embarrassment. After leaving the exam room, Kakashi Kid headed to the meeting point he had agreed upon with Shota and Haru. Since there was still time, he practiced hand seals while doing a one-handed handstand, with his other hand behind his back. Although he had the boost from the Rumble fruit, he still trained himself rigorously. Without a strong physique, the power of the Rumble fruit couldn't be fully unleashed. As a result, Kakashi Kid held himself to extremely high standards and never slacked off. Suddenly, he sensed a probing presence and immediately activated the sensory ninjutsu mind net, preparing to counterattack. After confirming no one was around, he realized the spying came from the Hokage's office. The telescope technique. The third Hokage really knows how to have fun. At this moment, the third Hokage, having finished his official duties, thought of the Chunin exams. Seeing Kakashi Kid doing a handstand, the hand holding his pipe paused. He immediately summoned the Yambu from the Ninja Academy and asked, "What's going on with this little guy? The written exam isn't over yet, how did he get out?" The Yambu ninja knelt on one knee and replied, "Lord Hokage, Kakashi Kid has already completed the written exam. He rested in the exam room for a while, then handed in his paper and left. After leaving the exam room, he should be waiting for his teammates." The third Hokage was suddenly choked by the Yambu ninja's words. "What did you say? He actually took a nap in the exam room?" The Yambu ninja lowered his head and replied, "Yes, Lord Hokage." Kakashi Kid spent over an hour in the exam room, combining the time for answering questions and sleeping. Listen to this, what kind of behavior is this? Finishing the test, taking a nap, and it only took just over an hour. The third Hokage's blood pressure rose. He quickly took 2 puffs from his pipe to suppress the urge to hit someone and instructed the Yambu, "I understand, you may leave. After the exam ends, bring me the test papers from Team Haru." The Yambu ninja immediately responded, "Yes, Lord Hokage." After the exam ended, Sarutobi Shota and Yuhi Haru walked out of the exam room. Both had relaxed expressions, clearly having passed the written exam. Shota smiled at Kakashi Kid and said, "Kid, do you know how shocked the exam room was when you handed in your paper early? A lot of people were cursing you behind your back." Yuhi Haru was also surprised. "You can hand in the paper early? If I had known, I would have done the same and saved an hour." Kakashi Kid said calmly, there's no rule against submitting early. Let's go eat, we still have the practical assessment this afternoon. After eating and resting, the three went to the playground to check their results. The playground was noisy, with complaints from those who failed and laughter from those who passed. Truly, a display of life's various states. The three squeezed through the crowd to check the results list. As expected, they all passed and headed toward the practical training ground. At the training ground, the three saw the waiting Yuhi Haruharu, feeling both surprised and uneasy. After all, just a few days ago, they had emptied his wallet, leaving them a bit apprehensive. Yuhi Haruharu approached with a dark expression, about to speak. Sarutobi Shota and Kakashi Kid exchanged glances and said in unison, Teacher Haruharu, it was all Yanchuan's idea. He made us do it. Yuhi Yanchuan's eyes widened, not expecting to be backstabbed by these two traitors. He pretended to be angry, you two scoundrels, I will never forgive you. Go to hell. Enough. Yuhi Haruharu quickly stopped them. You three brats, stop playing games. After speaking, his expression changed, and his tone became gentler. First, congratulations on passing the written exam. Next is the practical assessment. Follow me, and I'll explain the details of the practical assessment on the way. Yes, the three responded in unison. The three little ones surrounded Yuhi Haruharu, listening as he explained, the practical assessment is simple, it's a one-on-one battle against the examiners sent by the village. As long as you can hold out against them for a certain amount of time, you'll pass. If you can directly defeat the examiners, even better. The three nodded, indicating they understood. Before long, the four arrived at the practical assessment training ground. Outside the field, Yuhi Haruharu encouraged, good luck. If the three of you pass the test and become Chunin, I'll treat you to a big feast. Yay! Haruharu-sensei, we're looking forward to that feast, the three responded excitedly. Before entering the training ground, the three drew lots to decide the order of appearance. Yanchun was 6th, Shota 19th, and Hataki Kid 25th. Soon, it was Yanchuan's turn to take the test. The three cheered each other on, and Yanchun confidently walked toward the examination field. Inside the field, his opponent was a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard. Come on, kid. Taking the Chunin exam at such a young age, you must be a genius, the man said with a laugh. Yanchun bowed respectfully, Uncle, your strength is formidable. Please go easy on me later. No problem. If you can't hold on, just signal me. Thank you, Uncle. Yanchun replied with an innocent smile. The two got ready, and the referee announced the start. Yanchun immediately formed hand seals and casted Genjutsu, demonic illusion, tree binding death. The man's vision went dark, and he was tightly bound by tree branches, unable to move. Not good, I've been caught. As soon as the referee said start, Yanchun quickly cast his technique, and the man was immobilized. Yanchun charged forward with a kunai in hand. The audience gasped in surprise. Although Yanchun excelled in Genjutsu, his taijutsu was equally impressive. Many veteran ninjas couldn't match his speed and felt secretly anxious. At this moment, the man broke free from the Genjutsu's restraints, but it was already too late. Yanchun had already moved behind him and delivered a precise knife hand strike to the back of his head. Thud! The burly man felt intense pain, his vision went black, and he collapsed unconscious. The referee was stunned, it ended so soon after it started? Looking down, he saw that less than a minute had passed. Nevertheless, the referee fulfilled his duty and announced the end of the assessment. Candidate number 6 wins. The referee's voice snapped the audience back to reality. Someone exclaimed, it's over just like that? That was way too fast. Yanchun excitedly ran back and high-fived Sarutobi Shota and Hataki Kid in celebration. Soon, it was Sarutobi Shota's turn. He confidently walked toward the arena. The examiner, seeing him, smiled and said, Buddy, you've taken this test quite a few times. You really have perseverance. This buddy left Shota puzzled, thinking, I'm still a kid, is it appropriate to call me buddy? I'll have to teach him a lesson later. Assessment begins. At the referee's command, Shota held nothing back and immediately unleashed a series of fire release jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great flame technique. The examiner was stunned, thinking, I'm just an ordinary Chunin, why am I suddenly being bombarded by a series of fire release attacks? Though he had complaints, he did his best to dodge before finally raising his hand in surrender. The battle ended easily. Shota, still fuming, said to the examiner, I'm not your buddy, I graduated less than 2 years ago. With that, he turned and left. The examiner, puzzled, asked the referee, is that true? The referee nodded. The examiner sighed, he looked so mature, no wonder I mistook him. Shota stumbled, then turned back to glare at the examiner with a fiery gaze that couldn't hide his anger. Although he passed easily, Shota wore a sullen expression. He only said, "I passed," before sitting alone in silence. Hatake Kid and Yang Chun exchanged glances but chose not to disturb him, thinking he would speak up when ready. The assessment continued, and time flew by. Soon, it was candidate number 25, Hatake Kid's turn. He stood quietly in a corner of the training ground, waiting. The examiner was a tall, purple-haired kunoichi with a long sword on her back, exuding a capable and efficient aura. Hatake Kid walked to the center and assumed his stance. The referee loudly announced, "Assessment begins." The purple-haired kunoichi smiled and said, "Little brother, your two companions are very strong. As their teammate, you must be impressive too. Big sister will give it her all." As soon as she finished speaking, her hands quickly formed seals, her movements as fast as lightning. Shadow clone technique. A thick cloud of smoke suddenly enveloped her figure. When the smoke cleared, identical clones appeared on her left and right. Leaf style, dance of the crescent moon. The three figures moved like phantoms, simultaneously drawing their long swords. The flashing blades turned into three afterimages, attacking Hatake Kid from the left, above, and right. The move was incredibly fast, leaving Hatake Kid with no escape routes. However, Hatake Kid showed no fear. His figure flickered, transforming into a streak of purple lightning and vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared like a phantom behind the three figures, moving so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. Hatake style, Thunder Moon Slash, he growled, drawing the short blade from his back. Purple lightning coiled around the blade, emitting intense energy fluctuations. Without hesitation, he swung the blade, the arc of lightning slicing through the night sky like a flash, carrying immense power as it slashed toward the enemy. The purple-haired kunoichi was shocked, unable to dodge in time, and could only twist her body to forcibly evade. But she was still grazed by the blade's light, a sharp pain surging through her, nearly causing her to stumble. The two shadow clones fared worse, unable to react at all, instantly slashed into smoke and dissipating. The purple-haired kunoichi gritted her teeth, tightly gripping her long blade, and leapt into the air, as light as a flying swallow. The long blade in her hand shimmered with a cold light, its shadows intertwining like phantoms, making it hard to distinguish reality from illusion. Kanahagakure style, Crescent Moon Knight, she shouted, channeling all her strength into the blade and slashing downward fiercely. The blade's light poured down like a torrential rain, overwhelming and surging toward Hatake Kid. In the eyes of the onlookers, the blade's light was indistinguishable between real and illusory, like meteors streaking across the night sky. Hatake Kid, however, relied on his formidable mental strength to clearly capture the subtle changes in each blade's light. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto the true ninja blade. Clang! A crisp clash rang out as Hatake Kid swiftly swung his blade, his short blade colliding fiercely with the kunoichi's ninja blade. Blade lights intertwined, sparks flying. Amid the chaotic flurry of blade shadows, Hatake Kid moved with ghostly agility, precisely deflecting every attack. The kunoichi stared at the boy in astonishment, her eyes filled with disbelief. In that brief moment of distraction, Hatake Kid seized the opportunity, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into a faint smile. The long blade suddenly erupted with a dazzling purple lightning, spreading swiftly like a spirit snake. The purple lightning coursed along the kunoichi's arm, spreading throughout her body. She felt a numbing sensation all over, as if thousands of ants were biting her, leaving her unable to move. Purple lightning, thunder flow. Hatake Kid muttered, the lightning growing even more intense, enveloping the kunoichi completely. The kunoichi was paralyzed, unable to move. When he came to his senses, the short blade was already at her neck. The outcome was clear, and the scene fell silent. The referee loudly announced, "Number 25 wins." Kakashi Kid's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. He sheathed the short blade, his fighting spirit dissipating, replaced by ease and confidence. He smiled at the kunoichi and said, "Sister, you're an Anbu ninja, aren't you? I didn't expect such a beautiful sister to be a proctor for the Chunin exams." His voice was clear and bright, with a hint of teasing. The kunoichi didn't feel embarrassed, instead, her smile grew even brighter. She chuckled lightly and said, "Hee, little brother, you're quite sharp. How did you know I was an Anbu ninja?" Kakashi Kid rolled his eyes and pointed at her arm. "Isn't it obvious? You have the Anbu mark on your arm." Only then did the kunoichi realize that the blade had torn her clothing, revealing the Anbu tattoo. She patted off the dust, stood up, and looked at him with surprise and admiration. "Little brother, you're really strong," she said with a smile. "Would you consider joining the Anbu? I can recommend you." As she spoke, she moved closer to Kakashi Kid, her eyes filled with anticipation. Kakashi Kid smiled slightly and politely shook his head to decline. Thank you, sister, but I haven't decided on my path yet. Joining the Umbu requires careful consideration. The Kunoichi looked a bit disappointed but didn't give up and continued to persuade him. The Umbu is a cradle for top-tier ninjas. Once you join, there's plenty of room for growth, and we could even team up. We'd make the best partners. Kakashi Kid was tempted but still smiled and said, Your suggestion is enticing, sister, but I want to explore other options first. Perhaps we'll have the chance to fight side by side in the future. The purple-haired Kunoichi was about to speak when the referee suddenly interrupted, Stop dawdling. The assessment is over, and the next candidate is coming in. Kakashi Kid smiled awkwardly, nodded, and quickly left. As he walked out of the examination hall, he turned to ask the purple-haired Kunoichi, Aren't you a proctor? Why are you leaving too? She shook her head and explained, I was only in charge of the last round, I don't know about the others. Kakashi Kid understood in his heart that this was definitely a test from the third Hokage. He felt a strange sense of being watched. He hadn't noticed it during the fight, but now the feeling was stronger. He shook his head helplessly, silently cursing the third Hokage, Are you that bored? Why do you keep watching me? As he walked toward Shota and Yang-chun, he greeted the purple-haired Kunoichi. The assessment was over, and the three of them left the examination hall in high spirits, waiting for the village's notification to officially become chunin. At this moment, they saw Kurenai Haru anxiously waiting. As soon as Kurenai Haru saw the three kids, the worry on his face was immediately replaced by a smile. Seeing their relaxed expressions, the weight in his heart finally lifted. Kurenai Haru waved his hand grandly and said, Let's go to the barbecue restaurant and celebrate properly. Today's bill is on me, Kurenai Haru. Wow! Long live Teacher Haru, the three kids shouted excitedly, their voices echoing in the air. They followed Kurenai Haru, heading in a lively group toward the barbecue restaurant in Konoha village. Although the war had made business at the barbecue restaurant slow, today was the Chunin exam day, and many instructors had brought their students to celebrate, making the restaurant quite lively. Fortunately, when the four arrived, there was exactly one seat available in the private room. They sat down excitedly, eagerly flipping through the menu and ordering a large variety of delicious dishes. The menu was rich and diverse, and the four of them unhesitatingly ordered a full table of food. Yuhi Haraspring thought he was prepared to spend money, but when dish after dish was served, he couldn't help but be surprised. The table was piled high with food. He shook his head helplessly, took out his wallet, and thought to himself, I might have to wash dishes to pay for this meal. As the dishes were gradually served, Shota and Haraspring clasped their hands together, saying, Let's eat, while Kakashi Maple couldn't wait any longer and started eating with big bites. Sarutobi Shota heard the commotion, opened his eyes, and saw Maple devouring the food. He exclaimed, Maple, you're so sneaky. He immediately joined the food battle. Seeing this, Yuhi Haraspring naturally refused to be outdone and quickly joined in. The three of them launched into an intense food-grabbing war. No one knew how much time had passed, but the last piece of meat was stuffed into Kakashi Maple's mouth. Chewing, he laughed and said, I won this time. Sarutobi Shota and Yuhi Haraspring, their stomachs round and full, couldn't be bothered to respond. After the three had eaten their fill, Yuhi Haraspring spoke seriously to them, The Chunin exams are over. Next, you'll be assigned more troublesome missions, and you might even go to the battlefield. His tone was heavy, and Yuhi Haraspring felt a bit guilty about sending such young children to war. To the battlefield? Sarutobi Shota and Yuhi Haraspring immediately sat up straight with serious expressions. Yuhi Haraspring nodded, something like that. Seeing the two of them so serious, he patted his younger brother's head and said lightly, I'm telling you this just to prepare you mentally. Maybe the war will end before you even get to the battlefield. Kakashi Maple didn't say much. They would all have to go to the battlefield sooner or later, it was just a matter of time. The sand village of the Land of Wind and the rock village of the Land of Earth had always been eyeing the Land of Fire, and conflicts in both directions were bound to erupt eventually. As a medical ninja, Kakashi Maple might stay in the rear to treat the wounded, but his two companions would have to lead the charge on the front lines. Soon, the village issued a notice. The three of them successfully passed the Chunin exams, officially becoming Chunin, bidding farewell to their novice status and stepping into a new stage as ninjas. After becoming Chunin, the lives of the three quietly changed. Kakashi Kid was busy at the hospital, using medical ninjutsu to treat injured soldiers from the front lines. Many of them recovered under his care. Gradually, his reputation in medical skills spread. In his spare time, he continuously improved himself, mastering swordsmanship and expanding his sensory abilities with greater precision, even detecting several infiltrations by White Zetsu into Konoha. The hospital and his home became the two main points of his daily routine. Sarutobi Shota and Yuhi Haruharu, on the other hand, took a different path. They became squad leaders, leading genin on various simple D-rank missions. Like Yuhi Haruharu, they shared their experiences without reservation, helping their subordinates grow. A few days after the Chunin exams, the three received a notice from the Umbu, summoning them to the Hokage's office to prepare for their first significant mission as Chunin. This mission was extraordinary, a critical task directly assigned by the village. Since the outbreak of the war in the Land of Rain, the village had been on high alert, with strict border defenses. To prevent threats, the village continuously dispatched ninjas to guard the borders and strengthen defenses. The southeastern border of the Land of Fire, where it meets the Land of Water, was a crucial defensive line. The third Hokage, fully aware of its importance, personally visited the Uchiha clan and had an in-depth discussion with the current clan leader. After the discussion, the third Hokage decided to send a large number of Uchiha ninjas to the southeastern border to guard against Kirigakure. This decision, though seemingly simple, carried three layers of significance. First, the Uchiha were powerful and experienced in combat, capable of effectively strengthening the defensive line. Second, involving the Uchiha in the mission demonstrated the third Hokage's trust in them, easing tensions between the clan and the village. Third, it served to consolidate unity within the village to face future challenges. Lastly, if Kirigakure did invade the Land of Fire, it would also provide an opportunity to weaken the Uchiha clan's strength. However, the Konoha leadership, led by the third Hokage, did not go to extremes. They did not leave the Uchiha clan to face the pressure from Kirigakure alone, opting for a more moderate strategy. While Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado had considered using Kirigakure to weaken the Uchiha, they were not as ruthless as Danzo Shimura and never left the Uchiha to fight the enemy alone. The three young ninjas, upon receiving the Umbu's orders, quickly arrived at the Hokage's office, brimming with confidence. Kakashi Kid took the mission scroll from the third Hokage's hands and unrolled it. The mission details were clear. They were to escort important supplies to the southeastern border, with the mission difficulty rated as B rank. The third Hokage explained, due to the impact of the war, the village has accumulated a backlog of tasks. Although this mission is simple, it is urgent and involves leaving the village, which carries certain risks. I have decided to assign it to you. Kakashi Kid gripped the scroll tightly. Third Hokage-sama, rest assured, Haruharu's squad will give it their all. The third Hokage sighed, his voice heavy. Children, for this mission, your Jonin instructor, Yuhi Haruharu, will not be accompanying you. He paused for a moment and added, he has a more important mission. Hearing this, the three young ones' expressions slightly changed. Sarutobi Shoyuta was the first to ask, Lord Third, what does this mean? Is Team Hikaru being disbanded? The third Hokage smiled, of course not, it's just that Yuhi Hikaru is temporarily unavailable. Don't worry, Yuhi Hikaru asked me to tell you that this mission will be led by Hatake Kid as the captain. Sarutobi Shoyuta and Yuhi Haru exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Hatake Kid stepped forward and said firmly, yes, Lord Third, we will complete the mission. After a brief pause, he bid farewell to the third Hokage. The third Hokage smiled and said, go now, children. You are the future of Konoha. Hatake Kid bowed respectfully and left the Hokage building with Sarutobi Shoyuta and Yuhi Haru. Outside the building, Hatake Kid explained the mission details to the two of them. Before long, they were fully familiar with the specifics of the mission. Afterward, the three of them agreed on the departure time and location. With everything ready, the three exchanged smiles, understanding each other without words, and turned to prepare their equipment. Hatake Kid returned home, surprised to see his father, Hatake Tsukumo, busy organizing equipment. Yo, old man, what are you up to? Hatake Kid teased with a smile, don't tell me you're going on a mission too? Hatake Tsukumo, accustomed to his son's teasing, looked up and glared at him, is that how you talk to your father? He continued, your father is a jonin of the village, going on missions is a regular thing. Hatake Kid wasn't offended and instead smiled as he pressed further, where to this time? Don't tell me it's the Land of Wind? Hatake Tsukumo paused, looked at the equipment, and thought to himself, how did this kid know? That intuition is spot on. Ninja missions are not to be discussed casually, don't you know that, he said, feigning seriousness. But in front of his son, he couldn't put on any authority at all. He just waved his hand casually, his face full of indifference. All right, stop pretending. I'm not a loudspeaker. Kakashi Kid didn't mind and said leisurely, this time the village is sending you to the Land of Wind, it must be to gather intelligence on Sunagakure. Tsukumo's heart tightened upon hearing this. This mission was known to only a few people, and his son was definitely not among them. He was surprised by his son's guess, his eyes filled with doubt and curiosity. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but ask, "How do you know I'm going to gather intelligence on Sunagakure? Who told you?" Kakashi Kid glanced at him disdainfully and replied, "Does someone need to tell me? It's too quiet. The land of wind is too quiet. The village is in a fierce battle with the land of rain. If I were the third Kazekage, I would definitely launch an attack while the village's attention is focused on the land of rain." Sakumo interrupted, "Wait, why does it have to be now? Why not wait until the village has committed more forces to the land of rain before taking action? Kid, don't forget. Sunagakure would be better off waiting until the land of rain and the village are both severely weakened before making a move. That would yield the greatest benefit." Kakashi Kid nodded and said to Sakumo, "Old man, you're right. Waiting until they've exhausted each other before acting is the most cost-effective. But there are 2 points you haven't considered. First, can the land of rain really end up in a mutual defeat with the village? Second, I heard from Lady Tsunade that Sunagakure doesn't have a good relationship with the daimyo of the land of wind." After hearing this, Sakumo understood. Delaying was the best choice, but the cost was too high, and Sunagakure couldn't sustain it. He was not a reckless person, on the contrary, he had keen insight and excellent strategy. However, his strong sense of morality and lack of long-term political vision held him back. After pondering, he was very satisfied with his son's analysis. The points were clear, the arguments solid, and they aligned with reality. But he pretended to be casual and said, "You brat, I already knew this. I was just testing you. Since you're somewhat smart, I'll reluctantly give you a passing grade this time." Kakashi Kid thought to himself, the old man is showing off again. This time, he didn't retort. Instead, he looked at his father seriously and said, "Old man, trust me. Shift the target to the land of rivers. I have a feeling there will be an important discovery there." Sakumo was stunned for a moment, then smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Not bad, kid. You actually dare to give me orders now. I'll remember what you said." He changed the topic and said with a smile, "By the way, you've become a chunin, and I haven't given you a gift yet." As he spoke, he took the white fanged short blade from his back and handed it to Hatake Kid. "I was planning to give it to you later, but now seems like the right time." What's with that expression?" Hatake Kid was initially serious, but upon hearing that he was being given the white fanged short blade, his face immediately showed disdain. "Sorry, I refuse." "What did you say? You don't even want the white fanged short blade? If you don't explain yourself today, I won't let you off." "Ugly." "What? Old dang, didn't you hear me clearly? I said it's ugly, extremely ugly, completely not to my taste." Hatake Kid suddenly drew the blade from his back and said coldly to Hatake Sakumo, "This is the blade I want. The white fanged short blade, whoever wants it can take it." Hearing this, Hatake Sakumo suddenly fell silent, his face showing a strange calmness. "You little brat, it seems my blade is useless now, but you've certainly improved." In an instant, the white fanged short blade was unsheathed, slashing straight toward Hatake Kid's head. Sensing the danger, Hatake Kid didn't have time to think. He gripped his blade tightly and immediately turned to flee. As he ran, he shouted loudly, "Old dang, have we really come to this as father and son?" Watching his son's retreating figure, Hatake Sakumo slowly sheathed his blade, a helpless smile appearing on his face. After the smile faded, he turned and went back to the living room to continue organizing his gear. Meanwhile, Hatake Kid returned to the small courtyard, quickly checking his equipment with utmost care to ensure everything was in perfect condition. After confirming there were no issues, he seized a moment when no one was around and, like a cheetah, swiftly left the courtyard, his figure quickly disappearing around the corner of the street. Not long after he left, the door suddenly opened, and Hatake Sakumo appeared at the entrance, silently gazing in the direction his son had gone, saying nothing for a long time. After a moment, he let out a soft sigh, filled with concern and worry for his son. Then, with determination, he turned and headed in the opposite direction, his destination being the land of rivers. After receiving the frontline supply scroll from the equipment department, Kakashi Kid strapped the scroll to his back and hurried to the rendezvous point. Before long, Sarutobi Shota and Yuhi Haruharu arrived one after another, their faces full of excitement. This was their first mission as Chunin. Once the three were gathered, Kakashi Kid patted the scroll on his back and said, "This scroll contains the supplies to be delivered to the front line. If we pick up the pace, 5 days will be enough for a round trip. Let's go, no delays." Sarutobi Shota and Yuhi Haruharu exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Without hesitation, the three stepped onto the road ahead. The southern region of the Land of Fire, Tanzaka Street. Located several dozen kilometers south of Konoha Village, it was a renowned entertainment district. Here, the streets were vibrant with lights and colors, featuring casinos, inns, brothels, and amusement parks. Temptation and danger coexisted. If a ninja let their guard down here, it was easy to violate the three prohibitions. After a long trek, the three finally reached the outskirts of the entertainment district. Considering the crowded and watchful nature of the area, which could easily expose their identities, they decided not to stay overnight but to camp outdoors instead. Since the mission was not urgent, they decided to buy food in Tanzaku Street. Kakashi Kid was elected as the team leader and tasked with carrying the supplies. To avoid drawing attention, he transformed into a bald, fierce-looking man whose intimidating appearance deterred anyone from approaching. Once in Tanzaku Street, Kakashi Kid skillfully navigated through the crowd, quickly selecting the necessary food items. Just as he was about to leave, he inadvertently spotted a familiar figure, a large orange tabby cat, as tall as a person, resembling a beckoning cat from his previous life. The orange cat wore a sage-like expression, surrounded by a few sleek female cats, but its gaze was firm and its demeanor righteous. Sensing carefully, Kakashi Kid noticed that the orange cat's body was filled with chakra, clearly marking it as a member of the ninja cat clan. He bought some dried fish and a catnip drink, then approached the orange cat and offered them. The orange cat happened to be hungry. Seeing the food, it smiled slightly, knowing that accepting food came with obligations. It then said, "Human, are you trying to test a leader? What leader could resist such a test?" Kakashi Kid waved his hand to explain, "No, I just want to use these things to make friends with you." The Ninja Cat Clan is not only well informed but also famous ninja tool merchants. The orange cat asked, "Really?" "Of course, these are my gifts for our first meeting. In the future, I will interact more with the Ninja Cat Clan through the Uchiha clan." Not bad, you have quite the eye. Go ahead, what do you want to ask? I'm in a good mood today. Thank you, senior. I want to know about the situation in the Hidden Mist Village. While eating dried fish, the orange cat said, "The Hidden Mist Village is a bit strange. Although the information is a trade secret, since you're sincere, I'll reveal a little. Over the years, they've stockpiled a lot of ninja tools, but most of them are for breaking barriers and seals." Do you know what that means? Kakashi Kid squinted and asked, "The land of whirlpools?" The orange cat licked its paw and nodded, "That's right, just as we suspected." Hearing this, Kakashi Kid gradually understood. Usually, the Leaf Village and the Hidden Whirlpool Village support each other and are inseparable. But if the Leaf Village is preoccupied with the battlefield in the Land of Rain, launching a surprise attack on the Hidden Whirlpool Village could not only weaken the Leaf Village but also seize the sealing techniques passed down by the Hidden Whirlpool Village. Back when the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts to the major nations, frequent tailed beast rampages occurred. The sealing techniques of the Hidden Whirlpool Village not only effectively restrained the tailed beasts, but the unique constitution of the Uzumaki clan also made them the ideal vessels for the tailed beasts. Therefore, the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools seemed reasonable. In the original story, after Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju died, the major ninja clans of the ninja world, driven by fear and greed, coveted the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques and united to destroy the Land of Whirlpools, while the Leaf Village remained indifferent. The surviving clan members went into hiding, scattered across the land, with only Uzumaki Mito and Kushina, who stayed in the Leaf Village, holding prestigious statuses. The Land of Whirlpools was a unique nation, where its daimyo was also the leader of the Hidden Whirlpool Village, Uzumaki Ashina. This nation-village unity system made the daimyo of other major nations wary, possibly even prompting them to unite to annihilate the clan. Later, the daimyo of the Land of Fire established the 12 Guardian Ninja, perhaps as an attempt to emulate this system, but with the ninja village under the daimyo's control. More importantly, the ones secretly manipulating events, Madara and Black Zetsu, played a role. Without their involvement, Kakashi Kid would never believe this destruction was a coincidence. The key question is, why did the Leaf Village stand by and watch the Land of Whirlpools perish? The Leaf Village's high-ranking officials, led by the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, might have wanted to seize the Uzumaki clan's techniques or annex the wealth of the Land of Whirlpools. Kakashi Kid believed both possibilities were likely. Uzumaki Mito and Kushina successively became the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, holding the Leaf Village's nuclear weapon. They might have been loyal to the Leaf Village, but what about the subsequent Uzumaki clan members? Many sealing techniques relied on their bloodline and immense chakra. Bloodline-based sealing techniques were either sealed away or destroyed outright, ensuring no one else could use them. Sealing techniques requiring immense chakra were divided among multiple sealing teams. While one person couldn't match the Uzumaki clan, a group of people could make up for it. After the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, the remaining Uzumaki clan members preferred to wander and suffer rather than seek help from the Leaf Village, clearly harboring deep hatred for it. Yet the Leaf Village still made Kushina the second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This was because Uzumaki Mito was aging, and Kushina, being an ignorant young girl, was easily manipulated by the Leaf Village's high-ranking officials. Additionally, the Ambu surrounding Kushina not only prevented outsiders from approaching her but also concealed the schemes and arrangements of the Leaf Village's high-ranking officials. As a child, Kushina was placed in the Ambu under the pretense of protection, but in reality, she was being monitored. They were confident that Kushina couldn't stir up any trouble. The Uzumaki clan's hatred for the Leaf Village stemmed solely from the indifference and betrayal of their ally. The Uzumaki clan had sought help from the Leaf Village, but their letters were either intercepted by the high-ranking officials or ignored. After the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, the village hidden in the leaves reaped the greatest benefits, not only inheriting the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques but also acquiring a vast amount of wealth. This wealth provided financial relief for the village and aided the development of certain clans. However, in the long run, by standing by and allowing the Land of Whirlpools to fall, the village lost its southeastern coastal defense line and became isolated. This directly led to the Third Great Ninja War, during which the village hidden in the mist wantonly invaded the southeastern region of the Land of Fire. The major nations united to besiege the Leaf Village, causing a manpower shortage so severe that even young children were sent to the battlefield. This was a blatant irony to the first Hokage's ideals. The village was originally established to protect children from going to war, yet it ended up sending even younger children to fight, completely defeating the purpose. Thinking of this, Hatake Kid took out a large bag of dried fish and said to the orange cat in front of him, "Senior, I know the Ninja Cat Clan can deliver messages. I'd like to ask for your help in sending a letter. This bag of dried fish is your reward. What do you think?" The orange cat's eyes sparkled but quickly restrained its expression, saying, "Kid, what's your name? Since we seem to have some fate, I'll help you deliver the message. But it's not because of the dried fish, meow." Hatake Kid quickly replied, "My name is Hatake Kid. I can't finish this bag of dried fish myself, so I specifically trouble you to help me deal with it." The orange cat nodded and smiled, "All right, got it. Don't call me senior, just call me Boss Cat." With that, it pulled out a scroll from the folds of its belly fat. Boss Cat handed the scroll to Hatake Kid, who opened it and found it was a reverse summoning contract. Hatake Kid was puzzled, not understanding its significance. Boss Cat sniffed the dried fish, swallowed it in one bite, chewed slowly, and explained, "Meow, this is a one-time reverse summoning scroll. After I deliver your message, I'll use it to contact you for a reply. Alright, give me the message you want to send. Kid, you suit my taste. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother helping, meow." Hatake Kid quickly nodded, stepped aside, and carefully wrote his speculations into a letter, solemnly handing it to Boss Cat. "Boss Cat, please help me deliver this letter to Uzumaki Mito at the Senju ancestral residence. I'm counting on you. Meow, don't worry, Kid. I'm loyal and trustworthy." Boss Cat waved its paw and cheerfully stuffed the letter and the bag of dried fish into the folds of its belly fat. Seeing the large bag of dried fish disappear into the belly fat, Hatake Kid was so shocked he clicked his tongue. Is that belly fat a fourth-dimensional pocket? It's as magical as Nami's chest. Alright, Kid, I'm off now, meow. With a poof, Boss Cat disappeared in a puff of smoke. After Boss Cat left, Hatake Kid quickened his pace and returned to the field camp. His two sons were waiting hungrily for him to feed them. They rested briefly near Tanzaka town to regain their energy. Early the next morning, the three of them set off again. After 2 days of trekking, they finally arrived, exhausted, at the Leaf Village's border camp. At the camp entrance, the three underwent a strict identity check. The ninja carefully verified their information and only allowed them into the camp after confirming everything was correct. After entering the camp, a Konoha ninja led them to the command center. Along the way, the three saw tents scattered throughout the camp, with ninjas busily moving around, each performing their respective duties. They observed curiously and noticed many Uchiha ninjas with fan emblems, as well as a few Konoha ninjas without any emblems mixed in. The atmosphere in the command center was serious, with many ninjas engrossed in their work. The three were informed that the supplies they were carrying on this mission were extremely important, including a large number of explosive tags. These explosive tags were crucial for Konoha's defense and combat operations and had to be personally inspected by the commander-in-chief, with no room for carelessness. The three naturally had no objections, as this was standard procedure and not an intentional hassle. Besides, even if someone wanted to make things difficult, they wouldn't target these three young kids. After all, no one was like that old geezer Danzo, biting people like a mad dog. Before long, the supplies were inspected, and the quantities were confirmed to be accurate. The elderly Uchiha sitting at the head nodded in satisfaction and signaled his subordinates to send the supplies to the logistics camp. Afterward, the elder leisurely picked up a pen and wrote a few lines on a piece of paper. After checking it, he handed it to the temporary team leader, Hatake Kid. The elder's voice was low and hoarse, carrying an undeniable authority. He spoke slowly, "Your Heikeharan squad has done an excellent job on this mission. Delivering the supplies to the front line so quickly and accurately is truly reassuring." His gaze fell on the team leader, Hatake Kid, as he continued, "What you're holding is the mission receipt, which I have signed and confirmed. This signifies the successful completion of your mission. Once you return to the village, hand the receipt to the third Hokage." The three young ones listened, their faces lighting up with joy as they nodded in unison, indicating their understanding. Seeing this, the elder waved his hand and said, "All right, there's nothing more for you here. You can return to the village at any time. If you feel the journey is long, you can rest for the night and leave tomorrow. It's up to you to decide. That's all. You may leave now." The three bowed slightly and responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Then they excitedly left the command center's main tent. As a senior member of the Uchiha clan, he was surprised that these three young ones had become chunin, but he quickly regained his composure. After leaving the command center, they discussed and decided to rest for the night before returning to the village. Hatake Kid suggested they stay in a simple tent located a bit farther from the command center. Inside the tent, there were only a few wooden beds, empty and desolate. Since the war had not yet broken out, this medical camp tent had temporarily become their lodging. The three youngsters walked into the tent, sensing a musty atmosphere. Looking around, they found it a bit messy, so they tidied it up briefly. After tidying up, the tent became much cleaner. They sat wearily on the edge of the beds, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. After dinner, the three lay on their beds and started chatting. Sarutobi showed a frown and said, "I'm so nervous. Even though there's no war here yet, the defenses are really tight." Yuhi Haruhara nodded in agreement, "Yeah, I feel the same. If it's this strict without a war, I can't imagine what the battlefield in the Land of Rain will be like." Kakashi Kid pondered for a moment and said, "You can only truly understand a battlefield by experiencing it firsthand. No matter what, we must be fully prepared to handle any situation." Their words echoed inside the tent, creating a heavy atmosphere. Suddenly, Kakashi Kid changed the topic, as if he hadn't said anything serious before. "By the way, does anyone know about the commander here? Tell me quickly." Hearing this question, Sarutobi Shota immediately perked up and exclaimed excitedly, "Huh, speaking of this, I'm not sleepy anymore." He proudly introduced, "The commander of this camp is the second elder of the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Sho. He's a great contributor to the Uchiha clan and always prioritizes the interests of the clan." Kakashi Kid and Yuhi Haruhara exchanged a glance and curiously asked, "Shota, how do you know so much about this?" Sarutobi Shota hesitated for a moment before finally confessing, "Actually, you only know me as a ninja of the Sarutobi clan, but I have another identity." "What identity?" the two asked in unison. Sarutobi Shota took a deep breath and said, "I am the direct nephew of the third Hokage." The two sighed simultaneously and collapsed onto the old wooden bed. Sarutobi Shota asked in confusion, "Aren't you surprised?" Yuhi Haruhara replied indifferently, "We already guessed it. It's not a big deal." Sarutobi Shota looked at Kakashi Kid in surprise, hoping for confirmation. But Kid only responded calmly, "I figured it out long ago. So what if you're the third Hokage's nephew? I still managed to trick you." Sarutobi Shota muttered as he turned his head, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The past few days of forced marches had left the three utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Before long, their night talk ended, their breathing steadied, and they drifted into sleep. The next morning, the three woke up early, packed their belongings, and set off on the road back to the village. They were in high spirits because they had successfully delivered the military supplies to the camp on time. This was their first time independently completing a B rank mission. Without any burdens, they felt relaxed, their steps light as they jogged along, admiring the beautiful scenery and enjoying the wonders of nature. After leaving the Konoha camp for some distance, the expressions of the three became serious. They knew that although the mission was complete, the danger was not yet over. In the wilderness, they could encounter enemies at any time and could not let their guard down. While traveling, they remained vigilant, observing their surroundings for any signs of enemies. Even during rest, they stayed cautious, choosing safe spots to set up camp and laying simple traps to guard against ambushes. As night fell, the three gathered around a campfire for dinner and decided to take turns keeping watch to ensure safety. Suddenly, Kakashi Kid's expression turned serious as he drew his blade in alert. Yuhi Haruharu also gripped her kunai tightly, ready to defend. Just as Saratobi Shota was about to ask what was happening, the warning bell at the edge of the camp rang. The three immediately became alert. They stood back to back in a triangular formation, their eyes fixed on the camp's exit, trusting each other and preparing for battle. Shota! Kakashi Kid's voice rang out. Shota understood instantly and quickly threw a shuriken. Shuriken, shadow clone technique. The shuriken instantly split into hundreds, overwhelming the darkness. Kakashi Kid followed closely, swinging his arm like a whip, and purple sunban rained down like a meteor shower. Purple lightning, storm of pear blossoms. The two attacks intertwined into a dense net. A man's low shout came from the darkness, earth-style, earth-flow wall. Immediately after, he cursed angrily, Konoha brats, using lightning style, how despicable. Then came a few mocking laughs, with one person jeering, Tunshin, you're so weak, getting injured by kids. Have you been spending too much time in the red light district and worn yourself out? The man in front roared in fury, Inchan, you, damn it. His voice suddenly changed pitch. Kakashi Kid and Yuhi Haru immediately sensed that these intruders harbored powerful chakra within them. They were far from ordinary ninjas and not to be underestimated. Against such opponents, the only option was to strike first. Kakashi Kid plunged his ninja blade into the ground, extending both hands. Instantly, purple lightning enveloped his hands, radiating a blinding glow. Then, two ferocious lightning dragons roared out from his hands, thundering straight toward the enemy formation. Purple lightning, thunder dragon. The mocking laughter in the darkness abruptly turned to panic, fear replacing the ridicule. How are these Konoha brats so strong? A purple lightning dragon streaked through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, unstoppable. Wherever it passed, trees and rocks shattered instantly, turning to dust. The light of the lightning dragon tore through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. The three young ninjas finally saw the strangers clearly. The most striking feature was their bright red hair, standing out vividly in the darkness. The three were shocked. Weren't these members of Konoha's ally, the Uzumaki clan? However, the lightning dragon was too fast for the Uzumaki clan members to react. Just as they were stunned, a cold voice came from behind them, ninja art, thunder sealing formation. A black runic barrier appeared out of thin air, firmly blocking the lightning dragon. Immediately, a tall, cold, and striking red-haired woman emerged. Under the glow of the lightning, her red hair appeared even more vibrant. She moved decisively, taking out a scroll and spreading it on the ground, her hands swiftly forming seals. The runes were drawn in, converging onto the scroll, tightly sealing the lightning dragon and continuously absorbing its chakra. Finally, a large seal character appeared at the center of the scroll. With the sealing complete, the woman quickly rolled up the scroll, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Konoha truly produces exceptional talent, with such astonishing chakra. She turned to the wary trio and quickly spoke, we are ninjas from the land of whirlpools. We mean no harm, please rest assured. The red hair and advanced sealing techniques made the three youngsters feel a bit more trust. Even so, they remained vigilant and did not completely relax. Seeing this, the woman patiently smiled and said, friends from Konoha, there's no need to be nervous. We also have companions from Konoha here. Once you meet them, you'll naturally understand that we mean no harm. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of swish swish came from behind, followed by a familiar voice, Rinane, you're way too fast. Several figures landed steadily, wearing Konoha forehead protectors, clearly Konoha ninjas. Among them was Nawaki, someone Kakashi knew. Nawaki's appearance made the three put away their weapons, their vigilance instantly dissipating. Nawaki walked over with a smile, just about to speak when Kakashi interrupted, Nawaki, what are you doing here? Nawaki replied with a grin, visiting relatives. Seeing the red-haired Uzumaki clan, Kakashi gave Nawaki a meaningful glance. Noticing this, Nawaki changed the subject and asked, what about you guys? Why are you here? Kakashi rolled his eyes at him and said, a mission, of course. Our squad took on an important mission, but the details are classified, so I can't say. We just completed it and were heading back to the village when we ran into all this. He introduced his companions, this is Yuhi Haru, someone you can trust. The more mature one is Saratobi Shota, a reliable partner. Then he turned to the two of them, this is Nawaki, Lady Tsunade's younger brother. You've probably heard of him, right? As the atmosphere relaxed, Saratobi Shota suddenly jumped up, grabbing Kakashi by the neck like a child and shouting, who's mature? Yuhi Haru quickly stepped forward to pull him away, calming him down, hello, Nawaki, I'm Yuhi Haru. Saratobi Shota also raised his hand in greeting. Nawaki looked at the two, smiled, nodded politely, and then took out a mission scroll from his pocket, handing it to Kakashi. This is a mission personally assigned by my grandmother through the Hokage's office. Don't worry, as long as you complete it, the reward will be substantial. Is this assigned to me? Kakashi stared at the scroll in Nawaki's hand, puzzled, trying to guess what the old lady was planning. He slowly unrolled the scroll and carefully read its contents. The sheer amount of information almost overloaded his brain. As expected of an old-timer who survived the Warring States period. Such strategic vision and analytical ability, I need to learn from this. Using the Ninken clan, Kakashi wrote down his speculations in a letter and sent it to Uzumaki Nido. After reading it, the old lady made a brief deduction and immediately saw through the Hidden Mist Village's sinister plot. At the moment, the Uzumaki clan was about to hold a large-scale ritual, during which all members would return to the land of whirlpools. Destroying a nation is easy, but annihilating a clan is hard. The ritual was the perfect opportunity for the Hidden Mist Village to strike. The old lady immediately devised a counterattack plan, intending to use the land of whirlpools as bait and dispatch elite forces from the southeastern front to encircle and annihilate the invading Hidden Mist forces. Since the Hidden Mist was deploying their elite troops, if these forces were wiped out, the Hidden Mist village would suffer a severe blow. With the old lady's pressure, Konoha's higher-ups would not remain indifferent as they did in the original story. The only issue was whether the Uchiha clan at the southeastern camp would obediently follow orders. If the Uchiha clan delayed, this plan could backfire and invite disaster. Kakashi looked up at Nawaki in front of him and asked, "Nawaki, have you read this scroll?" Shangshu shook his head solemnly, "No. Before I left, Grandma specifically instructed me to hand this to you personally." Kakashi understood in his heart that this so-called coincidence was just a pretense Shangshu had been waiting for him on his inevitable path. But he didn't question it further. After all, some things are better left unspoken. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll take on this mission." With that, he took out a mission receipt he had prepared in advance and handed it to Yuhiharu. "Tomorrow, you and Shota head back to the village first. I have an urgent mission here, so I'll have to part ways with you for now." Yuhiharu took the receipt without saying a word, simply patting Kakashi on the shoulder. Sarutobi Shota said cheerfully, "Don't worry, Haru and I will head back quickly. The most important thing is for you to return safely from your secret mission. Don't forget, we still have a celebration dinner to attend together." Hearing this, Kakashi's eye twitched, and he cursed inwardly, "Don't jinx me at a time like this, you idiot." The next day, Kakashi saw off Sarutobi Shota and Yuhiharu. Shangshu led a group of Konoha ninjas south in haste, heading to the border camp. The Uzumaki clan ninjas, on the other hand, followed the woman named Rina back to the land of whirlpools. On the way, Kakashi explained the entire situation to Shangshu. Shangshu and the members of the Senju clan were so shocked they were left speechless, completely unprepared for how dire the situation had become. Shangshu asked worriedly, "Kakashi, will the southeastern camp help us?" Kakashi sighed, "It's unlikely. The southeastern camp is primarily made up of the Uchiha clan. The relationship between the Uchiha and the Uzumaki is very complicated. Assigning the Uchiha to guard the southeastern region of the Land of Fire may seem like an honor, but do you really think the village leadership would entrust them with such a task?" Unwilling to give up, Shangshu asked, "What if the Hokage himself gives the order?" Kakashi sneered, "You're oversimplifying things. If the third Hokage gives the order, the commanders of other camps might comply, but the Uchiha? Not necessarily." Shangshu was shocked, "Do you mean they would dare to defy orders?" Kakashi replied expressionlessly, "Not outright defiance, but they could delay or even pretend they never received the order." Shangshu was stunned, "Is that even possible? Then what should we do?" Maple said, "Step by step. If the camp agrees to send troops, we'll deal with these invaders. If not, we'll save as many as we can. Shangshu, prepare for the worst." Before long, the group arrived at the Konoha camp on the southeastern defense line. Led by a ninja, they came to the tent of the commander, Uchiha Sho. The curtain was lifted, and Uchiha Sho walked out. Seeing the people Shangshu had brought, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Among these people was an elder of the Senju clan, a peer of Uchiha Sho, who had been an opponent before the village was founded. Sure enough, before Hatake Maple and Shangshu could salute, the atmosphere grew tense. Uchiha Sho's eyes were sharp like a hawk's, staring intently at the old woman behind Shangshu, a cold smile on his lips. Senju Momoka, you're still alive?" The old woman stood her ground, chest out, and retorted, "Rest assured, you scoundrel, even if you die, I won't." These words ignited Uchiha Sho's fury. His expression changed drastically, and the three tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, as if he was ready to attack at any moment. "Old woman, are you courting death? If you provoke me again, I'll cut you down." The old woman was completely unfazed by his threats. She let out a cold laugh and stepped to the front of the group. Heh, it's been years since I last fought. I wonder how much strength you old geezer still have. Uchiha squinted his eyes, exuding killing intent. Killing you won't be a problem. The atmosphere was tense, and Hatake Kid was inwardly groaning. He scanned the surroundings. Behind Senju Momoka stood the Senju clan, and behind Uchiha stood the Uchiha clan, facing off like two fighting cocks, the tension suffocating. Can't we just sit down and talk it out? Does it really have to come to this? Hatake Kid cursed in his heart. He couldn't understand why everyone became hostile the moment they met, without even trying to talk first. If talking failed, then they could fight. But the current situation didn't allow him much time to think. Hatake Kid took a deep breath, quickly formed hand seals, and softly commanded, "In seal, release." The purplish-red mark on his forehead slowly faded, and a surge of powerful chakra burst forth like a tidal wave, filling the entire space. This sudden chakra pressure shocked everyone. Both sides of the standoff felt as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing on their shoulders, their bodies trembling slightly. Shingshu and the others turned their gazes toward Hatake Kid, astonished. Especially Uchiha, who hadn't expected this young man to release such terrifying chakra. Hatake Kid drew a gleaming ninja blade from his back, the corners of his mouth lifting into a sinister smile. His gaze swept over the two elders, carefully observing their every expression. "Honored elders," his voice was not loud but carried a sense of pressure. "Could we sit down and have a proper discussion? I believe you won't refuse such a small request from me and will surely give me this bit of respect, right?" Though his words were humble, his expression made it seem like there was more to them. Before his words had even faded, the sky suddenly changed. The clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds, turning pitch black. Thunder roared, as if responding to Hatake Kid's words. Amidst the thunder, Hatake Kid stood out prominently. His ninja blade gleamed coldly under the flashes of lightning, intertwining with the dark clouds and thunder, creating a breathtaking scene. Everyone stared at the sky in shock, faintly seeing a massive purple thunder beast looming within the clouds. The colossal thunder beast flashed with blinding electric light with every movement, as if flaunting its invincible power. Everyone who looked at it felt their hearts tighten. Even renowned warriors from the Warring States era like Senju Momoka and Uchiha showed troubled expressions. These experienced warriors, renowned for countless battles, were now embarrassed by being forced into a corner by a child, unable to save face. Kakashi Kid felt very averse to this kind of confrontation, but given the tense situation, it was almost impossible to have them sit down for peaceful negotiations immediately. At that moment, Nawaki suddenly regained clarity, realizing the gravity of the situation, and stepped forward without hesitation to act as a mediator. His appearance was like timely rain, easing the tense atmosphere on the scene. Although Senju Momoka and Uchiha were reluctant, they had no choice but to temporarily set aside their prejudices and sit down to discuss. Seeing both sides finally willing to calm down, Kakashi Kid let out a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, and as if by magic, the previously overcast sky gradually cleared. The mighty thunder beast seemed to lose its support as well, slowly dissipating until it completely vanished. At this moment, Kakashi Kid's entire demeanor suddenly softened, his face showing a harmless smile, resembling an ordinary chunin with no threat at all. But everyone understood that he was far from simple. The strength he had just displayed left everyone in shock, and no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Uchiha gave Kakashi Kid a deep, complex look, then turned and walked toward the command tent without looking back, saying, "You all, come in with me." Kakashi Kid, Nawaki, and Senju Momoka followed him into the tent, while the others stood guard around, vigilantly observing. Inside the tent, Senju Momoka formed hand seals and set up a soundproof barrier. Uchiha ignored Nawaki and Momoka, his gaze fixed on Kakashi Kid as he asked with scrutiny, "Kid from the Hatake clan, didn't you go back? Why are you here again?" Kakashi Kid quickly replied, "Commander, there's a new mission from the village. This mission is extremely important and requires your assistance, Commander." "Oh?" Uchiha's lips curled into a faint sneer. "And why should I help a kid from the Hatake clan complete this mission?" Kakashi Kid took a deep breath, knowing that Uchiha was deliberately provoking him. He calmly said, "Commander, this mission is of great significance. Its success or failure will directly impact the future of the village and the Uchiha clan." Uchiha, a man who deeply valued his clan, felt a ripple in his heart upon hearing this. His gaze locked onto Kakashi Kid, as if trying to find a flaw in his eyes. Sensing the change in Uchiha, Kakashi Kid seized the opportunity to explain the situation in the Land of Whirlpools in detail. Uchiha listened quietly, his face calm and composed, but his clenched fists betrayed his inner excitement. He turned to Senju Momoka, who was sitting beside him, and asked doubtfully, "Old lady, can this kid's claim be trusted?" Senju Momoka frowned slightly, her tone displeased. "Of course it's true, otherwise why would I come here personally?" Uchiha Sho was indifferent. Since the Warring States period, they had been mocking each other, and it had become a habit. He stared coldly at Hatake Kid and said, "You're right, but why should I help you? If the Uzumaki clan disappears, it would actually benefit the Uchiha clan." Before he could finish speaking, Nawaki couldn't help but jump up from his seat, his face flushed red as he shouted anxiously, "Commander, the Uzumaki clan is an ally of Konoha. How can we stand by and do nothing?" Uchiha Sho narrowed his eyes, and a surge of killing intent suddenly directed at Nawaki. He said coldly, "Senju boy, are you trying to lecture me?" Just as the killing intent surged forward, Senju Momoka quickly stood up and swiftly positioned herself in front of Nawaki. She spread her arms wide, like an indestructible shield, blocking the killing intent completely. Her face was full of anger, her eyes wide open as she rebuked, "You scoundrel! At your age, you still dare to be so ruthless to a child." Uchiha Sho not only didn't back down but retaliated even more arrogantly, "Oomph! Old lady, stop meddling here. This is how I do things. If you have the guts, come and bite me." The tension between the two grew increasingly intense, and a conflict seemed inevitable. Hatake Kid, anxious and flustered, quickly stepped forward to stand between them, shouting loudly, "Both of you, please calm down." After a long while, Hatake Kid finally managed to persuade the two elders, preventing the conflict from escalating. He felt a severe headache and even considered giving up entirely. Hatake Kid took a deep breath, suppressing his dissatisfaction, and tried to keep his voice steady. "Commander, please let me finish. If you insist on not rescuing the land of whirlpools and watch it perish, we will have no choice but to leave the camp and seek another solution." Uchiha Sho leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, staring expressionlessly at Hatake Kid with a mocking smile on his lips. Hatake Kid ignored his disdain and continued, "As far as I know, the Mist Village has dispatched their strongest Kekkai Genkai unit this time. They are powerful, with unique bloodline limits, and are the trump card of the Mist. If we can defeat them, it will deal a heavy blow to the Mist Village and severely weaken them." "Humph." Uchiha Sho snorted coldly, interrupting, "What does the Mist Village's suffering have to do with us Uchiha? It doesn't benefit us in the slightest." His tone was cold and dismissive. "Commander!" Hatake Kid shouted angrily, "Please reconsider. If you turn a blind eye, our village will lose an important ally. In the eyes of the world, we will be seen as traitors who betrayed our brothers." He paused, took a deep breath, and continued, "Even so, do you think letting the village bear this stigma, damaging its reputation and influence, will bring any benefit to the Uchiha clan?" Kakashi Hatake's words struck Uchiha Sho's heart like a heavy hammer. "Don't forget," his voice grew deeper, "the current Konoha leadership has inherited the hostility towards the Uchiha from the second Hokage. With the village suffering heavy losses, how do you think they'll treat you, the instigators?" As soon as the words fell, a loud bang echoed. Uchiha Sho finally lost his composure, his face changing drastically. Uchiha Sho slammed the table abruptly, stood up, glared angrily at Kakashi Hatake, and roared, "How dare they do such a thing?" Kakashi Hatake ignored his outburst and calmly said, "Though Kirigakure is weak, it is still a major nation's ninja village, with its own status and influence." He paused for a moment and continued, "One clan guarding one village may seem like an honor on the surface, but in reality, it's also a shackle. If we can severely weaken Kirigakure this time, the Uchiha clan will reap great benefits. First, it will be a source of pride for the clan, and the villagers will recognize you more. Second, it will be an opportunity to strengthen ties with the Uzumaki clan. I believe Lady Nito's efforts will improve your relationship with the village." Kakashi Hatake's tone softened slightly. "Even after Lady Nito's time, won't Tsunade and Nawaki speak up for the Uchiha clan?" Hearing this, Uchiha Sho felt as if struck by lightning. His body trembled, and he slowly sat back in his chair. As an elder of the Uchiha clan, he had always been confident in the clan's strength, firmly believing in the invincibility of the Sharingan. However, Kakashi Hatake's words struck his heart like a heavy hammer, awakening him to reality. He looked around blankly, his gaze first falling on Kakashi Hatake. This young member of the Hatake family, though youthful, had profound insight, earning Sho's admiration. Then, he looked at the frightened Nawaki. The terror in Nawaki's expression made him realize his own recklessness. Finally, his gaze landed on his old rival, Senju Momoka. The two had been openly and secretly competing since the Warring States period, but at this moment, Sho felt that all their conflicts seemed meaningless. He shook his head with a bitter smile. After hundreds of years of scheming and deception, is being the strongest in the ninja world really that important? I've lived so long, yet I can't see as clearly as this young man. After speaking, his gaze returned to Kakashi Hatake, and he said slowly, "Young man of the Hatake family, you've done well." After a moment of silence, Uchiha stood up, his eyes sharp, locking onto Senju Momoka. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. He spoke provocatively, "Old woman, the illusion god who once shook the ninja world during the Warring States period, how much of your strength remains now?" His voice carried a hint of mockery. Senju Momoka's face darkened upon hearing this, but she quickly showed disdain and glared fiercely at Uchiha. Uchiha was unfazed and continued to laugh. "Well, old woman, do you dare to join this old man in dealing with those brats from Kirigakure?" Senju Momoka snorted coldly, showing no weakness. "Why wouldn't I dare? I still have old scores to settle with Byakuren and Hozuki Genjutsu. Though they are dead, having their descendants pay the price will suffice." Uchiha laughed heartily, slamming the table heavily. "Ha, I never thought I'd team up with you at this age. Fine, let's see what those Kirigakure folks are capable of." Just as he was about to issue orders for the mission, Kakashi Hatake interrupted him. "Senior, please wait a moment." Kakashi Hatake frowned, his heart filled with doubts about the destruction of Yuzushiogakure. He was convinced that Uchiha Madara and Black Setsu were behind it and could not afford to be careless. Kakashi Hatake suggested, "First, we must ensure the enemy doesn't realize we know about Yuzushiogakures situation. We can send 2 or 3 small teams to the Land of Waves, first to set up observation posts to monitor Kirigakure's movements, and second, I will personally enter the Land of Waves in advance, secretly leading an elite team into Yuzushiogakure." He paused and then said, "Secondly, Commander-in-Chief, you can use the excuse of deploying troops to support the Land of Rain to lead the main forces and complete the final encirclement." Uchiha and Senju Momoka exchanged glances, a hint of approval flashing in their eyes, and nodded. "All right, let's proceed as you suggested." After the soundproof barrier was removed, Hatake Kid and Nawaki left the camp with grim expressions, silently leading the group away. As soon as they departed, the Konoha camp urgently convened a combat meeting. The atmosphere inside the tent was heavy. Uchiha sat at the head seat, flanked by high-ranking members of the clan, while other camp leaders also took their seats, filling the room with tension. Uchiha spoke slowly, "You all saw it just now. Those 2 brats from the Senju and Hatake clans actually came to ask for reinforcements." Uchiha continued, "Although I didn't agree to help them, I did gather an important piece of information from their words. Kirigakure and Kumogakure are collecting a large number of explosive tags, clearly preparing for war." These words immediately caused a stir among the high-ranking members. Uchiha remained expressionless, sitting at the head seat, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. The crisp tapping sound instantly silenced everyone in the tent. Everyone turned to look at him. He coldly scanned the room, then stood up and walked to the map. He pointed to 2 small islands on the map, emphasizing one in particular. "Everyone," he said in a low voice, "our main task here is to guard against attacks from Kirigakure." His finger moved. "This is the Land of Whirlpools, and this is the Land of Waves." His gaze stopped at the Land of Whirlpools. "The Uzumaki clan has a fiery temperament, but since they are guarding the Land of Whirlpools, we don't need to worry too much about them." But his tone shifted as he heavily tapped on the location of the Land of Waves. "The Land of Waves is a blank spot. If Kirigakure occupies it, we will be at a disadvantage." His words were like a warning bell, and the expressions of everyone present grew serious. Uchiha looked around at everyone and said, "Therefore, I want to strengthen defenses in the Land of Waves. This will not only advance the front line but also buy us reaction time." After speaking, he returned to his seat. As the group fell silent, Uchiha Kikukaze, a jonin in charge of logistics, stood up and said loudly, "Commander-in-Chief, the camp supplies are only enough to sustain the current camp. There are no extra resources to build a new one." Another high-ranking member nearby chimed in, "Can't we get the Land of Waves to contribute? We could negotiate with the nobles and wealthy merchants there." When he said negotiate, his tone carried a subtle implication. Uchiha Kikukaze shook his head helplessly and sighed. "If we could get supplies from those wealthy merchants, that would be ideal. The problem is, the Land of Waves is so poor it can't even squeeze out a drop. Where are you going to find those nobles and wealthy merchants?" Uchiha Kikukaze questioned. His gaze fell on Uchiha, who was seated at the head, and his tone was serious. "Commander-in-Chief, you must consider this matter carefully." The leaders present all nodded in agreement, as they were well aware of the camp's actual situation. At this moment, Uchiha interrupted, "Kikukaze, I understand everything you said. However, I'm not planning to set up a new camp in the Land of Waves, but rather to establish a temporary outpost." Everyone was taken aback. Uchiha continued to explain, "Don't be so surprised. My plan is simply to send a few small squads to the Land of Waves for surveillance missions. Not many people are needed, 2 or 3 squads will suffice. Squad size, 3-4 members. If we detect any signs of Kirigakure and their numbers are small, our squads can eliminate them. If their numbers are large, we'll temporarily avoid them and quickly relay the information back to buy time for the camp. Everyone suddenly understood and expressed their agreement. However, Uchiha Kikukaze remained silent for a moment. After weighing the situation, he felt that the cost was manageable for the camp and nodded in agreement. Then let us send 2 squads to the Land of Waves first, Uchiha decided decisively. You must be prepared. The Land of Waves is just a surveillance point, the real battlefield is here. Yes, sir. After everyone dispersed, Uchiha instructed, summon the Keisuke squad and the Saikawa squad to see me. Before long, 5 people entered the tent. The leaders were Uchiha Keisuke and Uchiha Saikawa, both jonin. The other 3 were Uchiha Fujino, skilled in communication and sensory abilities, Uchiha Komura, proficient in earth release and lightning release, and Uchiha Natsuki, a medical ninja. These 3 were highly capable and among the elite of the Chunin. Uchiha formed them into a combat squad, appointing Uchiha Keisuke as the captain. He handed him a scroll and solemnly instructed, open it only after reaching the Land of Waves. With the squad assembled, Captain Uchiha Keisuke gave the order, and the 5 members swiftly dashed out of the camp, heading toward the Land of Waves. In a corner of the logistics camp, inside a simple tent, Uchiha Kikukaze had just finished a day of inventory checks and was preparing to rest. Suddenly, he felt an invisible force tightly binding his body, rendering him stiff, and he collapsed without warning. His face was filled with pain, and his Sharingan involuntarily opened, the blood-red pupils reflecting endless struggle. The pain subsided quickly after a few minutes. Kikukaze slowly got up, looking around in confusion. Chaotic images flashed through his mind, filled with both agony and enlightenment. His Sharingan then closed, returning to calm. This squad was carefully assembled by Uchiha after much deliberation. The members were powerful in attack, had great endurance, and could relay information swiftly, making them a highly trusted combat team. The squad sprinted all the way and soon arrived at the eastern side of the Land of Waves. The towering seaside cliffs here offered a wide view, making it an ideal lookout point. They found a concealed cave to serve as a temporary base and quickly set it up. Just as they finished their preparations, Uchiha Fujino suddenly sensed an unusual presence. As he was about to issue a warning, a figure appeared like a ghost Hatake Kid. Everyone was stunned, instinctively drawing their ninja tools. Hatake Kid quickly shouted, "Stop! Stay calm!" His voice carried an undeniable authority, forcing everyone to halt their actions. He continued, "You're the squad sent to the Land of Waves, right? Don't panic. Open the scroll from your commander, it contains instructions." Captain Uchiha Keisuke weighed the situation in his mind. Faced with Hatake Kid's directive, he couldn't help but hesitate. After a brief moment of thought, he finally decided to follow Hatake Kid's request. Carefully, he unrolled the scroll, and the text gradually appeared, "All members of Keisuke's squad must unconditionally follow Hatake Kid's commands." Uchiha Keisuke stared at the text, remaining silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. He turned to his squad members, signaling them to put away their ninja tools. Observing the squad lowering their guard, Hatake Kid's lips curled into a slight smile. He decisively ordered, "Send out shadow clones to continue the original mission. The main bodies will follow me to the Land of Whirlpools." Though puzzled, the squad members didn't question him and quickly formed seals to perform the shadow clone technique. The shadow clones immediately understood their tasks. Hatake Kid nodded in satisfaction and led the squad out of the cave, leaping over the waves toward the Land of Whirlpools. As night fell, the Uzumaki clan's territory was bathed in moonlight. The clan's people gathered joyfully, reuniting after a long time, creating a lively atmosphere. However, inside the clan hall, the mood was tense and somber. Rope Tree, Senjuma Moka, clan leader Uzumaki Ruzu, and the high-ranking members were all present. The flickering candlelight reflected their grave expressions. They sat around a long table, waiting in silence. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Hatake Kid entered with the Uchiha combat squad. The Uzumaki high-ranking members exchanged complex glances. The old grudges from the Warring States period had not faded, and the Uchiha's assistance this time stirred mixed feelings. Clan leader Uzumaki Ruzu announced in a deep voice, "Second Elder, during the festival, the barrier will enter combat readiness. All off-duty barrier team members must be recalled, especially the Jonin. None can be absent." He scanned the room. First Elder, Third Elder, Fourth Elder, lead the ninjas and follow Elder Momoka's commands to ensure the festival proceeds smoothly while preparing to counter any enemy attacks. He turned to the Fifth Elder, his tone serious. Fifth Elder, your task is of utmost importance. Ensure the evacuation is carried out properly, and that civilians and children safely reach the shelter after the festival. At the same time, activate the defensive barrier. We must not give the enemy any opportunity. Clan leader Uzumaki Lusong finished speaking, bowed deeply to everyone, then stood up with a determined gaze. This attack by the Hidden Mist village marks a critical moment of life and death for the Uzumaki clan. But I believe that as long as we unite and fight bravely, we will surely repel the invaders. Everyone's expressions were solemn, understanding the gravity of the situation. They stood up one after another and responded in unison, understood. We swear to protect the honor of the Uzumaki clan to the death. With their resolve set, they began discussing battle strategies. First, they decided to adopt a scorched earth policy, leaving no resources for the enemy to sustain themselves. During the festival, all civilians of the Land of Whirlpools would be evacuated to hide in the nearby forests. All items that could be taken were to be carried away. Those that could not be taken were to be hidden in secret locations or buried properly. If neither was possible, they were to be completely destroyed, leaving nothing for the enemy. Secondly, sensory ninjas were to be divided into groups and stationed at designated locations to closely monitor the movements of the Hidden Mist Village's army and relay intelligence promptly. Finally, ninja squads were to set traps along the enemy's inevitable routes to hinder their advance. While avoiding direct confrontation, they aimed to delay the enemy's progress as much as possible, buying time for their people to prepare. Time flew by, and the night of the grand festival quietly arrived. The Uzushio Hidden Village was brightly lit, and the villagers dressed in their finest to celebrate, unaware that the crisis of annihilation loomed over them like dark clouds. Inside the Namian Hall, the atmosphere was heavy. This sacred place had been converted into a command center, becoming the core of Uzushio Hidden Village. Clan leader Uzumaki Lusong and Senju Momoka sat upright, their eyes fixed on the map and intelligence reports, bearing the heavy responsibility of protection. Kakashi Kid and Nawaki stood nearby, assisting with various tasks. Over the past few days, preparations in the Land of Whirlpools had proceeded in an orderly manner, with meticulous arrangements for resource stockpiling, defensive structures, and personnel deployment. According to intelligence from the Uchiha squad, the main force at the southeastern camp had successfully reached the designated location. They were awaiting orders to launch their operation. The shadow of war grew heavier, and the tense atmosphere weighed on everyone's hearts. Uzumaki Lusong and Senju Momoka remained unshaken by the pressure, calmly analyzing the situation and formulating strategies. At this critical moment, they had to stay composed and lead their people through this life and death trial. In the eastern part of the Land of Whirlpools, there was a desolate island standing alone amidst the surging sea, appearing particularly barren. Although it belonged to the Land of Water, it was little known. On the island gathered a group of men dressed in peculiar attire, with long hair hanging down and two bright red dots marked on their foreheads, as if bearing a mysterious symbol. At the forefront stood a tall middle-aged man with a muscular build, a pale complexion, and a chilling smile at the corner of his mouth. He was Kagaya Bonfang, the leading jonin of the Kagaya clan. Behind him, another middle-aged man with long hair respectfully said, "Lord Bonfang, it seems our Kagaya clan has arrived first." Bonfang sneered, "Those fools haven't arrived yet? Fine, I'll have a taste of this fat prey first." A nearby ninja reminded him, "Lord Bonfang, the Mizukage said we should act together." Before he could finish, Bonfang glared angrily, exuding a murderous aura, and roared, "Who cares what that old Mizukage says? I am Kagaya Bonfang, and I do things my way. Say one more word, and I'll kill you." His imposing presence left no room for defiance. At this moment, someone hurriedly tried to mediate. "Lord Bonfang, before the clan leader left, he instructed us to act together with the other ninja clans, otherwise." At the mention of the clan leader, Bonfang's expression softened slightly, though he was still reluctant. That damned old man, making things so complicated, he cursed viciously, spitting on the ground. Despite his dissatisfaction, he ultimately led his clan toward the agreed meeting point. Along the way, his face remained dark, and he stayed silent, clearly harboring resentment toward this collaboration. At the meeting point, the area was teeming with people, with ninjas pouring in like a tide. They were dressed differently, with various clan emblems, indicating they came from multiple ninja clans. However, their forehead protectors all bore the same village symbol. Although they were nominally from the same village, most of them only gathered with their own clansmen, barely interacting with others. Just as the crowd began to grow restless, an elderly man leaning on a serpent-shaped cane slowly appeared, escorted by several members of the hidden mist village's umbu. His steps were unsteady, and every movement seemed laborious. Yet, when he fully emerged, everyone was taken aback. This old man was none other than Elder Genshur, a highly respected figure in the village, revered by all. Even the usually unruly and defiant Kagaya clan, who often looked down on the Mizukage, restrained their fiery tempers and gazed at the elder with solemn expressions. In a slightly trembling voice, Genshur asked, "Is everyone here?" He raised his head and scanned the crowd, his sharp gaze seemingly able to pierce into their hearts. The elite ninjas from the Kagaya, Hozuki, and Yuki clans immediately tensed up, straightening their postures and not daring to show any slack. Though Genshur's voice trembled slightly, it carried undeniable authority. "Here we have 37 Jonin and 263 Chunin. You are the elite of the Hidden Mist Village, representing the strength and honor of our village. Your mission is to act as the vanguard, departing from the eastern part of the Land of Whirlpools, sweeping through the villages along the way, until you reach Yuzushio village." His words were calm, yet carried immense power. The ninjas responded in unison. Genshur nodded, "Rest assured, the village will not treat you as cannon fodder. I will personally lead the main force to support you, so you have no need to worry." His tone suddenly turned stern, "But you must be fearless and never retreat. Before reaching Yuzushio village, you are not to stop. This is both an order and a mission." With a wave of his hand, Genshur commanded, "Move out." The ninjas shot off like arrows, heading toward the Land of Whirlpools. Their agile figures moved like phantoms in the night, sending chills down one's spine. After all the ninjas had departed, Genshur slowly turned around, his sharp gaze fixed on the darkness behind him. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged slowly from the shadows. This middle-aged man was tall, with long black hair draped over his shoulders and slightly narrowed eyes. Genshur's voice was filled with confusion and incomprehension as he couldn't help but ask, "Third Mizukage, these are the village's precious Kekkei Genkai ninjas. How can you send them directly to attack the Uzumaki clan so recklessly?" He watched the direction in which the bloodline unit had disappeared, his heart growing heavier. Kekkei Genkai ninjas were immensely powerful and were the most valuable assets of any ninja village. Genshur believed the village should do everything to protect these elites, not send them on dangerous missions so easily. Ordinary ninjas could be used as cannon fodder, but these Kekkei Genkai ninjas should not be sacrificed so lightly. What was shocking was that the order to send these Kekkei Genkai ninjas to attack the Land of Whirlpools had come from none other than the third Mizukage standing before him. Although Genshur held significant influence in the village, he could only remain silent and dare not oppose the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage's face was expressionless as he said, "Those Kekkei Genkai ninjas are difficult to control. Sending them to attack the Land of Whirlpools is a way to make use of them." Genshur's heart tightened as he urgently retorted, "But they are still villagers of the Hidden Mist Village, possessing precious Kekkei Genkai. How can they be discarded so easily?" The third Mizukage sneered coldly, "Kekkei Genkai ninjas may be powerful, but they lack intelligence. If left unchecked, they will eventually launch a devastating war against the village. What the village needs is an obedient blade, not a double-edged sword that might turn against us. I need a weapon that listens." Genshur wanted to speak but ultimately remained silent, his face filled with helplessness. He was well aware of the long-standing conflict between the third Mizukage and the second Mizukage. When the ninja world entered the era of ninja villages, the first Mizukage, Byakuren, as the leader of the Hidden Mist Village, participated in the first 5 Kage Summit. At that time, the third Mizukage served as his bodyguard, responsible for protecting the first Mizukage. After Byakuren's death, the third Mizukage was expected to succeed him. However, unexpectedly, a ninja from the Hozuki clan named Genjetsu Hozuki defeated the third Mizukage in a fierce duel and took the Mizukage title from him. But he harbored resentment towards the ninja clans with powerful Kekkei Genkai, believing they were an unstable factor in Kirigakure. After taking office, the third Mizukage began to heavily suppress the major ninja clans. Whether it was elite organizations like the 7 Ninja Swordsmen or Kekkei Genkai ninjas, they all became targets of his pressure. Under his rule, the ninja clans lived in fear, with both their power and status declining. All of this stemmed from his inner obsession and thirst for power. Genshur, who had been an elder since the time of the second Mizukage, was well aware of this history. Faced with the third Mizukage's attitude, he chose to remain silent. The third Mizukage confidently said, "This operation is flawless. It will surely deliver a surprise blow to the Uzumaki clan. They won't even notice our plan." He added, "Using Kekkei Genkai ninjas to deal with the unprepared Uzumaki clan is simply effortless." Genshur's expression softened but remained worried. The Uzumaki clan's strength should not be underestimated. Before he could finish, the third Mizukage interrupted. Don't worry, we've thought everything through. There won't be any mistakes. After speaking, he glanced around and said to Gensher, time is tight. It's time to act. We have our own tasks and cannot delay. As soon as he finished, he turned and led a group of black-clad Umbu ninjas, disappearing swiftly into the night. At the eastern port of the Land of Whirlpools, the night was deserted, and the sea breeze gently brushed the docks. Suddenly, several massive serpentine tornadoes appeared in the sky, pressing down on the port with overwhelming force. It turned out to be the ninjas of Kirigakure's Kamafu clan performing a combined jutsu. From a distance, they formed hand seals, chanted incantations, and infused chakra into the tornadoes. Accompanied by roaring sounds, storm-style, gale grand destruction. The tornadoes suddenly accelerated, colliding with each other. The sky and earth changed color, fierce winds howled, and sand and stones flew, creating a breathtaking scene. Several tornadoes collided violently, merging into a massive black beast. It opened its blood-red maw, letting out a deafening roar as it charged straight toward the port. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. The violent winds and torrential rain swept through the port, destroying everything in their path, leaving nothing but devastation. The winds howled, the waves surged, and all that remained between heaven and earth was this catastrophic disaster. When the typhoon passed, the port was reduced to ruins. The once busy docks, sturdy buildings, and anchored ships were all obliterated without exception. The Kamafu clan is truly formidable, the ninjas exclaimed in awe. Such widespread destruction can only be achieved by you. The Kamafu clan members were secretly pleased. Renowned for their mastery of wind, their strength was undoubtedly on full display this time. Ha, the Uzumaki clan is no match at all. The Kamafu clan laughed arrogantly, their gazes cold as they stared at the ruins. Indeed, does the Uzumaki clan even have the courage to resist anymore? Another clan member chimed in, his face full of pride. This successful attack cleared the way for their landing. Just as they were reveling in their triumph, a cold sneer echoed, the real battle is just beginning. The Kamafu clan ninjas were enraged. Who dares to court death? Turning around, they saw it was a madman from the Kagaya clan. In the ninja world, the Uchiha clan, though combative, dared not easily provoke the Kagaya clan. The Kagaya clan's madness and cruelty were troublesome even for the Uchiha, let alone other ninja clans. Kagaya Koya's face twisted into an excited grin, thirsting for blood and slaughter. The clansmen behind him also became ferocious, bone spikes emerging from their skin, resembling monsters. They let out piercing howls, like starving beasts, charging toward the port. Bone blade dance. Kagaya Koya roared, the bone blade in his hand flashing coldly, as if declaring his cruelty and ruthlessness to the enemy. The other Kagaya clansmen responded in kind, their voices filled with a frenzy for slaughter and a disregard for life. The ninja clans could only follow. They secretly felt fortunate that the Kagaya clan was leading the charge, allowing them to preserve themselves somewhat. Boom! Several deafening explosions erupted, shockwaves sweeping through like a storm, violently throwing Kagaya Koya, who was at the forefront, dozens of meters away. He gritted his teeth and climbed up, his face and head deeply scarred by the ground, blood streaming from the wounds, making his appearance even more terrifying and insane. The explosions continued incessantly, plunging the landing forces into chaos. Many ninjas were struck down by the aftermath before even setting foot on the Land of Whirlpools, with casualties mounting. Damn it! Do you think such petty tricks can stop me? Kagaya Koya roared, his eyes bloodshot and his face ferocious. He slammed his hands onto the ground, unleashing a powerful force. Shikatsu Miyaku, Dance of the Seedling Fern. The ground trembled violently as countless sharp bone spikes burst forth, rapidly spreading. The spikes pierced through traps and ensnared allied ninjas, causing even more casualties. The other ninja clan leaders were shocked and furious, seeing their own comrades killed as soon as they landed, and the killer was a fellow village ninja. Kagaya Koya, how dare you? One of the leading ninjas shouted angrily, but before he could finish, Kagaya Koya darted forward like a specter, delivering a flying kick to his chest. The man was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. Kagaya Koya stood tall, a sinister grin on his face, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Like a starving beast, he stared at the other leaders and sneered coldly, "What? Want to hold me accountable? You fools, don't you know who we are? We are ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village." His voice was filled with madness and cruelty, sending chills down their spines. He roared, "Since when has the Hidden Mist Village cared about comrades? Those useless fools deserve to die, saving us the trouble of wasting food." With that, he didn't even look back, brandishing his gleaming bone blade as he charged forward like a wild beast. At this moment, the other ninja clan leaders watched Kagaya Koya's figure grow distant, a glint of cold killing intent flashing in their eyes. Though they said nothing, the exchanged glances conveyed a mutual understanding. They began to command their troops, slowly distancing themselves from the Kagaya clan. Kagaya Koya charged toward the port like a meteor, eagerly anticipating the thrill of slaughter. However, the moment he stepped onto the port, a single sentence hit him like a bucket of ice water, dousing his fiery rage. "Lord Kagaya Bonefang, there's no one here." Kagaya Bonefang's face changed drastically, his eyes widened as he roared, "It must be those fools from the Kamikaze clan. Their ninjutsu scared off the people of the land of whirlpools. Damned bastards. They can't escape, chase them down for me," he bellowed. The Kagaya clan ninjas howled excitedly, charging forward like ravenous wolves. At this moment, a slightly more thoughtful ninja approached Bonefang and whispered, "Lord Bonefang, shouldn't we wait for the other ninja clans behind us?" Bonefang abruptly turned his head, glaring coldly at him with murderous intent. "Wait? Do you think trash like them is worth waiting for?" Before he finished speaking, his bone blade had already pierced the ninja's throat like lightning. Blood spurted out, staining the ground red. Kagaya Bonefang coldly stared at the fallen corpse, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He slowly withdrew the bone blade, his tongue lightly licking the blood on the blade. The crimson liquid spread across his tongue, bringing a pungent metallic taste and warmth. He let out a satisfied snort, completely indifferent to the bloodshed before him. "Such useless trash," he mocked in a low voice, his eyes full of disdain. "Only the Kagaya clan are true warriors." Meanwhile, the bloodstained units silently landed in the Hidden Mist village. The festival celebrations in the Hidden Whirlpool village were nearing their end, and the Uzumaki clan ninjas were swiftly and orderly guiding civilians, the elderly, children, and women into shelters. Senju clan representative Nawaki was forcibly kept in the shelter. Though unwilling, he understood it was for safety. He stood at the entrance, watching people rush in, his heart filled with helplessness. After the last person entered, the 5 elders quickly set up a barrier with their subordinates, their voices firm. "We are the last line of defense. Behind us are our loved ones. Unless we die, we will never let the enemy harm them." On the other side, the Kagaya clan ninjas sprinted forward, widening the gap between themselves and the other ninja clans. The news reached the temporary command center at Namendo, where Hatake Kid keenly sensed an opportunity. The Kagaya ninjas had become isolated, making it the perfect moment to strike. Before the enemy could react, they needed to launch a swift attack and annihilate the Kagaya in one blow. Time was of the essence, and the opportunity would be fleeting. Hatake Kid decisively led the Uchiha squad and Uzumaki ninjas into battle, with the Uzumaki team led by Uzumaki Rina. Kagaya Bonefang, driven by bloodthirsty fervor, led his clan toward the Hidden Whirlpool village. The Maple Leaf Gorge, nestled between 2 towering mountains, was a treacherous terrain and the only path to the Hidden Whirlpool village. It was also where Hatake Kid had set up his ambush. The Uchiha squad and Uzumaki ninjas lay in wait on the canyon walls, silently anticipating the arrival of the Kagaya ninjas. Time passed, and the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from afar. The Kagaya clan charged into the Maple Leaf Gorge like wild beasts, their faces fierce, their bodies exuding violence, and their momentum overwhelming. They failed to notice Hatake Kid and his team, charging straight into the pocket that Kid had prepared for them. A brilliant firework streaked across the night sky, its flames dazzling. 12 Uzumaki clan ninjas spread out in all directions, forming seals together. A surge of powerful chakra erupted, creating a massive transparent barrier. Ninja art for spirits formation. This was a pre-arranged plan. The Uzumaki ninjas set up the barrier to block the Kagaya clan's retreat, determined to annihilate them completely. Kagaya Katsuga, who was running, did not expect a barrier here and had no time to dodge. Bang! He crashed into the barrier like a headless fly. Boom! He was flung back like a cannonball, only stopping after colliding with the rocks on either side. This collision left him severely injured, his body twisted, and blood spurted from his mouth. The pain triggered his rage, and the twisted ferocity on his face grew even more intense. "Ah, so it's an ambush." The Kagaya ninjas, undaunted and excited, locked their eyes on Hatake Kid and the others. Finally, a chance for a good fight. Katsuga shouted loudly, "Let them witness the power of the Kagaya clan. Kill them all." As soon as he finished speaking, the clansmen let out wild howls. Their eyes turned red, their faces twisted, like starving wolves spotting prey. Without hesitation, they launched their attack. The clansmen knelt on one knee, slamming their hands forcefully onto the ground. The ground trembled violently, and countless sharp bone spikes burst out from the earth, striking toward Hatake Kid and the others on the rock wall like venomous snakes. Shikatsu Miyako Link, Dance of the Early Fern. Seeing the dire situation, Hataki Kid decisively ordered, Earth Release Squad, Water Release Squad, Sealing Squad, act according to the plan. At your command, everyone responded in unison. Uchiha Komura led 5 Uzumaki ninjas to launch the first attack, forming seals together to perform Earth Release ninjutsu. Earth Release, Earth Land Flip. The ground seemed to be lifted by a giant hand, scattering the bone spikes forcefully to both sides. Immediately after, 6 Uzumaki ninjas emerged from underground, forming a line and simultaneously unleashing Water Release ninjutsu. Water Release, Water Scale Wave. With their shout, a torrent of water gushed out from underground like a ferocious beast. The water surged rapidly toward the Kagaya clan ninjas, and upon contact, it instantly formed layers of water membranes, tightly enveloping them. Uzumaki Rina led 5 clan members forward. She shouted, "Ninja Art, Flowing Water Curse Seal." Black runes swam across the surface of the water membranes, intertwining into a mysterious seal. Seizing the opportunity, Hataki Kid charged forward with Uchiha Keisuke and Uchiha Saikawa. Thunder Prison, Judgment. Lightning flashed as the ninja blade slashed at the ninjas within the water membranes. The membranes shattered, and the ninjas were cleaved in two. Without hesitation, Hataki Kid continued attacking the next target. Uchiha Keisuke and Uchiha Saikawa also moved swiftly, casting genjutsu and taking down Kagaya ninjas one after another. Trapped, Kagaya Koya roared, "You think this can hold me?" Dance of the Camellia. Bone spikes erupted from his body, piercing through the water membranes, allowing him to break free. The other Kagaya clan members also managed to escape their restraints. Keisuke, Saikawa, I'll handle the leader. Hold off the rest. Hataki Kid said, his figure moving like lightning as he charged toward Kagaya Koya. Uchiha Keisuke and Saikawa exchanged glances, perfectly in sync. They formed seals with their hands enchanted, Fire Release, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Flame surged like a fire dragon, forming a wall of fire that separated Kagaya Koya from his clan members. An enraged Kagaya Koya extended his right arm, and his bones rapidly expanded into a massive bone drill, spinning as it lunged toward Hataki Kid. Lightning flickered around Hataki Kid as he nimbly dodged the attack, flashing to Kagaya Koya's front. Thunder Prison, Judgment. The lightning-infused ninja blade slashed through the bone structure, piercing into flesh. The immense force sent Kagaya Koya flying, blood gushing from the gruesome wound. Hataki Kid pursued relentlessly, his blade flashing coldly as it struck the fallen Koya. A burst of thunder scattered bone fragments everywhere, leaving Kagaya Koya in a pitiful state, forced into a desperate defense. Hataki Kid's attacks were like a relentless storm, giving Koya almost no chance to breathe. Layers of bone were shaved off his body. As a seasoned ninja, Koya had never suffered such humiliation. His fury erupted like a volcano, but he was powerless to counterattack. He decided to gamble everything, forcibly channeling the chakra within him. With a thunderous boom, the ground shook violently as dozens of bone spikes burst forth, trapping Hataki Kid tightly. Facing the sudden change, Hataki Kid remained calm and focused, shouting, Hataki style, Thunder Moon Slash. A streak of purple lightning cut through, shattering the bone spikes. Koya seized the chance to leap out of the encirclement, escaping the attack range. Hataki Kid stood his ground, calmly surveying the scattered bone fragments around him. A faint smirk appeared on his lips as he mocked inwardly, the bone fragments are so evenly sliced, even a roast duck chef would be ashamed. Seeing that Hataki Kid did not pursue, Koya roared, "You brat, prepare to die." He suddenly drew a bone blade gleaming with a cold light and charged fiercely. Hataki Kid showed no fear, his figure flickering like a phantom. The clash of blades and bone resounded with the sharp sound of metal striking metal. The bone blade moved as flexibly as a snake, sometimes attacking, sometimes defending, perfectly coordinated with Bone Fong. Despite the dangerous situation, Kakashi Kid handled it with ease, his movements fluid, each strike precisely blocking the attacks while countering, leaving Bone Fong overwhelmed. After dozens of exchanges, Bone Fong suddenly darted backward, adjusted his stance, raised his fingers, and coldly shouted, 10-finger drilling bullets. With a furious roar, hundreds of hardened finger bones shot toward Kakashi Kid like bullets. Facing the dense barrage, Kakashi Kid showed no fear, his ninja blade dancing like the wind, each strike accurately deflecting the incoming finger bones. At the moment he blocked the attack, his figure suddenly transformed into a streak of purple lightning and vanished instantly. As expected of the leader of the Kagaya clan, his reaction was sharp. He quickly turned around, swinging his blade to block the attack from behind. Clang! The bone blade and the ninja blade clashed fiercely. Kagaya Bone Fong smirked disdainfully and said, with just that ninja blade of yours. Suddenly, lightning-style chakra enveloped the ninja blade, and Kakashi Kid's eyes turned icy as he pressed down hard. Crack! The bone blade snapped in two. The ninja blade followed through with a slash, the lightning-style chakra extending, aiming straight for Kagaya Bonefang's waist. Lightning Prison, Divine Killing Spear. Kagaya Bonefang was cleaved in half and fell to the ground, still alive. Kakashi Kid swiftly finished him off, a purple sunbon piercing his head, completely ending the battle. After killing Kagaya Bonefang, Kakashi Kid sheathed his blade and performed a jutsu with both hands, water-style, hidden mist technique. A thick mist quickly enveloped the battlefield, blinding the Kagaya clan. Taking advantage of this, the Uchiha Sharingan and Uzumaki Kagura Mind's systematically defeated the remaining enemies. The Blood Mist unit of the Hidden Mist village completely annihilated the Kagaya clan. Meanwhile, the other bloodline clans, unaware of the total defeat, continued on their way. They landed at the eastern port of the Land of Whirlpools, finding no signs of slaughter. Perhaps the Kagaya clan had shown mercy and spared the civilians, or perhaps the people of the Land of Whirlpools had already evacuated. At night, the leaders of the various ninja clans gathered to discuss. With the intelligence leak, the Uzumaki clan had already prepared their defenses, and the clans were about to become cannon fodder in the attack on the Land of Whirlpools. The atmosphere was heavy, as no other village in the ninja world persecuted their own bloodline ninja as frequently as the Hidden Mist village. Hozuki Tenjutsu, the youngest son of the second Mizukage Hozuki Genjutsu, was the leader of the Hozuki clan this time. Due to the feud between the second and third Mizukage, the Hozuki clan had suffered years of oppression. The 7 ninja swords painstakingly crafted by the Hozuki clan had been openly seized by the third Mizukage. Clan members holding positions in the village were systematically removed, leaving only Hozuki Ranzuki, who wielded the twin swords, Hiramakarei among the 7 ninja swordsmen, still standing. He cursed angrily, "Damn that third Mizukage, blatantly abusing his power for personal vendettas, treating us like we're nothing." Although the other clan leaders said nothing, their eyes revealed strong dissatisfaction with the third Mizukage. Hozuki Tenjutsu said gravely, "The civilians of the Land of Whirlpools should all be in hiding by now, and the Uzumaki clan must already know about us. What do you all think we should do next?" No one responded. Faced with such a situation, there was no good solution to be found. It was no surprise that the leaders were at a loss. After all, the history of the ninja villages was short, and large-scale wars had only occurred during the First Ninja World War. The conflicts of the Warring States period were mostly small-scale skirmishes between clans, rarely affecting civilians. The leader of the Terumi clan, Terumi Sakata, stood up and said, "Send scouts to monitor the Kagaya clan ahead. They're crazy, but they can still serve as a warning." Also, suddenly, boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted around the camp. What happened? The clan leaders quickly rushed out of the tent. At this moment, a ninja from the Terumi clan came running, panting heavily, "My lord! Just now, the Uzumaki clan launched an attack. However, they only threw kunai with explosive tags and didn't actually attack," the ninja quickly added. The leader of the Hozuki clan, Hozuki Kaikawa, sneered, "This is a low-level baiting tactic. They want us to chase after them. There must be traps set up ahead, just waiting for us to fall for it." All the leaders understood this clearly, and no one refuted it. "If only the Kagaya clan were here, we could let them charge ahead," someone said angrily. Damn Kagaya clan, disappearing at such a critical moment. These words were like a spark, instantly igniting the dissatisfaction in everyone's hearts. The group fell silent, cursing the Kagaya clan's absence in their minds. Meanwhile, the Kagaya clan members lying inside the scroll. Back at the camp, the leaders sat around with serious expressions, discussing their next move. After intense debate, they decided to send a small squad to scout ahead and confirm whether there were traps or ambushes. The problem was, who should be sent? Since the leaders of the various ninja clans refused to take orders from one another and the village had no unified command, everyone acted independently. Each clan considered themselves the strongest and refused to submit to others. As a result, the leaders argued endlessly, unwilling to compromise. Time passed by, and no consensus was reached. The meeting ended hastily, and everyone returned to their respective camps, even setting up separate encampments. Subsequently, each group sent out their own scouting teams to independently investigate whether there were traps or ambushes ahead. In truth, it was no surprise that the higher-ups of Kirigakure treated this bloodline unit as bait and cannon fodder, tasked with continuous assaults on the enemy. On one hand, this could strike the unprepared Uzumaki clan, and on the other, it could deplete the rebellious bloodline ninjas, weakening the bloodline clan's power. The internal struggles within the village were intense, yet it hadn't completely collapsed, a miracle in itself. After waiting an entire night, none of the scouting ninjas returned. The leaders looked at each other, realizing that all those sent out had been eliminated. Sending more people would yield the same result, so they had no choice but to consolidate their forces and march toward Yuzushio village. By an unnamed stream, Hataki Kid and his group were resting. After a night of fierce battles, everyone was utterly exhausted. Most of the scouting ninjas sent by Kirigakure had been eliminated. The surface of the stream rippled slightly, as if there were stones beneath the water, blending in so naturally that it didn't draw anyone's attention. Under the water, a ninja from the Hozuki clan was lurking, perfectly hidden using the clan's secret technique, the hydration technique. Ordinary ninjas would find it hard to detect, but to the Uzumaki clan's Kagura mind's eye and Hataki Kid's sensory network, such concealment was an insult to their intelligence. Hataki Kid signaled Uzumaki Rina with his eyes to stop her from speaking, and said nonchalantly, "Rina, the battle is over. Let's rest for a bit and then retreat." Although Uzumaki Rina didn't understand Hataki Kid's intentions, she went along with it, saying, "Yes, everyone is tired. Let's rest for a while and then leave." Seeing Hataki Kid's insistence, Uzumaki Rina nodded in agreement and responded, "Alright, let's rest for a bit and head to Red River Town. We have a supply station there, and the nearby villagers have gathered there as well. It's a good place to replenish our supplies." However, Rina felt a bit puzzled in her heart. Red River Town? Wasn't that place abandoned long ago? But she still said, "Alright, Red River Town has plenty of supplies. 1/3 of the Uzumaki clan's resources are stored there. Once we get there, we can have a proper rest." Kakashi Kid nodded. "It's decided then. You should rest for a while too. We'll set off in half an hour." Time flew by. Half an hour later, Kakashi Kid woke everyone up and led the group away from the stream. Another half hour passed. Suddenly, the stream's water surged, and a man in his 30s emerged from the water. "Damn third Mizukage." The man wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, cursing the village's higher-ups in a low voice while feeling fortunate that the white-haired brat hadn't noticed him. He was the ninja sent out for reconnaissance last night. His partner had already been wiped out, and he was the only one who managed to escape by sheer luck. Out of fear, he had quickly jumped into the water and used the water transformation technique to flee when his companion was attacked. He had witnessed with his own eyes that white-haired brat throwing a purple spear from a distance, pinning his companions to the ground one by one. Then, a group of red-eyed and red-haired individuals jumped out and slaughtered the rest of his comrades. "Why does it have to be me, Hosuke Ryazuki, carrying out this kind of mission? That white-haired brat is way too dangerous." He cursed as he cautiously scouted his surroundings. After confirming no one was around, he quickened his pace and left. "Captain, the hidden Hozuki ninja have retreated." Uzumaki Rina suddenly opened her eyes, her sharp gaze fixed on Hataki Kid, her tone both tense and excited. Hataki Kid nodded slightly. "Understood. We can retreat now," he ordered calmly. During the retreat, Rina couldn't help but ask, "Captain, what do we do next?" Hataki Kid's lips curled into a sly smile. "The bait has been set. Now we wait to see if the big fish will bite." He was full of confidence and exuded an imposing aura. Rina nodded thoughtfully. "I hope this time we get a good result." After a moment of silence, Hataki Kid suddenly asked, "Which is the nearest unit?" Rina quickly replied, "The third Elders team, they're nearby." Hataki Kid pondered for a moment and then said to Uzumaki Rina, "Good. To be safe, contact headquarters and request reinforcements. Have the nearby unit come to support us?" He took a deep breath and said slowly, "If we're lucky this time, we might be able to annihilate this Kekei Genkai unit." Meanwhile, at the temporary camp of the Kirigakure Kekei Genkai unit, Hozuki Ryazuki silently returned to the Hozuki clan's camp. While outside, he had been full of complaints about the team leader, Hozuki Tenjetsu, but upon returning to the camp, he became well-behaved, as if he were a different person. A ninja entered Hozuki Tenjetsu's tent to report, "Lord Tenjetsu, Hozuki Ryazuki has returned." I knew Ryazuki would make it back alive," Hozuki Tenjetsu said joyfully. "Bring him in quickly." Hozuki Ryazuki was well known for his caution and self-preservation, rarely putting himself in danger. His keen sense of danger had allowed him to escape death numerous times. He entered the tent, and Hozuki Tenjetsu stared at him intently. "Ryazuki, tell me the information you gathered." Hozuki Ryazuki muttered inwardly but replied respectfully on the surface, "Lord Tenjetsu, last night it was indeed the Uzumaki clan bluffing. They don't have nearly as many people as they pretended to." Hozuki Tenjetsu frowned and pressed further, "Is that all?" Liangyu hurriedly added, "Of course not just that, my lord. I also discovered that there's a massive supply station nearby, hiding 1/3 of the resources of Yuzushio village." "Really?" Guiding Tenjetsu's face was full of doubt, finding it hard to believe that such a secretive piece of information had been uncovered. Guiding Liang Yu nodded eagerly, "My lord, this information is absolutely true. The supply station is located in Hongchuan town, and those missing civilians from the land of whirlpools are all gathered there." Guiding Tenjetsu slammed the table angrily, cursing, "Nonsense. I know Hongchuan town very well. It's so remote that it couldn't be more remote, and it might have been abandoned long ago. Would the Uzumaki clan use such a place as a supply station?" "Yes, yes." Guiding Liang Yu was stunned by the scolding and quickly explained, "My lord, you don't understand. This is exactly the cunning of the red-haired ones. They chose Hongchuan town precisely because it's remote, making it hard to discover while ensuring the safety of their resources." Guiding Tenjetsu's eyes suddenly widened as if he had discovered a new continent. His gaze burned as he stared intently at Guiding Liang Yu, waiting for him to continue. Seeing this, Guiding Liang Yu was secretly delighted, knowing he had successfully piqued Guiding Tenjetsu's interest. Seizing the opportunity, he continued, "My lord, think about it. If the civilians of the land of whirlpools are all gathered in Hongchuan town, wouldn't that mean a massive accumulation of wealth? After all, they must have brought all their possessions while fleeing." Guiding Tenjetsu's eyes grew even brighter, clearly intrigued by the idea. Seeing this, Guiding Liang Yu quickly added, "Moreover, Hongchuan town is remote and poorly defended. If it weren't for your foresight, who would have thought that this small town had become the red-haired one's supply point?" Guiding Tenjetsu nodded repeatedly, becoming increasingly convinced of Liang Yu's words. The remote Hongchuan town had unexpectedly become a secret base to evade searches. Now, with a large influx of civilians, it was undoubtedly a treasure trove. At this thought, he silently cursed the third Mizukage, wishing he could claim this windfall for himself. Since he had been sent as cannon fodder, he might as well embezzle the resources. His greed roared like a beast, urging him to seize Hongchuan town. Images of ninjas plundering freely and wealth piling up like mountains flashed through his mind, making his heart race. He decided to lead the Guiding clan's ninjas to infiltrate Hongchuan town quietly and devour this piece of fat meat. A cold expression appeared on his face as he stared intently at Guiding Liang Yu, as if trying to see through his soul. Guiding Liang Yu shuddered under the gaze, quickly kneeling and bowing his head. "Lord Tenjetsu, I am a member of the Guiding clan and would never betray you." Guiding Tenjetsu remained unmoved, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Liang Yu, I trust you. But you must be tired from your reconnaissance. Someone, take him away to rest properly. Liang Yu, you are my blood brother. Later, when we Guiding clan set out, you must stay close to me." Guiding Liang Yu nodded quickly, knowing that otherwise, the trusted aides outside might rush in at any moment to take action. The internal strife in Kirigakure was not only fierce among the ninja clans but also rife within the clans themselves. The Guiding clan's secret mobilization naturally caught the attention of other ninja clans. The leaders of the major ninja clans gathered once again, with only the Guiding clan absent. Hozuki Kikowa of the Yuki clan smirked subtly, his expression meaningful as he slowly said, "It seems the Guiding clan has uncovered some important intelligence." His words echoed in the air, immediately causing a stir among the other leaders. The leader of the Terumi clan snorted coldly, his face full of displeasure as he complained, "Hoarding intelligence and refusing to share, it's obvious the Guiding clan wants to keep it all for themselves. Aren't they afraid of choking on it?" His voice was filled with anger and resentment. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "Why not just storm the Hozuki clan's camp and capture Hozuki Tenjetsu for questioning?" This statement was like a heavy bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere on the scene. The leaders of the other ninja clans, upon hearing this, found it hard to suppress their impulses and turned their gazes toward the Terumi and Mizuka Jetsu clans, expecting them to take the lead in the charge. However, Mizuka Jetsu Kaikowa calmly waved his hand, signaling everyone to stay calm. He scanned the crowd, noticing the disappointed expressions, and sneered inwardly, "A bunch of foolish people, trying to use us to take risks so they can reap the benefits? Not a chance." He looked around at everyone and smiled as he said, "I really don't understand why everyone insists on storming the Hozuki clan's camp. Hozuki Tenjetsu voluntarily offered to scout the way for us, and we haven't even had the chance to thank them yet." No one present was naive. They immediately understood his implication. He intended to use the Hozuki clan as cannon fodder to scout the way. The crowd's vigilance instantly heightened. Mizuka Jetsu Kaikowa noticed their reaction but remained indifferent, continuing with a smile, "Since that's the case, what are you all hesitating for? The Hozuki clan is about to set off." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone returned to their respective clan camps, preparing to secretly follow the Hozuki clan. Watching their departing figures, Mizuka Jetsu Kaikowa's expression suddenly changed, his smile vanishing in an instant. He snorted coldly and muttered under his breath, "A bunch of useless fools, and you think you can make me, Mizuka Jetsu, take the risk? Let's see what you're really capable of first. They took the bait. Uzumaki Rina looked at Hatake Kid in disbelief. When the Blood Mist unit of Kirigakure set out, they were immediately detected by the Uzumaki ninja stationed around the camp. Just as Hatake Kid had predicted, the Hozuki clan set off first, followed shortly by the Blood Mist unit trailing far behind. How could this be? Just by throwing a few explosive tags and spreading some false information, they fell for it so easily? Did this make the Uzumaki clan seem too foolish? But she quickly suppressed her shock, took a deep breath, and calmly asked Hatake Kid for instructions. Captain, what should we do next? Hatake Kid's lips curled into a confident smile. He turned to Uzumaki Rina, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, and said slowly, "This time, the plan is different. We'll first annihilate the group of enemies at the rear, then turn back and wipe out the Hozuki clan's ninjas in one fell swoop." Uzumaki Rina's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting Hatake Kid to be so bold. However, she did not immediately question him and waited quietly for his next command. Hatake Kid seemed to see through her doubts and continued, "Don't worry, everything is under my control. Contact the third elder and have him act according to the plan. Uchiha Keisuke, Uchiha Saizen, you two go assist the third elder. I know you didn't get enough action last time, so this time, you can have a proper fight." The two were thrilled upon hearing this. They exchanged a glance and immediately stood up, responding in unison, "Yes." The third elder received the order. Although he felt some dissatisfaction at being commanded by a younger person, he understood the importance of the mission and suppressed his emotions, proceeding to carry out the plan as instructed. The Red River Valley is the only route to Red River Town. The third elder led the troops, galloping like the wind, and arrived first. Uchiha Keisuke and Ayakawa followed closely behind. The third elder looked at these two energetic young Uchihas with mixed emotions. He had experienced countless life and death situations and the rise and fall of clans, having fought the Uchiha clan numerous times. Now, seeing the newcomers, he was filled with deep feelings. Just as he was lost in thought, Guiding Tenjutsu led the Guiding Ninja, charging in like a fierce tiger. The third elder immediately ordered concealment, allowing the Guiding clan to pass through. This was not a mistake but a pre-arranged plan. The Guiding clan excelled in hydration jutsu, which could resist most physical attacks. However, lightning release was the nemesis of hydration jutsu, and the task of defeating the Guiding clan was assigned to Hatake Kid. The remaining enemy forces were to be completely annihilated by the third elder, who vowed to destroy them in the Red River Valley. The Guiding clan smoothly passed through the valley. The pursuing forces, without conducting reconnaissance, assumed the area was safe and entered the valley one after another, completely unaware that a trap had been set. Boom! Just as they stepped into the valley, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. Suddenly, a transparent spherical barrier appeared out of thin air, like a giant bubble, enclosing the entire valley and forming a sealed space. The third elder personally cast the ninjutsu for Spirit's formation. He led the group in setting up the sealing barrier, which was far more powerful than before. The bloodline ninjas of Kirigakure were completely unprepared and crashed into the sudden barrier like headless flies. Accompanied by dull thuds and screams, they were battered and bruised, looking utterly miserable. Seeing this, the leaders of Kirigakure felt a chill in their hearts, immediately realizing this was a trap set specifically for them. The barrier was impenetrable, leaving no escape route, trapping them completely. What frightened them even more was that this was clearly a meticulously planned ambush, designed to wipe them out entirely. The third elder stood outside the barrier, coldly watching the trapped enemies, a sense of revenge surging in his heart. For years, the Uzumaki clan, due to their unique geography, had constant conflicts with Kirigakure and were often bullied. This time, Kirigakure even sought to annihilate them completely. Facing a formidable enemy, the third elder showed no mercy. His hands swiftly formed seals, and chakra surged from his body, flowing into the barrier, causing its surface to ripple with strange waves. For Spirit's formation, seal. The trapped Kirigakure ninjas' faces turned pale, clearly suppressed. The third elder gestured for Uchiha Keisuke and Uchiha Ayakawa to step forward, handing them two specially crafted talisman papers. Though puzzled, the two accepted them. "You brats from the three families, hold on to these talismans. The barrier suppresses chakra flow, and since you're not from the Uzumaki clan, you'll definitely be affected. With these talismans, you can resist it. Now go and kill the enemy." The third elder's voice was low and stern. The two exchanged glances, excitement flashing in their eyes. The third elder ordered, "Liangfeng, take action. Kill all these vile jackals." Uchiha Keisuke and Uchiha Saizen were the first to charge into the barrier, followed closely by the Uzumaki clan, surging like a torrent toward the Kirigakure ninjas. Under the suppression of the barrier, the abilities of the Kekkei Genkai ninjas could only be utilized to 50% of their potential. The ninjas of the Uzumaki clan were brimming with momentum, their combat power astonishing. Although they usually excelled in sealing techniques and support, and were not particularly prominent in direct combat, within the barrier, each of them could easily handle one Kekkei Genkai ninja, with the stronger ones even capable of taking on two. With the barrier's enhancement, the Uzumaki ninjas worked together, forcing the Kekkei Genkai ninjas of Kirigakure into a continuous retreat. After entering the barrier, Uchiha Keisuke's and Uchiha Saizen quickly scanned their surroundings for opponents. Uchiha Keisuke's gaze was sharp, his red 3-tomo Sharingan fully activated, exuding a powerful aura. Around him, dozens of massive ice mirrors appeared, reflecting blurry human figures. These ice mirrors were the secret technique of the Yuki clan's ice-release demonic mirroring ice crystals. Although Yuki Kaigawa was suppressed by the barrier, his strength was still formidable. Just as Uchiha Keisuke's was fully focused on observing, a figure darted out of the ice mirror like lightning, moving at an astonishing speed. At the same time, dozens of Senbon kunai rained down from behind, accompanied by the sound of them slicing through the air, aiming directly at his vital points. Uchiha Keisuke's reacted swiftly, twisting his body sharply to narrowly evade the fatal attack. But this was only the beginning. Yuki Kaigawa was unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. The ice mirrors moved rapidly, their positions constantly shifting, creating a dazzling spectacle. Uchiha Keisuke's quickly formed hand seals, and in an instant, a blazing tornado of flames erupted, the scorching fire resembling a frenzied dancing dragon, surging in all directions. Fire release, explosive wind dance, he roared, as the fiery tornado violently collided with the ice mirrors. With a sizzling sound, the flames clashed fiercely with the ice mirrors, sparks flying everywhere. Surprisingly, despite the intensity of the flames, the ice mirrors remained completely intact, showing no signs of cracking. From within the mirror, Yuki Kaigawa sneered coldly, You think this fire release can harm my ice release? Gazing at Uchiha Keisuke's blood-red Sharingan, a greedy desire surged in his heart. Sharingan, Uchiha. What luck! Your eyes will be mine. Before his words had even faded, the ice mirrors flickered, and countless Senbon kunai shot forth. Uchiha Keisuke's Sharingan spun rapidly as he wielded a kunai in his hand, deflecting the Senbon one by one. Good moves, but... Before the words were finished, he darted through the gap between the Senbon, thrusting a kunai fiercely at an ice mirror. With a ding, the ice mirror deformed, revealing a stunned Suigetsu Kaikowa. Uchiha Keisuke sneered, In front of my Sharingan, your proud ninjutsu and disguises are useless. This is the power of the Uchiha. Hearing this, Suigetsu Kaikowa's expression shifted from surprise to anger. Kid, you're courting death. He grabbed Keisuke's arm, and with his other hand, quickly formed hand seals. Ice release, ice rock hall prison. An ice wall immediately rose, trapping Keisuke's within. Suigetsu Kaikowa continued forming hand seals with both hands. Ice release, exploding ice crystals. The ice wall exploded with a thunderous roar, shattering Keisuke's into pieces. Suigetsu Kaikowa laughed triumphantly, In the end, I win. Uchiha? Just mere pebbles. Just as he was searching for his next target, intense pain surged through his body, his strength rapidly fading, and the sound of a mirror shattering echoed in his ears. He regained clarity, finding a kunai lodged in his chest and a pair of crimson Sharingan before him. He instantly realized he had fallen into a genjutsu. Collapsing to the ground, he asked haltingly, when? Keisuke replied calmly, When you tried to take my Sharingan. Is that so? Before he could finish his sentence, he fell into eternal darkness. Elsewhere, Uchiha Saikawa demonstrated the power of her swordsmanship, combining it with her Sharingan for a one-hit kill. Just as she pierced the back of an enemy's neck, golden chains suddenly wrapped around her waist. In an instant, she was pulled toward an Uzumaki girl. At the same time, corrosive acid dripped onto the spot where she had just been standing. Qingchuan's heart tightened, relieved to have narrowly escaped danger. Thank you. The Uzumaki girl stared seriously at the three Kirame clan ninjas. Although the Kirame clan has barriers, they are still difficult to deal with. I have a plan. Come here first. She walked to Qingchuan's side and whispered a few words. After hearing this, the girl showed a surprised expression but nodded in agreement. The three Kirame clan ninjas leapt back, forming a triangular formation to surround the two rival clan girls. Melting release, ensnaring technique. The three simultaneously opened their mouths, releasing viscous acid that formed a circle, trapping the two inside. Then, forming hand seals, the acid surged and intertwined, creating a massive acid web that descended upon them. Uchiha Qingchuan raised an eyebrow, pulling out a dozen kunai and throwing them all at once. The kunai were immediately corroded upon contact with the acid, but the attached explosive tags detonated, scattering the acid everywhere, even affecting the Kirame clan members. The three hurriedly dodged, fearing the corrosive acid. The Uzumaki girl clasped her hands together and chanted, "Earth release, Earth prison hall." A hemispherical earthen wall suddenly rose, enclosing the two girls. The acid sizzled as it hit the earthen wall, but the thick barrier held firm. Although the Kirame clan ninjas avoided the main blast, several bloody holes appeared on their bodies, corroded by the acid and dripping with blood. The three, enraged, prepared to attack again. Before they could act, several golden chakra chains suddenly extended from the earthen wall, tightly binding the trio. Their chakra, which had been flowing slowly, now came to a complete halt. Adamantine sealing chains. Taking advantage of the moment, Uchiha Qingchuan dashed out of the area, flicking his right hand to release several shuriken at peculiar angles, striking the throats of the three Kirame clan ninjas. After dealing with the immediate enemies, the two girls introduced themselves. Qingchuan, of the Uchiha clan. Akimu, of the Uzumaki clan. They exchanged smiles and continued fighting side by side. Under the barrier's reinforcement, two Uchiha Jonin with three Tomo Sharingan faced off against the formidable Uzumaki clan. The balance shifted, with the Uzumaki clan gaining an absolute advantage. It was only a matter of time before the remnants of the Bloodline Limit forces were eradicated. The Bloodline Limit ninjas suffered increasing casualties, their leader precisely slain, leaving the remaining ninjas in a panicked retreat. But by then, it was too late to escape. The Bloodline Limit ninjas became caged birds, with death as their only fate. Though there were casualties during the siege, the remaining ninjas struggled desperately in fear. Two surviving Kamikaze clan ninjas took the lead, forming hand seals as their bodies rapidly swelled, grinning viciously and shouting, "Die, all of you, die! Ha ha ha!" The air flowed, rushing into their bodies. Outside the barrier, the third elder's eyes narrowed, recognizing this as the Kamikaze clan's self-destruction technique, Kamikaze Death Strike, though its precision was slightly lacking. Humph. Want to commit suicide and drag the Uzumaki clan down with you? First, see if you have the ability. For spirit formation, seal. Pitch-black chains extended from the barrier, coiling around the swelling Kamikaze ninja like venomous snakes. In the next instant, the two suddenly shrank, like deflated balloons, quickly returning to their original state. Men, continue to hunt down these jackals. Be cautious of their counterattacks, prioritize long-range attacks. The ninjas within the barrier nodded, and in an instant, various ninjutsu rained down like a storm upon the remaining Kekkai Genkai ninjas. Lightning style, false darkness. Wind style, pressure damage. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Finally, all the Kekkai Genkai ninjas were eliminated, and their bodies were sealed into scrolls by the Uzumaki clan, becoming precious spoils of war. The bodies of Kekkai Genkai ninjas are of extremely high value, aiding ninjas in researching bloodline limits. While the fierce battle raged in the Red River Valley, outside Red River Town, the Hozuki clan ninjas were resting, preparing for a surprise attack. Hozuki Ryazuki was once again sent to scout the town. As soon as he entered the town, he was detected by Hataki Kid and Uzumaki Reina. Hataki Kid narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a confident smile. The fish has taken the bait. Mind net, illusion. An invisible force spread like ripples, silently but swiftly enveloping the entire town. In the town, a trace of confusion flashed in Hozuki Ryazuki's eyes, but he quickly regained his vigilance. He looked around and saw a large number of migrating civilians and mountains of grain. There were not many ninjas in the town, stationed at key locations such as the village entrance and the warehouse to stand guard. After scouting the area, Hozuki Ryazuki quietly left. Hidden in the shadows, Hataki Kid watched him leave. Prepare, the battle is about to begin. Upon hearing the report, Hozuki Tengetsu was ecstatic and led his clan straight toward Hongchuan town. Tengetsu's heart was filled with joy. Food, ninja tools, wealth, all of it is mine. Just as the Hozuki clan charged into the town with hunger in their eyes, Hozuki Ryazuki at the rear suddenly felt a pang of unease. This familiar feeling, it always appeared right before death. Could it be? He stared at the clan members recklessly charging ahead and quietly moved to shield them from the front. Sure enough, the sky was suddenly engulfed by deep purple lightning. The purple lightning, as if controlled by an invisible giant hand, quickly intertwined above the town, forming an impenetrable cage of thunder that trapped the Hozuki clan within. Purple lightning, thunder prison. Hozuki Tengetsu's heart sank as he immediately realized it was all a trap. The so-called supply transfer station and the migrating citizens of the land of whirlpools were nothing but bait. He hurriedly searched for Hozuki Ryazuki, intending to kill the traitor who had spread the false information, but he couldn't find any trace of him. The trapped Hozuki clan, like a panicked swarm of bees, fell into chaos, scattering in all directions and desperately trying to break through the lightning-woven cage. But no matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape the confines of the lightning. Then, the purple lightning poured down like a torrential rain, striking the Hozuki clan mercilessly. Each bolt of lightning pierced through their bodies like a sharp sword. The struck Hozuki members screamed in agony, turning into soft, jelly-like masses before collapsing unconscious to the ground. Hatake Kid remained expressionless, continuously channeling chakra into the Thunder Prison to ensure no one escaped. When the last lightning bolt struck, the Hozuki clan within the Thunder Prison were all electrocuted unconscious, losing their ability to resist. Kakiki Maple slowly withdrew the lightning, and the Thunder Prison dissipated. The Uzumaki clan, led by Uzumaki Rina, quickly stepped forward and sealed all the unconscious members of the Hozuki clan. Not long after, the third elder led a team to join forces, and the group advanced together toward the direction of the Whirlpool Hidden Village. After they had been gone for a while, the waters of the distant Red River surged, and the flowing water gathered into a human form. It was none other than Hozuki Ryazuki, whom Hozuki Tenjetsu had been desperately searching for. Hozuki Ryazuki wiped his sweat, his face full of fear yet relief. The Hidden Mist Village is no longer safe. I must escape quickly. In this battle, the Uzumaki clan achieved a great victory. Not only did they defeat the Hidden Mist Village's Bloodline Limit unit, but they also captured a large number of precious Bloodline ninjas. However, the actions of the third Mizukage left the Uzumaki clan utterly perplexed. These Bloodline ninjas were extremely valuable, yet the third Mizukage sent them to their deaths so easily. What secret lies behind this? Despite their many doubts, the Uzumaki clan gladly accepted this unexpected gift. After all, these ninjas would aid their research into bloodline limits, bringing about significant breakthroughs. With these valuable research materials, the Uzumaki clan believed they would achieve unprecedented progress in the field of bloodline limits. However, even though the losses in this battle were minimal, the leadership remained vigilant. They understood clearly that the Hidden Mist Village, as one of the 5 great shinobi villages, was not to be underestimated. Although the Hidden Mist Village was on par with the Hidden Sand Village, it certainly had more than just a few hundred bloodline limit troops. The real confrontation had only just begun. Inside the Namiendo Hall, the lights were bright. In the spacious hall, the high-ranking members of the Uzumaki clan sat solemnly, the atmosphere tense. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the clan leader, Uzumaki Rudong, waiting for his battle strategy. Rudong stood before a massive map, his voice deep and powerful. We successfully annihilated the Hidden Mist Village's Bloodline Limit unit and achieved a major victory. This was not only due to the intelligence support from our Konoha allies but also thanks to everyone's hard work and unity. He looked around at the group and continued, but we cannot let our guard down. The Bloodline Limit unit is only a part of the Hidden Mist Village. Greater dangers lie ahead. Everyone nodded in agreement. Rudong smiled with satisfaction and said, "Next, I will invite our Konoha allies to outline the next steps of the plan." At Senju Momoka's signal, Hatake Kid stepped steadily toward the map. After glancing around, he focused on the map and spoke firmly. Before the battle, we anticipated such a situation and prepared a response plan. Intelligence indicates that the Hidden Mist Village has an elite unit known as the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, but they have not appeared in recent days. This suggests that their main force is in hiding, waiting to deliver a fatal blow to us. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd began to discuss. Someone asked, "Where are they hiding?" Kakashi Kid smiled and pointed at the map. Based on the intelligence and the relationship between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha, their main force is likely hiding on the route that connects the Uzumaki clan to Konoha. The plan is as follows. First, select elites from the ninjas to disguise as wounded, civilians, and elders, pretending to retreat towards Konoha. Uchiha's combat squad and I will openly escort them, coordinating with Konoha's ambush reinforcements to swiftly eliminate the Kirigakure forces. He turned to the clan leader, his expression solemn. "Clan leader Ishido, I must ask you to lead the Uzumaki ninjas to hold off the enemy with all your might. We will bring reinforcements as quickly as possible." Ishido was initially startled, then burst into hearty laughter, suddenly standing up, exuding a bold and heroic aura. "Ha! It's been years since I've fought a war. Do you think these old bones of mine can still manage? Rest assured, even if it costs my life, I will complete the mission." Within the Uzumaki clan's territory, the ninjas were bustling with activity. Some were cleaning their tools, others were replenishing supplies, and some were setting up traps. Everyone was making final preparations for the imminent battle. At night, the northern sea of the Land of Whirlpools was dark and turbulent. A fleet of over 100 ships moved forward slowly. Uchiha Keisuke stood at the bow of the ship, gripping the railing tightly, his gaze sharp and vigilant. Other members of the Uchiha squad were equally tense, ready to engage in battle at any moment. Inside the cabin, Uzumaki Rina quietly activated her Kagura Mind's Eye, working in tandem with Kakashi Kid's mind net to detect the surroundings. This operation was deliberately conducted at night on the sea to create the illusion of a panicked escape. On a desolate island north of the land of whirlpools, the third Mizukage Genshin stood silently under the moonlight, their eyes fixed on the land of whirlpools, their target. Behind them, 7 menacing ninjas carrying massive swords stood like phantoms. They were the 7 ninja swordsmen, the most loyal blades of the third Mizukage, ready to deliver a deadly strike at any moment. Suddenly, an ANBU ninja arrived like lightning, kneeling on one knee to report to the third Mizukage, Mizukage-sama, the Uzumaki clan's fleet has been spotted heading towards Konoha village. The third Mizukage's expression remained calm as he turned to signal Genshin. Genshin nodded and immediately issued orders to the 7 ninja swordsmen, Ida Jinkaku, Hebian, intercept these remnants of the Uzumaki clan. Do not let them escape. Annihilate them all. The two responded in unison, their faces revealing bloodthirsty smiles, eagerly anticipating the mission. Master Yuan turned to the 7 ninja swordsmen and said coldly, "Everyone, follow me to the land of whirlpools. Take this opportunity to strike them down in one fell swoop, leaving them no chance to catch their breath." He paused for a moment, his tone even colder, "Not a single one shall remain." The 7 ninja swordsmen's faces showed bloodthirsty expressions, their eyes gleaming with excitement, impatient to engage in a bloody battle. The third Mizukage stood quietly to the side, saying nothing. After everyone left, he headed toward Kirigakure under the protection of the Umbu. In his view, this war against the Uzumaki clan was absolutely profitable. Not only did he seize the wealth accumulated by the Uzumaki clan over the years to replenish the village's finances, but he also eliminated the rebellious bloodline clans within the village, consolidating the Mizukage's control. The moonlight was like water, and the sea breeze gently brushed by. Suddenly, both Hatake Kid and Uzumaki Rina opened their eyes simultaneously in the cabin. Standing at the bow, Uchiha Keisuke and Uchiha Saizen issued a warning, "Enemies spotted to the north." Hatake Kid immediately stood up and appeared on the deck in an instant, smirking coldly as he looked at Uchiha Saizen, "Contact Elder Show immediately. This time, I will sever Kirigakure's ninja swords." Before long, the ship slowly rotated, shielding the wounded and civilians in the center like a shield. The guarding ninjas, seeing this, unhesitatingly leapt into the sea, standing firmly on the waves, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The Jonin of the Uzumaki clan also kept a sharp watch on their surroundings, their gazes as keen as eagles, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. Sure enough, a large number of figures suddenly emerged from all directions, silently surrounding the Uzumaki clan's fleet. Upon closer inspection, they were all Kirigakure ninjas. Their numbers were overwhelming, densely packed, enough to instill fear. Although the Kirigakure ninjas had the advantage in numbers, their strength was clearly inferior to that of the bloodline ninjas. The Kirigakure ambushers were all standard combat personnel, while the Uzumaki clan included not only ninjas but also a large number of wounded and civilians. In the distance, 2 powerful chakra presences were approaching. One was rushing in swiftly, while the other remained stationary, exuding an intimidating aura. A chilling laugh echoed, "The first head is mine." Purple lightning, thunder god fist. Hatake Kid's furious shout interrupted the chilling laugh. His right hand was enveloped in purple lightning, his fist crackling with electricity, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Without hesitation, he swung his fist, and the violent power of thunder surged into the ranks of the Kirigakure ninjas like a ferocious beast. Several ninjas didn't even have time to scream before being struck by the lightning, their bodies instantly charred and emitting a pungent burnt smell. Hatake Kid's figure flickered, darting into the enemy ranks like a bolt of lightning, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to react. Purple lightning, painful sky kick. He fiercely kicked out his right leg, accompanied by purple lightning. The kick combined the power of thunder and the monstrous strength taught by Tsunade, its power astonishing. Several ninjas couldn't block it at all, sent flying like kites with broken strings, leaving devastation in their wake. "You court death. Water style." The owner of the cold voice rushed forward, forming hand seals to counterattack. Kakashi Kid stepped forward without hesitation and kicked her abdomen. She was sent flying as if repelled. Kakashi Kid followed closely, drawing his blade to strike. Ida Azakami stood at the rear, initially calm, but upon seeing Kakashi Kid severely injure one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and mercilessly kill the enemy, his inner fear erupted completely. "Stop!" Ida Azakami screamed in despair, his tone filled with disbelief and hopelessness. He couldn't accept such a situation, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen being defeated so easily. Kakashi Kid ignored him and continued slashing with his blade. Thunder Prison, Judgment. Lightning-style chakra wrapped around the blade, and in the next moment, the heavily injured Hebikumo was cleaved in two. Hebikumo's eyes widened in disbelief, his face full of shock, as the massive sword Samahata sank into the water behind him. Whether it was the ninjas of Kirigakure or the Uzumaki clan, they all felt as if what had just happened was a dream, utterly unbelievable. They had never expected the situation to turn out like this. The disruption of their formation had already caught them off guard, but what followed was even more shocking. With just a kick and a slash, one of their commanders, Hebikumo, was easily taken down. It was like a nightmare, no one could believe it was real. The ninjas of the Uzumaki clan were even more astounded. During the fierce battles of the past few days, Kakashi Kid's steady command had already earned the respect of these fiery red-haired warriors. They had thought that the intelligence of such a young individual was extraordinary, but his strength might be average. Unexpectedly, Kakashi Kid defeated a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen in just a few moves. This powerful display of strength earned the respect of the Uzumaki ninja. The others were stunned, but Kakashi Kid remained calm and composed. Kill! A furious shout snapped everyone back to reality. This was no time for hesitation. Waves surged, chains intertwined, and barriers flickered in and out of sight. Uchiha Keisuke and Uchiha Saizen were the first to engage in battle. Uchiha Keisuke swiftly cut down several Kirigakure ninjas. Just as he was about to continue, 2 Kirigakure Jonin blocked his path. Water style, 1,000 killing water spears. Water style, raging waves. The 2 unleashed water style techniques, using the advantage of the water surface to completely suppress Uchiha Keisuke's fire style. Seawater surged, and dense water columns shot toward Uchiha Keisuke's, while waves closed in, cutting off all escape routes. The power of fire style was greatly diminished, leaving only the Sharingan to support him. With the keen vision of the Sharingan, Uchiha Keisuke managed to break through the encirclement multiple times. Combining the Sharingan with Uchiha-style swordsmanship allowed him to fight 2 opponents at once with ease. Realizing that taijutsu was ineffective, the 2 Kirigakure Jonin distanced themselves and began bombarding him with long-range ninjutsu. Before long, Uchiha Keisuke discerned their pattern. Forming hand seals, he launched several kunai. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball hurtled toward the 2, but they dismissed it with disdain. Water style, Water Formation Wall. The water wall easily blocked the fireball. As smoke billowed, several kunai shot through the haze. Using the smoke to obscure our vision and launch a sneak attack? Too naive. The 2 tilted their heads to dodge the kunai. Just as they were feeling triumphant, a few explosions blasted the 2 of them away. For Uchiha Keisuke, casting a small genjutsu to disrupt vision was a piece of cake. The genjutsu made them overlook the explosive tags tied to the kunai, ultimately leading them into a trap. This kind of minor genjutsu was usually easy to break, but with the intense battle and their focus at its peak, the 2 Jonin from Kirigakure didn't notice this little trick at all. Uchiha, as expected, imper before the sentence was finished, 2 kunai had already pierced the throats of the 2 Kirigakure Jonin. The 2 died unwillingly, cursing in their hearts, "What's wrong with you Konoha people? Can't even let someone say a last word before dying?" Uchiha Keisuke looked at the 2 corpses, utterly puzzled. What's the point of talking? Dead is dead. Elsewhere, Uchiha Saikawa immediately encountered a Kirigakure Jonin, and the 2 engaged in a fierce battle. Hidden Mist Technique. A dense mist quickly enveloped the area, attempting to obscure vision. Fire style, Explosive Wind Dance. A fiery tornado swiftly dispersed the mist. Clang! Ninja blades clashed as Saikawa blocked a sneak attack from behind. Their eyes met, and Saikawa's Sharingan glimmered with an eerie light. The Kirigakure ninja struck with ferocious force, each blow carrying lethal intent. Saikawa moved with the agility of a snake, targeting the opponent's vital points with precision. Unable to suppress Saikawa with taijutsu, the Kirigakure Jonin created some distance, preparing to use ninjutsu. But to his shock, Saikawa assumed the exact same stance as him. Suppressing his surprise, the Kirigakure ninja quickly formed hand seals. Ox, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, rooster. Sure enough, Saikawa mirrored the same ninjutsu in perfect synchronization. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. 2 water dragons rose from the sea, tearing into each other as water splashed everywhere. What's going on? The Kirigakure ninja was bewildered, feeling as though he was fighting against himself. You little brat, what kind of trick did you use? He formed seals in panic but hesitated when he saw Qingxuan's movements mirroring his own. Chingchuan didn't pause, water style, great waterfall. A massive wave surged forward, the water rushing fiercely toward the mist ninja. Not good. He couldn't react in time and was swept away, feeling dizzy and disoriented. After the water technique ended, the mist ninja staggered to his feet, but before he could recover, a kunai pierced his throat with precision, extinguishing his life completely. Daring to look directly at the Sharingan, how overconfident. The scene shifted back to Kakashi Kid's side. With a shout of kill, Kakashi Kid swiftly drew the ninja blade from his back and charged at Ida Aikaku like lightning. Ida Aikaku sensed the danger but couldn't evade in time. The blade, carrying a chilling aura, slashed across, striking his left arm. With a squelch, blood spurted out, staining the sea red. Ida Aikaku gasped in pain, cold sweat streaming down his face. He was shocked if he hadn't dodged slightly, that strike would have taken his life. As a renowned ninja of the Mist Village, being beaten so miserably by a young brat filled him with shame and anger. What infuriated him even more was that one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Habikumo, had been swiftly defeated by Kakashi Kid, making him even more wary of Kakashi Kid's strength. Kakashi Kid sneered coldly, holding his ninja blade as he continued to approach. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, water style, water prison technique. Ida Aikaku was surrounded and protected by a giant water sphere. Kakashi Kid remained unfazed, covering his blade with lightning-style chakra, ready to strike down. Immediately after, water style, water shark bullet technique. A shark-shaped water bullet rose from the sea. Purple lightning flickered around Kakashi Kid, and the water bullet exploded into mist under the impact of the lightning. At that moment, a female ninja with shark-like gill markings on her face quickly rescued Ida Aikaku. She was none other than Yumi Hashigaki. Yumi's sharp gaze locked onto Kakashi Kid, her body slightly leaning forward, fully alert. Lord Ida, this brat is troublesome. We need to take him seriously, Yumi said in a low voice. Ida Aikaku nodded, his face icy cold, his eyes resolute. He drew 2 uniquely shaped ninja blades from his waist, ready to fight. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. Yumi shouted angrily, forming seals with her hands and slamming them onto the sea surface. Instantly, towering waves rose from the sea, roaring like a ferocious beast as they surged toward Kakashi Kid. Ida Aikaku stood atop the waves, using the momentum to charge fiercely at Kakashi Kid. Seeing the scene before him, Kakashi Kid's face lit up with unconcealed excitement, a primal desire for battle. The purple lightning within him grew wilder, flashing with dazzling brilliance. Suddenly, with a flash of purple lightning, Kakashi Kid's figure vanished in an instant, moving so fast that it was impossible to track his movements. In the next moment, he appeared like a ghost beside Yumi Hashigaki, his actions swift and decisive as he swung his hand like a hammer toward her head. With a loud bang, the sea surface trembled. Strangely, Yumi Hashigaki didn't fall but instead dissipated like mist. It turned out to be her water clone, while her real body had already disappeared. Ida Aikaku, using the momentum of the waves, charged aggressively at Kakashi Kid, but the latter transformed into lightning and vanished, causing his fierce attack to miss. Ida quickly turned around, launching a sneak attack from behind, crossing his dual blades in a powerful swing accompanied by overwhelming currents of electricity aimed at Kakashi Kid. Lightning style, Thunder Fong. At the same time, Yumi Hashigaki reappeared, swiftly forming seals and joining forces with Ida Aikaku to attack Kakashi Kid. Water style, Giant Shark Bullet technique. A massive stream erupted beneath her feet, forming a giant shark in mid-air, its jaws wide open to devour Kakashi Kid. The shark and the lightning combined, crashing fiercely toward Kakashi Kid. Boom! A loud explosion sent water splashing like torrential rain, but Kakashi Kid had already vanished without a trace. You've had your fun. Now it's my turn. Kakashi Kid reappeared in front of Yumi Hashigaki, sneering coldly. Purple lightning, Thunder Wrath Blade. Purple lightning coiled around his hand, ferociously slashing towards Kisaragi Yumi. Bastard, don't underestimate me. Water style, Water Formation Wall. Kisaragi Yumi raised a water wall to block the strike. Boom! One slash shattered the water wall, and Hataki Kid struck her, sending her flying. When she landed, her internal organs and neck were damaged, leaving her lifeless. Didn't anyone teach you not to expose your back to the enemy? Eijiro Ida seized the opportunity to launch an attack. The blade of the Thunder Blade Fong crackled with lightning, slashing straight towards Hataki Kid's head. Hataki Kid didn't dodge at all. Instead, he turned his body and directly grabbed the blade with his hand. Eijiro Ida was shocked, completely unprepared for his attack to be blocked. Now it's your turn. Hataki Kid said coldly, yanking the blade from Eijiro Ida's hand and kicking him in the chest, sending him flying. Ijiro Ida staggered to his feet, glaring at his weapon now in the enemy's hands, his fury igniting instantly. The weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen were crafted from rare materials, not only priceless but also symbols of the hidden mist village. Losing one was utterly humiliating. But Hatake Kid gave him no chance to vent his anger, casually tossing the thunder blade Fang aside, letting it fall into the sea. Useless. What are you standing there for? Purple lightning, thunder wrath blade. A flash of purple lightning streaked by, and Ijiro Ida's head flew off, his face still frozen in anger and shock. The surrounding hidden mist ninjas were utterly stunned. 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had been killed by this young boy before them, and their morale plummeted, wavering as they considered retreating. But by now, it was too late to retreat. The hidden mist ninjas, already low in morale, were even more powerless against the fierce assault of the Uzumaki clan. In contrast, the Uzumaki clan's spirits were high, their battle cries echoing continuously. Follow the captain and charge. Kill all these hidden mist scum. Charge. Just as the Uzumaki clan prepared to launch their charge, Hatake Kid sensed a familiar chakra rapidly approaching from afar. His heart leapt with joy, knowing the plan had succeeded. Both the Uzumaki and hidden mist ninjas sensed this sudden chakra, completely disrupting the hidden mist village's deployment and catching them off guard. The Uzumaki ninjas also became highly alert. Hatake Kid smiled faintly, turning towards the protected ship and shouting loudly to Uzumaki Rina on board, "Reinforcements have arrived, proceed as planned." The word reinforcements thrilled the Uzumaki ninjas, while the hidden mist ninjas turned pale, a sense of doom washing over them. In the distance, the blurry figures gradually became clear it was a unit from Konoha. Dozens of members broke away from the main force and quickly charged toward the rear of the Kirigakure ninja. Among the support troops, some ninjas had eyes glowing crimson, led by none other than Uchiha Sho. To Hatake Kid's surprise, another group had eyes that were completely white, clearly members of the Hyuga clan. Seeing this group of red-eyed and white-eyed ninjas, the Kirigakure ninjas immediately panicked. They cursed inwardly, "Damn it, why are the 2 great reapers, Uchiha and Hyuga, here? These red-eyed and white-eyed freaks are not to be messed with." But the Kirigakure ninjas were well-trained fighters and reacted quickly. Almost instantly, they decided to act, charging toward the ships guarded by the Uzumaki clan, clearly intending to take members of the Uzumaki clan hostage to threaten Konoha's forces. After all, Konoha values bonds and companions the most. As long as they captured the Uzumaki clan, they might have a chance to escape. The Uzumaki clan's protective ninjas saw through Kirigakure's scheme and prepared to fight to the death to stop them. Strangely, the main force, Hatake Kid, did nothing to stop them, allowing the Kirigakure ninjas to rush onto the ships. An Uzumaki ninja nearby anxiously asked, "Captain, what are you?" Before he could finish, the Kirigakure ninjas who had boarded the ship slammed into a solid barrier, one by one getting dizzy and being flung away. Immediately after, the wounded and civilians hidden in the ship's cabin revealed themselves. There were no wounded at all. They all drew their weapons, grinning menacingly at the surrounded Kirigakure ninjas. Hatake Kid leaped onto the deck and issued the final attack order. The Uchiha and Hyuga ninjas charged into the Kirigakure ranks like tigers descending a mountain. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Sharingan, Genjutsu. 8 trigrams, air palm. 8 trigrams, rotation. Although Konoha's vanguard was small in number, their strength was overwhelming. With the addition of the 2 great dojutsu clans, the battle instantly ignited. The Uzumaki ninjas disguised as wounded on the ship were equally formidable, releasing their long-suppressed fury at this moment. Under the pincer attack, the Kirigakure ninjas were utterly defeated, questioning their very existence. With the battle decided, Hatake Kid finally breathed a sigh of relief, though he still had doubts in his heart. Why were the Hyuga clan, known for their rigidity and stubbornness, here? In Konoha, the Hyuga clan was infamous for their inflexibility, even giving the Konoha F4 headaches. Thinking carefully, the only one who could persuade the Hyuga clan to join the battle was the matriarch of the Senju family. Fortunately, with the Hyuga clan's participation and the aid of their Byakugan, Konoha's forces were able to locate the Uzumaki clan's fleet amidst the vast ocean. The battle ended quickly. With the arrival of the main force, the Kirigakure army was completely annihilated. Ah, that was exhilarating. It's been so long since I've had such a satisfying fight. Hatake boy, your arrangements were brilliant. Before the person arrived, the voice came first. Uchiha Sho approached with a smile, patting Hatake Kid on the shoulder and asking, "What's the plan next?" Hatake Kid replied with a smile, "Of course, we press on and charge into the land of whirlpools to eliminate the remaining Kirigakure ninjas." The Konoha reinforcements joined forces with the Uzumaki clan, and after a brief rest, they continued their advance toward the land of whirlpools. After everyone left, the sea gradually returned to calm. The waves washed away the corpses and bloodstains, leaving no trace behind. But amidst the tranquility, a reed head slowly emerged. It was Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. White Zetsu frowned. Konoha's reinforcements arrived so quickly? Uchiha Sho shouldn't have appeared. Where did things go wrong? Black Zetsu said coldly, "It's that Hataki boy. He brought the unexpected. Where did he get his information? Should we report to Lord Madara and let him deal with him, leaving nothing behind?" "Shut up, you fool," Black Zetsu said sharply. "This must be reported to Lord Madara and let him decide. Kid, don't blame me. Who told you to block my path to resurrecting Mother?" White Zetsu laughed and said, "If Lord Madara takes action, there will be no more variables. Once he's dead, I'm curious about how it feels when he poops." Black Zetsu ignored him. The reed head slowly closed, sinking into the sea, and finally disappeared. In the distant cabin, the resting Hataki Kid suddenly opened his eyes, looking in the direction where Black and White Zetsu had disappeared. "So, you've finally shown yourself." When the Konoha and Uzumaki allied forces arrived at Yuzushio village, the Mist's main forces were fully attacking the village's protective barrier. Lightning, flames, waves, rocks, and fierce winds struck like the apocalypse. The barrier twisted and deformed continuously but remained unscathed. The Mist ninjas were anxious, while the Uzumaki clan remained calm and composed. Suddenly, Konoha reinforcements appeared behind the Mist ninjas, shocking Commander Gensher, whose mind went blank. What's going on? Where did the Konoha reinforcements come from? Why wasn't there any intel? Gensher was filled with confusion and shock, never expecting the sudden arrival of Konoha reinforcements. Konoha's elite, led by Hataki Kid, charged into the battlefield without hesitation, joining the Uzumaki clan ninjas in fierce combat. Under Uzumaki Rina's command, the Uzumaki ninjas quickly dispersed, forming a surrounding formation that trapped the Mist ninjas in the center. Suddenly, a massive barrier rose from the ground, enveloping Gensher's main forces entirely. At the same time, Uzumaki Ludon led the village's ninjas like tigers descending the mountain, charging out and coordinating with their comrades outside, forming a pincer attack. The Mist ninjas were instantly plunged into a desperate situation. The barrier trapped them, while the Uzumaki ninjas outside watched like predators, and the situation took a sharp turn. Hataki Kid drew his blade and charged into the barrier, surrounded by purple lightning, moving as fast as a gale, tearing through the enemy ranks like a beast. Every strike of his was unstoppable, taking down countless Mist ninjas. The sound of breaking bones and screams echoed continuously. The trapped ninjas fought back desperately, using ninjutsu and throwing kunai and shuriken, but they couldn't even catch Hataki Kid's shadow. This was Hataki Kid's newly developed taijutsu Furious Thunder mode. He had deeply studied the lightning release chakra of the Reikage father and son, combining it with his own traits to create a combat mode that greatly enhanced speed, strength, and reflexes. In Furious Thunder mode, Hataki Kid moved like purple lightning, his combat trajectory unpredictable. The Mist ninjas couldn't even form hand seals in time, and even if they did, they couldn't locate him. In their panic, they unleashed ninjutsu recklessly, often injuring their own comrades. Konoha reinforcements and Uzumaki elites followed closely, charging into the barrier, plunging the battlefield into utter chaos. Blazing flames rolled in the air, the Sharingan and Byakugan exuding a chilling killing intent. Golden chains danced like serpents, sometimes entangling enemies, sometimes lashing out fiercely, putting immense pressure on the Mist village ninjas. Uzumaki Ludon led the reserve forces into the battle, boosting the morale of the Uzushio village ninjas, while the Mist village ninjas fell into unprecedented fear. On the battlefield, one spot stood out. The elderly Senju Momoka displayed the might of the Phantom God, causing several Mist ninjas to clutch their heads and collapse, wailing in agony as their spirits suffered severe damage. These screams were soon drowned out. With reinforcements joining, the Mist ninjas who had lost their ability to resist were swiftly slaughtered, leaving corpses scattered everywhere. In the chaos of battle, apart from some coordination among familiar squad members, unfamiliar ninjas fought entirely on their own. Within the barrier, ninjutsu frequently caused friendly fire, further escalating the disorder. The Mist ninjas were forced to fight in small squads, leading to a scattered formation. The Konoha and Uzushio village ninjas took advantage of their numbers, attacking 2-on-1 or 3-on-1 in a frenzied assault. Uchiha Sho, Senju Momoka, and Uzumaki Ludon targeted the strong fighters of the Mist village, causing heavy losses among the Jonin. With the elite forces broken, the remaining ninjas' resistance significantly weakened. The Mist ninjas, divided and surrounded by the barrier, were continuously hunted down. Hataki Kid darted across the battlefield with agile movements, gradually tipping the situation into a one-sided slaughter. Seeing the mist ninjas retreating step by step, the frontline commander Genshin suppressed his anger and calmed himself. He knew this battle against the Uzumaki clan was a complete failure, with none of the predetermined objectives achieved. The only gain was weakening the bloodline clans of the village. If they continued to scatter, the ninjas within the barrier would face total annihilation. Only by gathering their strength could they hope to break through. Genshin stood up, discarded his cane, and his aura surged dramatically, blue luminescence enveloping his body. He shouted loudly, "Mist Village ninjas, gather around me. I will lead you to breakthrough." Ha! A thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield, Genshin's momentum soaring, vowing to lead his people out of despair. A second roar erupted, an invisible air current swirling around Genshin. He opened his eyes, blue lightning flashing within them. Ha! With the third roar, Genshin's hunched figure rapidly expanded. Ripped the upper half of his clothing tore apart. At this moment, Genshin was no longer the frail old man of the past but had transformed into a towering figure over 2 meters tall, with 8-pack abs and a muscular build. Seeing this, Uchiha hurriedly approached Senju Momoka and asked in a low voice, "Old lady, is this?" Senju Momoka nodded, her expression grave. "That's right, this is the secret technique created by the White Lotus Fighting Eye Blood Explosion Technique. This secret technique can unleash the potential of the human body, multiplying strength several times. It's somewhat similar to the 8 gates released formation in our village." Before the voice had faded, the transformed Yuancher suddenly disappeared, instantly appearing near the barrier. Without hesitation, he kicked the barrier, shattering it instantly. The Uzumaki clan ninjas guarding the barrier spat blood and collapsed unconscious. The barrier is broken. Mist ninjas, retreat immediately. Yuancher turned his back to the enemy and coldly ordered. The Mist ninjas, having lost their will to fight, immediately retreated from the land of whirlpools. The Konoha and Uzumaki ninjas pursued relentlessly, determined to stop their escape. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the ground split open with a deep crack. Yuancher roared angrily, "Everyone, halt! No one is to cross this line, or else." Before he could finish, a streak of purple lightning descended from the sky, striking directly at the transformed Yuancher. Purple lightning, sky-piercing kick. Yuancher spun and kicked, colliding with the attack. The clash unleashed a terrifying shockwave that swept in all directions. Hatake Kid sneered, "Old man, at your age, you should be enjoying retirement. Stop meddling in the affairs of us young people." Yuancher retorted, "You snot-nosed brat, let me teach you to respect your elders and not get yourself tricked." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuancher mustered his strength and delivered a kick, sending Hatake Kid flying. In this exchange, Hatake Kid appeared slightly at a disadvantage. To outsiders, it seemed evenly matched, but in reality, he had the upper hand in a high ground attack, only to be countered by the old man. The power of this secret technique was not to be underestimated. Hatake Kid flipped several times in the air, dissipating the impact, and landed steadily. At that moment, a massive fireball surged toward Yuancher, followed closely by Uchiha, Senju Momoka, and Uzumaki Ryudo appearing beside Hatake Kid. Before the flames could reach Yuancher, they were disrupted by the airflow around him, breaking apart into scattered sparks and dissipating. Master Yuan said coldly, "Kid, leave this to us." Senju Momoka's gaze was sharp, fixed on the dissipating flames. Just as Hatake Kid was about to speak, Uchiha chuckled and said, "Don't worry, this is a battle for us elders." Beside them, Uzumaki Ryudo silently nodded in agreement. Boom! Genshin suddenly charged toward the 3 elders and 1 youth. Hatake Kid shouted, "Purple lightning, thunder plow hot knife." His arm collided with Genshin's chest, forcibly halting Genshin's charge. His other fist, wrapped in violent lightning, smashed fiercely toward Genshin's bald head. Boom! Genshin was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ruins. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Hatake Kid led the Konoha and Uzumaki clan ninjas to pursue the fleeing Kirigakure ninjas. Master Yuan climbed up from the ruins, facing only 3 elderly men of the same age, staring at him like fierce beasts, ready to attack at any moment. Master Yuan knew that if he couldn't defeat them, there was no chance of survival. He silently prayed that the Mist ninjas could escape the pursuit. "Enma, illusion god, Uzumaki clan leader, it seems you think highly of me. But don't underestimate me." Master Yuan's energy surged, and he vanished in an instant. Lion Storm. He transformed into a ferocious lion, pouncing toward the 3 elders. Senju Momoka bit her finger and formed seals, summoning Jutsu, triple Rashomon. The lion shattered the first 2 Rashomon gates, and the 3rd gate trembled but successfully blocked the attack. Fire style, majestic dragon flame technique. Uchiha quickly formed seals, and a flaming dragon head charged straight at Master Yuan. His eyes sharp, Master Yuan dispersed the flames with a single punch. Boom! The Rashomon collapsed, and smoke filled the air. Using the Uzumaki clan's Kagura Mind's Eye, Uchiha quickly locked onto Master Yuan and charged at him. With his vision obstructed, Master Yuan took several punches. As the smoke began to clear, Master Yuan prepared to counterattack. Suddenly, fire-style, ash pile burning filled the air with smoke and dust, enveloping him. The choking dust was inhaled by Master Yuan, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared like a wild beast. Wind breath. A gust of air dispersed the dust. Ding! Uchiha gritted his teeth, and a spark flew out, igniting the dust into raging flames. Damn you, Uchiha! I will make sure you die. Master Yuan roared in fury. The flames surged violently, spreading rapidly with the wind around Master Yuan, who was being burned continuously at the center of the fire. Tiger Abyss! Master Yuan shouted angrily, and the flames instantly dissipated. A ferocious tiger appeared, roaring to the heavens, with waves of energy rolling outward. The wounds on Master Yuan's body healed rapidly, his eyes turned blood red, and veins bulged on his forehead, resembling a demon emerging from the underworld. Ha! He formed seals with both hands, and the tiger roared and leaped into the sky, then stomped on the ground with an oppressive force, charging fiercely toward the three elders. The tiger's speed was astonishing, seemingly about to devour the three elders in the next moment. But the three showed no fear. Senju Momoka stepped forward, meeting the charge with a speed that rivaled Master Yuan's. Two powerful forces collided violently, fists clashing, yet neither side was sent flying. Instead, they were locked in an intense struggle. At that moment, several golden chains suddenly shot out, missing their target and stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. Both sides retreated immediately after the missed strike. A subtle expression appeared on Senju Momoka's face in the earlier exchange. She was slightly at a disadvantage, her fist faintly numb. This secret technique is indeed formidable, greatly enhancing strength and defense. Master Yuan attacked again, a tiger's head roaring on his fist as his body seemed to teleport, appearing instantly beside Senju Momoka. His energy surged, and with both hands, the tiger heads roared angrily, aiming directly at Senju Momoka's abdomen with a powerful strike. However, Senju Momoka swiftly dodged and spun around to counterattack, landing a punch directly on Genshiro's head. The two clashed like lightning, the sound of fists and kicks colliding echoed continuously, and a fierce wind swirled around them. Bang! Senju Momoka was kicked away, but Uzumaki Rudon quickly leaped forward to catch her. Ha ha ha, old hag, now you see how powerful I am. If you retreat, I might let you off the hook. Before he could finish speaking, Uchiha appeared above Genshiro with a blade raised, shouting, "Fire-style, flame blade!" Genshiro, alert, instantly dodged away. Boom! The flame blade struck down, splitting the ground into a charred, deep trench. Smoke curled upward, and sparks flickered. Enough talk. We have an agreement with young Keed, and today we must capture you. If you escape, how will we old folks save face? Genshiro's killing intent intensified, and his aura surged. Just as he was about to go all out against his enemies, a furious shout suddenly came from afar. Gate of view, open. Senju Momoka's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens. Senju Momoka landed a powerful punch on Genshiro's head, sending him flying. She immediately closed in, her fists raining down on Genshiro like a storm. Genshiro, just knocked back and unable to react, was met with Uchiha's blades slashing down. Blades and flames intertwined, leaving cracks all over the battlefield, showcasing the immense power of the flame blade. Around Genshiro, golden chains and eerie barriers appeared sporadically, making it impossible to defend against. A single misstep would land him in the trap set by Uzumaki Rudon. Genshiro fought desperately, his heart filled with anxiety. Time was running out, and his secret technique was about to activate. "You're going too far," he roared, his aura suddenly changing as red energy swirled around him. Soon, a blood-red orb formed in his hand. He grinned maliciously, raising the orb and glaring at the three opponents. Die, Blood Naraku! The blood-red orb transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting out rapidly. In an instant, the sky turned blood-red. With a thunderous boom, a mushroom cloud rose, and the surroundings were reduced to ashes. Genshiro's body quickly shrank, reverting to the hunched old man he was before. As the dust settled, Genshiro saw the three still standing, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Yet, he was too exhausted to continue fighting and collapsed, spitting blood and falling unconscious. The three, now gasping for breath, knelt on the ground to rest, far from the unscathed state Genshiro had claimed. If not for Uchiha activating the Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo at the critical moment, the three elders would have been reduced to ashes by that attack. Sho, clutching his eyes in pain, fainted. Momoka, releasing the 8 gates, collapsed in exhaustion. In the end, only Uzumaki Rudon could barely hold on. Elsewhere, the Konoha and Uzumaki allied forces pursued relentlessly, inflicting heavy losses on the Kirigakure ninja. However, many still managed to escape, including the remaining 5 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. They left the shores of the Land of Whirlpools, heading toward the islands of the Land of Water. On a larger ship, the Mist Village Jonin gathered, heavily injured, and weighed down by a heavy heart. The foggy sea outside mirrored the mood of these defeated soldiers. Courier Kushimara gripped the executioner's blade and was the first to speak. It seems we underestimated the Uzumaki clan from the very beginning, and even more so, the power of Konoha. We've been led around by the nose by that group of red-haired Uzumaki. At this, everyone's expressions grew even darker. Konoha and those red-haired people had already received intelligence and deliberately set a trap for us. Who knows where they got the information from? Bang! Jinin Akabino, burning with rage, stood up and roared, "The one who leaked the information must die, blown to pieces." His eyes swept toward the corner where Hozuki Renji was. "It must have been you who betrayed the village." Hozuki Renji's face remained cold, as if he hadn't heard the accusation. This only infuriated Jinin Akabino further. He raised his explosive blade and charged straight at Hozuki Renji. "Hozuki Renji, you sold us out, didn't you? If you can betray your clan, you can betray the village too." A glint of cold light flashed in Hozuki Renji's eyes. His figure blurred and, in an instant, appeared beside Jinin Akabino. Boom! With a single punch, Jinin Akabino was sent flying into the ship's cabin. Hozuki Renji swept his gaze around, exuding a murderous aura. The surrounding ninjas all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. They were on edge. Guedang Lanue was a taciturn ninja. Despite being one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he was ostracized by both sides due to his origins. His gaze finally rested on Biwa Juzo, who treated him with a businesslike attitude neither close nor hostile. Guedang Lanue said coldly, "Now is not the time to investigate the leak. Retreat immediately. The next steps will be decided by the Mizukage after we return to the village. We are only responsible for bringing back the remaining people. The rest will be handled by the village leadership." After speaking, he ignored everyone's reactions and turned to leave the cabin. Hatake Kid led the pursuit, relentlessly pressing forward, giving the remaining Kirigakure forces no chance to catch their breath. Like a sweeping gale, he struck fear into the enemy. In the end, the remaining Kirigakure forces were forced to retreat, fleeing to the sea by boat. Hatake Kid decisively ordered the pursuit to stop. Watching the distant Kirigakure fleet, the Uzumaki clan ninjas were momentarily dazed, the intensity of the battle leaving them unable to calm down. Moments later, they erupted into thunderous cheers. "We won! We won! Amazing! We successfully repelled Kirigakure." The cheers rose and fell, deafeningly loud. The members of the Uzumaki clan released their joy freely, their faces beaming with radiant smiles. These smiles also infected the Konoha reinforcements, and the ninjas joined in the cheering. Many high-ranking members of the Uzumaki clan embraced each other in tears, overwhelmed with emotion as the pressure of the past few days was finally lifted. The legacy of the clan, the outcome of the war, the support from Konoha, countless worries had weighed on them like a mountain, and their taut nerves finally relaxed. The joy of victory surged like a tide, washing away all troubles. Hatake Kid felt a weight lifted off his shoulders and sat down heavily, exhaustion flooding over him like a torrent. As he rested briefly, a faint fragrance wafted by on the breeze. He turned his head and saw Uzumaki Rina. She gently extended her arm, her lips curving into a faint smile, her expression dreamy. "Captain, would you like to have a taste?" Hatake Kid's gaze fell on her smooth arm, her skin glowing softly under the sunlight, as if it were a work of art. He just glanced briefly, immediately looked away, and firmly shook his hand to refuse. "You are not my enemy, and I'm not that twisted." His tone was calm. "We've already won. I just need some rest to recover." The women of the Uzumaki clan indeed possess special abilities that can help restore chakra and heal injuries, but the cost is that the one bitten bears the burden alone. Although Hatake Kid does not consider himself a good person, he has boundaries he will never cross. Seeing his firm refusal, Rina felt a tinge of disappointment in her heart. Over the past few days of interaction, he had quietly planted a seed in her heart. But she quickly adjusted her emotions, withdrew her arm, and acted as if nothing had happened. "Captain, what's the plan next?" Rina resumed her natural tone, a smile on her lips, her eyes glimmering with subtle curiosity. Hatake Kid was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "I plan to stay here to study for a while, then return to the village." I didn't expect so much to happen on this trip. Hearing that he intended to stay with the Uzumaki clan to study, Rina's eyes lit up with joy. She was clearly intrigued and couldn't help but ask eagerly, "Oh? So what do you plan to study? Is it our Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques?" Hataki Kid nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing. Uzumaki Rina's eyes sparkled as if she had thought of something. She stared at Hataki Kid, who had closed his eyes to rest, with a sly smile on her face. The cheers gradually subsided, and everyone began packing their gear, preparing to return to Yuzushio village. On the way, everyone's faces were filled with joyful smiles, sharing the glory brought by this victory in their conversations and laughter. They also carefully sealed the unconscious Genshin, taking him back to the village as a prisoner. At the same time, they placed the unconscious Uchiha and Senju Momoka on stretchers, carefully escorting the two elders back to the village. "Chief Liudo, you haven't left yet," someone shouted. Those who had been hiding in the shelter also began to emerge, while the Uzumaki ninjas went to various parts of the land of whirlpools to inform the civilians to return home. At night, all was silent, and moonlight bathed the earth. Taking advantage of the night, Hataki Kid avoided the crowd and quietly made his way to the Uzumaki Liudo residence. "The boy from the Hataki clan, what do you mean by that?" Uzumaki Luton's voice trembled. "It's very simple. After the negotiation, clan leader Luton, you need to announce a few things publicly," Hataki Kid said coldly. "First, you must announce the renunciation of your title as the daimyo of the Land of Whirlpools, and all the citizens of the Land of Whirlpools will come under the jurisdiction of the Land of Fire. Second, the Uzumaki clan must join the Hidden Leaf Village. Lastly, before leaving, you must turn the Land of Whirlpools into a wasteland. Take everything you can, and destroy everything you can't. Leave nothing behind." Uzumaki Luton hesitated and said, "Kid, do we really have to do this?" Hataki Kid's expression was icy. "Clan leader Luton, do you have a better solution? If there were someone in the Uzumaki clan comparable to the god of shinobi, I would keep my mouth shut." Looking at Luton's conflicted face, Hataki Kid felt a surge of anger. He said irritably, "The clan or the nation, which one will you choose? Let me tell you, while the Land of Whirlpools may not seem to have suffered major losses on the surface, it's already unsustainable. Don't forget that the Land of Lightning is watching like a tiger ready to pounce. Sunigakure and Iwagakure 1T sit idly by either. They 1T let the Uzumaki clan off the hook." Hataki Kid paused for a moment and continued, "These nations are holding back for now only because they haven't found the right opportunity. Once they decide to join the war, and with the Land of Water increasing its forces, what will the small nations caught between the great powers do? Will they get envious? Will they get excited because of it?" Hataki Kid's tone grew even more serious. "Do you really think there is no support from daimyo and nobles behind this operation? Don't be too naive. Clan leader Luton, you're a daimyo of a nation. Are you afraid the village's ninja leaders will follow suit?" Countless thoughts flashed through Uzumaki Luton's mind, and the more he thought, the more he realized that the Uzumaki clan was now in a desperate situation. The Uzumaki clan was like a piece of succulent meat, with the remaining fat attracting the surrounding wolves and tigers, ready to tear it apart at any moment. After deep contemplation, Uzumaki Luton realized that Hataki Kid's proposal might be the only way out. The Land of Whirlpools is located in a sensitive area, making it an easy target for forces like the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. If the Land of Whirlpools were to become a desolate wasteland, those ninja villages coveting the Uzumaki clan might restrain their ambitions due to its loss of value. After all, no one wants to waste time and energy on ruins. Having made up his mind, Uzumaki Luton looked at Hataki Kid with a determined gaze. Kid, you're interested in our Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. For any sealing techniques below S rank, you're fully qualified to learn them. However, I have a request. As long as you agree, I can let you learn all our sealing techniques, even S rank ninjutsu. As long as you have the talent and perseverance, we will teach you without reservation." Hataki Kid, however, did not agree immediately. Instead, he shook his head and refused. "I can't do it. My small frame can't handle it. With the great Buddha still in the Hidden Leaf Village, where would I even fit in?" Uzumaki Luton hadn't expected such a resolute refusal. He was momentarily stunned but quickly tried to persuade him. Kid, don't be so quick to refuse. Hear me out. It's not difficult, you can definitely do it." Before he could finish, he continued, "You know the situation of our Uzumaki clan. If we could join the Hidden Leaf Village, it would be a new beginning for us. So, I hope that in the future, if our Uzumaki clan faces difficulties, you can look out for us. This is my only request. I hope you'll agree, considering our acquaintance." Hataki Kid sneered, "Don't kid me. Once you're in the hidden leaf, would the Uzumaki clan even need my help? Lady Mito, Lady Tsunade, Nawaki, aren't they all your protectors? Besides, I'm just a small fry right now. I can't take on such responsibilities. You'd better find someone more capable. As soon as Hataki Kid finished speaking, he stood up without hesitation, ready to leave. Uzumaki Ludong quickly stood up, rushed in front of Hataki Kid, and stretched out his hand to block his path. Kid, let's talk this through, he said with a face full of smiles and a sincere tone. Hataki Kid remained expressionless and responded flatly, there's nothing to talk about. I'm too inexperienced right now to bear such a heavy responsibility. With that, he bypassed Uzumaki Ludong and headed for the door. Seeing this, Uzumaki Ludong hurriedly stepped forward again, blocking him once more, and said urgently, Kid, it's not just S-rank sealing techniques, there's something else. These words made Hataki Kid stop in his tracks. He turned around, staring at Uzumaki Ludong with curiosity, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Uzumaki Ludong took a deep breath, his expression resolute, as if he had made an important decision. He led Hataki Kid through the alleys of Yuzushio village to a hidden location. Surrounded by dense trees layered upon one another, they formed a natural barrier. Uzumaki Ludong navigated through them skillfully, with Hataki Kid following closely behind, his heart filled with anticipation. They stopped in front of a sturdy, large tree. Uzumaki Ludong's expression was serious. Kid, this is the secret place of the Uzumaki clan. Apart from us old folks, no one knows about it. Kid Hataki's eyes lit up as he curiously reached out to touch the tree trunk. Just as his hand was about to make contact, an invisible force emerged, ripples spreading before his eyes. Is this a barrier? Uzumaki Ludong hurriedly stepped forward, his expression tense. Kid, remember, follow my steps closely and don't move recklessly. Don't worry, Chief. Kid Hataki nodded. Uzumaki Ludong took a deep breath and quickly formed hand seals. When the final seal was completed, a faint light appeared, and the barrier covering the passage slowly receded. The passage was revealed, layered with heavy seals stacked upon each other, impenetrable. Uzumaki Ludong stepped forward and formed seals again, undoing several restrictions. After the restrictions were lifted, the wooden boards within the passage slowly opened, revealing a staircase leading underground. Kid Hataki followed Uzumaki Ludong cautiously down the narrow stairs, moving one after the other. After descending a dozen steps, they finally reached the deepest part of the basement. The basement was not large, and its furnishings were simple. On the table to the left lay several old scrolls, clearly ancient. On the platform to the right rested an intricately carved wooden box, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. What was most captivating were the runes and patterns carved on the walls surrounding the platform. They intertwined into a complex network, with each node faintly glowing. This is? Kid Hataki murmured. Uzumaki Ludong pointed at the wooden box, his expression heavy, and spoke slowly. The history of the ninja world is as intricate as a labyrinth, full of mysteries. Many memories from ancient times seem to have been erased by an invisible force, leaving only scattered relics. Perhaps the Uzumaki clan is the group that understands these secrets the most today. Kid Hataki asked curiously, Chief Ludong, can you explain in detail? Uzumaki Ludong nodded, of course. If not for this, I wouldn't have brought you here. He walked to the table on the left, took an old scroll, and tossed it to Kid Hataki. Kid caught the scroll and listened quietly. This crisis of the Uzumaki clan's annihilation, I have some theories. Ludong's face was grave. Outsiders might think that our unique constitution and sealing techniques make the 5 great nations feel threatened. He paused for a moment before continuing, but the truth is more complicated than that. What they fear is not our sealing techniques, but this. As he spoke, he turned and pointed to the wooden box on the platform to the right. He sighed, we of the Uzumaki clan claim to be the most suitable to become Jinchuriki for the tailed beasts, but the power within this wooden box leaves us helpless. Hearing this, Kid Hataki's expression changed drastically. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his face showed an unusually complex emotion. Kid Hataki angrily questioned Uzumaki Ludong, Chief Ludong, you just said that even the Uzumaki clan is powerless against this power. So why do you think I can control it? Are you deliberately pushing me to a dead end? Hearing this, Uzumaki Ludong's expression turned strange. He widened his eyes, looking at Kid Hataki in disbelief, as if he had just heard something absurd. Ha! He exclaimed in surprise, then said teasingly, Kid, when did I say I wanted you to control the power of the wooden box? You look decent, but don't overthink it. Kakashi Kid froze, realizing he had misunderstood him, feeling a bit annoyed with himself. Uzumaki Rudon quickly explained, I just wanted to tell you the origin of the wooden box. As for the gift, isn't it in your hand? He said, pointing to the scroll in Kakashi Kid's hand. Only then did Kakashi Kid snap out of it, looked at the scroll in his hand, then at Uzumaki Rudong, and gave an awkward smile. But soon, he adjusted his mindset, thinking that as long as he wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment would fall on others. Just this? He looked at the old scroll with a face full of doubt, his tone dripping with disdain. Uzumaki Rudong immediately became furious, glaring at him and shouting angrily, "Don't underestimate these scrolls. They have been passed down since the founding of the ninja sect, preserved over countless years, or they would have been destroyed long ago." Ninja sect? Kakashi Kid was suddenly stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he asked, "Clan leader Rudong, I haven't read much, don't fool me. The ninja sect you're talking about, is it the one I know?" "Of course." Uzumaki Rudong rolled his eyes impatiently, "It's obviously that ninja sect." Kakashi Kid burst into laughter, "Clan leader Rudong, in that case, I have nothing to worry about. By the way, is there only this one scroll?" Uzumaki Rudong sighed helplessly, thinking that he still needed Kakashi Kid's help and couldn't lose his temper. He carefully checked the scrolls on the table, picking out all those related to the ninja sect and handing them to Kakashi Kid. "These are all of them," he said calmly. "When you get back, find a blank scroll and seal them all. From now on, these are yours." Kakashi Kid took the scrolls and turned his gaze to the wooden box on the table beside him. He stared curiously at the wooden box and turned to ask Uzumaki Rudong, "Clan leader, is this wooden box really that extraordinary?" Uzumaki Rudong nodded, his expression serious. "Our ancestors studied it, but apart from knowing it's an ancient relic, they found nothing else." He handed a scroll to Kakashi Kid, "See for yourself, there's a detailed record on it." Kakashi Kid unrolled the scroll and read it carefully, his expression growing increasingly grave. The scroll stated that the origin of the wooden box was untraceable, existing even before the Sage of Six Paths. Usually, it was cold and aloof, indifferent to people. But when some simple-minded members of the Uzumaki clan tried to forcibly open it, it would transform into a monster. These monsters would experience a surge in power, turning into uncontrollable beasts of slaughter. Faced with these monsters, even the Uzumaki clan was powerless. Monsters rampaged through the ninja world, inciting the anger of major ninja clans. The ninja clans of the world joined forces to fight the monsters, with even the Senju and Uchiha clans cooperating, a rare occurrence. This crisis lasted for years before it was finally quelled. Many ninja clans suffered heavy losses, and even the strongest families were severely weakened. After the crisis, the ninja world experienced a brief period of peace, but beneath the surface, secrets were hidden. At the time, the clan leader issued an order strictly forbidding the disclosure of the wooden box's secret. Violators would face execution within the clan, implicating even their friends and family. As time passed, the secret gradually faded into obscurity. Now, apart from Uzumaki Rudong and a few elders, even core figures like Uzumaki Mito were completely unaware of this part of history and the hidden location. The ninjas of Kirigakure might have gleaned scattered clues from their clan's ancient scrolls. Though they might never believe it, this became their excuse to start a war. After reading the scroll, Hatake Kid had another question flash through his mind. The Uzumaki clan members who turned into monsters had bizarre forms and greatly enhanced strength. Could this be similar to the mutations caused by Yugo of the scales absorbing natural energy? Could they have been transformed into sages? After returning the scroll, the two were about to leave when a sudden change occurred. The box that had been standing on the platform suddenly began to tremble slightly, as if it had come to life. Immediately after, the surrounding mysterious runes started to flow and shift, as if controlled by some force, converging into streams of pure energy that surged into the box. The box emitted a low hum, as if welcoming this powerful energy. Under the impact of the energy, the box rapidly shrank and collapsed, eventually transforming into a small, exquisite purple orb. The orb, like a magical sprite, spun on the platform, radiating an enchanting purple glow. However, before they could react, the orb was suddenly propelled by a powerful force, shooting like lightning toward Hatake Kid. The sudden attack caught the two off guard, leaving them helpless as the purple light streaked like a meteor into Hatake Kid's mind. Uzumaki Rutang's face turned pale as he stared at Hatake Kid in terror, fearing something had happened to him. Trembling, he reached out to check on Hatake Kid, silently praying in his heart. Kakashi Kid's body remained completely unaffected. The purple light seemed to be drawn to Kakashi Kid's devil fruit ability, naturally merging into his mind, as if it originally belonged to him. Seventh God. As the purple light dissipated, a strange piece of information entered Kakashi Kid's mind. At the same time, he felt a peculiar energy slowly flowing into his body from the surroundings. Although the flow was slow, Kakashi Kid keenly sensed this energy. As the energy accumulated, a brand new power gradually began to take shape within him. This feeling was extremely peculiar, as if his body was being nourished and transformed by an unknown power. Natural energy. Sage mode. These words suddenly appeared in Hatake Kide's mind. Not only had he entered a simple sage mode, but it felt more like he had become a true sage of a higher life form. This was his intuition, without any evidence to support it. Although he had never encountered the legendary sage mode of the three great sacred grounds, at this moment, he could truly experience the wonder of becoming a sage. His thoughts were clearer, his senses sharper, his body cells exuded joy, and his vitality was brimming. This unexpected surprise warmed his heart. He turned his gaze to the nervous Uzumaki Rudong, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he softly said, "Clan leader Rudong, no need to worry, I'm fine." Uzumaki Rudong looked at him suspiciously and, after a moment, asked, "Are you really fine? Should we check just to be sure?" Hatake Kid smiled, shook his head, and firmly replied, "No need, I'm a doctor, I know my own condition." With that, he picked up the precious scroll and strode out of the basement. Japanese mythology notes. Aim no Minakanushi, the supreme ruler of the universe and a solitary deity Takami Musubi and Kami Musubi, representing the dual principles of yin and yang, also solitary deities. Together, these three are called the deities of creation, who, after taking form, secluded themselves in Takamagara. Umashur Ashikabi Hikoji and Aim no Tokatachi, along with the previous three deities, form the five separate heavenly deities. All are solitary, genderless, and abstract in form. Following the five separate heavenly deities, 7 generations of 12 gods were born, known as the Kamayan Aneo, including 2 solitary deities and 5 pairs of male and female sibling gods. 1. Kuni no Tokatachi, the god of the land, governing the 4 cardinal directions. 2. Toyakumo no Kami, the god of the primordial swamp, appearing before heaven and earth were separated. 3. Ohiji Inai male deity and Suhiji Inai female deity, representing the earth, forming the prototype of the world. 4. Tsunekiki male deity and Ikokuri female deity, symbolizing the sprouting of plant roots and stems. 5. Otanobe male deity and Otanobe no Kami female deity, symbolizing the origin of humanity and the beginning of male and female. 6. Omadaru male deity and Ayakashikon female deity, the former representing beauty, the latter representing fear. 7. Izanaji no Makoto Izanaji and Izanami no Makoto Izanami, a pair of sibling deities who govern the creation of all things in the land. In the following days, Hatake Kid's life became highly structured. As a medical ninja, he remained active in the temporary field hospital set up by the Uzumaki clan. With his exceptional medical skills, Hatake Kid quickly earned the recognition of the Uzumaki medical ninjas. His primary task was performing surgeries and treatments for severely injured individuals, leaving him with almost no rest for days. After finishing these duties, he would immerse himself in studying the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, and at night, he organized scrolls passed down from the era of the ninja sect. Time slowly passed in this intense and busy routine. Meanwhile, the envoy Mitokado Hamura, dispatched by the third Hokage, was approaching Yuzushio village. He was to participate in negotiations with Kirigakure. Genshur held a prominent position in Kirigakure, and the village would not easily give him up. After Genshur was captured, the Uzumaki clan merely sealed and detained him without resorting to severe torture, which served as the baseline for the negotiations. The perspective shifts back to the Hidden Mist village. The defeated fleet quickly arrived at an unnamed northern island and temporarily stationed there under the command of Biwa Juzo. Hozuki Renji took control of the island's outpost and personally delivered the news back to the Hidden Mist village. Before leaving, she instructed Biwa Juzo to strictly restrain his subordinates and ensure that news of their defeat would not be leaked. After Hozuki Renji left, the Jonin of the Hidden Mist let out a sigh of relief, especially Nanashi Jinpachi, who had been severely beaten. However, he harbored resentment, glaring fiercely at Hozuki Renji's departing figure and spitting on the ground. "One day, I'll blow you to pieces." In the Mizukage's office in the Hidden Mist village, the third Mizukage received Hozuki Renji's report. Upon learning of the complete defeat and the capture of Genshur, the third Mizukage was utterly shocked. "Renji, how many people know about this news? Has it spread in the village?" His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This defeat severely undermined his authority, and the suppressed bloodline clans in the village would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to act. Hozuki Renji knelt on one knee and respectfully replied, "Lord Third, the village does not know yet. Biwa Juzo has control over the remaining ninjas, and I returned to the village secretly to report." She paused and continued, "Lord Third, whether to fight or negotiate must be decided quickly. Biwa Juzo and I can control the information, but the land of whirlpools will not help us conceal it." Hearing this, the third Mizukage's murderous intent subsided. Renge, you have done very well. Though you are from the Hozuki clan, you have a vision beyond your clan, truly worthy of my trust. Go and rest for now, but do not leave the Mizukage building. I will convene the Council of Elders to discuss the next steps and may need to consult you at any time. Thank you for your hard work, Renge. Hozuki Renge's face lit up with excitement. It is no hardship. Serving the village is my honor. I will take my leave now. After Hozuki Renge left, the third Mizukage immediately summoned the Anbu. Increase surveillance on all major ninja clans, especially the Hozuki clan and the Kagaya clan. Report any abnormalities to me immediately. Keep a close watch on Hozuki Renge. If he attempts to leave the building, kill him on the spot. Most importantly, strengthen the monitoring of Mirror Lake and the Damp Rain Cavern. Anyone approaching without my permission is to be killed without hesitation. Understood, the Anbu ninjas responded in unison. After the Anbu left, the third Mizukage began contemplating the war with the Land of Whirlpools. This war was a decision he had pushed through against opposition. The Hidden Mist village was financially strained and sought to alleviate the pressure by eliminating the Uzumaki clan. However, the Uzumaki clan was allied with the Hidden Leaf village, and the war could potentially drag the Hidden Mist village into a quagmire. Most of the elders opposed the war. Additionally, many of the elders came from bloodline clans, and the war would deplete their clan's ninjas, which was another reason for their opposition. Nevertheless, the third Mizukage had forced the war decision through with his prestige. Taking advantage of the Hidden Leaf village being preoccupied with the Rain Country battlefield, the Hidden Mist village planned to swiftly capture the Hidden Eddy village. However, the war ended in a disastrous defeat. The Bloodstain unit was completely annihilated, 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen perished, nearly half of the main forces were lost, and the leader was captured. The third Mizukage was not too concerned about the failure of the Blood Mist unit, it was part of the plan. However, the 7 ninja swordsmen and Genshur were loyal followers and supporters, so Genshur must be rescued. Third Mizukage orders. The Anbu ninja appeared. Go tell Biwa Juzo that they are allowed to rest on the island for a few days, then lead them to retreat. The third Mizukage bypassed the elders and directly sent someone to negotiate. After difficult negotiations, Kirigakure paid the price, and Genshur was finally released. These treaties had little binding force on Kirigakure. The village would eventually tear them up and resume their attacks. This was their usual behavior. These guys, betrayal and treachery are their true nature. At that time, the Land of Whirlpools had long been annexed by the Land of Fire, and the Uzumaki clan had already joined Konoha. The Land of Whirlpools was burned to scorched earth, leaving nothing behind. After Kirigakure and Yuzushiogakure signed a peace treaty, the Kirigakure ninja realized what had happened, but it was too late. Biwa Juzo returned to the village with the remaining ninjas, and with the strength of the Mizukage Zanbu, the Kirigakure ninjas were no longer able to resist. The consequences of the failed attack on the Land of Whirlpools gradually became apparent. Although the third Mizukage strongly suppressed the ninja clans, secret unrest continued, leaving him overwhelmed. It wasn't until the Third Shinobi World War that the third Mizukage managed to stabilize the situation. After the negotiations, the Uzumaki clan leader Ishido secretly met with Konoha's envoy, Mitokado Hamura. The next day, Mitokado Hamura left in a hurry. 3 days later, Ishido led the elders to the capital of the Land of Fire. Half a month later, shocking news spread across the ninja world. The Land of Whirlpools voluntarily merged into the Land of Fire, and the former citizens of the Land of Whirlpools migrated into the Land of Fire's territory. Yuzushiogakure was entirely relocated, and the Uzumaki clan announced their integration into Konoha. This news swept through the ninja world like a storm. The Uzumaki clan joining Konoha was a significant boost for the village. Konoha's barrier and sealing techniques would advance significantly, and the Uzumaki clan's unique constitution was a natural counter to tailed beasts, greatly reducing the chaos caused by them. However, behind the joy, there were also concerns. Sunagakure and Iwagakure were preoccupied with the battlefield in the Land of Rain and could not intervene. The distance also made it difficult to stop the Uzumaki clan from joining. Only Kumogakure could not tolerate it. Rumor had it that the desk in the Raikage office shattered upon hearing the news. Known for their bold and aggressive nature, Kumogakure had coveted the fertile lands of the Land of Fire since its founding. The god of shinobi, Hashirama, and the demon of the Uchiha, Madara, had once suppressed Kumogakure, preventing them from acting recklessly. After the first Hokage's death, the First Shinobi World War broke out, and Kumogakure was the first to provoke conflict. Now that the Uzumaki clan had joined Konoha, Kumogakure would not sit idly by. The Uzumaki clan's unique constitution was highly coveted by Kumogakure, and ambushes and abductions became their most direct approach. Being seasoned strategists, the third Hokage in Konoha's leadership naturally remained vigilant against this volatile neighbor, dispatching elite forces to escort the Uzumaki clan. In the southern Akea plains of the Land of Hot Water, Kumogakure's elite forces lay hidden in the grass, waiting for the Uzumaki clan to appear. This mission was led by the third Raikage's son, Young A. Lord A, the Uzumaki clan is 10 miles away from us, a ninja reported in a low voice. Most of them are women and children. Young A nodded, his eyes fixed ahead. He knew that if they could capture enough members, they might be able to establish a Kumogakure Uzumaki clan in the Land of Lightning. He ordered the ninjas to stay hidden and prepare for battle. Time passed second by second, and the Chitang plain was eerily silent, yet no one appeared. Xiao Ai frowned deeply, feeling uneasy. No need to hide, we might have been discovered. Follow me and chase, he shouted. The ninjas leapt out one after another, following Xiao Ai in pursuit of the Uzumaki clan. Boom! A sudden loud explosion halted the pursuing ninjas abruptly. They had stepped on hidden traps, triggering instant explosions under their feet. Though the traps were not fatal, they severely injured the pursuers, slowing their movements. The traps caused chaos, with a few ninjas dying on the spot and most others injured and unable to move easily. At this moment, a figure rushed over and stood in front of Xiao Ai. It was Dodai, the assistant of the third Raikage. Dodai, common wise, had been sent by the third Raikage to assist Xiao Ai. Ai. We've fallen into a trap, Dodai said anxiously. Xiao Ai turned his head, looking at Dodai in confusion, waiting for his explanation. Dodai took a deep breath to steady himself and pointed at the injured cloud ninjas not far away. Ai, look, this trap is insidious. Its power is small, but it's specifically designed to target us. Following the direction of the point, Xiao Ai saw a ninja lying on the ground groaning, his leg covered in blood, staining the ground red. Injured ninjas can't move, Dodai continued. We have to assign uninjured ones to stay and care for them, which means losing 2 combatants. As the future fourth Raikage, Xiao Ai immediately understood the cunning nature of the trap. Bastards, he roared in fury, clenching his teeth, his anger erupting like a volcano. Dodai, you lead the team to guard the wounded. I'll chase that guy down and tear him to pieces. Xiao Ai's voice was resolute, his eyes burning with rage, as if ready to incinerate the enemy. Dodai hurriedly reached out to stop him, but it was too late. Xiao Ai instantly activated his lightning release chakra, dashing out like a bolt of lightning, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. With the powerful force of lightning release chakra, little Ai quickly caught up with the Uzumaki clan's migrating group. In his physical limit state, he only wanted to charge into the crowd and slaughter the enemies. At this moment, a figure even faster than him rushed out, heading straight for little Ai. Brat, get lost! Enraged, little Ai swung his fist to counter. The opponent neither dodged nor avoided, meeting his punch head-on. The impact of the punch was shocking. Little Ai was astonished to find that the opponent could actually withstand his punch. Having trained with lightning release chakra since childhood, he had never encountered anyone who could block his punch, except for the third Raikage. Boom! Missing his strike, little Ai quickly retreated. As the dust settled, his expression grew serious, and he stared at the young Hatake Kid with even stronger killing intent. To be able to block him at such a young age, this must be one of Konoha's genius ninjas. If he could take this opportunity to eliminate him, it would surely weaken Konoha's future threat to Kumogakure. At this moment, little Ai no longer cared about the Uzumaki clan's matters, he only wanted to kill the brat in front of him. He acted decisively, his massive body disappearing in an instant, reappearing in front of Hatake Kid at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. His entire body was wrapped in violent blue lightning release chakra, with electric snakes slithering across his surface, crackling incessantly. The aura was so intense it made the air feel heavy. He suddenly swung his fist, aiming to smash Hatake Kid's head. Boom! The punch missed, hitting the ground instead, sending dust flying and winds howling. Suddenly, a streak of purple lightning shot out from the dust cloud. Hatake Kid used the opponent's own method against him, swinging his fist toward little Ai's head. Little Ai hurriedly blocked. For the next few minutes, the two engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Aura, 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 aura. Muda, 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 muda. Fists clashed, lightning roared, surrounding trees shattered, and sand and dust filled the air. Finally, little Ai forced Hatake Kid back with a punch, then quickly retreated himself. Staring at the purple lightning surrounding Hatake Kid, little Ai's expression grew grim. This little brat from Konoha can actually use the village's lightning release mode, and his mastery is so profound. It makes me a bit reluctant to kill him. Kid, tell me, where did you learn this technique? Kakashi Kid shrugged innocently, I don't know, it just came to me suddenly, couldn't stop it even if I tried. Hearing this, A's killing intent grew even stronger. If you won't talk, I'll break your legs and ask you properly. Who doesn't know how to brag? If you've got the guts, come on. Looking for death. Xiao Ai vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Hatake Kid the next moment, raising his arm for a fierce strike. Hatake Kid didn't dodge, grabbed Xiao Ai's arm, and swung him forcefully, attempting to slam him to the ground. Xiao Ai reacted quickly, bracing himself with one hand on the ground and pulling out a leg, whipping it like a steel whip. Hatake Kid didn't retreat either, swinging his leg to meet the whip, clashing leg against leg. Boom! The collision of their legs, wrapped in lightning, unleashed an energy storm that swept the surroundings. Both were forced back, but their reactions were entirely different. Hatake Kid's face lit up with joy as his strength continued to grow. Being able to go head-to-head with the future fourth Raikage was all thanks to the sage transformation power granted by the Uzumaki clan. Xiao Ai, however, looked worried, beginning to doubt whether he could defeat the young boy in front of him. Senior Ai, the lightning release chakra mode is truly amazing. The person who created this ability must be an absolute genius. Hearing this, Xiao Ai roared angrily, Kid, your little tricks are nothing. Don't get cocky. Is that so? Hatake Kid's face revealed a peculiar smile. He spread his arms wide, and his aura changed dramatically as the purple lightning quickly retracted into his body. In a flash, Hatake Kid leaped into the air. The next moment, a massive purple lightning giant appeared before Xiao Ai. The over 30-meter tall lightning giant exuded an overwhelming presence, looking down on Xiao Ai. Then, it swung its massive fist toward the ground. Raijin, Demon Subjugation. Despite its enormous size, the lightning giant moved with agility. Xiao Ai had no way to dodge and could only withstand it head-on. Kid, don't underestimate me. Xiao Ai roared, facing the lightning giant head-on and throwing a punch in return. Boom! The raging thunderstorm wreaked havoc, and the energy explosion destroyed a large number of surrounding trees. This apocalyptic scene caught the attention of the Cloud Village ninjas and the Uzumaki clan. Everyone looked in terror at the raging lightning in the distance, feeling its terrifying power. Quick, retreat immediately! The Uzumaki clan and the Cloud Village leaders simultaneously ordered a retreat. Just a few steps away, a fierce wind swept in. Bang! Xiao Ai tumbled out of the explosion in a sorry state, only stopping when she crashed into a rock. She looked in terror toward the center of the explosion, but Hatake Kid appeared unbothered, casually patting the dust off his clothes. You! Before she could finish speaking, Hatake Kid's figure flashed behind Xiao Ai, slashing at her neck. Xiao Ai instantly lost consciousness. As Hatake Kid prepared to perform a sealing technique, several laser beams shot toward him, bypassing the unconscious Xiao Ai and heading straight for him. Boom! The dust cleared, revealing Tutai leading a group of Cloud Village ninjas, surrounding Xiao Ai. Seeing Xiao Ai unconscious, everyone was shocked. Someone capable of defeating the successor to the Raikage was no ordinary person. Tutai hesitated, realizing that the mission to seize the Uzumaki clan was now a lost cause. The priority was to take Xiao Ai away. He hid one hand behind his back, making a gesture to issue a command. Lightning style, lightning illusion lightning pillar. Several ninjas transformed into flashes of lightning, the dazzling light instantly blinding Hatake Kid's vision. Taking advantage of the moment, the Cloud Village ninjas quickly carried the unconscious Xiao Ai away. Although Hatake Kid lost his sight, he could rely on his mind net to sense the enemy's movements without any hindrance. He closed his eyes, drew his blade, and slashed fiercely at Tutai, the leader of the Cloud Village team. Ah! A scream echoed as Tutai fell heavily injured. The lightning dissipated, and the rescuing Cloud Village ninjas had vanished, leaving behind a trail of blood on the ground as evidence of the fierce battle. At the temporary camp of the Cloud Village, the unconscious Xiao Ai slowly woke up. Her subordinates informed her that Tutai's left eye had been severely injured by Hatake Kid and was now blind. Xiao Ai was furious, clenching her fists, eager for revenge. Tutai was the third Raikage's most trusted subordinate and the examiner for the superb lightning plow hot knife. Such a skilled individual being gravely injured only fueled Xiao Ai's anger further. Just as she was preparing to continue the pursuit, Tutai, with his left eye bandaged, walked in. Ai, we can't chase anymore. Let's return to the village first. Xiao Ai was unwilling. Tutai, this mission was assigned by my father. I can't return empty-handed. That brat from Konoha even injured you. I must get revenge. Tutai touched his injured eye and said calmly, losing an eye is nothing, but you can't afford to get hurt again. If you want achievements, the nearby hot spring village is a good target, enough to silence some critics. Our main forces are currently locked in a standoff with Iwagakure. We don't have the strength to deal with Konoha. We'll have another chance to settle things with them in the future. Seeing Xiao Ai still wanting to argue, Tutai said sternly, "You are the future fourth Reikage. Don't act on impulse, think about the village." Xiao Ai nodded helplessly, accepting the suggestion. Afterward, Yugakure faced a sudden attack. The Kumogakure ninjas, like tigers descending the mountain, displayed overwhelming strength and quickly broke through the defenses. The Yugakure ninjas fought desperately but were repeatedly defeated, their blood staining the streets red. Even more heartbreaking was that, at the critical moment, the leaders of Yugakure abandoned the village and fled for their lives, leaving the villagers behind. The ninjas were filled with anger and disappointment, a mix of helplessness and indignation in their hearts. After Yugakure fell, the Kumogakure ninjas swiftly looted all the resources, and the wealth that once belonged to Yugakure was completely taken away. Upon hearing the news, the daimyo of the Land of Hot Water saw his ambitions utterly shattered. He had originally hoped that Yugakure could elevate the nation's status in the ninja world, but he never expected the village to be so fragile. Disheartened, he abandoned his pursuit of ninja power and instead focused on developing the country's hot spring resources. Over time, the fame of the Land of Hot Water's hot springs grew, attracting a large number of tourists and turning it into a renowned tourist destination in the ninja world. Although Yugakure was rebuilt, without the daimyo's support, it became a mere shadow of its former self, plagued by internal power struggles and a desolate, dilapidated state. Meanwhile, Hatake Kid returned to Konoha with the main forces. Despite the distance, the powerful aura of purple lightning surrounding Hatake Kid still inspired awe in those who saw him. A day later, he finally arrived home, while the members of the Uzumaki clan each went to their new settlement. In the Hokage's office, a ninja who had escorted the Uzumaki clan reported the mission's status to the third Hokage. Though the ninja appeared fatigued, his gaze was resolute. The third Hokage listened attentively and then smiled with satisfaction. "You've worked hard. The mission was completed exceptionally well, and the reward will be issued on time. Now, go and rest." The ninja bowed respectfully and left. The third Hokage gazed at the sparse lights under the night sky, reflecting on the changes brought by the war. A few days earlier, Uzumaki Mito, known as Konoha's pillar of stability, had passed away due to old age. Kushina successfully succeeded her as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a secret known only to Konoha's upper echelons. Unlike the original story, Mito passed away peacefully, knowing her clan had avoided the crisis of annihilation. Kushina was also fortunate, as her clan had joined her in Konoha, sparing her the loneliness and confusion she experienced in the original timeline when she became the new Jinchuriki. With the help of the Uzumaki clan elders, Uzumaki Kushina finally overcame the pain caused by the Nine-Tails disturbances and no longer had to endure being trapped helplessly within a barrier. Now, she could move freely around the village, with ample time to communicate with the Nine-Tails and become the ideal Jinchuriki. The gentle flutter of Hatake Kid's butterfly wings stirred a storm of fate, causing a massive upheaval. The third Hokage murmured to himself, "A giant, lightning?" His brows furrowed, showing his confusion. He picked up the Umbu scroll on the desk and carefully reviewed the records of Hatake Kid's actions in the Land of Whirlpools, growing more astonished the more he read. The scroll shows that Hatake Kid possesses extraordinary strength, fully qualified to serve as a Jonin. He demonstrated exceptional leadership and superb combat skills in the fierce battles of the Land of Whirlpools, even outperforming some seasoned veterans. Today, the Hidden Leaf Village is under immense pressure, facing the challenge of fighting on 2 or even 3 fronts. Fortunately, under the leadership of Kakashi Hatake, the ninjas successfully repelled the Hidden Mist, temporarily holding the southeastern front. However, the situation on other fronts is extremely dire. On the Rain Country front, ninjas from the Hidden Leaf, Hidden Rock, Hidden Sand, and Hidden Rain are engaged in fierce battles, with heavy casualties. In the direction of the River Country, the conflict between the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Sand continues to escalate. Although the skirmishes in the Grass Country are only small-scale probes, the situation remains tense. As the war escalated, Konoha's forces were stretched thin, and every skilled ninja was of utmost importance. The village would never let capable ninjas remain idle. The third Hokage orders, inform Hatake Kid to prepare for the individual Jonin assessment tomorrow morning. An Umbu ninja quickly headed to the Hatake residence to deliver the command. At this moment, Kakashi Kid was chatting and laughing with his mother, Kakashi Hualing, sharing interesting stories that made his mother burst into joyful laughter. The head of the Hatake family, Hatake Sakumo, has already headed to the front lines of the Land of Rivers to fight alongside Nara Shikayu, resisting the Sand Hidden Ninja led personally by the third Kazekage. Shikayu's exceptional calculations complemented Tsukumo's combat prowess. Although the sand-hidden ninja had the upper hand at the start of the battle, they were soon suppressed by this duo, finding it difficult to make any progress. After finishing his meal, Hatake Kid returned to the small courtyard and learned from his mother that the elderly Uzumaki Mito had passed away. Hearing this news, he felt a bit emotional. The old lady had lived through the Warring States period and survived to this day, witnessing the establishment and prosperity of Konoha village with her own eyes. Perhaps, on this timeline, she departed with a sense of peace. Just as he was lost in thought, the ANBU ninja Crane quietly arrived at his residence. Kakashi Kid opened the door to greet him, waiting for him to speak. Crane said directly, "Tomorrow is the Jonin assessment. Hurry to the exam site, don't be late." Kakashi Kid frowned, "I didn't sign up. Who registered me for the assessment?" Crane replied bluntly, "The Hokage's orders." Kakashi Kid cursed inwardly, that old man really knows how to play games. Orders first, notification later. The Jonin assessment has always been strict, whether during times of war or peace. Becoming a Jonin means becoming a pillar of the village, qualified to participate in village decision-making. The assessment is divided into regular and individual types. The individual assessment provides talented ninjas with a chance for rapid promotion, but it is much more challenging. The next morning, Kakashi Kid wanted to sleep in, but Crane personally came to wake him up. While eating breakfast, he glared helplessly at Crane. "You're so free that you came to wake me up yourself?" Crane said coldly, "The Hokage ordered it, to prevent you from making excuses for being late." Kakashi Kid cursed inwardly, "This is just too sneaky." Under Crane's supervision, he reluctantly arrived at the exam site. The venue was deserted, with only 3 people present. Crane and another ANBU ninja were the proctors, watching him closely. Kakashi Kid was surprised. "Is this exam site set up just for me?" The other ninja nodded, "That's right. Get ready, and we'll begin." The test paper was handed out, and Kakashi Kid quickly skimmed through the questions. The written test was harder than the Chunin exam, but it wasn't difficult for him. He could answer all the questions correctly. 40 minutes later, he handed in the paper and closed his eyes to wait for the next part of the assessment. 10 minutes later, Crane informed him that he had passed the theoretical exam. Next was the intelligence transmission assessment. Following the ANBU ninja into the Forest of Death, the ANBU ninja said to Kakashi Kid, "There is a scroll containing classified enemy intelligence currently in the hands of our spy. You must find him and bring the intelligence back. The deadline is 11 a.m. Completing it before then counts as passing." After understanding the task, Kakashi Kid quickly headed to the combat site. He closed his eyes and activated his sensory ninjutsu mind net. Soon, he located the ANBU ninja disguised as the spy. After obtaining the intelligence, he avoided all the traps along the way and completed the assessment in less than 10 minutes. Crane, standing nearby, was astonished. For Kakashi Kid, this was almost effortless. After Kakashi Kid left, the ANBU ninja who had set up the traps looked utterly helpless. The scene he had painstakingly prepared for hours was easily dismantled, leaving him embarrassed. Next was the combat assessment, arranged at the training ground, just like the Chunin exam. The proctors were still ANBU ninjas. Both the Chunin and Jonin exams were designed by the ANBU. The third Hokage was truly generous. The battle began, and Kakashi Kid vanished in an instant. The next second, he appeared behind the examiner. Taking advantage of the opponent's lack of reaction, he knocked them unconscious with a single hand strike.